In order to smoothly hand in your winter vacation homework when school starts, you actually hacked into the highest secret agency in Dragon Country and delayed the start of school for 10 days. Upon learning this information, Dragon Country immediately entered a state of emergency and even dispatched special forces for a nationwide manhunt. However, when they saw that the mastermind behind it all was a 10-year-old like you, everyone was stunned in place. Seeing this, you slowly took out the lollipop from your mouth, raised your little hand, and innocently looked at them with teary eyes, blinking as you spoke, blaming that kind-hearted big sister who insisted on taking the homework back to me on the plane. While saying this, you also showed a fearful expression. In the eyes of outsiders, you were just a child making a mistake, but at this moment, your heart was as calm as water because you were actually a time traveler. As long as you completed the mission of hacking into the secret agency's intranet, you would be rewarded with the highest human IQ and a black technology cheat system. At this moment, the agents were at a loss, standing still. They never imagined that an 11-year-old troublemaker could hack into the Dragon Kingdom's highest secret agency's internal network. They had no choice but to relay this message to their superiors. When the higher-ups heard this news, they were shocked. Are all post-10-year-olds this amazing? They are even stronger than the highly paid researchers. The people at the secret agency have lost face. But the problem is they have no idea how to proceed. You are too young to be sent by a foreign country. Just then, a graceful woman in a black suit walked over and handed the documents to the person in charge. The instructions from the higher-ups in the Dragon Kingdom are very simple. They want to take you under their wing. After all, a talented young person like you has great potential and could become a leading figure in a certain field in the future. However, they still want to keep an eye on you to prevent you from pulling off any more audacious stunts like hacking into the secret bureau. So, a few minutes later, you were sent back home, and they also ordered a complete blackout on any news related to you. When your foster parents found out that you had been caught, they hurried back from out of town to find you. Even though you were adopted, they treated you as their own. They were accompanied by some relatives, but they all had a strange expression on their faces. Sister-in-law, I think you're completely crazy for adopting a child, especially one with problems. Since starting school, they have failed every exam. It's really embarrassing. Just as your distant relatives were chattering away, an emergency situation was unfolding at the North City airport. Due to an automatic system upgrade, the ground communication system had completely malfunctioned, causing numerous flights in the air to hesitate landing. If they ran out of fuel, they would all crash. The local Special Response Department immediately launched a rescue operation upon receiving the distress call. Unfortunately, their computer experts were unable to resolve the issue. Meanwhile, one flight was running out of fuel, and if communication was not restored within 20 minutes, it would likely crash on the spot. In the midst of the department head's anxiety, his assistant, Su Lan, suddenly had a brilliant idea. Why don't we ask that little genius for help? Upon hearing this, the department head was initially taken aback but quickly realized it was their only option. Despite being less than 10 years old, you were proficient in hacking techniques and had the potential to help prevent this disaster. The next second, your doorstep was crowded with 7 or 8 police cars. Passers-by were shocked and took out their phones to take pictures, thinking that something major had happened. Seeing a group of uniformed personnel rushing into your house, your relatives immediately assumed you had caused some trouble and began mocking you. They were certain that this mentally challenged child had done something wrong, and now all these police cars had come to arrest you. They quickly distanced themselves from you. Su Lan was astonished by this reaction. You were a mentally challenged child? Were these people joking? If you were mentally challenged, then were there any intelligent people left in the world? Thinking of this, Su Lan couldn't be bothered with this group of idiots. She quickly took out her computer and told me about the current crisis. You knew the situation was critical and didn't ask for much. You took the laptop and started operating it directly. With your IQ reaching 188, you quickly entered the airport's communication system. With the help of advanced technology, it only took 30 seconds to deduce a solution. The whole room fell into endless silence, as the sound of the crisis being resolved came through the intercom. Those strange relatives were all stunned in place. Even your foster parents were shocked. They couldn't believe that you, the child who was often criticized by the homeroom teacher, turned out to be a hidden computer genius who saved countless lives and property. Numerous media outlets reported on it, and many technology giants even had the idea of offering you $1 million salary to be their technical consultant. On this night, countless children wailed in sorrow, holding grudges against you, the child from another family. After all, you were a problem child who never passed a single exam. But now, in the blink of an eye, You have become a genius in everyone's eyes, completely slapping them in the face. Even those relatives have changed their previous ugly faces, coming to your door every day to flatter and seek attention. However, just as you were feeling angry towards these shameless relatives, an urgent news caught your attention. A massive wildfire broke out in the mountainous region of the Dragon Kingdom, and the National Fire Department has initiated an emergency response, dispatching numerous firefighters for rescue. However, the fire is still not under control. When you saw the news, your heart suddenly sank because you had previously received the reward of solid-state fire extinguishing technology for helping the North City Airport. At the same time, Western foreign websites also reported an important matter, claiming that Eagle Sauce has developed a set of technological fire extinguishing techniques that can greatly reduce manpower, resources, and danger. This matter has received high attention from various countries, as this technological fire extinguishing technique is indeed crucial. The Dragon Kingdom also initiated diplomatic contact immediately. However, the Eagle Kingdom took advantage of this opportunity to make excessive demands, stating that they can provide this technology but require the Dragon Kingdom to reduce import and export tariffs by half. This made the Dragon Kingdom feel very angry, and the negotiations subsequently came to a standstill. Later, the senior officials of the Dragon Kingdom also issued a life or death order to develop a set of technological firefighting techniques. Upon learning this, Lin Guodong, the head of the Special Handling Department, was instantly overwhelmed. After all, this thing couldn't be done just by wanting to do it. It required sufficient time and a large number of experiments. At this time, the wildfires at the border of the Dragon Kingdom had already become more and more intense. The complex mountainous environment, coupled with climatic factors, made it impossible to control the fire at all, and the situation was not optimistic. This event also caught the attention of Eagle Sauce, who once again posted a message hoping that the Dragon Kingdom would seriously consider using their technological firefighting techniques. However, the Dragon Kingdom remains silent on this matter, as reducing tariffs by half would result in enormous losses and a series of adverse reactions. Just when the senior officials were at a loss, Lin Guodong received a call from you. Uncle Lin, I have invented the latest firefighting technology, but it needs to be tested for verification. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the Special Handling Department became restless. Could this kid really be a savior? They lack what you bring. Soon, you are taken by a specialist to the Special Treatment Department, and a research room is specially arranged for you. At the same time, they strictly follow your instructions and designate the experimental area as a restricted zone, prohibiting anyone from approaching the research room. Only after confirming that there are no cameras in the laboratory, you start to take action. Meanwhile, in the other side of the mountain city, countless residents take to the streets to mourn and bid farewell to the unfortunate firefighters who lost their lives in the fire. This incident has also received special coverage from various regions. Seeing the news, Lin Guodong was also under immense pressure. 3 whole days had passed, and if a solution wasn't found soon, the disaster would be completely out of control. However, just as he was anxiously scratching his head, your figure slowly emerged from the laboratory, accompanied by a floating solid crystal ball. You let out a sigh of relief, living up to everyone's expectations. This crystal ball was enough to cover a radius of hundreds of miles and completely eliminate the mountain city's wildfire. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire department erupted in enthusiastic applause. Immediately, Lin Guodong wasted no time and arranged for a helicopter to take you to the disaster area. However, when you arrived, you were met with the words, "We have already decided to give up." The person in charge of the mountain city had heard of you, the 10-year-old genius, but he didn't believe that you could develop technological firefighting techniques in just 3 days. Moreover, the wildfire in the mountain city was too fierce, and even with the use of the best technology, success was not guaranteed. Upon hearing this, Lin Guodong couldn't help but curse. The situation hadn't reached its worst point yet, so why give in to despair? After speaking, Lin Guodong nodded at you. Seeing this, you picked up the iron box and walked forward under the guidance of the firefighters. Lin Guodong looked at your small figure, his nose tingling, and involuntarily saluted you. The soldiers on both sides of the street also looked at you and spontaneously saluted you. The little hero. Under the gaze of everyone, you boarded the helicopter and arrived at the center of the most intense forest fire. Looking at the raging fire below, you couldn't help but swallow your saliva, finding it hard to imagine the fearless spirit of those firefighters. Without hesitation, you activated the crystal ball and threw it out. In the next second, the crystal ball collapsed instantly upon encountering high temperatures, forming a visible miniature black hole. Countless water molecules were gathered by invisible forces, creating a chemical reaction similar to nuclear fusion. After maintaining for 2.5 seconds, a wave of energy suddenly spread rapidly in all directions, extinguishing any fire in its path. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, leaving people unable to react, and countless people were stunned by this scene. After a moment, everyone cheered. However, just as Lin Guodong and others were celebrating wildly, he received an urgent call from higher-ups. In an instant, Lin Guodong's face turned serious, and he quickly ordered the city to block all news and prohibit any media from reporting on your firefighting incident. Just after the end of the Mountain City fire incident, you received an invitation from Dr. Du, an academician at the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Because the crystal ball you used in the Mountain City fire contained the equation for nuclear fusion reaction, even this physics master couldn't figure it out. Of course, as a Chinese citizen, you didn't keep it to yourself and directly gifted the technology of fire extinguishing to the country, and even solved the nuclear fusion equation that had troubled Dr. Du for years. This made Dr. Du ecstatic, and he immediately rewarded you with a set of Tangshan villas in the Magic City, which he paid for himself. But what you never expected was that on the first day of moving into the villa, a deafening sound shattered your peaceful life once again. Immediately afterward, a huge ball of flame rose up in the air, just like a nuclear bomb exploding. What's going on? This caused Tang Feng and Xia Shiro, who were in the middle of hostilities, to be confused, and then they hurriedly ran towards the balcony. Heavens! For a moment, both of them couldn't help but cry out in shock, only to see that in the direction of the suburb, a huge mushroom flame soared into the air, and a large explosion had clearly occurred. The shockwave from the explosion spread to the entire city. Cars were chirping below the neighborhood, and some people's glass was even shattered. Suburbs. The oil company was roiling in flames, so it was nighttime and there were very few employees on duty, so it didn't cause any casualties. But the situation was extremely critical. The oil barrels linked to the 18th oil pipe had blown up, spreading to other oil barrels on the side. Rumble. Moments later, a second impact erupted in this place. North City trembled once again, and countless people woke up from their dreams. Rush to call the fire department. The person in charge of the garrison had a look of horror on his face, and ordered at once. It was imperative to extinguish the fire immediately. Otherwise, once it spread out, the entire petroleum plant would turn into a huge time bomb, and the power generated at that time would be no less than a nuclear bomb. At the same time, the Special Handling Department, Lin Guodong and the others were also notified at the first time, and they were all very serious at that moment, because they knew that the oil plant fire was a small matter, but the nuclear power plant not far away from it was a big matter. Once the nuclear power plant suffered a shock, the consequences would be unimaginable. Special Handling Department. Inside the conference room, the projector unfolded, presenting a three-dimensional plan of the oil plant and the nuclear power plant. The oil plant is only 3 kilometers away from the nuclear power plant. The explosion was so violent that the commotion was felt as far away as the northern side of the city. The situation is critical. Lin Guodong's face was grave. This matter had been highly emphasized by the upper echelons. It was imperative to do everything possible to extinguish the fire and put an end to the crisis at the nuclear power plant. Otherwise, once the nuclear fuel leaked, not to mention the entire North City, hundreds of kilometers in a radius would be implicated. Because of this, do not dare to use Tang Feng invented solid-state fire extinguishing technology. Because the technology was also a fusion reaction effect, they were afraid that it would cause the nuclear power plant to resonate, producing incalculable consequences. Nowadays, the only plan was to pray that the nuclear power plant wasn't affected. Ding, ding, ding. Just then, the phone rang. Lin Guodong hurriedly connected it, and his face changed drastically in the next second. It was over. Because of the call received from the person in charge of the nuclear power plant, the number 1 nuclear reactor had suffered a heavy blow and cracks had appeared in the walls. Currently there is no way to probe the specifics of the nuclear reactor, if the lead blocks inside are affected by the waves. In response, the nuclear power plant side also gave a deadly order that the fire at the oil plant must be extinguished immediately. Can't let it produce 3 explosions again, otherwise it's really hopeless. Countless media outlets also followed up with reports that the situation was not optimistic. For a time, North City was dead silent. The federal side was also gloomy, now caught in a dilemma. On the one hand, if the nuclear power plant really suffered, it would be necessary to evacuate the whole city, but it would cause a huge panic, and the losses suffered would be incalculable. On the other hand, They couldn't be sure and didn't dare to make a choice for the time being. Still, the news spread. Chapter 13 Crisis. Radiation spreads. On the streets, in the neighborhoods, countless people panicked and were all preparing to run. The fire department ran furiously all the way, and the surrounding neighboring cities also rushed in overnight to participate in the rescue work. Suburbia. Oil plant. The cordon was drawn. A fire truck drove in, and many firefighters began to quickly carry firefighting materials and cool down the oil drums. Deadly orders were given from above. Even if you use your body to block it, you have to put out the fire. We must not let it spread to the nuclear power plant next to us. The nuclear power plant is 3 kilometers away. The special handling department is also running in, converging on the temporary command post. You're the person in charge of the nuclear power plant. What's the situation now? Lin said in a low voice. The most important thing at the moment was to figure out how much the nuclear power plant had suffered. Was a nuclear leak not ruled out? Chen Ku, the person in charge of the nuclear power plant, had a tangled face. He couldn't say anything about the current situation, just through the periphery to see the wall ice cracked, and then the nuclear power plant inside the protective device was triggered. Opened the self-closure. Cooling valves opened and water poured in to cool the nuclear reactor. But because there were so many uncertainties that caused them to not know, did the protection device work? You mean, you don't even know what's going on right now? Lin was a bit angry, but quickly calmed down and continued to ask what the solution was. We can't do anything about it. The walls have suffered heavy damage. The self-protection systems are on, and many of them are out of order. To know exactly what's going on inside, unless we send someone in. Chen Ku was also anxious, and finally said in a low voice, according to his approach, since it was unknown if there was a nuclear leak, even if there was no nuclear leakage, because of the fluctuations suffered, the automatic start-stop failed, and in the end, someone had to be sent in to manually shut it down. This also meant that someone had to step forward and accomplish this task. For a time, the temporary command post was dead silent. Although Lin Guodong and the others were not experts in this area, they could hear it. If it was okay that there was no nuclear leakage, wearing a protective suit to go and might be able to retrieve a life. But if there was a nuclear leakage, there was no doubt that they would die. Ding ding ding. Just at this moment, an urgent report came over the intercom. It's not good. The value of out-of-world nuclear radiation has been detected to be over 1 gray. Snap. With these words, Chenka's body trembled violently, and the walkie-talkies all fell directly to the ground. It's over. The nuclear reactor is leaking. A moment later, Chen Ku trembled, but according to the current rate of leakage, the situation hadn't reached an unsalvageable result. However, it was necessary to immediately extinguish the fire at the oil plant and send someone in to manually shut it down. But who dared to go? And who would be allowed to go? Older neighborhoods. What do we do? Xiaoshiro asked with some fear. As everyone was panicking, the streets were full of vehicles and pedestrians trying to escape out. Tang Feng frowned and didn't say anything, only looking deeply into the area of the outbreak in the distance. There was a fire at the Beijing petroleum plant, causing a large explosion that might jeopardize the nearby nuclear power plant. Countless media outlets were following up on the reports in real time, and all hearts were clenched. After all, if something happened to the nuclear power plant, the consequences would be severe. Western foreign networks were also paying attention at all times, expressing sincere condolences and worries. At the same time, they also questioned the Dragon Federation. Since a fire broke out in the oil plant, why didn't you use the same method you used to extinguish the fire in Mountain City before? To this, the Dragon Federation did not give a response. This made the debate on the extranet even more intense, because later on, through the investigation, it was learned that the fire in Mountain City was extinguished in a very bizarre manner. After all, no matter how much the Dragon Country Federation blocked the news, but it couldn't help that hundreds of thousands of people had seen it that day, and there were always people who ignored the admonition and revealed it. The image showed that the roiling flames were instantly extinguished. It was really bizarre. At least the Eagle Kingdom all secretly sighed. With their technology they couldn't do this. They guessed that the Dragon Kingdom must have secretly researched a high-tech technology to extinguish the flames. As to whether it was Tang Feng's doing, they gave it a negative. After all, he was only 10 years old and was only proficient in the field of computers. It was impossible to break the inherent knowledge. North City, suburb, petroleum factory. With countless firefighters struggling through the night, the fire was gradually extinguished down. But everyone knew that the real danger was at the nuclear power plant 3 kilometers away. Let's start with an emergency evacuation. Inside the temporary command tent, Lin reported the situation on this side. However, the nuclear leak was concealed and could not cause panic, otherwise it was not good to control the whole situation. For a time, the whole city mobilized. They declared to the public that although the fire in the oil plant was under control, several huge oil drums were still in high temperatures, and there was a certain chance that a third explosion would occur. For the sake of the lives of all the people in the city, evacuation was carried out first, and they would return after confirming that there was nothing wrong. Old neighborhood. Little wind. Quickly pack up your things. After Xia Shiro was notified by the community, she also hurriedly packed up. Her parents also made a call and told them to follow their neighbors and set off. Tang Feng took one last glance in the direction of the suburbs. His heart was heavy. The whole city was undergoing evacuation. He wouldn't believe it when he said it was a problem with the oil plant. It was definitely the nuclear power plant that was in trouble. But Lin did not inform himself, so he thought they could fix it, right? Buzzing. A helicopter circled over North City. The leak at the nuclear power plant had caused great concern from above, and specialists had been dispatched to rescue it. At the head of the team was Elder Du, the titan of physics today. With his arrival, the crowd breathed a sigh of relief. After all, he was the father of nuclear bombs in the Dragon Kingdom. With him there surely a solution could be found. After Du Lao heard Chen Ke's report, his pale face flushed with gravity. Now that the nuclear leak was a foregone conclusion, one could only pray that the lead inside the nuclear reactor hadn't cracked on ice. So fortunately, the radiation level was still relatively small, but it was still intensifying at a slow pace. AI. In the end, Du Lao couldn't help but let out a sigh. Nuclear energy was a double-edged sword, benefiting mankind when it was safe, and representing death once an accident occurred. For now, besides applying a large amount of sand to isolate the nuclear radiation, the best way was to send someone in to check out the situation and then perform a manual shutdown. But that basically meant certain death. A lot of bad news had already come from the front. Many firefighters had experienced dizziness and vomiting while cooling down the nuclear reactor, and had obviously been irradiated. It had to be dealt with urgently. This matter ended up on Lin Guodong's head, causing him to feel a sense of suffocation. Who dared to go? Who to choose to go? It was a difficult choice. After all, everyone was a living life. Clatter. Outside, rain poured down like crazy. A team of warriors stood neatly in front, all of their faces resolute, their eyes filled with an expression of death. For the Federation. For the people. They brazenly spoke in resounding tones. Chapter 14 Heroes. Grief. Those who are only children step forward, the youngest in age. Lin eyed this group of people. His nose was sore and his eyes were wet with tears as he spoke with a trembling voice. No one stepped forward. They were all a group of heroes, all willing to choose themselves to carry out this mission of certain death. Can't any of them understand a word? Lin couldn't help but growl as the rain dripped down, not knowing if it was tears or what. In the end, 3 warriors were chosen. You are all heroes of the Federation. Lin Guodong forced himself to speak through his tears, personally putting on their protective suits for them. A salute followed, as did everyone behind them. The 3 warriors wore heavy protective suits and looked ahead through their blindfolds, then saluted. Then without looking back, they entered the nuclear reactor. In the distance, Lin Guodong and the others were having a hard time, holding back their tears and clogging up their hearts. It was because they knew very well that these 3 warriors' departure this time would most likely be goodbye forever. Clatter. Inside the nuclear reactor. Because of the shockwaves from the explosion of the oil plant, the equipment inside was out of order. As expected, as Chen Ke speculated, the cooling system was destroyed, and the cooling source did not pour into the reactor, spreading in all directions. They waded deeper with the help of the head etc. Drip drip drip. The radiation detectors kept beeping. The radiation values inside had long exceeded the prescribed values by tens of times, and were still soaring rapidly. They also hurriedly reported the news. Upon hearing this, Du Lao also passed the word down, using the nuclear power plant as the center of the circle, forbidding anyone to stay for tens of miles in a radius. The firefighters who were cooling down the nuclear reactor in the front were also evacuated. Has the lead block been exposed? Inside the temporary command center, Du Lao pursued through the display, which was crucial. If the lead blocks were all shaken out, then the situation would be serious. That would require Will to immediately have them evacuated, and then strategically abandon the entire North City, and even hundreds of kilometers around. After a moment of silence, good news came. There was no lead found, just a nuclear reactor distorted by the explosion. The fusion was still fairly stable. They then followed Chen Ku's command and went deep into the depths of the nuclear reactor, preparing to manually shut it down. But just then, an accident happened. A thick iron door blocked the way, and the nuclear radiation on it had reached an appalling 100 times, and the three warriors were completely irradiated, and some of them even started coughing up blood. For the Federation, for the people, they were holding on completely by their personal steel-like will, three of them working together as one to support each other, directly reaching out to push that iron door. Instantly the skin bloomed and blood dripped. Outside, seeing this scene, Elder Du and the others also had a look of pathos on their faces. Their hearts were hard, but success or failure was at stake. Thud. After a few moments, the miracle didn't happen after all. The three warriors couldn't support themselves anymore, and one after another, people collapsed and fell into the water. This scene made Elder Du and the others cry, but an even greater crisis awaited them. If they could not push open the iron door, they would not be able to shut down the nuclear reactor. And at this moment, the nuclear radiation rose higher and higher. I miss my mom. In the end, there was only one warrior left. He was breathing hard and simply took off the helmet of his protective suit. At this moment, he kept spitting out blood. His bodily functions had suffered great damage, and he could die at any time. That one sentence, "I miss my mom," once again made everyone tear up. After all, he was only a young man in his 20s, a child in his mom's eyes, but they were unable to do anything about it. Connect to the past. Elder Du sighed. At this moment he looked like he had aged many years, his already stooped body even more helpless. Lin Guodong also looked sad, and then walked out. Have a reporter link up with that warrior at the nuclear reactor and spread his video. Let this warrior, on the last ride of his life, speak to his mom about this last warmth. The atmosphere was heavy, with sadness floating in the air. The video was quickly connected, and everyone in the city could see it. Mom, I'm sorry, this is another year that I can't come back. Sorry Mom. Ahem. I didn't even bring you back a daughter-in-law on my way out. Cough. I am ashamed of the Federation. Shame on the people. That warrior spoke with difficulty, enduring the inhumanly severe pain, tears rolling down his face, and fainted before he could finish his words. At this moment, the entire city and the entire Federation were crying. Hero. Countless people were moved by this. In North City, Xiaoshiro with Tangfeng had already rounded up with the neighbors, and they evacuated towards the outside in an orderly manner in their cars. Lin Guodong, you son of a bitch. Tangfeng saw the scene through the video and was instantly enraged. He then directly dialed Su Lan's number and asked him to come over to pick himself up immediately. He hated this Lin Guodong to death. How could he not tell him when something like this had already happened? Although Su Lan was puzzled, she still hurriedly drove off and quickly received Tangfeng on the road. As for why Lin Guodong hadn't notified Tangfeng, she was also very clear within herself. After all, this time it was about the field of physics. You know how to speculate. You know how to put out fires. You know how to do computers. Even so, is it hard for you to be good at this physics as well? And even if you are proficient, how? Nuclear reaction technology as of right now. Mankind does not have a good way to cope and deal with it. Xiaofeng, where are you going? Xiaoshiro was a bit anxious. It's now this time. Where else is this kid going to run to? She didn't have much contact with Su Lan. She only knew that it was her homeroom teacher. If she let her know that it was the special handling department, she definitely wouldn't let Tangfeng go this time. Tangfeng waved his small hand and directly drilled into the passenger side of the red flag car, near the nuclear power plant. It was heavy at the moment. Some warriors wanted to risk their lives to rush in and carry the three heroes out, but they were stopped. After all, the nuclear radiation inside was seriously over the limit. Going in was death. Countless people were crying, feeling painfully uncomfortable. Salute! Lin Guodong looked at the nuclear reactor in front of him with pathos on his face, then spoke. Crunch! Right at this moment, Su Lan arrived with Tangfeng. Lin Guodong frowned when he saw it. After all, this was a cordoned-off area, a nuclear radiation leakage zone, and Tangfeng was still young and dangerous to come. Right away he wanted to question Su Lan, but Tangfeng jumped out of the car and rushed straight over, then used his strength to leap high, directly reaching out his small hand to hammer Lin Guodong. Wow! In an instant, everyone around was shocked, but fortunately, they all knew Tangfeng and knew that he was the firefighting hero of Mountain City, so they were only puzzled. How did this Lin Guodong provoke the little genius? Lin Guodong, what's wrong with you? Are you a simple 8 turtle? Tangfeng was shivering with anger. Such a serious matter had happened at the nuclear power plant and he hadn't even informed himself. If he had told himself, would those 3 warriors have fainted inside? What are you talking about? What's the point even if I told you? Lin Guodong said in a low voice. Even physics titan Du Lao was clueless. He didn't think Tang Feng could do anything. Granted, he had invented super technology like the solid crystal ball, but in the face of a nuclear disaster, humans were too small. Chapter 15, The Tang Feng of Fire. R.I.P. Genius. Tang Feng glared at him fiercely, didn't say another word, and then walked towards the temporary command post in the distance. Tang Feng, why are you here? Du Lao was a bit surprised when he saw Tang Feng. Then he was a bit angry. After all, this place was a dangerous area. Tang Feng was still too young. His antibodies were definitely no match for an adult, and he couldn't have an accident. Otherwise the Dragon Kingdom couldn't afford this loss. Tang Feng was also very respectful when he saw Du Lao. After all, he was the father of the Dragon Kingdom's nuclear bombs, and at such an old age, he was still running over from Kyoto, which really made him admired. Let me in, Grandpa Du. With that, Tang Feng spoke with a resolute face. He had obtained a nanobiochemical protective suit last time, which could completely isolate him from nuclear radiation. No way. Nonsense. With these words, Elder Du and Lin Guodong resolutely objected at the same time. Wasn't he going to send himself to death? Nuclear radiation, as far as current technology was concerned, no one could do anything to completely protect against it. Tang Feng was a pillar of the Federation. He couldn't afford to slip up. Losing 3 warriors hurt everyone, but this group of warriors were humongous. For the sake of the Federation, for the sake of the people, their livers and brains were on the line. Trust me, Tang Feng argued with reason, claiming that he had a solution. How else could it be solved? Continue to send people in to die? And time was running out. If the nuclear reactor wasn't shut down, the entire North City and even hundreds of kilometers around it would be forced to give up, and they wouldn't be able to turn around for 100 years. I have a way to solve this dilemma. Alright, it's decided. Even though I'm only 10 years old, I know the difference. Tang Feng waved his hand, not wanting to explain too much. Then he looked towards Chen Ku, asking about the current situation over there. A few moments later, outside the nuclear reactor, Lin's face was tangled, his lips constantly opening and closing. He still wanted to persuade Tang Feng to give up. However, Tang Feng refused, and then he wanted to send someone in with him to bring Tang Feng out at the necessary moment. Don't bother with me. At this, Tang Feng was a bit annoyed, and then he directly walked towards the front, preparing to drill in through the collapsed cracks. Looking at his thin figure, the crowd fell silent. He was only 10 years old, saving the North City airport, extinguishing the mountain fire in Mountain City, and now brazenly running to the nuclear reactor. He moved people. Many media outlets were also reporting in real time, and it was very gloomy. There was also a moment of silence on the Western foreign networks, and then they expressed their most sincere respect. They were in awe of Tang Feng, the 10-year-old genius who could afford to be the soul of a nation. Little Feng. Xiaoshiro saw the scene through the video and instantly cried her heart out, immediately wanting to rush towards the nuclear power plant, but she was stopped by her neighbors. Because that side was blocked off and the nuclear radiation was over the limit, they had to leave immediately or they would also be exposed to radiation. Why are they all making it so sad? Prepare a leak box for me. I'll eat it when I get out. Remember, extra chorizo. Ha ha. Standing outside the crack, Tang Feng suddenly turned around and laughed loudly through his helmet. This scene instantly brought tears to one's eyes. This brat, he's really annoying. Su Lan had long since cried into tears. She knew that Tang Feng was going to use his life to shut down the nuclear reactor this time around. Lin Guodong and the others were also completely devastated, unwilling to continue watching. This moment was destined to be a huge disaster for the Federation, and they were likely to lose one of the Federation's pillars. Elder Du was also secretly in tears, crying like a small child. The people of the nation were the same. Wow! Inside the nuclear reactor, the cooling system had completely failed, and the cooling water source had flooded more than a meter deep. Tang Feng jumped straight in wearing a heavy protective suit and slowly swam towards the front with the help of his headlamp. With that, he directly activated the nanobiochemical protective suit. Otherwise he would definitely be finished. Spare me. He also felt a little dizzy in that moment just now. Drip drip drip. The nuclear radiation detector kept beeping, and it didn't take long for it to have exceeded the standard by almost 1,000 times, which made Tang Feng tremble inwardly. With that, he hurriedly reported back outside, telling them to hurry up and evacuate. The temperature of the nuclear reactor was continuing to rise, and no one knew when it would collapse. And when the lead came out, Even the gods could not be saved. Outside, Du Lao and the others were smiling miserably. The results of the nuclear radiation they had already known. Those who could evacuate were basically all evacuated. The rest were basically dead soldiers already. To keep cooling down the outside of the nuclear reactor, Tang Feng continued to swim forward and soon came to the iron bridge. Seeing the three fainted warriors, Tang Feng paused in place and saluted them for 3 seconds before continuing deeper. Soon enough, he saw the huge iron gate that blocked the way forward. It had many bloody handprints on it, which shocked Tang Feng and couldn't help but have hot tears overflow. Those three warriors did their best. Leave the rest to me. The huge iron gate was stuck on the nuclear reactor, making it difficult to push it open. Moreover, it could not be used with brute force, otherwise it would easily cause the nuclear reactor to tremble and accelerate the pressure explosion inside. This was also something that made Du Lao feel desperate. The only way was to keep sending dead soldiers in and keep pushing at the cost of their lives. Tang Feng, it's not too late for you to withdraw now. Du Lao trembled as he picked up the walkie-talkie. He hadn't been in there for long. Although the end was still doomed, at least he would still be alive for a few more years. He would just be enduring immense torture, but it was better than dying right away. Tang Feng was silent. He glanced around and realized that there was a gap below. With his thin body he should be able to squeeze through, but the price was to be completely exposed to nuclear radiation with his flesh and blood. Tang Feng didn't know if the nanobiochemical protective suit could completely isolate it, but it had to be a gamble. With that, he took a deep breath, then slowly removed his helmet, and began to shed the heavy protective suit. Wow! This scene directly caused the temporary command post to explode. What is he doing? You're crazy! Tang Feng, I order you to come out immediately. Elder Du and the others were shocked. They had gotten a report from Tang Feng that he was preparing to drill in through the crack, but this would endure inhuman pain. After all, the nuclear radiation inside was grossly excessive. Even if one wore a protective suit, one's body would suffer great destruction. Those three warriors were the columns. Not to mention taking off the suit and touching the reactor with their flesh and blood. It was indescribable in any words. Seeing this, Lin Guodong also rushed straight out. He wanted to wear the protective suit and personally go in and pull them out. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Tang Feng had completely stripped off his heavy protective suit, and if it wasn't for the fact that the sight inside was too dim, the people outside would have definitely noticed this scene. At this moment, Tang Feng's skin was constantly changing. There was a layer of black stuff twisting around. That was the countless nanobots forming a protective layer to isolate the nuclear radiation outside. Tang Feng could clearly feel that he hadn't suffered any radiation. It was just that he didn't know if close contact with the nuclear reactor had any effect. With that, he jumped directly under the frantic roar of countless people, and then rubbed his body against it. The cameras were instantly disabled. The temporary command post lost all contact. All of a sudden, there was a dead silence. Everyone was trembling. Our pillar of the Federation has died for his country. A moment later, Elder Du opened his mouth trembling, his entire body shaking, and if it wasn't for someone assisting him in time, he would have fallen to the ground. This price was too great. Clang! In the next second, a loud sound rang out. Heck, the nuclear reactor was shut down. But, no one cheered, and the nation did the same. It was because their 10-year-old genius, the hero of the Federation, Tang Feng, had departed. Chapter 16, Tang Feng didn't die? Nanotechnology that shocked the Dragon Science Academy. Little Feng, Xia Shiro wailed as she tore her heart out upon seeing this, and then completely fainted. Xia's couple was also in pain, their faces dumbfounded and unable to speak anymore. He was only 10 years old. Nuclear power station. Everyone walked towards the nuclear reactor, and then all hung their heads in silence. Nuclear power plant. Lin Guodong and the others stood outside the nuclear reactor. With a face of pathos, their tears had all long since dried up. Today's loss was too great to be measured. Their 10-year-old genius boy, the future pillar of the Federation, Tang Feng, had died for his country. Bang bang bang! Honor the little hero Tang Feng. Behind them, a team of armed warriors roared, all firing their guns diagonally into midair to honor Tang Feng's immortal death. Across the entire Federation, countless people were in tears. At this moment no one treated Tang Feng as a 10-year-old genius, but as a child of the entire Federation. Xia's father and mother were also picked up at the first time and flew to North City at breakneck speed. As Tang Feng's relatives, they had to be given preferential treatment. The upper echelons were also unable to speak for a long time after getting the report, and then sent word down that Tang Feng should be treated with a national funeral, and awarded the Federal Patriot Medal. retroactively seal his family as an honorary family, enjoying the treatment of the highest federal qualifications. But all of this is useless, cannot return Tang Feng's life. The Western extranet was also silent, sending the most noble praises to Tang Feng. All those who had sacrificed for their respective federations were worthy of praise. At this moment, they let go of their jealousy towards Tang Feng. Pouncing thud. Just at this moment, a sound suddenly came from the nuclear reactor in front of them. Immediately afterward, a thin figure slowly appeared, and with all his strength, he climbed out carrying the body of a warrior. Wow! In an instant, all the people who were hanging their heads in silence were dumbfounded, and then went mad beyond measure. Tang Feng isn't dead? Lin Guodong rubbed his eyes fiercely, feeling incredulous and shaken. Elder Du on the side was the same. After all, the nuclear radiation in there was seriously over the limit, and Tang Feng was still in close contact with the nuclear reactor with his flesh and blood. Even Superman would have to hiccup. He was only 10 years old, yet he was able to explode with monstrous will, shutting down the nuclear reactor the moment he fell. Already admirable. As a result, he didn't die and crawled out alive? Heavens, it's Tang Feng. In the next second, the crowd boiled as they got a good look at the skinny figure. Under the camera, he was covered in blood, unable to tell if it was his own or the warrior's. He gritted his teeth and used all of his strength to carry a body much taller than his and climbed out. Once, twice, 3 times. When he carried out the 3 warriors' bodies, he looked at the crowd and smiled, then completely fainted on the ground. Tang Feng was too tired. Quickly, medics! The crowd didn't react until now, and then Lin stormed over, not caring about the nuclear radiation around them. They looked at Tang Feng, who was covered in blood, and cried once again. This tiny teenager had taken on too much. Immediately afterward, a team of medics in protective suits came and directly carried Tang Feng and a few warriors onto the ambulance, urgently sending them to the hospital for treatment. Tang Feng didn't die, exceeding everyone's expectations, but after the joy was over it once again fell into pathos. After all, Tang Feng stayed inside the nuclear reactor for a long time, and also contacted the reactor with his flesh and blood, has long exceeded the standard. Even if he was still alive now, it was estimated that he wouldn't be able to live for long, and would pass away under endless pain. At all costs, even if we use the nation's resources, we must let Tang Feng spend the next few days in peace. After Du Lao came to his senses, his cloudy eyes glittered with tears as he spoke in a resounding tone. He would directly request the top echelons of the Dragon Kingdom, requesting that the highest level of resources be utilized. North City People's Hospital. The outside had long been filled with attending doctors and nurses, all of them looking touched. Although Tang Feng was a walking nuclear radiation carrier at the moment, he was the hero of the Federation, and no one would fear him and be proud of him. Around the hospital, many people had gathered around the hospital, all of whom had come to visit Tang Feng. Some people even fell to their knees, praying to the heavens not to be so merciless. They were willing to exchange their lives for Tang Feng's safety. A few moments later, the ambulance arrived at a rapid pace. The waiting doctors and others rushed over, then urgently pushed Tang Feng to the intensive care unit, and evacuated the crowd. Immediately afterward, some professionals immediately arrived to protect every inch of the place and isolate the nuclear radiation. The federal top management was also shocked to learn that Tang Feng hadn't died, followed by immense joy. At that moment, some of the top brass wanted to take a special plane to North City overnight, to visit this little hero of the Federation. However, they were stopped, because Tang Feng's current condition was very serious. He hadn't woken up yet, and it was useless to go over there. Besides, the nuclear radiation over there was over the limit and hadn't been fully controlled yet, so it was too risky. However, this senior officer's attitude was resolute. Heroes brave death, so what's the point of them hiding in a cozy place? The heroes must not be allowed to chill their hearts. North City People's Hospital. Inside the intensive care unit, all the personnel who went in did so voluntarily. However, they were soon shocked because Tang Feng did carry nuclear radiation on his body, but his body had not suffered any serious injuries. This made them feel incredulous. At the same time, an even more horrifying scene appeared as they saw Tang Feng's skin wriggling and a layer of darkness emerging. He doesn't seem to have suffered from nuclear radiation. Tang Feng had not suffered nuclear radiation. This discovery shocked all the medics present, and they also realized that the reason Tang Feng had fainted wasn't because he had been hit hard by the radiation. It was purely because he was exhausted. At the moment, someone was giving him a saline drip. What shocked them even more was the strand of black material that had sprung up on the surface of his skin. Someone had touched it with a scalpel, and the stuff was not offensive, but protective. What is this? They were puzzled. It was really beyond their professional knowledge. With that, the attending doctor hurriedly walked out to report the matter to the special department. What did you say? Outside the corridor, Elder Du was being supported by the crowd. He was stunned when he heard the report. This was clearly unscientific. After all, inside the nuclear reactor, the radiation values were seriously over the limit. Those three warriors were an example. Tang Feng had likewise gone deep into it, and had also removed his protective suit, making close contact with the reactor with his flesh and blood, and now he was telling them that they hadn't been exposed to nuclear radiation? This was no less than the dead coming back to life in situ. The black organism covering the surface? In the next second, Du Lao was once again shocked, and then he couldn't care less and walked in wearing a protective suit. When he saw Tang Feng lying on the bed, the layer of black organism surging from his skin, his face instantly changed drastically. He was a physics titan, so he naturally knew what that was. Nano-organism. It was the same thing that protected Tang Feng, completely isolating him from nuclear radiation. Chapter 17. The youngest academician of the Dragon Science Academy. This phenomenon moved Elder Du, his pale body trembling. However, Tang Feng was still in a fainting state, and all the reasons for this would only be known when he awoke. With that, Du Lao trembled and walked over, wanting to study the nano-organisms covering Tang Feng's body. At the same time, he also reported this matter, causing the Dragon Science Academy to be shocked, and at that moment, they took a special airplane to come overnight. Nanotechnology utilized to such an extent was rare, if not unparalleled, in the world. How many more secrets and surprises was this tiny 10-year-old genius hiding? The city's People's Hospital was also blocked off, forbidding any media to come in and report. More than 2 hours later, the special plane arrived at the North City Airport, followed by a group of academicians from the Dragon Science Academy who came directly by car at high speed. Inside the intensive care unit, a group of old men gathered around Tang Feng, checking the nano-organisms on his body from time to time. One by one, they were all shocked and crazy. Heavens, although mankind had long since invented nanotechnology, the mastery was still very narrow, and could not be applied on a large scale at all. This nanoprotective suit on Tang Feng's body, its technology was at least a few decades ahead of the world's technology. How the hell did he do that? A group of people were puzzled. After all, he was only 10 years old? And nanotechnology belonged to the field of super technology. Even the Eagle Kingdom hadn't made a breakthrough in many years. This Tang Feng had given them too much shock. A super genius with an IQ as high as 188, initially displayed in the field of computers. Afterward, he made his mark in physics, inventing the solid crystal fire extinguishing technology, and now he had even invented the nanoprotective suit, utilizing it to the extreme. It's terrifying. He had simply refreshed mankind's inherent perception of geniuses. This was something that Du Lao knew well. Don't look at him as a titan of physics, but if he was allowed to study the rest of the field, he wouldn't necessarily succeed. Do you want to draw blood, slice it and study it? Right at this moment, a crazy academician muttered, instantly leading to countless angry accusations. This was simply nonsense. After all, after Einstein died, someone had sliced up his brain to study it, and in the end, there were no results from the farts, and Tang Feng was the hero of the Federation. Who would dare to do such a thing? Not afraid of being spat upon to death by the entire Federation? In the end, led by Du Lao, directly reported to the upper echelons, choosing to block this discovery. The specific things to wait for Tang Feng to come to his senses. After learning that Tang Feng wasn't dead, Xia's father, Xia's mother, and the others also breathed a long sigh of relief, but their bodies were still soft. They inwardly vowed that when this incident was over, they would stay by his side and let him spend the rest of his days happily, and wouldn't let him take such risks again. He was still a 10-year-old child after all. 2 days later, Tang Feng finally came to his senses. This made the nurse guarding the side very excited, and immediately ran out to report. In a moment, Du Lao and the others all flooded in. They didn't mention the matter of the nanoprotective suit. After all, that would be too unkind. Today's plan was to let Tang Feng recover first and talk about it later. Although Tang Feng did not suffer from nuclear radiation, he was still hospitalized for a period of time, a week later, to determine the body functions are back to normal, before being released. Old neighborhood. When Xia's father and mother saw Tang Feng return, they burst into tears and directly rushed over to hold him tightly in their arms. Xia Shiro on the side also choked up a few times. They didn't want any federal heroes. They just wanted to see Tang Feng grow up peacefully. 3 days later, Su Lan came to the door. Xia's father and mother didn't know her true identity. They only knew that she was Tang Feng's homeroom teacher. Mom and Dad. Old sister, I'm going out. Tang Feng knew the purpose of Su Lan's visit, so he immediately greeted Xia Shiro and the others before following Su Lan out of the neighborhood. During the time he was unconscious, the nano-biochemical protective suit had definitely been seen by others. He also felt warm and fuzzy about the fact that Du Lao and the others did not immediately inquire. Special Handling Department. When Tang Feng came over, everyone saluted him with a respectful face. Don't look at him as just a 10-year-old kid, but he was the hero of the Federation. Without him braving death and entering the nuclear reactor, there would be no North City now, and hundreds of kilometers in every direction would be turned into a forbidden zone. Inside the conference room, welcome the return of our hero. Lin Guodong and the others stood up in unison, all looking at Tang Feng respectfully, applauding. Elder Du is waiting for you in Kyoto. Lin Guodong then spoke, personally escorting Tang Feng to the special airplane. Nanotechnology was a matter of top secret, and he was the only one in the entire department who knew a little bit about it. Magic City, Dragon Science Academy. As Tang Feng appeared, the surrounding people all boiled over. This was the hero of the Dragon Kingdom. They all treated him with immense respect and watched as he entered the depths of the courtyard. You're here. Elder Du and the others had been waiting here for a long time, and after seeing Tang Feng, one by one, the old guys came forward and excitedly shook hands with Tang Feng. Then a group of people sat down around the conference table. You guys want to inquire about the matter of the nano-biochemical protective suit, right? Tang Feng sat in his chair, looking at the group of old men looking at him blearily, and then opened his mouth with a bit of a laugh. For a moment, everyone nodded in unison, looking hungry. After all, to be able to utilize nanotechnology to such an extent, it was simply decades ahead of the world, and this was actually made by a 10-year-old child, which really made their group of professor-level figures feel ashamed. Right at this moment, the system's icy beep sounded abruptly, which caused Tang Feng to freeze. Ding! Side mission initiated. Choice 1, gift the nanotechnology to the Federation and receive a reward. 6th generation stealth fighter technology. Choice 2, refuse to gift the nanotechnology to the Federation. Receive a reward. Cash 100 million. With that, he made a decision without even thinking about it, and once again unconditionally gifted the nanotechnology to the Federation. Among the people present, apart from Du Lao who was a bit more calm, the rest were all shocked. After all, this kind of nanotechnology, hand over or not hand over, they have no right to ask, and if the rest of the people, surely registered patents in their own hands, because once this technology is promoted, the position of the world's richest man is within reach. Although Tang Feng is only 10 years old, but this kind of chest without let people feel admiration. 3 days later, the federal high level ordered, gave Tang Feng Patriot Medal. Himself and his family will permanently enjoy the highest treatment. The title of the youngest academician of the Dragon Science Academy was bestowed. Immediately after, a grand celebration ceremony was held for him under the Magic Capital Square, as a way to recognize his contributions to the Federation and to the people. North City also set an example, rewarding Tang Feng's family with a brand new villa as well as hundreds of thousands of bonus dollars. No one would be jealous, because this was what Tang Feng deserved. The Western extranets also carried on, expressing their sincerest respect for Tang Feng. They didn't know about Tang Feng's lack of nuclear radiation, and thought he wouldn't live long. Chapter 18, Pressure. A new breakthrough for the Eagle Kingdom. The recruitment of Tang Feng ensued. They were sincere with the most advanced medical technology and treatment, and since the Xiangnu Kingdom's technology was the most developed, Tang Feng's achievements would be far greater than in the Dragon Kingdom if he could come for further training. For a time, it drew a lot of anger and concern from the Dragon Kingdom Federation. After all, this was not without precedent. There had been a professor from the Dragon Science Academy who had jumped ship and said in an interview, "Why don't I leave when others offer 10 times the annual salary? Although I am a scientific researcher, I also have to support my family." In response, Tang Feng said, "Science has no national boundaries. Scientists have national boundaries. I have a good life in the Federation." It instantly drew countless people's appreciation. This was the soul of their Federation. Even though Tang Feng had made his attitude clear, the Western extranets still hadn't given up on recruiting him, because they felt that the Dragon Kingdom was hiding many secrets, especially Tang Feng. Don't look at him, he was only 10 years old, but his IQ was as high as 188. Not to mention the nuclear power plant accident in Beijing this time. The fire extinguishing in Mountain City was outrageous. They had scrutinized the leaked video of the fire extinguishing, and there was absolutely no semblance of faking. This shocked them. After all, it was too bizarre for the flames to roam the sky and be extinguished in a matter of moments. A few days later, the Mensa Club sent an invitation to Tang Fong, a mysterious society known for accepting high IQ talents. Anyone who could get in had an IQ of at least 140. 99% of the world did not have this qualification. However, Tang Fong refused. According to his words, this organization had no use. For a time, this made the Western extranet very embarrassed. And then the Mensa Club also released a statement. IQ 188 is indeed shocking, far more than Einstein and others, but geniuses are ultimately people. And then said that the Mensa Club's various advantages can be cultivated through the efforts of the latter to enhance the IQ. The implication is that Tang Fong is nothing, to which Tang Fong disliked. If hard work works, why do we need geniuses? North City, Yutsai Elementary School. The Special Handling Department had already greeted the principal, informing them that Tang Fong hadn't been exposed to nuclear radiation, so they could rest assured that he could return to school. Of course, it must be kept strictly confidential, because the Federation didn't want the nanotechnology to leak out. Old neighborhood. Although North City rewarded Xia's father and mother with a set of villas, but they did not move there. After all, the old house is the root. In the days when Tang Fong had just returned from the hospital, countless people rushed to visit this little hero every day, and it gradually calmed down later. But this day, Lin Wan's parents came. This made Tang Fong, who was watching TV, startled, thinking that his last bullying of Lin Wan had been exposed. But luckily, that wasn't the purpose of their trip, which made Tang Fong relieved. But the next second he was directly confused, because he had overheard their conversation. Lin Wan's old mom had actually smiled and suggested that Lin Wan and Tang Fong be fixed in a baby marriage. For a moment, this made Tang Fong not know whether to be happy or frustrated, even though he was happy to have a baby marriage with Lin Wan. It's not good to have my marriage finalized like this, is it? In any case, you have to ask me for my opinion, right? Young and pretending to be old. You should be beaten. Xia Shiro on the side saw Tang Feng's contemplative expression, and immediately reached out and pressed his head, saying, in the end, Xia father and mother or politely refused. After all, the child is still small. Fixed doll marriage is too anxious. And the future of the matter, who can say accurate? Later I do not know who leaked the wind. Lin Wan parents. There are countless people have rushed. All want to put their own girl child in Tang Fong fixed doll marriage. This makes Xia's father and mother very speechless. Helpless can only say, Tang Fong is their family's child son-in-law. For a time, this made Xia Shiro dumbfounded. When did I become my brother's child bride? Tang Fong, on the other hand, was laughing his ass off. Meanwhile, North City New Entertainment Media Company. The editor-in-chief at the moment was in a hurry, because everyone in the city knew that Tang Fong was the hotspot right now, and whoever could give him an exclusive interview would explode in popularity. But everyone failed, being directly thanked by Xia's father and mother. They didn't want Tang Fong to continue to be exposed to the limelight, begging them to spare this child. Right, Zhang Fei Fei. In the next second, the chief editor suddenly tapped his head and thought of someone. The last time Tang Fong was able to receive an exclusive interview, it was thanks to this intern. And at that moment, he called him in. Yutsai Primary School. Outside the school gate, Tang Fong had just stepped out of the school gate with his school bag on his back, and with a glance, he saw Zhang Fei Fei in the distance. He was very impressed with this beauty. After all, she was the one who was the first to fool herself into an interview with Ultraman. Miss Sister looking for me? At that moment, Tang Fong walked over with small steps and looked up to ask. Zhang Fei Fei was a little excited when she saw Tang Fong, but it was very hesitant. After all, his parents had said not to disturb his normal life. It was really difficult for her to open her mouth this time. Are you looking for an interview with me? I can promise you. Tang Fong knew her purpose because not many people had come to ask about mom and dad recently. For a moment, Zhang Fei Fei was shocked. She was completely surprised that Tang Fong had agreed without her saying anything. Why? Because you're light. If I didn't promise you, light wouldn't exist. Tang Fong mischievously blinked his big eyes and said. Although Tang Fong accepted the interview, he didn't head to the company with Zhang Fei Fei. After all, he promised his mom that he wouldn't be exposed to the limelight. Zhang Fei Fei does not mind this. After all, can promise to interview is very happy. At that moment, took out the cell phone on the sidewalk to conduct a simple interview. After going back, the editor-in-chief, although a little disappointed but still very excited, This is also considered an exclusive interview, and immediately ordered to go down. Let people start editing, ready to warm up the broadcast. Zhang Fei, on the other hand, returned to her workstation and opened her computer to search. We will all become light. If no one in this world believes in light anymore, Dijia won't appear. A moment later, Zhang Fei laughed bitterly. So this was the meaning of what Tang Feng said. Old neighborhood. Xia's father and mother saw the news broadcast by New Entertainment Media, and although they frowned at this, they were relieved. They knew very well inwardly that this child Tang Feng was too dazzling to be completely suppressed, but he had handled it well too. Some time had passed since the accident at the North City nuclear power plant, and Tang Feng's campus life was peaceful, smoothly moving into the 6th grade. 3 days later, a video was released on the Western extranet, instantly setting the world ablaze. The Eagle Kingdom had finally invented the 5th-generation fighter stealth technology after years of research, realizing a huge breakthrough. This made the whole world feel a huge pressure, because as far as the current technological landscape was concerned, fighter stealth technology would be the mainstream of the future. Whoever was able to take a small step ahead would have an absolute advantage in the future landscape. Chapter 19, Tang Feng's Bad Intentions. Longgui was also the first to order the Dragon Science Academy to seize the time to research, and never lag behind for too long. This time, the North City Special Handling Department, Lin Guodong had learned his lesson and also immediately asked Tang Feng, wanted to ask him what he thought about this, whether it would bring another surprise. Tang Feng shook his head after hearing this. He had indeed obtained the 6th-generation fighter stealth technology, but it wouldn't be announced right away. This was because it would create a trend that would lead to the interruption of federal technology. After all, if everything depended on him, then who would still work hard? Moreover, as one of the world's great powers, Dragon Kingdom's warplane stealth technology had always been at the top of the list. The 5th-generation stealth technology had been under research, and under heavy pressure it was believed that it wouldn't take long to make a breakthrough. Tang Feng would not make a move until it was absolutely necessary. This point, Du Lao is also very agreeable. He directly pointed out at the meeting, we cannot count on everything Tang Feng. They must also work hard. As expected, before long, under Du Lao's leadership, the Dragon Science Academy completed its breakthrough. The Dragon State is also the second major country to have researched the stealth technology of the 5th-generation fighter jet after the Eagle State. This made Tang Feng very pleased. Lansong City, Yutsai Primary School organized a picnic, and the address was chosen to be within the forest park in Lansong City. The forest park covered a very wide area, and was also the largest undeveloped primitive forest area within the current federal territory. The deepest part is even a volcano, known as the flat-topped volcano, but it is a dead fire, has not erupted for thousands of years, becoming a famous tourist attraction. Tang Feng stood at the bottom of the forest, looking out into the distance. The scenery was exceptionally beautiful. At this time, he had a sudden thought, wanting to use his black technology fingers to see if this flat-topped volcano would still erupt. A moment later, Tang Feng's face changed drastically, because according to the deduction, he was shocked to find that this dead volcano that hadn't erupted for over 1,000 years had a certain chance of erupting, and the exact time could not be deduced at the moment, but it would never be very far away. For a moment, Tang Feng was creeped out inside. The black technology fingers would not be wrong. Then the forest park must be closed. After all, this place was a federal Class 5A tourism prohibited area. A large number of travelers would come to play every day. Once the flat-top volcano erupted, the consequences would be unimaginable. Tang Feng, what are you doing? Right at this moment, Lin Wan from the distance walked over. She stretched out her small hand and waved it in front of Tang Feng's eyes. Nothing. Tang Feng snapped out of his shock and responded with a somewhat grave tone. This matter had to be notified to Lin Guodong no matter what, so that they could lead the experts to come and investigate. The picnic was several hundred kilometers away in Lansong City, and Yutsai Primary School was expected to be a 2-day excursion, so Tang Feng was currently unable to notify Lin Guodong. Plus this kind of thing definitely needed to be discussed in detail in person. Moreover, black tech fingers couldn't determine the exact time of the outbreak. There was just a certain chance that maybe he was overthinking it. Teacher told us to go gather some firewood. Lin Wan babbled, directly pulling the dazed Tang Feng towards the distance. The forest park had a special picnic place, so there was no need to worry about causing a mountain fire. The huge poplar forest was beautiful with leaves sprinkled all over the place. Do you know, Lin Wan? Your mom wants to give you to me as a child bride. Under a hillside, the 4 fields were empty and deserted. Tang Feng looked at the little ninny in front of him and suddenly laughed badly. He didn't fool around. He had indeed overheard it with his own ears. Impossible. Lin Wan, who was walking in front, suddenly turned around and disliked with an incredulous face. Her mom wouldn't do this. Also, who wanted to marry this bare child who knew how to bully her all day long? Tang Feng didn't say anything after hearing this. His face kept a smile on his face. Then he trotted to the side and picked some flowers and plants, then braided them into a garland. My little princess. Angry? Tang Feng walked over and directly put the garland on Lin Wan's head. Girls loved this kind of cute stuff, so a flower garland was all it took to clean it up. Lin Wan didn't say anything, just shyly lowered her head. Although she was only 10 years old, now was not like the past. All kinds of resources were more developed and students were more precocious. She didn't know what love was, but knew that she somewhat liked Tang Feng. Just as she was dazed, Tang Feng suddenly leaned over and hugged her, causing screams. You're my child bride now. Don't believe me? Go back and ask your mom. Tang Feng laughed evilly. There was no one in the four fields anyway, and it wasn't exactly bullying on his part. A moment later, Tang Feng was thrilled in his heart. It seemed like he had made a small success by bringing her papayas every day in the past. Come to my house when the picnic is over. I have a surprise for you. In the end, Tang Feng said with a bad smile on his face, since he was going to implement the goddess raising program, he naturally had to start screening her type. Was it the well-behaved type or the queen type? For this reason he quietly used Xia Shiro's account and purchased some lowly clothes online. This Lin Wan would definitely look good in them. 2 days later, the picnic ended, and the crowd returned to the North City by chartered bus. Before parting, Tang Feng kept winking at Lin Wan and handed her a note, then ran towards home with his backpack. Tomorrow he would think of a way to expense his old sister and then have Lin Wan come over. Old neighborhood. When Tang Feng returned in an excited mood, he was dumbfounded, followed by an ominous premonition growing, because he saw his old sister Xia Shiro just sitting on the sofa. At the moment, she was glaring at him with an angry face. What's wrong with old sister? At that moment, Tang Feng said sheepishly with a smirk on his face, not knowing what had happened. You stole my account to buy this, right? Xia Shiro gasped and gritted her teeth. This bare child. Stealing his own account is fine. The question is, what did you buy? At that moment, she reached out and poked the courier on the coffee table. Oh, exempt. In an instant, Tang Feng's face changed dramatically, and then were on the verge of crying. God-damned courier. Not told you not so enthusiastic. Do not deliver? Now it's good. Directly caught by the old sister. Tell me, what did you buy these for? Good guy. Lowly clothes? Cat ear clothes? Nurse's clothes? Teacher's clothes? You're having a big party. I don't think you have a fetish for that. Do you? You want to be a girl? Xia Shiro waved a fly swatter in her hand. This matter had to be clarified. This kid definitely didn't have a mental disorder. Otherwise he wouldn't have brought papayas for his female classmates to eat. So that ruled out the motive of him wearing them himself. Could it be? In the next second, Xia Shiro's face changed drastically. Then she stood up with a brush. You brat. You couldn't be thinking of wearing it for Lin Wan, right? Xia Shiro became even more angry. The fly swatter in her hand was shaking violently. The last time she gave someone a papaya to eat, their parents were angry. Although the back came to mention the matter of the doll's marriage, but obviously joking mostly. Nowadays this Tang Feng also buy these clothes for people to wear. What is the idea? Chapter 20, Surprise. The dead volcano will erupt? Other people were also little girls who were only 10 years old. Fart big. Sloppy thinking. Xia Shiro gritted her teeth. She had to educate this bare child today. Old sister, you misunderstood. I bought it for you. Tang Feng quickly explained. If he admitted that he was wearing it for Lin Wan, wouldn't mom and dad cut him to death? At his age, he was playing so fancy, he would probably have to be arranged by his dad for physiological knowledge lectures again. Do you think I will believe it? Xia Shiro heard, kept waving the fly swatter in her hand. She admitted that she likes hanfu, but didn't say that she likes lowly clothes, cat ear clothes, etc. And how much does it mean to give it to yourself? And to give it to herself, what does it mean? Asshole, you know how to molest your old sister? Should be beaten. In the end, Tang Feng still cannot avoid a burst of cleaning up. This is good. Originally wanted to see Lin Wan in the future to see what route is suitable for the plan is also out of the question. But in the end, he also had his fill of eye candy. Xia Shiro picked a sailor suit from it to put on. It was just a bit smaller, but it presented her body perfectly. At this time, Tang Feng realized that his old sister was so material. Miscalculation. And not to mention, his own sister is indeed very beautiful. I heard that the class is still the flower, the pursuit of people quite a lot. Hey, you're my child bride, don't get hooked by others. For a moment, Tang Feng couldn't help but laugh badly. Xiaoshiro was stunned for a few moments after hearing this. Then she blackened her face and picked up the fly swatter on the coffee table again. Wannabe stinky brother, bear child, Yutsai Elementary School. This day Lin Wan didn't pay attention to him, because he had stood her up and said that he would come to her that afternoon. Tang Feng was helpless at this. There was no way. He was discovered by Xiaoshiro and ended up getting chipped twice. Girls get angry regardless of their age. Tang Feng was also clueless. After school, he found Su Lan and asked him to take him to the special handling department. After all, through the black technology fingers, it was deduced that the flat-top dead volcano was likely to erupt. It was necessary to make Lin pay attention to it, and it was best to send professionals to go and check it out to eliminate any future problems. Special handling department, inside the conference room. Do you have any evidence? Lin Guodong was grave after hearing this. There was no joking about this. He couldn't possibly make a big deal out of it just based on Tang Feng's words. You don't believe me? Tang Feng responded with a serious face. He was really bad at explaining. After all, I can't say I obtained the system, right? That would really be pulled by the Dragon Science Academy to draw blood and slice it for research. It's not a matter of believing it or not. Lin Guodong was helpless. Tang Feng was a person he knew. Although he was only 10 years old, he was very serious about his work and wouldn't fake it. But you tell me that the flat-topped extinct volcano might erupt based on an intuition alone. How do you want me to report it? And the forest park is an important economic source for Lansong City. Without 100% confirmation, that side will not agree to close. And it's not just the forest park that will be closed. The whole city will have to be evacuated. That's a big move. If it comes to an oops, who will bear the loss? Anyway, I've said this, if it really breaks out at that time, don't blame me for not informing you. In the end, Tang Feng didn't want to say anymore, and left after putting down these words. Inside the conference room, Su Lan and the others all looked at Lin Guodong. It wasn't like they didn't believe in Tang Feng's words, but after all, there was no definite evidence. It wasn't good to make a decision. Let's report it up first. A moment later, Lin Guodong spoke, then dialed the phone. The federal executives were also shocked to hear about it, and after learning that it was Tang Feng who had reported it, they hesitated. On the one hand, Tang Feng was indeed a prodigy and couldn't be recognized as a 10-year-old, but on the other hand, it was a bit too hasty for him to rely on a hunch alone. However, just to be on the safe side, they still notified the Dragon Science Academy. They were equally shocked when they learned of it, and immediately dispatched geographers and formed a specialized research team to Lansong City. Flat-top dead volcano. This volcano hasn't erupted for over 1,000 years, and it's probed every so often. It's impossible for it to erupt. The geography research team couldn't help but mutter. They recognized Tang Feng, the 10-year-old avatar's greatness, but in this case thought he was being overly cautious. After all, a hunch that negated the results of their previous scientific investigation was unconvincing. However, an order had been given from above, so they still had to investigate carefully. Several days later, the results came out. Everyone was relieved. There was no possibility of this dead volcano erupting. For the first time, Tang Feng, the 10-year-old genius, had miscalculated, but it wasn't his fault. After all, he was only a 10-year-old child after all. Seeing a dangerous existence like a volcano, it was a normal reaction to have infinite reveries and fears within his heart. North City. Lin Guodong was also relieved after getting the test results, and then informed Tang Feng. Tang Feng just frowned after hearing about it. The black tech fingers wouldn't make a mistake, but the exact time couldn't be deduced yet. Maybe he was overthinking it? This dead volcano did have the possibility of erupting, but maybe in a few decades or hundreds of years. At that moment, he also no longer pay attention. And at the moment the mood is very good, because Xiaoshiro told her that her mom called a sum of money over, letting its weekend time to take him to Magic City to have fun. Magic City is an international metropolis, naturally much better than that industrialized city in North City. Because of his age, Tang Feng couldn't buy a ticket, so the two could only come by bus. Although Tang Feng had traveled across, the planning of this parallel world wasn't much different from the original Blue Star. In his previous life, he was a person from Magic City, and now that he was back in Magic City, he looked very emotional. Hotel. Because it was already afternoon after arriving in Magic City, the residents had to be taken care of first. Tang Feng had gifted the technology to the Federation last time, and had received the reward of a set of villas in Magic City, but he didn't intend to go over there. Wasn't it good to share a room with Xiaoshiro? Although he was his oldest sister, the two were not related by blood, and he was adopted. In this regard, Xiaoshiro didn't have any thoughts. After all, Tang Feng is a little bit bigger. Only 10 years old, what can he understand? After opening a good room, she followed her mom's request to take Tang Feng for a good stroll. The Magic City at night is indeed much more lively than the North City. A variety of neon lights flashing. Very beautiful. Street food was also something that made the two of them linger. Immediately afterwards, Xiaoshiro led Tang Feng to the mall, ready to buy him some new clothes. Tang Feng, as the hero of the Federation, was also quickly recognized, and for a while countless people crowded around and took pictures with him. Thanks to his blessing, the two purchased things without spending any money. After all, Tang Feng now brought his own traffic, was a walking money tree. Whoever could get a little bit involved with him, that didn't worry about sales, because Tang Feng was too dazzling. It was completely impossible to shop properly. For a time Xiaoshiro had to take him back to the hotel. Chapter 21 Press Conference. Question Tang Feng. Room 404. You wash first or me first? Xiaoshiro moved her body, then looked at Tang Feng and said, Old sister, you don't love me anymore. You used to help me rub my back. Now you're starting to dislike me. Tang Feng sat on the edge of the bed, looking at her with an aggrieved face and said. This made Xiaoshiro's head fill with black lines. That was all when she was a child, because her mom and dad worked outside all year round. She was acting as a sister and a mom at the same time. But now Tang Feng was 10 years old and more or less understood things, and still asked herself to help him? Especially this guy by Lolita Online. Let her have to be afraid. Asshole, you know that you let your female classmates eat papaya every day. Hurry up, or I'll chip you. In the end, Xiaoshiro crossed her arms and spoke viciously. Helplessly, Tang Feng let out a long sigh and walked into the bathroom alone and without a trace. This pretense of being old-fashioned made Xiaoshiro cry and laugh. After washing up, Xiaoshiro directly turned off the TV and lamp, urging Tang Feng to sleep obediently. Older sister, can I join you? People. Afraid. Tang Feng blinked her big eyes and muttered with a scared face, claiming that he had come to a strange place and couldn't sleep at night. This made Xiaoshiro couldn't help but roll her eyes. But in the end, she waved her hand and agreed to his request. For a moment, Tang Feng was thrilled and ran over barefoot. Don't wet the bed, ha! Xiaoshiro threatened, but she quickly frowned as she realized that this bare child was actually hugging her to death. No matter how she pushed it, it was useless, and when she looked back she started snoring. This made her extremely speechless, and in the end, she could only force herself to sleep. Lansong City, Forest Park. Although because of Tang Feng's admonition, the Federation was really worried, but in the end, under the examination, it was concluded that there was no possibility of the extinct volcano erupting. This made everyone breathe a sigh of relief. The Forest Park also informed the results out, so that the masses didn't have to worry. At nightfall, the park was about to close. Patrol squads drove around and started checking the area, reminding the tourists who were still inside to leave in time. Just then, the squad that was patrolling suddenly felt a tremor. The ancient trees around them were shaking, and there were even many night crows hoof-calling and animals running around. However, they didn't pay too much attention to it, because due to the terrain of flat top, some crustal movements would occur throughout the year, causing earthquakes to appear. This was a very common phenomenon, and it quickly returned to calm, so they didn't report it. Magic City Tour. Tang Feng and Xiaoshiro was not happy at all, although the white took a lot of things, but the whole thing was surrounded by countless people, the whole with watching the zoo gorillas in general. At that moment, he returned to the North City in advance. Although Lin Guodong told him that geography experts went to Pingdian to investigate, the dead volcano will not erupt, but Tang Feng is still a little uneasy, so he took a half-day vacation with the school and traveled to Lansong City by car alone. Forest Park. Tang Feng looked out at the dead volcano in the distance and once again used his black technology fingers. This time, his entire body was shocked, because according to the deduction, he learned that the chances of this extinct volcano recovering and erupting had greatly increased, but the exact time still couldn't be deduced. The chances of the flat-top dead volcano erupting had increased greatly. This shocked Tang Feng, and at that moment, he hurriedly returned to North City to inform Lin Guodong of this matter. Special Handling Department. Inside the conference room. You're overthinking it. Lin Guodong didn't react to hearing this. Instead, he persuaded Tang Feng. After all, The Longko Academy side had already sent a team of geography experts over to assess the situation, and the flat-topped extinct volcano wouldn't erupt, and Tangfeng couldn't come up with any substantial evidence. It was purely intuition. How could this be believed? You're considered a scientific researcher. How can you be superstitious? Lin Guodong didn't care and sent Tangfeng out with a smile. Geniuses were still children after all, rich in imagination. Seeing something scary would breed fear, a very natural phenomenon. This made Tangfeng helpless and angry. The black tech finger definitely can't go wrong, but he can't leak it out. Otherwise the whole world will want to catch him for research. New Entertainment Media Company. This was originally a small company that wasn't very well known in the industry, but because it had gotten an exclusive interview with Tangfeng twice, it had gotten a lot of attention. At this moment, after Tangfeng left the special handling department, he took a taxi and arrived. It immediately caused an uproar. Why did you come? After Jiang Fei got the news, she rushed down in the elevator and saw Tangfeng in the lobby lounge. Without further ado, can you hold a conference for me right away? Tangfeng waved his hand. Now that the situation was critical and the special handling department had ignored his advice, he could only choose to inform the crowd through the media. As for whether people believed it or not, he didn't know. Just do it with a clear conscience anyway. Now, happiness came too suddenly, and Jiang Fei felt that it was a bit unrealistic, and it wasn't until Tangfeng twisted her sneer that she reacted. With that, he hurriedly led her up to the 15th floor. After receiving the notice, the chief editor directly ordered to stop all current work and fully prepare for the upcoming conference. He was completely surprised that Tangfeng, the 10-year-old genius, had taken the initiative to come to his door. The efficiency of the various departments was quick, and they instantly notified Tangfeng of the upcoming conference, which instantly attracted countless people to watch. Under the limelight, many cameras were aimed at Tangfeng. Jiang Fei on the side was still a bit nervous, smiling without showing her teeth as she looked towards Tangfeng, waiting for him to speak. Hello everyone, I'm Tangfeng. Today's conference is mainly held to tell you all one thing. The extinct volcano in Lansong City's forest park will erupt soon, so I hope that Lansong City will treat it harshly. It's best to close the forest park and conduct a citywide evacuation. A moment later, Tangfeng turned to the camera with a serious face. He couldn't say the exact reason, but repeatedly cautioned everyone that this matter would never be false. Wow! With these words, Jiang Fei and the others were all horrified, completely unable to imagine that Tangfeng had called a press conference to talk about this matter. Because some time ago, the Dragon Science Academy had dispatched geography experts to Lansong City to investigate. They all knew that it wasn't a secret. It also turned out that dead volcano wouldn't erupt, so that people wouldn't start rumors and cause panic. But now, Tangfeng had actually told the entire Federation in front of them that dead volcano would erupt, which for a moment had left the crowd confused, not knowing who to believe. The many viewers in front of the TV were the same. But there were still some people who chose to believe Tangfeng. After all, although he was only 10 years old, the contributions he had made over this period of time were there for all to see. Moreover, if he really lied, it wouldn't do him any favors, so he wouldn't have to lift a stone to hit his own feet. Another part of the people scoffed at this, saying that Tangfeng was indeed powerful, a 10-year-old prodigy, but it was impossible for him to even be proficient in geography, right? Besides, a team of experts had already carefully investigated and confirmed that the extinct volcano wouldn't erupt. So they speculated, could it be that this 10-year-old prodigy had drifted, bound by capital interests? A hype? In the face of the overwhelming chatter and criticism, Tangfeng no longer said anything. Things had come to this, he had done his best. Chapter 22, Lansong Gala. Tangfeng was mocked. Such a huge commotion naturally caused resistance from the Dragon Science Academy's side, especially that group of geography experts. After all, Tangfeng was undoubtedly slapping them in the face for doing so. For a time, they also held a press conference, severely accusing Tangfeng of this bearish behavior, and criticizing the hype team behind him, who simply didn't even care about their faces for the sake of greater profits. Know what you're doing? Closing down Forest Park and evacuating the entire city. How much human resources and economic loss must this take? North City, Special Handling Department. Lin Guodong has a headache. This kid is really a bear. The higher-ups ordered him to go ahead and persuade Tangfeng and have him apologize to the public. Negate the rumor that the dead volcano on Flat Top was about to erupt. After all, public opinion in Lansong City was about to explode right now. And in 2 days, it'll be their annual celebration in Lansong City, Forest Park. As the local cash cow, will be hosting a sumptuous extravaganza. This rumor had undoubtedly caused them to suffer a huge economic loss. For a time, Tang Feng had been reduced from the previous hero of the Federation to the bare child that everyone blamed. In response, Tang Feng just laughed coldly and refused to apologize to the public, claiming that every word he said was true, and said, "Since you all do not believe me, then just as you like. I slipped away. Only, if something really happened, don't come to me. This matter has nothing to do with me." Tang Feng, 1 cent. Tang Feng felt chilled for the first time. He felt that he did have nothing to do. On the internet, there was an unbelievably hot debate about this incident. Some people thought that they should choose to believe Tang Feng, even though he was only 10 years old. Whether it was the Mountain City fire or the nuclear power plant incident, he had handled it all very well and couldn't possibly lie. There are also people who think that it's because he's only 10 years old that he would commit bare child things, especially now that money and power society is presumably inculcated by interests. Old neighborhood. Xia's father and mother were very angry at the people accusing Tang Feng on the internet, and they kept disliking them externally, saying that their child wouldn't lie. But their rebuttals were like waves in the ocean, quickly drowned out by a variety of voices. There were even some radicals who had previously disliked Tang Feng who came outside the neighborhood to cause trouble, blatantly accusing Tang Feng of definitely joining a certain team or labor union for the sake of greater financial gain. He didn't even have the face to carry the tempo. There were also rumors that the flat-topped extinct volcano would erupt. So irresponsible. Luckily, the Special Handling Department came over in time to resolve the situation before it caused too much of an impact. Hey, why don't you kid just issue a statement of apology to the public? Lin Guodong felt a headache over this incident. With things having developed to this point, he was also quite distressed for Tang Feng. After all, he was only 10 years old, and from the previous all-network pursuit to the current sky-high accusations, no one else would be able to accept it. But this was also normal, because a person who was too hot would easily attract the black, especially with the 10-year-old attribute. In response, Tang Feng directly refused, stating that he had a clear conscience. Xia's father and mother also showed drastic resistance to the Special Handling Department, the outskirts of North City. In order to keep Tang Feng from being affected, Xia Shiro specially took him away from the hustle and bustle of the city and came out to take a break. "Shiro, is this that brother of yours? Oh my god, I actually saw the little genius with my own eyes." Xia Shiro was well liked in school. After all, she was the school flower girl, and many of her friends had come at the moment, and they were all loyal supporters of Tang Feng. "Brother Tang, do you still lack a pendant for your thigh?" A group of people much older than Tang Feng had gathered around, constantly sizing up Tang Feng. This made Tang Feng speechless. "Do you guys think I'm a national treasure?" At the same time, he was also observing these people to see who was plotting against his old sister. After all, he wasn't related to Xia Shiro by blood. His own old sister was so beautiful. As the saying goes, fertilizer doesn't flow into outsiders' fields. Ahem. These people also knew that Tang Feng was currently in a difficult situation, and his young mind had probably been dealt a blow, so they were smart enough not to mention anything online. Afterwards, a group of people organized a barbecue, picnic, playing games and other activities. A group of people had a good time. At the same time, several hundred kilometers away from Lansong City, today was the annual event of Lansong City, which was held in the forest park. At this moment, it was bustling with countless tourists coming to visit for vacation, and there were even large-scale singing parties and various acrobatic performances. Above the flat-topped dead volcano, buzzing, the helicopter was hovering at a low altitude. Inside it sat many media reporters, at the moment following up on the dead volcano. The edge of the dead volcano, the head of Lansong City was wearing fancy pants. He held a microphone in one hand and kept shaking it at the helicopter in the sky. "Ladies, gentlemen, welcome to Lansong City. Today is the annual extravaganza event. I hope you all have a great time," the head of Lansong said with an excited look. The annual extravaganza would bring countless economic benefits to Lansong City. That was why he was furious at Tang Feng's unsubstantiated prediction. The tourists in the forest park were also raising their bottles in the air and cheering non-stop. "I'm currently at the edge of the flat-top dead volcano, which is our Lansong City's iconic attraction. But don't worry everyone, it's a dead volcano, and hasn't erupted for 1,000 years. What's more, not long ago, the geography experts from the Dragon Science Academy just came to scrutinize it, so we can completely guarantee that it's very safe. So those bare children's remarks on the internet, we don't have to take them seriously. Certain people are drifted. Let's be generous and forgive him." The person in charge of Lansong City opened his mouth to the many cameras. His tone was a bit conspiratorial, which instantly led to countless people screaming, because everyone knew that he was mocking Tang Feng. We all know Tang Feng, this 10-year-old kid from North City. Ha ha ha. He's a genius without a doubt, and a hero of the Federation. But he's a kid after all. People will always make mistakes, not to mention a child. So I hope everyone won't mock him too much. After all, we're mature adults who have to learn to be tolerant. The head of Lansong City continued to lead the rhythm, instantly pushing the atmosphere on the field to the extreme. Most of the people who had come on this tour and vacation were online spammers, keyboard warriors, and they didn't believe Tang Feng's predictions at all. In the end, the head of Lansong City even danced a horseback riding dance in the crater, to use their practical actions to show that this volcano would not erupt. Just at this moment, the ground suddenly trembled violently. There were many birds and beasts that were restless and scurried out from the forest, constantly flying away or escaping. However, because the atmosphere of the scene was too hot, it completely covered up these strange movements. Even if someone found out, they only took it as a local program and even went to tease those little animals. After all, due to Lansong City's geographic location, there were often slight small tremors. Chapter 23, The Roar of the Volcano. Tang Feng the 10-year-old little genius. I sincerely invite you to our grand event. Ha ha ha. Let's show you whether it will or not. Rumble. Just as the head of Lansong City shouted at the camera to Tang Feng across the room, a strange change occurred. Only the dead volcano suddenly trembled violently, and then a monstrous magma gushed out, instantly drowning the dancing someone. Rumble. Rolling smoke rose in all directions, accompanied by volcanic ash. Buzzing. What's going on here? The pilots inside the helicopters hovering at a low altitude were directly stunned at the sight of this scene. Afterward, a chill instantly grew in their hearts. Could it be that the dead volcano had really erupted as Tang Feng had said? Inside the forest park, countless tourists were also dead silent. However, they soon cheered once again. They had thought that this was the surprise of the extravaganza event, an acrobatic show that Lansong had purposely arranged. Was its purpose to ridicule Tang Feng? All over the Federation, many news columns and countless experts saw this phenomenon and thought the same. They all marveled at the fact that Lansong really knew how to play, and the special effects were quite good. The program's effects exploded. Logically, the next thing that should have happened was that the head of Lansong suddenly appeared and cheered wildly at the camera. But soon, they realized something was wrong, because after a long time, the head of Lansong didn't show up, and that dead volcano trembled even more. Countless birds chirped and many beasts scurried into the crowd. This time people really panicked. Rumble, rumble. Across the screen, everyone could clearly feel Forest Park trembling. On the volcano, many debris rolled down, followed by a stream of lava gushing out. Wow! Seeing this scene, the crowd panicked. Everyone stood up, their faces changing drastically. This was not a special effect, nor was it a program effect. It was that dead volcano really revived and erupted. Lansong City, Forest Park. The ground was trembling violently. The dead volcano kept spewing out. Magma accompanied by volcanic ash rose up to the sky, like a mushroom cloud, instantly obscuring the huge canopy. Countless fireballs catapulted out, falling down in all directions. What was originally a lively extravaganza was instantly turned into a fiery hell. Countless people were dumbfounded. Ah! Save me! There were tragic situations in all directions. Some people looked at the sky and were directly hit by a fireball, instantly turning into a fireman, rolling around on the ground miserably and screaming miserably. Some people were directly tripped by the animals that rushed over, crying and howling on the ground. Volcanic ash spilled from the sky, carrying a blazing heat. Oxygen was instantly extinguished, causing a severe sense of suffocation. Rumble. The volcano, which hadn't erupted in the last 1,000 years, seemed to have been provoked into anger by the people. Raging and hot waves of air swept the flames and danced in the air. The eruption of magma around the crater caused a huge tremor. The ground was cracking, and hot magma scurried out. The situation in the distant Lansong City was no better. On the streets, concrete roads cracked and buildings were crumbling. Countless fireballs crashed down, smashing into roadside cars, often resulting in an explosion. At the same time, millions of people in Lansong City wailed and frantically began to flee for their lives. And this scene was all put out through a live broadcast. The internet went completely silent. Everyone stopped arguing and all couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. The images that originally only existed in movies now appeared in reality. The scene was just too terrifying. The cameras used for filming were also interrupted one after another. Countless people could only see that the entire Lansong city was about to be engulfed by a sky full of volcanic ash and lava. Magic City, Dragon Science Academy. Inside the conference room, didn't you guys fucking investigate? Sure that dead volcano won't erupt? Now who's going to tell me what's going on? The top management of the Federation showed a great deal of shock and anger at this accident. Their sharp eyes were eager to stare a hole through those geography experts. More so, they questioned them. When you went to research and inspect before, did you not even take a closer look? Is not out of work, just went through the motions? In response, many geography experts also cried foul. They said this kind of thing, how dare they, perfunctory. Indeed is seriously check the dead volcano. Indeed, there is no possibility of an eruption. But who knows? It really exploded. This explanation made the Federation's top management more and more angry, and they directly slammed the door and left. It's no use regretting it now. The special department could only immediately convene a meeting to discuss rescue ploys. So at the very first moment, they dispatched this group of geography experts to Lansong City. Inside a secure conference room in Lansong City, many local executives were gathered, and all of them had ugly faces. After all, Tang Feng had released a statement long ago, saying that the flat-top deadly volcano would erupt, and asking them to prepare a response policy in advance. But as a result, no one believed it. Elder Du was also so angry that he almost fainted. At first, he had supported Tang Feng, but nah, others trusted the geography experts more. Nowadays, it seemed that these bullshit experts and bricklayers were more or less the same. A bunch of people who had studied geography for decades were still no match for a 10-year-old bear child? Simply hilarious. North City, suburb, Xiaoshiro and the others saw all of this through the internet. After all, the internet was already incredibly noisy. Numerous netizens had swiped their screens and expressed their apologies to Tang Feng. In response, Tang Feng just sneered, then sighed. He had long ago sent out a warning to the public, doing his best to do all he could as a child, but no one believed it. Such were the consequences of arrogance. Magic Capital, Dragon Science Academy. The top management of the Federation had held an emergency meeting to discuss the rescue ploy for this Lansong volcano eruption. That batch of geography experts had already left first. Pull the shang by yourself. Wipe it yourself. Accompanying them are the Federation's top brass, who will directly take over the local authority of Lansong and carry out the evacuation of the whole city and other emergency treatments. The most important thing today is how to face Tang Feng. The hero of the Federation in the Lansong incident more than once warned the crowd that the flat-top dead volcano will erupt. But what was the result? It was even if no one believed it. He was also condemned by countless people. Some even bluntly said that he had drifted. There were even people who thought that he was deliberately joining forces with Lansong City to speculate. No matter what, Tang Feng had suffered a torrent of abuse this time. An ordinary person wouldn't necessarily be able to withstand such a storm of words, let alone a 10-year-old child. Would his young mind be left with a shadow? What do you guys say? The federal executives were very guilty and fretted a bit. For a while, everyone in the conference room was silent. They had no experience with this kind of thing. After all, they were the officials. When did they ever need to care about other people's faces? But not this time. What else can we do? Go apologize first. Chapter 24, I'm not going to be a toolman. Finally, Du Lao stood up trembling, disgruntled. He looked at some people. These people were just too arrogant and chose to believe the so-called experts, and letting the keyboard warriors on the internet attack Tang Feng. Otherwise wouldn't this have happened? Although Tang Feng was only 10 years old, his knowledge in the field of physics made him feel admiration. After all, the invention of the solid crystal ball, which contained the principle of nuclear fusion, had given him great inspiration and direction. Elder Du was the father of nuclear bombs in the Federation, a titan of physics. No one would object to his criticism. And besides, this matter was indeed something they had done wrong, and all of them agreed at once. North City, airport. The entire airport was under martial law, with many special forces standing guard, prohibiting anyone from entering, because there was a special plane coming from the Magic Capital. Inside was an important high-ranking person from the Federation, who had specially come this time to personally apologize to Tang Feng. Lin Guodong had wanted to receive Tang Feng into the special handling department, but it was rejected by the top brass. The federal top brass understood very well. This time, they must apologize at the door. Only then would it appear to be sincere. Old neighborhood. Xia's father and mother were apprehensive. After all, the top brass, who could only be seen on TV, had arrived in person. causing them to panic. Little friend Tang, we were wrong this time. We apologize to you on behalf of the Federation. We will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation this time. One of the Dragon Kingdom executives looked at Tang Feng on the sofa and said with a sincere expression, "This apology, Tang Feng could afford it." On the sofa, Tang Feng saw this big official. Inwardly, although he was still furious and chilled, he also forced a smile to express that it was fine. After all, the federal top brass had personally come over to apologize, so he could still play with his temper? In the end, both sides shook hands and made peace. Only anyone could see that Tang Feng's smile was even worse than crying. The entire network also apologized, admitting that they had misunderstood Tang Feng before, and that he was a true hero of the Federation. Special Handling Department. Lin Guodong and the others also looked guilty, unable to face Tang Feng. Even he had privately slapped himself a few times. If he had chosen to trust Tang Feng, the tragedy in Lanshan City wouldn't have happened. Tang Feng, I'm sorry. The entire sect then bowed to Tang Feng. In response, Tang Feng just waved his hand. What was the use of talking about this now? He had come this time to cooperate with the Special Handling Department and study how to solve the Lanshan volcano eruption. Are you guys out of your minds? Inside the conference room, Tang Feng directly sneered, not leaving the slightest bit of face for Lin Guodong and the others. Take the solid-state fire extinguishing technology one gave you guys earlier and use it. With that, Tang Feng spoke again, looking furious, especially the Dragon Science Academy in Magic City. Were they all a bunch of old fools? Sending geography experts over was of no use. It would be better to deploy more fire departments and emergency rescue units over. Dead volcano eruption is a foregone conclusion. Now Lanshan is a piece of purgatory, turned into a flaming mountain. Do not use the solid crystal ball. Still want what? Lin Guodong also reacted quickly after hearing this, and then immediately reported the solution up. Finally, under the use of several solid crystal balls, the Lanshan city fire was completely extinguished, and the extinct volcano also stopped erupting. What was left was the emergency rescue and dealing with the aftermath of the disaster. More than half a month later, the federal media uniformly reported the results of the casualties of this disaster, and the entire Dragon Kingdom was in mourning. The Magic Capital side also prepared a grand apology ceremony for Tang Feng, but he directly refused. The current Tang Feng had already come to his senses, stating that he was just a 10-year-old child, and really shouldn't be overly exposed to the limelight. Tang Feng's refusal made the Federation feel remorseful. They felt that this incident had hurt Tang Feng too much, and indeed they shouldn't be asking him to do anything anymore. Even the fact that he hadn't, like the rest of them, felt disappointed with the Federation and turned to the West was already considered giving face. Even though Tang Feng didn't come, the apology ceremony was held as scheduled. After all, they had to give Tang Feng an explanation and show their determination and sincerity. North City. Elder Du was old, but still insisted on coming by airplane. He talked freely with Tang Feng for a long time, just to enlighten him. After all, he was only 10 years old and shouldn't have suffered so much. Little Feng a person who is powerful is also ultimately a person's power. You can't let the Federation become overly dependent on you, otherwise they'll become unmotivated. This was Du Lao's admonition to Tang Feng before he left. Tang Feng understood what Du Lao meant, and he had thought a lot lately. There were some things he really shouldn't get too involved in, even though he had a system that allowed him to obtain super black technology. But every time something happened, he had to ask for his help, and for a short period of time, the technology was advancing. But in the long run, it would make the Federation dependent on him, and technology development would be interrupted. After all, if he could handle it alone, what would the rest of the people research? This was something the West did very well. They also abounded in geniuses, but never relied on them, instead choosing to progress together. Besides, Tang Feng was a human being. Accidents happened every day all over the world. He wasn't a god. It was impossible for him to have the time and the super technology that could cope with every accident. Don't think too much. You're still a child. You're not a tool. At this time, Xiaoshiro slowly walked over and gently swept Tang Feng into her arms. This Lanshan incident had also chilled her to the bone. After all, Tang Feng had given so much for the Federation, had entered the nuclear reactor alone and rescued countless people. But what did he get in exchange in the end? He was just a 10-year-old kid. Tang Feng froze at his words, then his heart cleared up. Right. I'm just a kid. I'm a human being. I'm not a tool person. For a moment, Tang Feng completely woke up. This world still had to be about interests. Being the good old boy didn't end well. Otherwise, when others needed you, they would honor you as a god. And when they didn't need you, they would despise you like trash. From now on, he would only be himself. Even if there was an accident, he would still step in. But he wouldn't be a tool man anymore. Just like Du Lao's persuasion, it costs money to conduct scientific research. Tang Feng decided that in the future, he would set up his own technology company, and take the super technology given by the system into his own hands. Only when you are strong yourself can you go on to do more things and have people give you respect. Otherwise, being the good old boy, being a tool man, even if you give more, you will eventually be taken for granted. The Western foreign networks, which had been silent for a long time, also published a lot in response to this matter. Among them, they seized on the Dragon Kingdom's practice of treating Tang Feng as a toolman, and made a series of overtures to him, because in the West, geniuses should be respected by people, and shouldn't be philistinically criticized, and they also valued geniuses, citing the column, if this incident had happened in the West, they would certainly have unconditionally listened to Tang Feng's admonition, thus putting an end to the Lansong accident. The series of operations by the Western media had also made the Dragon Federation feel a great deal of pressure, because in this matter, they had indeed made a big mistake, and could clearly feel that Tang Feng was ostracizing them. But fortunately, Tang Feng did not comment on this, still insisting that scientists had national boundaries. It made the Western outfits disappointed, but said that the door would always be open for Tang Feng. Chapter 25, Lin Wan's Imp Costume. Attacking the stock market. Tang Feng, begging for Ba, North City. Tang Feng didn't pay any attention to the comments on the internet. He completely returned to the campus and returned to a peaceful life. There was also very little contact with the special handling department side. Lin Guodong also knew that he couldn't do right by Tang Feng, and in the end chose to transfer Su Lan back and no longer supervise him. Lin Wan came to my house to play today? After school, Tang Feng caught up with Lin Wan with his backpack and spoke with a smile on his face. Mom and the others had already gone out to work, and Xia Shiro had something to do today that would make her come back very late, so this was a great time. Not going. Lin Wan shook her head. She had been stood up last time, making her very unhappy. I've prepared all kinds of nice dolls for you, Tang Feng said relentlessly. If he missed today he wouldn't know when he'd get the chance. He had to lull her over. Upon hearing that there were a lot of dolls, Lin Wan's nice little face was tangled up, but finally nodded. Old neighborhood. You eat some fruit first. Tang Feng told Lin Wan to wait in the living room for a while, then he directly ran into Xia Shiro's room. He soon found the various outfits he had purchased earlier under the bed. Didn't you say you were going to give me dolls? What are these? When Lin Wan realized that she had been snubbed, she immediately beamed in anger. And those costumes Tang Feng gave him, although they were quite pretty, they always felt that there was something strange about them. After all, she was only 10 years old, so how would she know about COS? You'll know where the dolls are when you put them on. Tang Feng couldn't wait to see what the little loli looked like in these clothes. After all, Lin Wan was carefully selected by him. To complete the goddess cultivation program, he now had to see what route she was suitable for. I don't want it. Lin Wan picked up a cat ear dress and instantly shook her head shyly. Although she was only 10 years old, she could tell that these clothes weren't quite right. Coupled with the fact that she had been explained some trivia by her mom before, she quickly understood what Tang Feng meant. It's the same as what my mom said. You know how to bully me before your hair even grows. Thus, Lin Wan beamed and looked at Tang Feng, looking upset. This made Tang Feng embarrassed, and inwardly he couldn't help but sigh. The little girl has grown up. It's not easy to fool her anymore. But the goddess raising program couldn't possibly be given up just like that. Actually, this was bought for my sister. She's going to have a birthday soon. I don't know what's suitable for her to wear, so I wanted to ask you to try it on to help. After thinking about it, Tang Feng started a big snub and promised to take Lin Wan to catch dolls, which she hesitantly agreed to. Then he picked up these clothes and entered Xia Shiro's room. Crunch! A few moments later, Lin Wan walked out in her teacher's clothes, but Tang Feng waved his hand. It seemed like she wasn't suited for this mature style route. Change to the next set. Cat ear clothes won't do. Lowly clothes won't do. In the end, when Lin Wan walked out in a black imp costume, Tang Feng directly did a double take. It was a queen's costume with a dark style, and it fit just right. So Lin Wan looked extraordinarily stunning in it. This made Tang Feng couldn't help but smack his lips. Good lord. It was completely unexpected that this niece had queenly attributes in the future. Alright, Lin Wan looked coy and shy. After all, this set of clothes was too mature, making her very uncomfortable. If mom and dad saw it, she would be screwed. Wait a little longer, cough cough. Tang Feng waved his hand. He hadn't appreciated it enough. It was simply absolute. Although Lin Wan was only 10 years old, she was now a full meter 4 in height, and was definitely heading towards 1 meter 6'7" in the future. Long legs, white skin, coupled with the fact that he often let it eat papaya, the body that is naturally a hem. Lin Wan also noticed Tang Feng's gaze, which made her very uncomfortable, and at that moment directly ran back to her room. Humph, not with you anymore. Lin Wan came out and directly glared at Tang Feng before running off. This niece is suitable for the queen route. I'll have to cultivate her temperament then. Tang Feng didn't stop Lin Wan from slipping away. Sitting alone on the sofa and giggling, he then hurriedly ran to Xia Shiro's room and organized the costumes on the bed. Otherwise it would be troublesome if she found out. As expected, it wasn't long before Xia Shiro returned, just in time to see Tang Feng coming out of her room. What are you doing? Xia Shiro frowned and looked at Tang Feng and asked. This bear child had a bunch of bearish ideas that weren't good. At that moment, she quickly walked into the room and checked to find that everything was normal. However, she was still puzzled inwardly, and when she wanted to continue to pursue the question, she realized that Tang Feng had already slipped away. Weekend. Tang Feng had already made up his mind to stop being a good old boy and a toolman. Although he was only 10 years old now, it was time to pave the way for the future. Thus, he was ready to register a technology company, but it was still too early. The task at hand was to earn money by his own efforts and improve his family's life. After all, the rewards he had received from helping the North City Airport and the Mountain City fire before were negligible. Moreover, Mom and Dad weren't the type of people who loved to take advantage of the situation and were unwilling to move inside the villa gifted by the Federation. According to their words, it wasn't comfortable to use something that they didn't earn. Also not used to that kind of big house. What a simple mind. As soon as he thought of Xia's father and mother, Tang Feng's nose turned a little sour. Although he was adopted, Xia father treated him as if he were their own, treating him like his own son, giving him the best in terms of food and clothing, once making Xia Shiro very jealous. They are not highly educated and can only do manual labor in the provinces to earn money. He remembered that his dad always had a dream. That is, he hoped to have a small car of his own in his lifetime, so that he could take the whole family out for a trip. However, the family's expenses were too high, and they couldn't earn much money a year, so this thing has not been implemented. Thinking of this, for a moment Tang Feng made up his mind to prepare to give his dad a surprise. He had black tech fingers. Taking it to speculate on stocks couldn't be better, but before that he had to get some capital first. In the end Tang Feng chose his old job, helping some companies upgrade their systems to earn commissions. However, when he entered the stock exchange again, everyone looked over in unison. After all, Tang Feng had previously announced that he had withdrawn from the stock market, and now that he was here again, did this mean that he would be making some big moves? Because when he had first entered the stock market before, he had made over $1 million with 100,000 or so. At one point, he had been hailed as the small stock god of the Dragon Kingdom, and even Bart, the stock god, had invited him to dinner. The stock exchange market. Since Tang Feng returned to campus life, coupled with the previous Lan incident, there were very few hotspots about him online. Now that he had returned to the stock market again, he had instantly attracted countless media reporters. They were all curious to know if Tang Feng was trying to make a comeback by coming to the stock market this time. If so, then tomorrow's hot search was already booked. Chapter 26, Black Technology Finger Upgrade. Deduction, Earthquake. You guys don't need to bother. I do want to speculate on stocks. Looking at the crowd gathered in front of him, Tang Feng looked helpless and directly showed his cards. Wow! As soon as these words came out, the entire internet was abuzz for a moment. The small stock god who had previously announced his withdrawal from the stock market had reappeared. This news instantly became the #1 hot search of the day, and the number of people discussing it broke into the tens of thousands in seconds. Even the Western extranets had gotten involved. They still held the same attitude as before and didn't think Tang Feng could achieve anything in the stock market. After all, the Dragon Kingdom had blocked out the fact that Tang Feng had invented the solid crystal ball and nano-protective clothing. Otherwise the Western foreign networks definitely wouldn't have this attitude. It was estimated that it would have come straight to snatch someone. After all, the so-called geniuses were nothing more than having a developed pituitary gland and being naturally proficient in a certain field, and this restriction couldn't possibly be broken. Of course, Tang Feng was an exception. For this reason, the internet was also in an uproar. Some people think that Tang Feng was lucky before, and even do not rule out backroom operations. Do not believe that Tang Feng is the so-called stock god. There are also people who believe that Tang Feng is a demon with an IQ of up to 188 and is well versed in the field of computers. And that success in the stock market once does not mean success twice. Just when the crowd was eagerly waiting to see which stock Tang Feng would choose this time, he simply left. This made countless people feel puzzled. Those who refuted him online felt excited, believing that their speculations were accurate, and that the reason he made millions last time was pure luck. This time, he was definitely afraid. However, the real reason Tang Feng left was because after using his black technology fingers, he realized that the stock market was now in a bear market period. No stock was a sure thing. This made him a bit fretful. Right at this moment, the system's icy beep sounded abruptly. Ding! Black technology finger upgrade successful. Ding! Host can use this to deduce what will happen in the next half month. The familiar tone caused Tang Feng to freeze, followed by ecstasy. The last time he deduced the flat-top deadly volcano was because he couldn't deduce the exact time of the eruption, resulting in heavy deaths and injuries. Now that the system had been upgraded and could accurately predict what would happen within half a month, wouldn't it be equivalent to divine means? Predicting the future. Thinking about it made people crazy. Forcing back his excitement, Tang Feng hurriedly ran towards his home in the old neighborhood. Are you trying to speculate on stocks again? After returning home, Xiaoshiro looked directly at Tang Feng and asked. She didn't understand this stock speculation thing, but she also knew that it wasn't much different from gambling, and a little inattention would lead to a fall into hell. Although Tang Feng's first time speculating in stocks, he made more than $1 million, but as argued online, this thing may be luck? Anyway, she didn't really agree with Tang Feng playing with this stuff, and neither did her parents. Don't worry, old sis. I won't speculate on stocks in the short term. To this Tang Feng quickly responded. He had learned through his black tech fingers that it was now a bear market, and whoever speculated was a cerebral palsy. I'll go back to my room. With that, he ran back to his room and closed the door. Black technology finger. Tang Feng sat on his bed and directly used his black tech finger, wanting to see what would happen in the next half a month. A few seconds later, his face changed drastically, because according to the deduction, he learned that 7 days later, Light City, which was more than 400 kilometers away from North City, would erupt in a major earthquake, and it would also be at least a magnitude 4 earthquake. This deduction had shocked Tang Feng. A large earthquake of magnitude 4 or higher was undoubtedly a huge disaster. The level of terror was no worse than Lansong's volcano. But soon Tang Feng hesitated, because earthquakes were definitely unavoidable. The demand for tents and other supplies would definitely soar after the disaster. But the question was, when should he notify Light City that an earthquake was about to erupt? How far in advance to notify? Should this money be earned? Tang Feng fell into deep thought. After a moment, he made up his mind and decided to go ahead and announce this news the day after tomorrow. Only, I didn't know if these people still believed in his prophecy. With this in mind, Tang Feng directly left the old neighborhood. North City was an industrialized city, and the last thing it lacked was various manufacturing companies. North City Fabric Making Workshop. This was a company that mainly produced all sorts of fabrics and tents, but in this day and age, no one would demand these things in large quantities. Plus many people preferred imported goods, leading to a decrease in benefits year after year, nearly on the verge of bankruptcy. Although Tang Feng was only 10 years old, he was a hero of the Federation and a notorious big netizen. The workshop's owner didn't have the slightest intention of belittling him when he saw him, but he was also surprised to learn that he wanted to take over the company. After all, the workshop was on the verge of bankruptcy, and it was impossible to find a seller for the piled-up goods. However, he also knew that this 10-year-old genius had always been unconventional, so he didn't ask questions at that moment. To be honest, he couldn't wait for someone to take over. In the end, after some negotiation, he decided to sell the workshop cheaply, sold to Tang Feng at a friendly price of over $1 million. In this regard, Tang Feng didn't have the slightest opinion, because he knew that his plan would bring extremely lucrative returns. As for this 1 million plus, he could only call his parents and ask them to take out the money they had earned from stock speculation and use it first. When Xia's father and mother heard about it, although they were a bit puzzled by Tang Feng's behavior, they eventually agreed. After all, that more than $1 million was what Tang Feng had earned. And although it was hard to avoid feeling a little worried about him learning to start a business at such a young age, they were relieved after thinking about it, because their child never seemed to disappoint. However, Tang Feng was not satisfied. This workshop, although the scale was quite okay, was far from being able to meet the needs after the earthquake. Therefore, he once again discussed with his parents, wanting to continue to expand the scale, so he wanted to take the villa gifted by Beiqing to the bank to mortgage. This time, Xiao's father and mother were somewhat unable to sit still. After all, before more than 1 million, even if, right as a child to practice, did not think it will make money, the loss does not matter. But that set of villa is a gift. They have not moved over. Is the heart is not satisfied. Think not their own earned. With uncomfortable. Mom and dad, you don't have to worry. I'm only 10 years old. But would I joke about something like this? Tang Feng painstakingly explained for half a day before Xiao's father and mother agreed. Besides, that villa is also his life in exchange for. Even if he lost his life, there is nothing to be ashamed of. And the house does not live in that is also a waste. It would be better to take to the mortgage. Loss is not the bank recovery. Also can be regarded as return to them. The most important thing is that this time will not lose. Under no circumstances, Xiao's father and mother had to compromise. Then they returned to the North City. Instead of Tang Feng went to the bank and mortgaged the villa for $5 million. Tang Feng took this $5 million and continued to expand, acquiring 2 more workshop companies and 1 FMCG company in succession. This matter was also quickly learned by the media. The internet was once again abuzz. Chapter 27. The entire internet paid tribute. Little hero Tang Feng. Everyone hadn't expected that Tang Feng hadn't speculated in stocks, but had chosen to go into business. But when the crowd learned about the companies Tang Feng had acquired, they all froze. 3 workshop companies and 1 FMCG. To be honest, in this day and age, there really wasn't much of a future. Otherwise, those 4 companies wouldn't have been on the verge of bankruptcy and finally sold off cheaply. For a while, countless people were talking, thinking that Tang Feng, the 10-year-old genius, had a high IQ, but was a poor businessman. This venture would most likely end in failure. In response, Tang Feng paid no attention, but took 2 days off and focused on the workshop. He promised a lot of money and let these employees work overtime to keep producing fabrics and tents, as well as many FMCG products. At the same time, he quietly upgraded a few machines with his black technology fingers. This reduced the cost he needed to produce the products by 80 to 90%. 5 days later, Light City was about to erupt in a major earthquake. Tang Feng finally left the workshop and headed to the new entertainment media company. Under the limelight, Tang Feng faced the many cameras and spoke with a serious face. Hello everyone, I'm Tang Feng. Today I've come to inform everyone that 5 days from now, a major earthquake will erupt in Light City. Moreover, the grade of this earthquake will be above grade 4. The moment this statement came out, it caused an uproar. However, after experiencing the last Lansong incident, almost everyone was convinced of Tang Feng's prophecy. After all, the last volcano incident was too subtle. You said that even geography experts had personally gone to check it out and confirmed that it wouldn't erupt. But in the end, they were still madly slapped in the face. A few minutes later, Tang Feng left. This prophecy had also quickly made it onto the hot search, and the heat had been rising wildly upwards. Seeing this, the Western extranets also intervened across the board. They expressed their curiosity about this, and they issued statements one after another, questioning why Tang Feng had such a divine prediction. This was what most netizens were wondering. After all, the last volcano you could explain with intuition. So the second time was still intuition? And the time and intensity level of the special meow could be predicted? You think you're a human seismograph? Special Handling Department. Inside the conference room, Lin held an emergency meeting at the first opportunity after learning the news. They had learned from the lessons of the last Lansong, so they attached great importance to Tang Feng's prediction this time, and reported it to the top brass at the first opportunity. The Federal High Command was also shocked by this. Detecting whether a dead volcano would erupt or not existed difficult, with unpredictable surprises. But nowadays, with the advanced level of technology, it is still possible to predict earthquakes in advance. But the Seismological Bureau did not find anomalies. Many geography experts have also learned to be smart this time, saying that they don't know what's going on either. Otherwise, if they say that the earthquake will not occur, and then in case the car overturned that time not have to take the blame again? However, the Federal High Command finally gave the order. Just according to Tang Feng's admonition, the whole city was evacuated in advance, trying to minimize the economic losses. At the same time, they laughed bitterly, finally realizing why Tang Feng had started his own business, and still chose a cold fabric workshop. Many people were dissatisfied with his behavior. The federal hierarchy turned a blind eye to this. After all, in the past, Tang Feng was an extremely selfless person. Whether it was the solid crystal ball or nanotechnology, he had donated it without compensation. Furthermore, He was kind enough to announce in advance that a major earthquake was going to erupt in Light City. If he chooses to hide it, what can you do? Is it hard to ask him to be a good old boy and a tool man to donate the company? Do they deserve it? Light City. At this moment, the entire city is being evacuated in an orderly manner, with many rescue forces arriving to maximize economic salvage. After several days and nights of hard work, Light City had basically completed its mission. Now it was just waiting for the earthquake to erupt. At this moment, the entire internet was paying attention, wanting to see if Tang Feng's prediction this time was true. At the same time, there were also many shrewd businessmen who knew Tang Feng's intentions for the venture. They were also frantically starting to produce all sorts of post-disaster materials, wanting to get a piece of the pie, but most of them were still holding a wait-and-see attitude. After all, if there was no earthquake, then they would have lost a lot of money. To put it bluntly, they still didn't completely trust Tang Feng. If Tang Feng had the ability to predict the future, why didn't he go to heaven? And if an earthquake was really going to happen, the Earthquake Bureau would definitely be aware of it. North City. After Tang Feng informed Light City that an earthquake was about to erupt, he didn't continue to focus on the matter. Instead, he put his energy directly into the workshop. The four companies started producing like crazy. Together with the previous stock, he estimated that contracting half of Light City would be no problem. Light City. 9 o'clock at night. The entire Federation, even the Western extranet was paying attention, and now it was just a few hours away from the prediction. The predicted massive earthquake had yet to erupt. Not even any of the signs before the earthquake erupted had happened. This made countless people increasingly doubt whether Tang Feng's prediction was true or not. 11 o'clock at night. Just when everyone thought Tang Feng had made a blind prediction and was ready to spray him, a sudden change occurred. Only the empty Light City suddenly trembled violently. Right in that flash of lightning, countless buildings began to shake and collapse. At the same time, the Seismic Bureau had instantly gotten the message. An earthquake had indeed erupted in Light City, and it had reached magnitude 6. It was exactly as Tang Feng had predicted. In an instant, the entire network fell dead silent. Everyone was dumbfounded, and then couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. This Tang Feng was too demonic, right? Rumble. A massive earthquake had erupted in Light City, the highest magnitude reaching 6.3 at one point, which could be called the biggest geographical disaster in the Dragon Kingdom in decades. And it still happened at night. For a while, countless people were scared and grateful afterward. If Tang Feng hadn't predicted this matter in advance and publicized it, I'm afraid that Light City would have suffered heavy losses this time. The top echelons of the Federation were also shocked by this. Their spines were in a cold sweat. Fortunately, they had learned their lesson this time and chose to trust Tang Feng. Otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. After all, Light City was a metropolis with a population of millions. Shortly thereafter, the rescue forces that had long been stationed near Light City set off in a hurry. Although they had already evacuated the crowd in advance, there was no guarantee that there would be disobedient haunted paralyzed people left behind. It was necessary to do their best to achieve zero casualties. At the same time, because of the disaster, millions of people in Light City were also facing the point of being homeless. The Federation also began to urgently dispatch supplies to Light City. North City. The supplies produced by Tang Feng's workshop were booked out in the first place. Other companies were selling $99, $100+ boxes of supplies. Tang Feng here, however, only needed $19. It was nearly 5 times cheaper. A direct fracture. Once this matter was announced, countless people on the internet praised Tang Feng. Some of the people who had previously said that Tang Feng was getting rich were also coming out to apologize on their knees. After all, in their opinion, Tang Feng was losing money for charity, and they had actually accused that he was making a disaster fortune before. A slap in the face or not, a bunch of adults didn't even have the breadth of mind of a child. As a result, Tang Feng had reaped the title of Little National Hero. At the same time, Tang Feng was also stealing joy. Because of the black technology fingers, his supplies were basically cost-free and of high quality. Not only could he come close to providing gratuitous aid to the disaster area, but at the same time, he could make a small profit. Wouldn't that be great? Chapter 28 Old Sisters Study Materials O Votes. And those shrewd businessmen who followed Tang Feng also used this to make a big profit. This made the rest of them regret it and could only watch as others made a fortune. Meanwhile on the internet, Tang Feng's popularity had directly changed. Those businessmen who followed Tang Feng's lead didn't have black tech fingers, so the price of their supplies was a normal $1 or $200. In comparison, Tang Feng's $19 of supplies seemed extremely expensive. But once they thought about how some people had actually denounced Tangfeng online before, many netizens consciously apologized and dug up those who had cursed Tangfeng to criticize them. Of course, there was also a portion of breaks that said that since Tangfeng's material prices had been lowered so much, then why not just drop it to the bottom and give it away for free? Of course, this kind of sand sculpture comment was quickly sprayed away by most of the netizens. The breaks need not be heeded. Magic City, Dragon Science Academy. After focusing on this great earthquake in Light City, these scientists of the Dragon Science Academy were deeply skeptical of the science they once believed in. Everyone was discussing how exactly Tangfeng managed to accurately predict earthquakes. After all, this was just too metaphysical and demonic. Simply perverse. They were also holding an emergency meeting to study what the hell was this intuition of Tangfeng's? Could there really be superpowers in the world that can foretell the future? Or do you all believe that this is what he calls intuition? Many academicians were incredulous about this. They were all engaged in scientific research, so they definitely wouldn't choose to be superstitious. Yet the facts were right in front of them. They couldn't explain this intuition of Tangfeng's with science. The Western media also had a heated discussion about this. Finally, through the Mensa Club's research, they came to a shocking conclusion. They released a statement saying that perhaps Tangfeng, the 10-year-old genius boy, didn't just have an IQ of 188. The extent of his brain development was also extremely terrifying. Immediately afterward, they drew on a transcendental sci-fi movie to make an analogy, claiming that when a person's brain was fully developed, he wouldn't be a person, but a god. This statement made the whole network concerned about this event are very shocked, because everyone knows that although the current technology is developing rapidly, artificial intelligence, robots, are very powerful. In contrast, the evolution of human beings is very slow. The human body itself alone has not been thoroughly researched. For example, the Mensa Club mentioned the degree of brain development. Currently, only about 10 to 15% of the human brain has been developed, and the left side of the brain, which represents intelligence, has not been developed at all. If it was really as this statement said, Tangfeng's brain development was far more developed than any other human being's, it wasn't impossible. Perhaps this was the reason why he could predict the future? Some mysterious evil organizations learned of this news, but also secretly planned to capture Tangfeng for research. In response, the Dragon Federation directly demonstrated its attitude, claiming that whoever dares to play Tangfeng's attention is declaring war with the Dragon Federation. Besides, even if you slice people up and study them and find something, are you sure you can extract it and use it? The resolute attitude of the Dragon Kingdom's top management is also winning the favor of the nation. Sent, North City. Everything was just as Tangfeng expected it to be. He managed to earn $50 million with his black technology fingers this time. This made him very excited. He then directly sold off the 4 workshops. After all, they were no longer useful. Old neighborhood. Xia's father and mother had also rushed back from the provinces, although they guessed that Tangfeng had made a wild profit from this venture. But when they heard the specific figures, they were also too surprised to speak. Dad, I prepared a gift for you. Tangfeng looked at Xia's father and suddenly said, for this adoptive father, he was very grateful. Although he had crossed over, if no one had adopted him, he would probably have to become the first ever hiccuped crosser, outside the neighborhood. When Xia's father saw the small car in front of him, he was first shocked and then cried tears of joy. Although he was in his 40s, it was still hard for him to control his excited and moved feelings, because Tangfeng had actually bought him a good car. Don't buy such expensive things in the future. Learn to be thrifty. Xia father said this on his lips, but his hand had already touched the car door, looking very fond of it. Mom on the side was also very happy, gently put Tangfeng in her arms. Couldn't stop saying our family Fenger understands things, although the dad education is, but Tangfeng this time will not stop. After all, it's not easy to earn so much money. He definitely want to have a good luxury. Dad and mom are also old. In order to support the family are always working in the provinces. Now that there is money, the first thing to do is to let them quit their jobs. Open a few small store for them to manage. Enjoy the happiness. Good filial piety to them. Subsequently, Tangfeng will be before the villa mortgage money back to the bank. However, mom and dad, they are still not willing to move away from the current small home. So Tangfeng also gave up the idea of buying a house. Besides, he already had a set in Magic City. When he grows up, he will take his mom and his wife to live with him. After Tangfeng with his father they began a crazy shopping. Before they could not afford to buy things cannot afford to buy all take. This makes Xia's father and Xia's mother very touched. Xia Shiro is also very happy. She is now in high school. naturally learned to use cosmetics, but unfortunately the family was not rich before, cannot afford to buy good. Now relying on her oldest brother, she happily got the cosmetics she had been craving for a long time. In the following days, Xiao's father drove the car Tang Feng gave him and took the family traveling for a few days. But in the end, they still chose to head out of town to work. According to their words, although they were rich now, they weren't too old. Without something to do, they weren't used to it. In response, Tang Feng also nodded seriously, expressing his respect for his parents' decision. Yutsai Primary School. Ever since the last time he realized that Lin Wan was suitable for the queen route, Tang Feng had been cultivating her in this direction every day. This made Lin Wan very shy, but it was fortunate that her parents didn't find out this time. Otherwise they would have to sue again. Going to my house or not? After school, Tang Feng caught up with Lin Wan with his school bag and said with a bad smile on his face. Lin Wan's face was wary, her pretty eyes glaring at him. This guy is trying to fool me again. The last time she wore that kind of costume, it made her not even slow down now, so she wouldn't go this time even if there were dolls. Tang Feng bristled and quickly reorganized his ambition. Anyway, the days are still long. Ha ha ha. Old neighborhood. Crunch. When Tang Feng pushed the door in, he was surprised to find that his old sister Xia Shiro wasn't there. This made him puzzled. After all, in the past, at this time, she would have come back early to prepare meals for herself. Old sister? Tang Feng casually threw his school bag onto the sofa, then shouted in a low voice. No one responded, but when Tang Feng arrived at Xia Shiro's bedroom, he was confused because his old sister was at home. Only her cheeks were covered in blush, and she was staring blankly at the screen of her laptop. Could it be that she was reading study materials? Chapter 29 Zheng Feifei's Interview. Who? Inside the bedroom. Xia Shiro sensed the commotion and immediately turned around. When she realized that it was Tang Feng who had returned, a flash of shame and panic appeared on her pretty face. Hastily, she closed the notebook with a snap. So you're at home, old sister, reading study materials? Tang Feng, as a person who had been there before, naturally knew what his old sister was secretly doing. Ahem. He pretended as if he hadn't seen anything and left Xia Shiro's room with a greeting. But as soon as he went out, he was snickering inwardly. If he hadn't blinked just now, his old sister seemed to be watching a not-so-big movie? Geez, I never thought that old sister Xia Shiro would be such a person. A person of the same path. Ahem. Inside the bedroom, Xia Shiro had a shy face at the moment. Her body stiffened and she was a bit nervous. She was torn between whether Tang Feng had seen what she was doing or not. The point was that this guy couldn't be viewed with common sense at all. Don't look at the fact that he was only 10 years old. He had already learned to fool girls into letting people eat papaya every day. Thinking about this, Xia Shiro couldn't sit still and then directly left the bedroom. She was ready to test Tang Feng to see if this bare child had seen her small movements or not. Inside the living room. Little Wind, you just didn't see anything special, did you? After Xia Shiro came out, she squirmed and looked towards Tang Feng who was sitting on the sofa and asked. Her expression was so tangled that her hanging hands couldn't help but tangle together. Aren't you reading study materials, old sister? Did I read it wrong? Tang Feng pretended to be innocent, blinking his big eyes innocently as he asked. Only then did Xia Shiro put her heart down and touch Tang Feng's head. Awkwardly, she returned, He. Right. Elder sister is looking at the study materials. Looking at his older sister echoing herself in a serious manner, Tang Feng almost laughed out loud. However, he remained as steady as an old dog on the surface, stating that next time, he would also look at the study materials with his sister. Xia Shiro smiled even more awkwardly on her face. Evening. Xia Shiro was very different from the past. Her meals were absent-minded, and she didn't watch TV anymore, going back to her room to rest very early. To this Tang Feng was clear in his heart, presumably to go back to continue studying. The next day, Yutsai Primary School, outside the school gate, Tang Feng. When Tang Feng walked out with his backpack, Zheng Feifei, who had been waiting for a long time, hurriedly waved and called out to him. Tang Feng had predicted the Great Light City earthquake before, and there was a heated discussion about it on the internet. And now Tang Feng was even included in the ranks of the gods and goddesses. So many media companies wanted to invite Tang Feng for an exclusive interview. Zheng Feifei was sent out to find Tang Feng to make peace. You want to come and interview me? Tang Feng asked with a crooked head when he saw Zheng Feifei. He didn't really want to go for an interview today. He had just downloaded a few games on his newly bought computer and was still rushing home to play them. By the way, he would see if his old sister still had a small video to peek at again. It was a very exciting thing to do. Just promise me. Windy, how about this? We cannot go to the company. You just let me have a separate interview, and I'll make you something delicious, okay? Zhang Fei could also tell that today's Tang Feng wasn't very interested. She begged with a petulant face. There was no way. The editor-in-chief's side was pushing too hard, and the company also promised that if she could interview Tang Feng, then she would be promoted and get a raise. It was just too difficult for her. Seeing that Zhang Fei was softly begging herself, Tang Feng touched his head. For this Zhang Fei he was very favorable, and for the first time he was able to accept her interview. Not because of what Dija Ultraman, simply think she looks like his first love. Now look at her pampered look, simply can put people crispy deaf. I don't know which one of them is going to be cheap. If I were a few years older, I would definitely chase after her. Promise me. Little Feng. Zhang Fei saw Tang Feng a little shaken. Once again, she used her pampering tactics and swept him into her arms. This made Tang Feng directly confused. These clothes were so soft, fragrant, and big. Ahem. Fine. In the end, Tang Feng directly chose to surrender unconditionally. And according to Zhang Fei's meaning, it should be to take him home and also eat the delicious food she made with her own hands. Maisie. Zhang Fei wasn't a local of Beichang, but she had studied in Beichang and entered a media company after graduation. The place she rented also belonged to the same old neighborhood as Tang Feng's house. The house was a one-bedroom, one-hall type. Little Feng, you can watch some TV first. There are fruits and sugar cubes on the coffee table. Zhang Fei greeted Tang Feng after leading him in and entered the bedroom. She had a busy day today and was covered in sweat. She had to take a shower. Clang! With the sound of the bathroom door closing, the sofa was Tang Feng couldn't help but frown. Was this considered a lone man and woman sharing a room? According to the novel script, something wonderful must happen after bathing, but unfortunately for him, this 10,000 evil bear's body Just when Tang Feng's heart was racing, Zhang Fei came out after bathing. The sight in front of him made him call out that it was worth coming. Zhang Fei used a towel to wipe her water-stained hair while smiling at him, completely unconcerned about the perfect body presented in front of him. This made the corners of Tang Feng's mouth twitch. This is not treating me as a man at all? In fact it was true. Zhang Fei also knew that it wasn't good to dress like this, but thinking that Tang Feng was still a 10-year-old kid, it was just as well. After all, he's just a little kid. Besides being smart, what else can he do? This house was a one-family house, and there were no compartments. So Tang Feng sat on the sofa, and with a slight turn he could see Zhang Fei who was busy in the kitchen. At the moment she was frying vegetables. Her movements were very skillful, but none of that mattered. What was important was that she was wearing just a bathrobe. Her skin was as white as ivory, and an aroma filled the air everywhere. Hiss! In the next second, Tang Feng couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cool air, only to see Zhang Fei slightly bend her body, instantly causing Tang Feng to cough. The corners of Tang Feng's mouth twitched. There were advantages to being young, otherwise he wouldn't have seen this scene. A few moments later, Zhang Fei walked over with a few dishes. An awkward smile spread across her pretty face. Little Feng, my cooking skills are average. You'll have to make do with what you've got, haha. At this, Tang Feng didn't care, thinking that I'm not here to eat. But after taking a bite he froze. This cooking was dozens of times better than his old sister's guy. Watching Tang Feng wolf down his food, Zhang Fei covered her mouth and laughed happily, chatting while eating. This was the first time Tang Feng had spent so much time alone with Zhang Fei. At the same time, Tang Feng also obtained a piece of good news. That was that Zhang Fei currently didn't have a boyfriend and had never been in love. This was simply absolute. But it's a pity. She's definitely not willing to accept a sibling relationship, but it's possible to try is all. Ahem. Wow. After eating and cleaning up, Zhang Fei pulled the curtains on the balcony open to make the room appear brighter. She then took out her cell phone and prepared to start interviewing Tang Feng. Chapter 30, Impersonating Zhang Fei's boyfriend? The content of this interview was still centered around why he could foresee that a disaster would occur in Lansong and Light City. Was his brain development too strong? As the Mensa Club had said? After all, the internet was going crazy right now over these two issues. All I can say about this matter is that they're overthinking it. How can the human brain be developed that easily? Take a certain Innistrad. After he was sliced up, it also turned out that his brain was even weaker than an ordinary person's developed one. Tang Feng returned with some tears and laughter. The reason he was able to predict the future was purely with the help of his black technology fingers. Of course, this was something he definitely wouldn't say out loud. In the end, he had to just make up a lie, claiming that he had a dream at night that included these several disasters. A dream that predicted a major earthquake to erupt in Light City? Zhang Feifei felt that this was too esoteric, but looking at Tang Feng's sincere face, it didn't seem like he was lying either. She then put away her cell phone and ended the interview. Before leaving, Tang Feng even added her button, "Old Neighborhood." When Tang Feng came back, Xia Shiro didn't ask where he had gone. It seemed like she was still in a state of embarrassment. After all, secretly watching a small video and almost being discovered by her brother, that was a very humiliating thing. Tang Feng took a shower and went back to his room to rest. Lying on the bed, Tang Feng pulled out the latest model of smartphone, which mom and dad had licensed him to buy after earning money. Choo 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 choo. After sending an emoji to Zhang Feifei, the other side quickly replied, "Xiao Feng, not sleeping at this late hour?" Zhang Feifei sent a message over, followed by a smiley face emoticon. Little Wind is thinking about Sister Feifei. After Tang Feng saw Zhang Feifei's message, a bad smile appeared on his small face and then responded. Then he sent another wicked smile emoticon over. Bear child, not learning. Zhang Feifei was a bit speechless when she saw this, and then responded with a bitter smile. Because she was able to interview Tang Feng one after another, her status in the company climbed very high, which naturally caused many people to be jealous, adding to the fact that she was relatively simple, so she hadn't been bullied much, and even if there were some male friends, they were still craving her body. As a result, she rarely chatted with others, and tonight was also the first time she had ever chatted with a 10-year-old and spilled her guts. Spilling her guts about how much work sucked. Sister Fifi isn't afraid. There's Little Wind. Little Wind will protect you. Wahahaha. Omega. Sister Fifi, go to bed early. It's good for your skin. Good night. After Tang Feng sent the last sentence, he directly threw his cell phone to the side. Against a girl like Zhang Feifei, one had to learn how to catch her. And in his previous life, he had played this set of old SIXS. As expected, at this moment, Zhang Feifei was a little stunned. The heart was beating violently. This bear child seems to be teasing himself? For a while, this made Zhang Feifei cry and laugh a little. Was she actually reduced to being teased by a 10-year-old child? However, she also admitted that even though Tang Feng was only 10 years old, both his character and ability were admirable. It was a pity that he was still a little kid after all. If only he was a little older. Early the next morning, Zhang Feifei rushed to the company on a battery-operated bicycle, hurriedly editing yesterday's interview and submitting it. When the people watched this interview, they were all dumbfounded. People had a dream and predicted a big earthquake in Light City? Are you sure you're not joking? The crowd of netizens obviously didn't believe Tang Feng's claims. They felt that he was definitely fooling people, and the Western media felt the same way. Tang Feng stopped bubbling for a few days afterward, and the heat gradually dissipated. Yutsai Elementary School. Tang Feng's most favorite thing right now was chatting with Zhang Feifei, in addition to cultivating Lin Wan's queenly temperament on a daily basis. Facing his various teasing words, Zhang Feifei had also become accustomed to it from her initial shock, rightly assuming that this 10-year-old genius had begun to commit bear child disease again. Older sister Xia Shiro also recovered after this period of reprieve. This made Tang Feng miserable. After all, he was going to start being destroyed by her again. Every day after dinner, he had to forcefully endure watching soap operas. On this day, Zhang Feifei suddenly gave Tang Feng a call, inviting him to go to the burger store after school. This surprised Tang Feng. Could it be that his plan to tease him had succeeded? After all, labor is small, but it's also full of organs. Ahem. Inside the burger store, Zhang Feifei waited here early. Only her complexion looked a little bleak. It looked pathetic. Sister Fifi? What's wrong? What happened? Tang Feng hurriedly put down his book bag and stood next to Zhang Feifei. Zhang Feifei looked at Tang Feng, her heart bitter. Forcing a smile, she ordered a children's set meal for Tang Feng. So, you're going on a blind date with an old man? Tang Feng looked at Zhang Feifei, who nodded. It's a balding uncle, who is always high and mighty on account of being a boss. So that, Xiao Feng, can you pretend to be my boyfriend? A moment later, Zhang Feifei suddenly spoke coyly. She knew that this request was very abrupt. After all, Tang Feng was only 10 years old. It was immoral and rude to let him do such a thing, but she really couldn't help it. Her parents had made it so that she had to bring a boyfriend back, or else they would force her to go on a blind date. There was no shortage of men in the company, but those people were all rather dirty-minded. Besides, Tang Feng was the only one she wouldn't resist. But Tang Feng, who was drinking a Coke, almost spat out a mouthful when he heard this. This Zhang Fei wasn't kidding, right? I'm only 10 years old. And you're asking me to impersonate your boyfriend? You're teasing me? Although Tang Feng was well developed and was already 1 meter 6, Zhang Fei herself belonged to the petite type, and with her shoes on she was only 1 meter 6.5. Tang Feng and her were a good match, but Tang Feng's face was too tender. He didn't look like an adult in any way. I don't care. Anyway, if you don't help me, I'll just marry that old man, Zhang Fei said with a red face. Tang Feng looked at the suddenly arrogant Zhang Fei for a while speechless. Right at this moment, the system's icy beep sounded. Ding! Branch line mission initiated. Choice 1, agree to impersonate Zhang Fei's boyfriend and receive the reward, manned space shuttle technology. Choice 2, refuse to impersonate Zhang Fei's boyfriend and receive the reward, a Boeing 747. Nice guy! In terms of the system choice, it was posing as Zhang Fei's boyfriend, which was definitely something that other men were begging for. Therefore, Tang Feng made a decision right away. Alright, but I'm more famous. I won't be recognized, right? Tang Feng said as he sipped his coke while looking at Zhang Fei. Posing as a boyfriend was fine. He had been a man for 2 lifetimes and wasn't afraid of being shocked by her parents. The problem was, who didn't recognize him in the entire Federation now? In response, Zhang Fei hemmed and hawed, indicating that she had long been prepared. As long as Tang Feng could agree, she would have a solution. Looking at Zhang Fei's wry smile, Tang Feng always felt as if he had fallen into a pit. But he wasn't at a disadvantage either. With that, the two of them agreed to take a trip back to their hometown with her just this weekend. Chapter 31 Comet Hits Blue Star? The weekend arrived in a flash. Tang Feng told his old sister that he had some things to do this weekend, so he wouldn't be home. Xia Shiro frowned, a little worried inside, but she was relieved when she thought that this bear child was smarter than even herself. Zhang Fei's old home was near Mountain City. In a remote area, the two traveled by green train and ended up taking a bus for a few hours before arriving. It was a small town with a relatively backward economy, and it was backed by the prairie, so there were many ethnic minorities, most of whom made their living by herding animals. You'll have to work hard next. Zhang Fei handed a bottle of water to Tang Feng with an apologetic face. Because her home was in the mountains, she would have to hike for a while. She was a little worried that Tang Feng would run out of stamina. Tang Feng shook his head to indicate that there was no need to worry. They weren't in a hurry anyway, just walk slowly as a walk. And the scenery around the mountains was very beautiful. No wonder Mountain City was known as a paradise town. More than an hour later, the two finally arrived at Zhang Fei's old home, which was a tiled house situated on a field. And at the moment there were a few cooking fumes floating up. Following the muddy path, the two came to the wide dam. Mom and Dad, I'm back. Zhang Fei smiled and opened her mouth as a couple stood in front of the hut, aged around 50 years old. The two men directly ignored Zhang Fei, all looking in unison at Tang Feng behind her, and then revealed odd expressions. This man was their precious daughter's boyfriend? Why does it always feel weird somewhere? Inside the hall, Zhang Fei's dad was burning firewood, preparing to entertain Tang Feng's unique oil tea. Her mom, on the other hand, was sitting on the side, constantly sizing up Tang Feng. She always felt that there was something strange about this boy, but she couldn't tell for a while. Although Tang Feng had been a man for 2 lifetimes, coupled with a super high IQ, so even if he was now 10 years old, he could still put on an old-fashioned feel. But nay, his body couldn't keep up with the development, and that was what the two old men cared about. At the same time, Tang Feng also knew the reason why his identity wouldn't be exposed. Since there was actually no TV in the house, the two old men didn't know what Tang Feng looked like even if they had heard of his reputation. Your name is Tang Feng. Ha? How old are you this year? After a few minutes, Zhang Fei's old mom finally couldn't sit still and asked with a smile. She didn't think otherwise. After all, there were many people with the same name in the Federation. Moreover, the little genius was a great hero of the Federation. How could Zhang Fei have this kind of creation to find someone else? Yes, Auntie. Tang Feng nodded, not looking shy and scared in the slightest, looking chatty and cheerful, because he knew a lot. Tang Feng then even chatted with the two old men. This made Zhang Fei on the side look dumbfounded and impressed. A genius was worthy of being a genius. For a while, she thought Tang Feng wasn't 10 years old, but 20. Tang Feng talked the two old men into some confusion, but he also nodded his head repeatedly. So far it seemed like this young man was not bad. Zhang Fei also let out a long sigh of relief when she saw this. It seemed that this crisis had been successfully resolved. But soon, her pretty face flew up red, because Zhang Fei's mom said that there was no spare room at home, so she wanted to arrange for Tang Feng to sleep with her. After all, the two of them are boyfriend and girlfriend. There is nothing to be embarrassed about in their own home. In addition, the two old can't wait for their daughters to get married earlier and give birth to a big fat doll. Tang Feng, _, Jiang Feifei. In the evening, inside the room, Jiang Feifei's old mom was very enthusiastic, because it was located in a mountainous area. It would be very cold at night, so she purposely held the quilt to come, for the two people laid, before leaving also kept on Jiang Feifei make eyes. This makes Jiang Feifei is very speechless. You are so anxious, daughter married out, ah? What should we do now? Ahem. After confirming that Jiang Feifei's mom had left, Tang Feng asked blearily. The floor of the hut wasn't tiles or wooden planks, but a mud floor, so hitting the floor was definitely out of the question. It's fine. Then sleep together, ah. To this, Jiang Feifei responded directly. Although Tang Feng was a boy, but a 10-year-old child, what bad thoughts could he have? Even if he did, he couldn't. When Tang Feng saw how generous she was, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Indeed, it was so reasonable. He really had more than enough heart and didn't want to be treated like a sign. Damn it, petri dish. The two of them were relaxing like they were on vacation. The Western world, however, was hotly discussing new topics. A group of astronomy enthusiasts made a statement on the Celestial Federation, saying that they had discovered a new comet, naming it Wanderer 2333, and according to the association's speculations, they predicted that the comet would deviate in its orbit and hit the blue star. After rough calculations, if it hits the blue star, the power is no less than a dozen nuclear bombs exploding at the same time, which is expected to cause casualties of 10 million people. When this report came out, it instantly shocked the world, and countless people began to panic. For a time, many federations attached great importance to this, and used satellites and other means to investigate. The final conclusion was that it was a false alarm, because through the investigation, it was learned that this comet and the blue star's orbit was similar, so it was said that there would be no collision. Although the countries issued a statement to the public, this comet will not collide with the planet, but the internet is still incredibly hot about it. After all, as far as human beings are concerned, the body of the planet they live on has not been thoroughly studied, not to mention the more extensive and mysterious universe. This time the comet was found, although there is no danger, but it does not mean that similar crises will not occur in the future. Plain out the extinction of the dinosaurs. The most recent is the Tunguska explosion, which caused a huge and incomparable power. The prevailing view is that it was caused by the impact of an ice meteorite about 1,000 meters in diameter. And now the discovery of this rover 2333 comet is even more terrible. Iron meteorite, its diameter is as long as 15 kilometers. Assuming that it suddenly changes its orbit and has a big collision with the planet, then the consequences are unforeseeable. With the current human technology, it is impossible to destroy the comet or intercept its movement. Many federations naturally would not ignore these potentials, and were always keeping a close eye on this comet in all directions. Afterward, it even held a global emergency meeting, to discuss this comet thing. Global emergency meeting. Many federal countries on this comet event launched a heated discussion, and the meeting site was kept secret on the highest scale, because they actually concealed the truth of the event. Although the comet's current trajectory was consistent with the blue star, it was slowly deviating from its normal orbit. In other words, the possibility that it will crash into the blue star cannot be ruled out. And what is the exact probability? Now the Federation is frantically calculating with supercomputers, and is expected to get the answer tomorrow. Chapter 32, A Natural Disaster is Coming. Tang Feng disappeared. Everyone, if we assume that this comet will collide with the blue star, what should we do? The leader of the Eagle Kingdom was the first to speak, his face serious as he asked. This was a devastating disaster targeting the entire blue planet, and the fate of all mankind was at stake. No one would take such a matter lightly. Perhaps we can push it back to its normal orbit by launching thrusters? The suggestion was quickly met with skepticism. Are you kidding, Doctor? How many thrusters does it take to push a comet that big? Well, I guess tens of thousands would be enough. Why don't you use your brain? Soon, that doctor was asked to leave. Why don't we use a nuclear bomb to blow it up? The head of the San Confederation proposed, and immediately drew a wave of contempt from the group. After all, it was a comet, and also belonged to a kind of iron meteorite, with a diameter of dozens of kilometers. You want to use nuclear bombs to blow it up? Really funny. Iron meteorite density is extremely high. The shell is as hard as iron. You cannot let the nuclear bomb drilled into its belly detonation, at most in its surface to leave a little pit just. The people you a word I a word, discussing half a day. In the end, however, they were all rejected because the methods could not be realized, or the effect of the plan was low. For a while, everyone fell silent. The atmosphere became more and more gloomy. That is to say, we simply don't have any one good way to solve this crisis. The conference room fell silent once again. The only thing one could pray for today was to hope that tomorrow's calculated results would bring good news. Otherwise, this could very well be the end of humanity. Dragon Federation, Dragon Science Academy Conference Room. Academicians led by Elder Du had gathered, all discussing the solution to this comet. Still, there weren't any good countermeasures for the time being. Why don't we go ask that Tang Feng kid? Suddenly, a geography expert spoke up. After all, Tang Feng was so bullish that he was able to predict the Lansang volcano and the Light City earthquake. Maybe he had a good idea for this comet as well? This proposal was quickly echoed by everyone. Elder Du frowned at his words, but seeing the hopeful eyes of these people, he had no choice but to agree. This matter was so important that not the slightest bit of relevant information could be leaked, or else it would cause panic in the entire Dragon Kingdom. Therefore, he was prepared to personally take a special airplane to North City. But when Du Lao arrived at North City, he was dumbfounded, because Tang Feng wasn't at home. Even his parents weren't sure where he had gone. You guys hurry up and find someone. Turn the entire North City over to find him for me. Du Lao was both anxious and angry. He couldn't help but wonder if something had happened to Tang Feng. The situation in Blue Star was incredibly urgent right now, and he had to be asked for his opinion. If even he couldn't do anything, then we could only leave it to fate. But now he couldn't even find anyone. Play the wool. At the same time, several hundred kilometers away from the mountain city, deep in the hinterland, because of the remoteness of this place, the communication equipment hadn't been completely set up, so the signal was extremely poor. Tang Feng simply couldn't make or receive calls, so he didn't know anything about the outside world. At this moment, Zhang Feifei and Tang Feng were sitting in front of a small stream, and they were happily touching fish and playing. Wow! The scenery here was exceptionally beautiful. And the water source was especially clear and sweet. Tang Feng followed behind Zhang Feifei with a face of contentment, because Zhang Feifei would bend over from time to time, and as a result, her perfect figure was completely on display, making people's hearts go apeshit. Snap! Right at this moment, Zhang Feifei, who was standing barefoot in the stream, suddenly slipped, and her entire body immediately tipped over towards the back. Sister Feifei, be careful! Tang Feng reacted in a hurry, stretching his arms out to catch her. However, he was too young and his body bones were too thin. Although he caught Zhang Feifei, the two of them also fell directly into the stream. Fortunately, the stream wasn't too deep and couldn't drown anyone. How are you, Sister Fifi? Didn't fall, did you? Tang Feng looked at Zhang Feifei in his arms with a worried face, but Zhang Feifei didn't respond. At this moment, she was very shy, because the two of them were moving too closely. Especially since Tang Feng had placed his hands in places he shouldn't have. Ahem. But soon Zhang Feifei didn't care too much about it. After all, Tang Feng was just a 10-year-old kid. Surely he didn't have those bad thoughts. Moreover, the fact that he came to pick himself up despite the danger made Zhang Feifei feel very warm and at ease. If he was a few years older, maybe she would really want to be his girlfriend. I'm fine. Xiao Feng, your hand can be removed. Tang Feng was enjoying himself. How could he obediently give in when he heard this? And so, ugh yo, I have a cramp in my hand. I can't move. Sister Feifei, you don't move either. Zhang Feifei? Unlike Tang Feng's joy at the moment, the North City was on the verge of exploding right now. This was because Lin Guodong and the others had sent out all the resources they could call upon, almost turning the North City upside down, and there wasn't the slightest bit of news from Tang Feng. This made Elder Du extremely anxious. Not long after, the Dragon Capital side called, telling him to hurry back, saying that there was important information coming from the international scene. It was said that the supercomputers of the Eagle Kingdom and the Pretty Kingdom had come up with results. According to the calculations and projections, the probability of Comet Wanderer 2333 hitting the blue star reached 80%, and after speculation, if there were no other factors interfering, the comet would impact the blue star in 6 days. It's over. It's over. In an instant, Du Lao's face turned gray with despair, his pale body trembled, and if it wasn't for the timely assistance of someone beside him, he would have absolutely fallen to the ground. You guys must find Tang Feng as soon as possible. This is most likely our last chance. Du Lao's face was serious as he commanded Lin Guodong, ordering him to bring Tang Feng to the Magic City as soon as he found him. Lin Guodong hurriedly agreed, stating that he would definitely fulfill his mission. Magic City, Dragon Science Academy. All the academicians all had ugly faces and the atmosphere was very gloomy. According to multiple different supercomputers of the Eagle Country and the Pretty Country projecting, the Wanderer 2333 would hit the blue star in less than a week. That was an iron meteorite comet with a diameter of tens of kilometers. The high temperatures and friction of the atmosphere will not be able to wear it down. And once it hits the surface of the blue planet, the energy generated will destroy the planet. The death toll is predicted to be close to 100 million. This was nothing short of a disaster of extinction. Still haven't found Tang Feng? They looked to Elder Du and asked. Nowadays, their only hope was to pray that Tang Feng, a 10-year-old genius, would have a solution. Elder Du shook his head. He was also anxious inside. Elder Du's statement caused the hearts of the crowd to instantly fall to the bottom. At the most critical time, they couldn't even find Tang Feng? Let's not discuss these has-beens first. Let's grab some time to think of another countermeasure. It's hard to believe that so many of us in a Dragon Science Academy have to rely on a child in order to be able to function. Du Lao waved his hand, his resolute attitude causing the conference room to fall silent. Chapter 33 Chaos. The countries were in chaos. Du Lao, what else can we do? Today's plan is only to gamble. Many academicians laughed bitterly. Nowadays, the feasible solution was the bombardment of the comet as suggested by the Sand Federation earlier. After all, using thrusters to hit the comet obviously wouldn't work. Rover 2333 was too huge, and it was still an iron meteorite. No thruster had such a huge thrust to get it back to its orbit. And tens of thousands of thrusters together would be even more impossible. Where would you find tens of thousands of boosters? The only way to do it nowadays is to send astronauts to space. Have them land on Comet Rover 2333 and use a drill to put a nuclear bomb into the belly of the comet to try and blow it up. Although the success rate of this plan was very low, it was the only way they could feasibly do it. At the same time, many of the federal countries had once again convened a global emergency meeting. In the conference room, after a series of discussions between the many countries, two options were finally finalized. The first option was to send someone to board the comet to use a nuclear bomb. However, this program has too many accidents. The probability of success is very low. The second option was to strategically abandon the area where Rover 2333 fell, conduct a large migration of the population of this part of the region and abandon that part of the land and surface resources. No. On what grounds should this be done? We strongly disagree. The second proposal instantly caused many Federation countries to resist. Because the area where Rover 2333 crashed was their location. On what grounds should their land and resources be sacrificed? Then what good solution do you guys have? Tell me instead. The head of the Eagle Kingdom held back his anger and said in a deep voice, if there was a better way, who would choose to do so? After all, how many lives were at stake? You guys are talking so lightly. It's not because it didn't land on your Federation's land. Many Federations had united in protest, holding an attitude of dying together. Never as a sacrifice. For a time, the atmosphere of the conference room was grave. There was even a federation that threatened that they wouldn't mind starting a war right away if the second option was implemented. Enough! Right at this moment, the leader of the Dragon Federation opened his mouth and chided. What was the situation now? Still infighting. Let's raise the power of the globe to fight against Wanderer 2333. The leader of the Dragon Federation spoke, then slowly got up and left the conference room. The cost of sacrificing land plus a portion of the population was unacceptable to them as well. Moreover, once the Wanderer 2333 crashed down, the yield it produced was no less than dozens of nuclear bombs. It might cause the planet to shake greatly, causing a series of natural disasters. At that time, the remaining humans would not necessarily be safe and sound. Mountain City, deep in the hinterland. Tang Feng was swimming in the mountains with Zhang Fei. After the previous incident with the stream, Zhang Fei's attitude towards Tang Feng had changed a bit. Although he was just a 10-year-old brat, she realized that this kid was bad, the especially bad kind. This was simply shocking. This bear boy has learned to be bad. Zhang Fei couldn't help but spit it out as well, finding it absurd. Buzzing. Right at this moment, a helicopter suddenly swept through the sky. Tang Feng. It's Tang Feng. Look at that. Lin in the cabin saw Tang Feng at a glance, and then signaled for the helicopter to hover low. And he directly slid down the rope. What brings you here? Tang Feng frowned when he saw Lin Guodong. The situation is urgent. You must travel to Magic City with me immediately. Lin Guodong said with a serious face. There was no time to explain now. A natural disaster is coming. The end of the world is coming. Tang Feng just wanted to reject Lin Guodong. After all, he was developing quite well with Zhang Feifei right now, and he might be able to have a wave of calves eating young grass next. But after hearing Lin Guodong's latter words, he instantly froze. Lin Guodong was the head of the special handling department. It was impossible for him to tell lies. It's too late to explain now. Let's talk as we walk. Lin Guodong was anxious. Now that the hopes of all of humanity were pinned on Tang Feng, if he couldn't do anything about it, then he would have to listen to God's will. You go quickly, little Feng. Zhang Feifei was also a person who knew what was right, and immediately looked at Tang Feng and said. Tang Feng thought for a moment and nodded. With that, Tang Feng directly followed Lin to the helicopter, then urgently traveled to Magic City. Buzzing. You're saying there's a comet with a diameter of 20 kilometers about to hit the blue star? Inside the cabin, Tang Feng instantly exclaimed in shock after fastening his seatbelt. Are you kidding me? If there really was this code, it would indeed be the end of Blue Star. Nay. Lin Guodong also knew relatively little about the inner workings. The specifics still had to wait until they arrived in Mordor, to be explained by Du Lao and the others. Magic City, Dragon Science Academy. You're finally here. Du Lao and the others had been waiting here for a long time, and they let out a long sigh of relief when they saw Tang Feng, and then welcomed him into the conference room. The current situation is like this. Do you have a solution? Du Lao explained the current situation from beginning to end, then looked at Tang Feng and asked, his pale face carrying expectations and anxiety. Tang Feng's brows furrowed in a moment of silence. A comet with a diameter of 20 kilometers, and the main structure was still an iron meteorite. What could he do? This thing might not even be able to blow it up even if he utilized the nuclear bomb system. Unless, he could send an astronaut over there just in time for the comet to hit the planet, calculate and find the weak spot in the comet's inner belly, and drill a hole there. That way, there might be some hope. Meanwhile, over at the Global Emergency Conference, a final decision was made. The many federations reached an agreement that they would mobilize their global efforts to deal with this rover comet 2333. At the same time, they were also prepared to publicize this matter. There was no use in hiding this matter. All of humanity had the right to know the truth. When the news came out, the world shook for a while. Countless people were shocked and terrified. And then there was even more pandemonium. After all, the comet with a diameter of 20 kilometers is going to hit the Earth, and the energy generated by it is no less than dozens of nuclear bombs exploding. With the current level of human technology, I'm afraid that simply cannot be solved. And also do not know which rhythm spirit leaked the comet fall area. As well as the global conference proposed the second program. It even led to the people in the region being furious beyond measure. The federal conference actually wanted to sacrifice their land and part of their population in exchange for the survival of the rest. Although this program was eventually rejected, who knew if there was a conspiracy in the aftermath? Immediately afterward, the Western foreign networks reported that large-scale riots had occurred one after another in the San Confederation, the Java Confederation, the Non-Confederation, and other regions, with tens of millions of people frantically rioting and trying to escape from the region. The Dragon Federation reported, the region is in chaos. Tens of millions of people have become refugees. They are all trying to flee to a safe area. Please send troops to the border to stop these refugees. XXX Confederation reports, the Confederation has gone completely crazy. Countless people are robbing and beating people in broad daylight. And terrorists are also rioting. Chapter 34, The Eagle Kingdom applies to go to war. Vessel, Sun God. In the images of the various reports, a group of people wailed. The fleeing crowd gathered into a torrent, and the highway streets were filled with countless vehicles and people. And thermal imaging cameras showed that large numbers of people were frantically fleeing to safety. There were also people who chose to listen to God and did not flee. Instead, they embraced calmly with their families and waited for the end to come. The Global Federation Conference was also outraged by this. The Federation of the region was severely accused of not abiding by the agreement and intentionally leaking the second scenario as well as the area where the comet had fallen. Its purpose was to cause global pandemonium. This was to force all of humanity to die together. What's the use of talking about this now? The leader of the Dragon Federation was incomparably angry, and with things having come to this, he could only target the number one program. We have found a solution. Right at this moment, the Eagle Kingdom, which had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke up, instantly causing an uproar. The heads of all the federations all looked towards him. We have already calculated the surface weakness of Comet Wanderer 2333, together with the technology of my Eagle Confederation. There's a high probability that we'll be able to drill bullet holes and put nuclear explosive bombs inside. The leader of the Eagle Kingdom responded, looking confident. As soon as the words fell, in an instant, the entire conference room boiled over. Countless people were excited. After all, this was a major sexual disaster that concerned the entire globe, and it would be great if they could get through it safely. At the same time, they were also overwhelmed with emotion. The Eagle country was worthy of being the current superpower on the planet, with its technological level leading the world by at least a few decades. But we have a request. This time, the price that the Xiongning country, paid for sending people to solve this comet is huge. Therefore, afterward, we need compensation from each federation, and we'll give a budget later on for exactly how to compensate. The leader of the Eagle Kingdom spoke again. This opening, for a moment, all the federations that were still excited froze, and then looked incomparably angry. After all, this comet hitting the planet was a big crisis that concerned all of humanity. All of the federations were fully committed to it, and now this Eagle Kingdom wanted to use it to make a fortune? And judging by their usual behavior, the compensation was probably not astronomical, simply shameless. Soon enough, a federation made accusations against them, but the Eagle Kingdom had a strong attitude, stating that they would not make the slightest change in their will. Either they would follow their treaty and make up for the price they paid for this salvation after the fact. Either that or sit back and watch as Rover 2333 impacted the Blue Star. You are simply being overly deceitful. The many federations were furious at this, but in the end, there was nothing they could do. After all, after the supercomputer's calculations, the area where the Wanderer 2333 had crashed was not within the Federation of the Eagle Kingdom, which was why they were so reckless. Time waits for no man. Ha! The leader of the Eagle Kingdom sneered. One of their Federation styles was like this. Although their history of development was short, with this kind of war wealth, they had quickly risen to become a superpower in the world today. With this coming down, the many federations all looked towards the Dragon Kingdom. The Dragon Kingdom was currently the only major power that could compete with the Eagle Kingdom, so their voice was also important. But at this moment, the head of the Dragon Federation was also frowning. In terms of today's technology, the Eagle Kingdom was indeed more than a decade ahead of the world. And with no news coming from Tang Feng's side, they had no choice but to agree to the Eagle Kingdom's proposal for the time being. Magic Capital, Dragon Science Academy. There's nothing you can do? Elder Du asked as he looked towards Tang Feng, his pale face filled with helplessness. He also knew about the news from the side of the Global Emergency Conference. Although they were furious at the behavior of the Eagle Kingdom, it was true that they couldn't refute the others. At that moment, Tang Feng frowned slightly. This time it wasn't a matter of whether he wanted to be a toolman or not, but rather he purely didn't have a solution. This comet is too big. Even if the Eagle Kingdom calculated the comet's weak spot in the abdomen, and wanted to put a nuclear bomb into it to blow it up, how high was the possibility? Moreover, even if it succeeded, the large amount of meteorite debris falling down from the comet blowing up would also become a huge disaster. Just at this moment, a familiar beep sounded. Ding! Side quest initiated. Choice 1, go to space to blow up the comet and receive a reward, a super artificial brain and a neutron bomb. Choice 2, refuse to go to space to blow up the comet. Receive a reward, 500 million in cash. Good guy. Seeing the rewards, Tang Feng couldn't help but stagger. The rewards given for choice 1 were extremely rich, and excluding the neutron bomb, the super artificial brain was a BUG, and according to the system introduction, it was no less than the Jarvis artificial brain system from the movie. In other words, Tang Feng could completely produce a series of super tech products with the Think Brain if he created a super tech company. I've thought of a solution. Thinking of this, Tang Feng directly spoke. The conference room burst into life at this, and all the academicians looked over at him. Kid Tang, are you sure? Elder Du, who had originally despaired, instantly became excited. After receiving Tang Feng's affirmation, he hurriedly reported the matter. Global Emergency Conference Room. Ha! What kind of international joke are you guys playing? Are you guys sure that a 10-year-old brat can take on the role of savior? When the head of the Dragon Federation spoke this news out, it didn't get any recognition from the other federations. Instead, it received a bunch of questions. The Eagle Kingdom was the first to take offense. With a sneer on their faces, they didn't think that a 10-year-old brat could solve Ranger's Comet 2333, and even if he could, they wouldn't agree. After all, they had managed to find a solution to the comet with great difficulty, and they were going to use it to make a fortune. Definitely couldn't let the Dragon Kingdom ruin their plans. The many federations were silent in response, their faces torn. Although Tangfeng was indeed very famous, and had once set the Western extranets on fire, but this matter concerned the lives of countless people, and they didn't dare to take any chances. If you want to travel to space, you must have a manned aerial airplane. This technology is known as a world problem. I'm sure you all know about it, right? The leader of the Eagle Kingdom spoke again. With the current technology, there were only 5 federations that could possess manned airship technology. Among them, the Eagle Kingdom was the most powerful. In this regard, the Dragon Kingdom Federation, which also possessed this technology, also had a deep understanding of this, although they also invented the manned airship. But the technology is not as strong as the Eagle Kingdom. Moreover, they had never attempted to hover in space. It was true that the Eagle Kingdom led the world in this technology, but they had made no progress in so many years. After all, the cost of researching this program was too high. Currently the most mature manned airship on the Blue Planet was probably only the one in their country. That was the decades-old Sun God ship. This was also the backbone of why the Eagle Nation dared to demand compensation from the federations. Chapter 35 Desperation. NASA Program Failure. In the end, due to various concerns and pressures, the federations could only agree to the Eagle Kingdom's unreasonable demands. Everyone pinned all their hopes on the Sun God, Magic Capital, Dragon Science Academy. When Elder Du and the others learned of the news, they were incomparably angry. The Eagle Kingdom has always been fond of individual heroism. Since that's the case, let them go save the world. In response, Tangfeng just smiled. That's normal. Well, after all, I'm just a 10-year-old kid. It's only natural that those various federations don't believe in him. Only, I hope you won't cry when the time comes. Global Emergency Conference Room. The federations finally passed a vote, agreeing to the shameless demands of the Eagle Kingdom, and would make up for its losses afterward. This made the leaders of the Eagle Kingdom's faces smile. After all, with this opportunity, not only would they be able to publicize some of the federation's individual heroism, not only could they make a fortune, but they could also announce to the world who was the country with the strongest technology. It's just like having several birds with one stone. At the same time, all the federations had reached an agreement to work together to deal with the current unrest of the people. For a while, the media of all the federations were reporting to the public. They said that they had found a way to blow up Rover 2333, so that the people wouldn't panic and continue to make trouble. At the same time, all parties were also urgently dispatching many armed forces to garrison various places, cracking down on criminal behavior and outlaws. The situation is not under full control, but it is much more stable than before. It seems that most people still choose to believe in the Eagle Country. Eagle Country, Federal Territory, SB Mountain Range, NASA Headquarters. Under the watchful eyes of the global media, the once near-retired Helios was once again unveiled. 5 outstanding astronauts stood at attention and boarded the Helios under the watchful eyes of billions of people. They were the seeds of hope for the Blue Planet, the saviors of over 1 billion people. They set out this time. Only success is allowed. No failure allowed. Rumble. A few moments later, fueled by the enormous firepower of the thrusters, the Helios slowly ascended into the sky and leapt towards outer space. In order to publicize the Federation's personal heroism, the Eagle Nation also reported on this globally, crazily praising the bravery and professionalism of their own astronauts, stating that this crisis would soon be over. The confident attitude made the audience leap and cheer. The universe is immense and cold and dark. On the satellite broadcast screen, one could only see that the Helios had successfully left the atmosphere and gradually sailed into a carrier orbit. In front of it, a huge comet was slowly falling down, and it was clearly Rover 2333. This was also the first time the crowd saw the rover in its entirety. Everyone was shocked by its enormous size and appearance. If this thing came into close contact with Blue Star, I'm afraid there wouldn't be more than 10 million casualties, right? Maybe the entire planet's living beings would be destroyed by it. As in the era of the extinction of the dinosaurs. Dragon Kingdom, Dragon Science Academy. A huge projector was displayed, on which the course of the Sun God's mission was being played in real time. Elder Du and the others all had serious faces. Although the Eagle Kingdom's approach was extremely shameful, the safety of all mankind was now at stake, and those 5 astronauts were also considered dead soldiers. After all, no one knew the accident and who would come tomorrow. The Federation was shameful, but the astronauts were honorable. Bang! Bang! On the screen, the Helios moved slowly around the orbit, found the previously calculated weak spot in the abdomen, and then fired its catapults, preparing to land down. In the meantime, Because Vagrant 2333's body was constructed from iron meteorites, it caused the catapult to be disintegrated, causing the Helios to tremble as well, and almost about to be thrown off. This scene caused billions of people to hold their hearts. Fortunately, the last few astronauts managed to land. This scene instantly caused countless people to cheer. Then, several astronauts detached themselves from the cabin in their spacesuits, and then used their escape pods to eject directly down. Clang! The escape capsule fell onto the hard, cold comet, tumbling all the way toward the distance. A few moments later, the three astronauts managed to get out. They moved slowly toward the front with the help of gravity dragging the crates containing the nuclear explosive bombs and drill machines. The target area has been reached. Prepare to execute the plan. Words came from the communication message, and several astronauts set the direction and then began to assemble the drill. Everything went smoothly. Once the drill was deep into the belly of the comet, they managed to place the nuclear explosion bomb. Beautiful. Heroes. We did it. The scene in front of them made all the spectators go crazy, and people they didn't know on the streets hugged and cried for joy. This global disaster was about to be brought to an end. In the face of a natural disaster, people are united in their determination not to give up, not giving up. So they succeeded. The scene shifted. The 5 astronauts who successfully planted the bomb are excited to have completed their mission and are just about to return to the Helios to detonate the bomb. But just at this moment, a sudden change occurred, only to see the Ranger's 2333 suddenly trembled violently. Its internal fluctuations for some reason. In an instant, countless small iron meteorites tumbled down, bursting out in all directions under the pull of gravity. Poof! An astronaut couldn't dodge in time and was directly pierced through his spacesuit by a slender piece of iron meteorite. Under the effect of atmospheric pressure, he instantly became a bloody man, and was then frozen by the supercold temperature of the universe. Seeing that things were going badly, the remaining 2 were also fleeing in a hurry. Because of the violent magnetic signal interference, they couldn't even find their direction. Rumble! In the next moment, the trembling on the surface of the comet became even more furious. What the hell is going on here? Eagle Nation. NASA headquarters. NASA. Many leaders' originally happy faces were now covered in frost. It's not clear right now. Our guess is that there should be a structural change inside the comet. We can't rule out that it was caused by the drilling of holes. Countless researchers watched the scene on the screen, feeling very disturbed. But now they could do nothing but watch things deteriorate with bated eyes. Boom! Suddenly, a huge flame came from the screen, only to see a pillar of fire rise into the air, forming a huge mushroom cloud in mid-air. The terrifying shockwave extended in all directions, directly blowing the Helios out of its orbit. The powerful impulse carried the meteorite fragments and instantly crushed it. It exploded in the cosmic vacuum. It was a silent disaster. The expressions of the billions of viewers across the globe were frozen in the last second, completely dead silent. The previous second they were cheering, how excited they were before, and now how scared they were. A chill grew from the bottom of countless people's hearts. The Eagle Kingdom's plan had failed. Rover 2333 had not been blown up, but had instead allowed the Helios and its 5 outstanding astronauts to perish. Could it be that mankind still couldn't escape the fate of extinction? Chapter 36, I Have a Friend. On the screen, Rover 2333 shuddered violently, causing the nuclear bomb that had been put in to detonate prematurely, and a terrifying shockwave swept in all directions. The Sun God ship didn't have time to react at all, and was instantly destroyed. This scene, like the arrival of the Grim Reaper, completely ticked away the last shred of hope for mankind. Although manned aerospace craft technology had been proposed a long time ago and research had begun, but after so many years, there was only one mature hull, the Sun God. With its demise, humanity's hope of continuing to travel into space to blow up Rover 2333 was also shattered. The globe was dead silent. Countless people were overwhelmed by the fear of extinction. Inside the global emergency meeting room, a group of federal leaders also had their eyes wide open, and many of them even directly collapsed into their chairs, unable to speak for a long time. The end is coming? Everything is all over. The leader of the Eagle Kingdom was now also pale and shocked. He hadn't expected this kind of accident to happen at all. It was useless to talk about compensation for losses now. It would be difficult for them to even think about surviving. Moreover, they knew very well in their hearts that if Rover 2333 collided with the Blue Star, the resulting shockwaves wouldn't necessarily not reach the Xionging Federation. This wasn't even the deadliest. What was even more frightening was that once this disaster triggered a chain reaction of global climate, earthquakes, tsunamis, and so on, no one would be able to escape at that time. NASA headquarters. NASA. The researchers here are expressionless and numb. Desperate, some people have tears. They can only watch the countdown on the screen waiting for the end of the day. The order that the various federations had managed to maintain with great difficulty was also gradually collapsing, and pandemonium began once again. The last hope of mankind was dashed. The end was coming. Who could still be calm? Everyone was hissing and giving vent to their final madness. Magic City, Dragon Science Academy. Inside the conference room, Elder Du and the others were also desperate and very angry inside. Tang Feng had said that he had a solution, but the Xiongning Kingdom was headstrong, not listening to advice. Now it was great. The Sun God ship was gone. Even if they had a plan, there was no way to execute it. Listen to me. Gather the astronauts right now. Just then, Tang Feng spoke with a serious face. In fact, he had long predicted this outcome. After all, Rover 2333 was constructed from an iron meteorite, and even if you found its vulnerable spot and put a nuclear explosive bomb in it, you wouldn't necessarily be able to blow it up. The astronauts of the Helios were the best example of this. They had actually completed their mission, and the bomb was detonated at the target. But the other comet was still grossly uninjured. Just a little bit of slag fell off. Otherwise, the system wouldn't have rewarded him with a neutron bomb. What? Tang Feng, you still have a backstroke? As soon as Tang Feng's words fell, the originally desperate crowd in the conference room froze. Do you still have a way? Du Lao's old body shook violently, his cloudy eyes bursting with essence as he stared at Tang Feng and asked, looking very excited. The rest of them also looked over in unison. The Sun God ship is all gone. Even if we assemble it now, it's too late. We don't have time. Ideal is very plump. Reality is very bony. Thinking of the difficulties, many academicians then lost heart. But Tang Feng would always bring them surprises. Just because the Eagle Kingdom doesn't have the Sun God ship, doesn't mean I don't. Tang Feng waved his hand. The rewards he had received before had a manned airship. He had wanted to sell it to make a lot of money, but he had never imagined that he could just use it. For a moment, Du Lao and the others were once again confused. Tang Feng had a manned airship? Seriously? One must know that the technology of this thing was difficult to overcome. Even the Eagle Kingdom had given up on it many years ago, and it simply couldn't break through to the peak performance of the Sun God. As a result, Tang Feng actually said that he had a spaceship? At this, Tang Feng didn't have time to explain, because there wasn't much time left for all of humanity. According to the supercomputer's calculations, the comet was going to collide with the blue star in just over 30 hours. So Elder Du personally set off and led Tang Feng to the global emergency meeting room in a special airplane. Where did the spaceship come from? When the people from the Federation saw Tang Feng, they directly opened their mouths and asked. They knew Tang Feng's great name. This genius teenager had made a huge breakthrough in the field of science at a young age, setting the entire internet on fire. But because of the Dragon Kingdom's deliberate blockade, the West didn't know his specific information either, so it caused them to somewhat not quite trust Tang Feng. What's the point of asking this now? In response, Elder Du directly disliked him. There was a moment of silence as the crowd heard this. Indeed, as Du Lao said, they were now desperate. Although it seemed unrealistic to pin the hopes of all of humanity on a little kid. But for now, they could only beat a dead horse. I have a request. Tang Feng swept a glance at the crowd, and after seeing that they were all fine with it, he opened his mouth. He was definitely going to save the world this time, but he wasn't going to be a tool man. There was no need to say how high the danger index was for an operation like going on a trip to the universe to blow up a comet, and he didn't want any false names or anything. It's not too much to ask for actual benefits, right? After all, he would be able to obtain a super artificial brain after solving Rangers 2333, which he could use to develop various super technologies. His next plan was to register his own technology company, then use it to become rich and become a top global tycoon. What are your requirements? The people in charge of the Federation frowned slightly after hearing Tang Feng's words, but they still opened their mouths to ask. They thought that Tang Feng, this little brat, would at most ask for some animation figures or limited toys, and it was unlikely that he would ask for a lion's share of money like the Eagle Kingdom did. Let me tell you guys first, the person who provided the salvation resources this time isn't me, but a friend of mine's company. He asked me to open the mouth on his behalf, and in the future, if the R&D needs any resources, you federations must provide them for free. Tang Feng spoke directly. This was his plan. The heads of all the federations in the conference room reacted differently after hearing Tang Feng's request. Some expressed indifference, while others expressed entanglement. They didn't dwell on the so-called gratuitous provision of resources, but rather pondered on what this friend of Tang Feng's was about. As far as they knew, there wasn't a single company on the blue planet that had the ability to produce manned spacecraft. But now, this kid was saying that there was another spaceship in his friend's company? Could it be a remnant or retired one that had been eliminated in the past? All in all, this confused them and filled their hearts with curiosity. Alright, we agree to your request. After a minute, these Federation heads finally agreed to Tang Feng's request after some discussion. However, they also proposed a restriction. That is, when Tang Feng needed scarce resources, the quantity had to be specified by them, and they couldn't be too lionized. In response, Tang Feng nodded. Chapter 37. He will turn into light to guard this new day. Scarce resources were precious, and all the major federations were going to treasure some of them up to leave for the next generation. So if Tang Feng really wanted too much, they definitely wouldn't do it. On the side, the head of the Dragon Federation was silent when he saw this. He admired Tang Feng as a dragon nation, but at the same time, he was worried. Even if Tang Feng said that there was another manned airship, no one could say whether this operation could completely resolve Rover 2333. In case this operation followed in the footsteps of the Sun God, it would be another tragedy. Ha! We're out. You guys play by yourselves. The head of the Eagle Federation juggled and opened his mouth. They wouldn't agree to Tang Feng's request. Providing scarce resources to a brat for free? What a joke. They were resolutely not going to do a deal that wasn't cost-effective. Besides, after projecting that the area where Rover 2333 crashed wasn't even in their federal territory, what were they afraid of? If Tang Feng succeeded, they had nothing to lose. If he failed, then everyone would die together. Tang Feng seemed to have figured out the Eagle Nation's mind, glancing faintly at their leader and not bothering to say anything. Dragon Kingdom Federation, NASA headquarters. Luckily, there was a system to assist him, so Tang Feng didn't really have to worry about the manned airship he had acquired appearing out of nowhere too strangely. However, Tang Feng refused the good intentions of the astronauts sent over by the rest of the Federation to help. After all, this manned airship of his was a system reward, and its technology was more advanced than the Sun Gods. So naturally, he couldn't just let outsiders pry into it. But in this way, many federations were confused, because Tang Feng actually wanted to travel to the universe alone. This meant that the work from controlling the ship to descending onto the Rover 2333 to plant the nuclear bomb, plus drilling the holes and so on would all have to be done by him alone. But a nuclear bomb wasn't a Horcrux. Even with gravitational support, that thing was heavy. How could a 10-year-old kid like him pull this thing? Although the Dragon Federation was also puzzled by Tang Feng's idea, but Tang Feng insisted on it, so they had no choice but to support him. At the same time, the Global Federation meeting was also the announcement that there was still hope for Blue Star was released. This was great. As soon as the news was released, it immediately caused a sensation among the billions of people who were paying attention to this natural disaster crisis. They couldn't believe that today's savior was a 10-year-old child? Granted, he was famous, and many people recognized Tang Feng as that absolute genius with an IQ of 188. But letting a child go to space was a bit too hasty, right? This also made many people skeptical. Did you guys just make up a story to appease us? But even if you make up a story, you should also make it up a bit more real. Taking a bare child out as a savior. Whoever believes it is a big fool. As a matter of fact, even many people in the federal meeting did not have much hope for this operation. Many people are secretly doing two-handed preparations. They had long ago ordered down a partial transfer of the Federation, ensuring that casualties and losses would be minimized after Rover 2333 collided with Blue Star. North City, Old Neighborhood. Feng you must return safely. Xiao's father and mother rushed back home as soon as they were notified. At this moment, they stood in front of the TV with old tears, praying for Tang Feng non-stop. Xiaoshiro's pretty eyes were red and swollen, obviously having just cried. Her mouth couldn't stop chattering. I'll never spank you again. You kid must come back safely. Saving the world and changing human destiny was an incomparably great thing. Although they were very reluctant to let Tang Feng do such a dangerous thing, they also knew that this was Tang Feng's choice. Lin Guodong and the others on the side also felt guilty inside as they watched the TV screen. Who would have thought that mankind's last hope was still pinned on a 10-year-old child? Although the success rate of this operation was very low, and the tragic situation of the Sun God ship was fresh in their minds, but they still hoped from the bottom of their hearts that Tang Feng would be able to pull off another miracle. New Entertainment Media Corporation. Zhang Fei was even holding back her tears, watching the live broadcast with incomparable worry. She knew she couldn't do much to help, but could only cheer Tang Feng on through the media channels. Tang Feng's favorite is Dija Ultraman. We all have to believe in him, give him strength, so that he can turn into light to guard us. As Jiang Fei vocalized, countless people were also infected by this emotion. One after another, they took out their cell phones, flashlights, and other lighting devices and shot them high into the sky. They prayed inwardly, hoping that Tang Feng would turn into light and guard the world. Magic City, outside the astronautics agency. The machine had completed its last test run. Wearing an astronaut suit, Tang Feng stood outside the hatch and glanced at the crowd, gently smiling and waving his hand. Then with a firm step, he entered the cabin. Buzzing, amidst the attention of countless people, the spacecraft's thrusters ran wildly, using thrust to slowly push the spacecraft high into the sky. At this moment, Tang Feng really looked like he had turned into light. After a tense wait, the manned airship successfully broke through the atmosphere, which caused everyone to let out a long sigh of relief. The first step had been successful. After all, manned airship technology was difficult to break through, and the latest technology was all in the hands of the Eagle Kingdom Federation. With the destruction of the Sun God, everyone didn't have much confidence in this airship that Tang Feng was aboard, but now it seemed that everything had been an overthought. It must succeed. Little hero, you must return in triumph. I would like to sacrifice 50 years of my classmates. No, 100 years of life, in exchange for the hero's successful return. Brother, is your classmate a turtle? As the airship flew, all of humanity prayed as well, constantly shaking the lights in their hands. At this moment, the dark night was illuminated by these countless lights. NASA headquarters could see through the satellite that the globe looked like it had turned into a ball of light. Outer space. In the cold and dark universe, there were many iron meteorite fragments floating around. These small meteorites were attracted by the orbiting orbits, though most of them were still falling. Luckily, because the meteorite fragments were so small, they were basically worn down by the atmosphere during their fall. Tang Feng couldn't help but be staggered as he saw Rangers 2333 in the distance through the window. This guy looked truly frightening. Its size was simply too huge. Are you alright, Tang Feng? Any uncomfortable reactions? At this time, a message was sent from the headquarters of the Dragon National Space Agency. Looking a little worried, it was important to realize that what Tang Feng was carrying out nowadays was an extremely complex and sophisticated mission. There was no room for error during the mission, and they didn't have much time left. The other federations were also acting nervous. With all of humanity at stake, no one would make a mistake at this time. I'm fine. Tang Feng looked at the many nuclear explosive bombs provided by the many federations and shook his head. He didn't need many nuclear explosion bombs. One system-rewarded neutron bomb was enough. Combined with his upgraded ultra-high-tech ship, it was enough for him to complete the mission of destroying Rangers 2333 all by himself. Turn on auto-hover. Tang Feng hung up the communication and ordered to the machine. The operation officially began. Chapter 38, Heroes, Triumph. The manned airship immediately received the command under the operation of the intelligence system. It then directly replaced the pilot's job and turned on the automatic hovering mode. After deployment, Tang Feng then put on the nanobiochemical protective suit. This thing was much more powerful than a spacesuit. He then took the catapult and slowly descended towards rover 2333. Boom! Boom! The catapult fell down like a cannonball, and kept rushing back and forth on the surface of the comet under the pull of gravity. Watching Tang Feng's skillful and precise operation, the people in charge of the Federation nearly dropped their jaws in shock. How the hell did he do that? Which technology company produced this spaceship? Find out yet? That manned airship could actually hover automatically. This was a technology that even the Eagle Kingdom couldn't break through. And Tang Feng was really pushing the equipment containing a large number of nuclear bombs forward by himself. And it didn't look like there was even the slightest sign of strain. This was simply outrageous. Among the dumbfounded heads present, only the head of the Dragon Federation knew something about the bottom line. They speculated that Tang Feng should have utilized nanotechnology to maximize his strength. Otherwise he simply wouldn't have been able to do this on his own. The head of the Dragon Kingdom turned back to look, only to see the rest of the Federation's formerly lofty bigwigs all with their mouths wide open, with a look of having never seen the world. They stared at Tang Feng. This made the head of the Dragon Kingdom feel immensely proud and honored. This was the future of their Dragon Kingdom, the brightest star of the new generation. And he was only 10 years old. Not only had he refreshed mankind's inherent perception of geniuses one after another, he had also made huge breakthroughs in many fields. What's even more frightening is that he's still improving. It's a pity that a part of the Federation's top brass actually wanted to squeeze Tang Feng's value. It's caused people to be reluctant to cooperate with your Federation now. Unfortunately, it's too late for them to regret it. At the same time, they were also considering that if Tangfeng succeeded this time, they must strive for the greatest degree of preferential treatment for Tangfeng when they returned home. On the rover 2333, Tangfeng was wearing a spacesuit on the outside, and with the help of gravity, he kept moving the boxes, and soon arrived at the comet's belly that the Eagle Kingdom had previously projected. Although the borehole had long since disappeared after the last explosive shockwave, many large cracks had appeared at the target location. The iron meteorite was pitch black and deep, and even in the cold and dark universe, it glowed with a luster that made one's scalp go numb. Tangfeng settled down, opened the case, and then turned around, so that the satellites couldn't catch his small movements, and then directly placed that neutron bomb from the backpack into the nuclear explosive pile. Seeing this scene, the billions of people watching held their breath. Last time, the sun god had successfully placed a nuclear bomb into the drill hole, but in the end, it failed due to an accident. Now this was humanity's last chance. Inside the global emergency meeting room, the heads of each federation also stood up in unison, their faces staring in disbelief. Clang! Clang! In the satellite image, Tangfeng gave the nuclear bomb a push, accurately dropping it into the large crack in the ground, and then began to keep jumping with the help of gravity. Don't ever have an accident. Just one step away. Just one step away. Deja. Give Tangfeng's little hero power. I would trade all my friends being single for the rest of their lives for the little hero's success. At this moment, countless people around the globe started praying in different languages. Some of them didn't even dare to open their eyes to see the next image. Tense. Gravely. A few moments later, Tangfeng successfully returned to the manned airship and broke out of its orbit, moving away from the range of the impending explosion shockwave. This caused everyone to let out a huge sigh of relief. Now it was just a matter of waiting for the nuclear bomb to explode. Everyone's heart was in their throat. They watched the live feed without blinking. For this reason, the global emergency conference room was also starting to plan for the next step. That was to be ready to deal with rover 2333 splitting into countless meteorite fragments and crashing into the blue planet. Let's see you perform, Comrade Neutron Bomb. Inside the manned airship, Tangfeng looked into the distance through the huge basilica window and spoke softly. Along with his words falling, several nuclear explosive bombs and that neutron bomb instantly exploded. Rumble! Only a huge mushroom cloud rose into the air, and a scarlet shockwave burst out from the comet's large crack. The icy space all looked like it was undergoing a fission, compressing, like it was going to turn into a singularity, like it was going to evolve into a black hole. It was a silent firework, the grandest magic of the century. I don't know how long it took, but as the dazzling light faded, the figure of the gigantic comet wanderer 2333 was gone. In its place were countless tiny meteorite fragments. Although the size of some of the debris was still large, through the frictional burning of the atmosphere and the surface cannons of the various federations, none of the small fragments that ended up falling down would cause much harm. Inside the blue planet, all of humanity watched this scene, and first there was a moment of silence, then countless people erupted into hisses, screams, and maniacal laughter. This time humanity had finally succeeded. Tangfeng had truly turned into light and guarded the entire world. He was the hero of the entire world, the pride of all humanity. In the global conference room, the people in charge of the Federation who used to be tit-for-tat were also embracing each other without regard for face. There were even people who did a horseback dance. Even the head of the Eagle Kingdom looked at Tangfeng's expression with great appreciation, thinking to themselves how they would dig this kid into their country. The aftermath of the sky hadn't dissipated yet, and countless meteorite fragments crashed down towards the blue star. Before they even got close to the atmosphere, most of the small debris was burned to dust. On this night, the entire globe was watching the meteor shower, but only the Eagle Federation as well as the Java Federation felt angry about it, because he actually didn't realize that some of the larger meteorites fell in the direction of their federal territory. Damn it! Damn it! For a moment, they urgently evacuated the crowd, and hurriedly adopted the artillery strike plan. However, there were still a small number of meteorites that fell down, causing an impact that destroyed a large number of buildings. So far, there weren't many casualties. In response, the rest of the Federation felt happy, thinking that this was retribution. Dragon Kingdom, Magic Capital. Tangfeng didn't choose to return to the Astronautics Agency to land, as he didn't quite want to expose this manned airship. As expected, this made the head of the Dragon Federation a little disappointed. They had originally wanted to be cheeky and see if they could study this machine. The Dragon Science Academy was also blearily hoping to get some technical breakthroughs, but people slipped away. and they didn't have the face to take the initiative to ask. A few moments later, Tang Feng arrived at the headquarters of the Astronautics Agency in a special car. Here had already waited for many heads of the Federation to gather in a circle, welcoming Tang Feng with a smile on their faces. After all, Tang Feng had successfully saved the world this time, and was the hero of mankind. They were going to hold a huge hero's triumph ceremony in his honor. Chapter 39, Goddess's favorable value is almost full, woo-woo. However, Tang Feng refused them. He had long since grown tired of these fancy recognition ceremonies. Right now, he only wanted to return to North City and report back to his friends and family. Immediately afterward, under the witness of the leaders of the Dragon Federation, Tang Feng and the various federations signed the previous agreement. They would provide the scarce resources Tang Feng's friends' company needed without compensation. Only now did Tang Feng reveal a silly smile. Magic Capital Airport. Ah, Tang kid, I want to ask you, that friend of yours is yourself, right? Elder Du suddenly opened his mouth and looked at Tang Feng as he asked. His kind face carried a hint of an elusive smile. Tang Feng froze when he heard this. I can't imagine that Elder Du could see this. Ginger was still old and hot. You're doing the right thing. Elder Du smiled, reaching out to pat Tang Feng's shoulder. He admired this child who was only 10 years old. Although for their Dragon Science Academy, they were more or less disappointed in their hearts for losing Tang Feng as a major booster. But this was someone's choice. Moreover, the strength of one person was ultimately no match for the strength of a group of people. If Tang Feng was like them, dedicating his life selflessly to the Federation, then it was indeed worthy of respect. But it wasn't a good thing. Tang Feng was too outstanding. When his luster overshadowed everyone else, the others would become jealous, and even not think about progress from then on, only knowing to endlessly ask for him. Take this human crisis as an example. If the world's technology had developed to an extremely high level, why would they need to count on a 10-year-old child? They couldn't pin their hopes on Tang Feng every time something happened, could they? Moreover, engaging in scientific research required spending money, and only with huge financial and material support could there be breakthroughs. At this point the Dragon Confederation hadn't gotten it right. After all, in the era of entertainment where theater is the norm, don't you see that a netizen's live broadcast can be worth the salary of a scientific researcher for the rest of his life? If this goes on, it's hard for scientists to support their families. So who has the heart to research? He didn't want Tang Feng to follow in their footsteps. Thank you, Elder Du, for your understanding. Hearing Du Lao's words, Tang Feng felt very warm. Scientists like Du Lao were truly selfless people, seniors worthy of everyone's respect. North City. When Tang Feng returned, Bei Chang also organized a grand welcome ceremony for him and arranged a banquet and press conference. They all wanted to take advantage of this to get some light and properly publicize North City, pulling up the local economy and adding to their resume war chests. But Tang Feng still refused. Old neighborhood. Mom, Dad, old sister, I'm back. When Tang Feng rushed to the neighborhood, Xia's father, Xia's mother, and Xia Shiro had long been waiting outside. Child, it's good that you came back safely. Go, let's go home. Mom made you your favorite cola chicken wings and leek boxes. Xia's father and mother cried tears of joy and directly rushed up to Tang Feng and swept him into their arms, then led him towards home. They didn't want their child to be a hero. They just wanted to see him grow up healthy and live his life in peace. This heartwarming scene also made the noses of the onlookers sore, and everyone did not bother the family's peace. More than half a month later, the heat of Tang Feng saving the world has long since receded, and the hot topic of discussion has been replaced by strange netizens. It is no wonder that Du Laokai lamented that no one knows about the general's grave, but the playwright's triviality spreads to the world. Yutsai Elementary School. Tang Feng didn't pay any attention to this, but returned to his normal school life. Tang Feng. On this day, Lin Wan called out to Tang Feng on a rare occasion, her small face full of shyness. Tang Feng took a look. Yo, is this the sun coming out of the west? What's wrong? Want air? So Tang Feng walked over to Lin Wan with his school bag on his back. My mom asked me to invite you over for dinner tonight. You, forget it if you don't want to. Lin Wan spoke coyly. She couldn't figure out why her mom's attitude had changed so drastically. After all, Tang Feng had fed her papaya earlier, and when she was told about it, she had taught herself a hard lesson and told herself to stay away from this guy. But now she was urgently urging herself to call for him to eat. Oh, I'm definitely willing. Tang Feng sniffed and nodded, his heart snickering. How could you not be willing to go to your future old husband's old mother-in-law's house for dinner? Sunny neighborhood. Lin Wan's old mom was very excited today. After all, she was going to invite Tang Feng over for dinner. He's only 10 years old, but he's already the hero of all mankind. There was no telling how many people were staring at him now. The more Lin mother looked at Tang Feng, the more he looked like her family's future son-in-law, and she naturally couldn't let go of such a good son-in-law. The last time she went ahead to visit Tang Feng's parents in the old neighborhood, she had joked about wanting Tang Feng and Lin Wan to set up a doll marriage, and that was really no joke. Unfortunately, it was rejected by Xia's father. Oops. You said you. The child is still so young and you're starting to open up about her marriage. Is that good? Lin Wan's dad was speechless as he sat on the sofa and looked at his wife and muttered. He also admitted that Tang Feng was very good, and that he couldn't compare to him after living most of his life. But how old are the two of them? Their hair hadn't even grown back yet. It was too early to talk about this. Damn old man. What do you know? Lin Wan's mother glared at Lin's father. What's wrong with having a small child? It's called cultivating feelings from a young age. The two of them will be childhood sweethearts in the future. Creak. Just then, the door to the room opened, and it was clearly Lin Wan and Tang Feng returning. "Oh, little Feng is here. Hurry up and sit down. Hubby, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and greet the guests. I'll go to the kitchen to cook." Seeing this, Lin Wan's mom immediately opened her mouth with a smile on her face. Tang Feng obediently greeted Lin's father and mother. Then he followed Lin Wan into her boudoir. For her mom's attitude change, Tang Feng's heart is very clear how. After all, the dragon country thought as so. Mother-in-law liked to hold a golden son-in-law back, and he just meets all the standards. Many indicators even exceeded the standard. Hey, it seems like your mom is more than likely going to marry you off to me. Inside the room, Tang Feng looked at Lin Wan and laughed evilly. This was his hand-picked future goddess, and it was currently underway according to his cultivation plan, so he definitely couldn't give his future daughter-in-law to someone else. Who said I want to marry you? Lin Wan sniffed and her small face reddened. Shyness increased greatly and she directly blanked him. She was still young and simply didn't understand any mountain oaths, and marriage was even more of a pie in the sky for her. However, she knew in her heart that she rather liked this guy. Then the two of them played Dream Journey to the West as well as the Q version of Bubble Dang, waiting for the meal to start. In the end, they even played backgammon for a while. Tang Feng stipulated that if he won, he would give Lin Wan a kiss, and if he lost, he would let Lin Wan give him a kiss. Lin Wan resolutely turned into Hinata. Lin Wan rewarded him a bunch of blank stares. During the meal, as Tang Feng guessed, Lin Wan's mom was more and more satisfied with him. If it wasn't for the federal regulations on the legal age of marriage, she would even hate to marry Lin Wan to him right now. Little Wind. In the future, if you have the time to come and tutor our family Wanner's homework often, Auntie is counting on you. Ha. Good. In the end, Lin Wan's old mother personally sent Tang Feng out of the neighborhood, watching him get into the car before leaving. Chapter 40, Xiongning Country's Genius Girl, the dilapidated neighborhood. Mom and Dad had gone out to work a few days ago, and at the moment, Xiaoshiro was sitting on the sofa looking at Tang Feng. What are you so happy about? Xiaoshiro's face was skeptical as she directly opened her mouth and asked. Secrets. Ha. In response, Tang Feng returned with a dejected face. I won't say it. Just playing. I see you owe it to yourself again. Seeing this, Xiaoshiro instantly stood up from the sofa, then picked up the fly swatter and chased after him. Scared Tang Feng to death, he directly stood up and slipped away. At least I'm the savior of all mankind, the hero of the Federation, and this is how you treat me? Xiaoshiro didn't care about this. In her, Tang Feng was her own brother, and tidying up her brother had to be done from a young age. Otherwise she wouldn't be able to fight when she grew up. For a while, the two were directly entangled together. During this time, there would inevitably be some more intimate contact. Ahem. This caused Xiaoshiro to instantly pause. Then she fiercely glared at Tang Feng before leaving the room. After leaving the room, her heart was beating violently, and her pretty face was covered in shame, because she just remembered that her stinky younger brother had grown up, and wasn't as ignorant as he was when he was a child, especially since his thoughts had changed. In response, Tang Feng also smiled badly. After all, he had discovered his old sister's ulterior secret before. If he bullied him next time, he would definitely have to take it out to bully his old sister. The next days were relatively uneventful, although Tang Feng had the idea of creating a technology company, but he currently didn't have the energy for it, because he didn't just have to deal with the countless papers in school but also study the learning materials in the computer. Cough. During that time, Lin Guodong had also come to him, sidetracking him to inquire about his friend's company. He said that he wanted to learn about the technology of manned airships. However, he was rejected by Tang Feng on the grounds of company secrets. It wasn't that he didn't want to bring out this technology, but this airship was the latest model given by the system. The technology involved in it was too advanced. Even if it was given to the Federation to study, it wouldn't be studied thoroughly without a few decades. At the same time, Tang Feng was also persuading Lin Guodong that he wanted those scientists up there to be down-to-earth oriented, and that he couldn't think of shortcuts in everything. Lin Guodong also knew this reasoning. He was a little disappointed, but still left. Afterwards, this incident was learned by Du Lao. He also criticized the crowd at the Dragon Science Academy. This was because with the appearance of Tang Feng, many people had developed a sense of dependence and were always thinking of being lazy. Many of the current scientific research projects had even entered a state of stagnation, which was a very bad phenomenon. On this day, the Western extranet suddenly published a statement that shocked the world. A young girl named Kate Lena from the Eagle Kingdom had just turned 11. Lena, a young girl, had just turned 11. Her IQ was said to have reached 152, and she was a genius in the field of optics and physics. It was reported that she had successfully developed the 6th-generation stealth fighter technology with the help of the Ouroboros Technology Corporation. This allowed the Eagle Kingdom to once again ride the dust in this field. Learning of this news, for a while the Federation was shocked, envious and jealous. Why is it that your country always has talented youngsters and talented girls? Where did our geniuses go? Could it be destroyed by the terrifying creature called homework? Dragon Country, Dragon Science Academy. Elder Du also held a meeting based on the reports coming from the West. As one of the Blue Star superpowers, the Dragon Kingdom naturally couldn't be willing to lag behind. The federal hierarchy had also issued an order that the 6th-generation stealth fighter technology must be researched as soon as possible. The faces of many academicians were grave, and some were even a little ashamed. Who let them study this field for so many years? But as a result, they were no match for an 11-year-old blonde girl. This is the difference between our federation and foreign federations. They have super geniuses, and so do we, but they place extreme importance on special talents and uphold the idea of joint research and development. On the contrary, what about us? Just want to dump on others when there's something going on. Du Lao swept a glance at the crowd and spoke in dissatisfaction. A bunch of scientists, when they encountered something, instead of thinking about whether they could solve it themselves, they first thought of looking for Tang Feng. This was very bad. The academicians sniffed and lowered their heads in shame, their faces burning and hurting. You are all experts in the field of optics that are famous domestically and even internationally. I believe you can do it. Everyone come out with the same vigor you had when you were chasing after your own wives. It will definitely work. In the end, Elder Du stated that he wanted them to go all out in their research. Make sure to strive for early results, and even if they couldn't completely realize the technology of the 6th-generation stealth fighter, they still had to maximize the gap in technology with the Eagle Kingdom. Everyone was busy nodding their heads in agreement. Eagle Federation, Capital City, Ouroboros Technology Corporation. Inside a luxurious office. This is Tang Feng? Katerina looked at the picture of Masatsugu on the screen, a smile appearing on her pretty face. Although she was only 11 years old as well, she looked extra mature and tall because of the differences between China and the West. Regarding this talented young man from the Dragon Federation, although she admired him, she also felt a bit sorry for him. She thought that he was too stupid in some aspects. Perhaps this was the so-called cultural differences? For example, she possessed extraordinary abilities, and she did not choose to join the Federation Research Institute. Instead, she entered the Ouroboros Technology Corporation, where she was able to obtain a huge amount of financial and resource support that would allow her to freely research all kinds of super technologies. In doing so, not only could she gain a reputation but also various benefits. But if she had the chance, she really wanted to compete with this teenager named Tang Feng, to see just who was the true genius. And taking in such a proper man as her manservant wouldn't poke it either. At the same time, Dragon Kingdom, North City, Tang Feng, who was reading this news, sneezed. With the West announcing something so big, Tang Feng naturally paid attention to it. This time, Lin didn't come looking for himself, which made him very relieved. Although he had the 6th-generation stealth fighter technology himself, if he could research it with the strength of their team, it would be even more beneficial to the future development of the Dragon Science Academy. For that genius girl Caitlin, Tang Feng also admired her, because her figure was just too good, combined with her extremely stunning appearance, blonde hair and pretty face, a body that was completely out of place for this age group. It was very seductive. Tang Feng wanted to ask her how she managed to get so big at only 11 years old. The watch. Ahem. Nope. Would Tang Feng be so shallow? Of course not. What he admired was people's intelligence. Ahem. He didn't even believe it himself. This stealth fighter thing was a big deal in other people's eyes. But in Tang Feng's opinion, this thing was easy. So there was nothing to be concerned about. And during this time he would head to Lin Wan's house every day after school, helping her with her homework while secretly brushing up on his goodwill. A few months later, good news came from the Dragon Science Academy. After the incessant drilling and hard work of the people, although they hadn't thoroughly researched the 6th generation stealth fighter technology, they were infinitely close to completion. This was very good news. At least the Federation didn't have to worry about being left behind by the Eagle Kingdom for many years. Chapter 41 Top Secret Operation. The telescope program was restarted. White Bear Federation Border Junction. Gobi Beach. Rumble. A heavy vehicle kept driving into the depths of the desert. The words Top Secret printed on each vehicle. On the distant horizon, some buildings vaguely surfaced. In the last century, this was a scientific research workstation. The White Bear Combat Nation Federation at the time had conducted a top-secret program here, codenamed Blue Star Telescope, in order to compete for underground resources. Through technical drilling, they took nearly 20 years to excavate a tunnel that was 12,000 meters deep. Subsequently, they continued to dig more than 200 meters, but it took 10 years. From then on, the plan was shelved and all information was destroyed and sealed from the public. This matter caused quite a stir at the time. After all, the White Bear Fighting Nation Federation had spent a huge amount of manpower and financial resources on the telescope program, but then suddenly stopped doing it. This was something quite unthinkable. There were rumors that they were digging up something extremely horrible that caused a large number of casualties. Others said that it was because there was magma in the ground and they couldn't dig any further. However, these were all speculations and were not proven. It was only until now that the program, codenamed Blue Star Telescope, was restarted. Its purpose was twofold. The first was to continue to excavate usable underground resources. The second was to find out the truth of why the program was shelved in the first place. Clank clank clank. The sun was blazing in the sky. The dome of the sky was covered with heavy clouds, and the wind and sand swept down, constantly emitting gusts of wailing sounds. Several heavy vehicles slowly stopped at the long-deserted research station, followed by a group of engineers in camouflage uniforms quickly jumping down. They kept carrying various huge iron boxes. The boxes were sealed with secret strips on top, belonging to absolutely confidential items. At the same time, a group of armed personnel also began to search the surrounding area. They were responsible for eliminating uncontrollable dangerous elements. Immediately afterward, they escorted a team of scientific researchers into a building. The building was dusty and the surrounding items were cluttered. One could vaguely tell that the group had evacuated in great haste, and there were even congealed blood clots on some corners of the walls. It looked very gruesome. Let's get started. A scientific researcher at the head of the group spoke towards the armed men. Restarting the Blue Star Telescope program, the operation began. Dang, dang dang, night fell, and the temperature of the desert surface was extremely low. Dozens of searchlights were placed, instantly illuminating the area. The numerous engineers nearby were grasping at straws to assemble various precision instruments. One of the biggest machines was the drilling machine. Deep within the scientific research station, surrounded by decaying buildings, there were many things covered by military fabrics in one of the open spaces. As the fabric was lifted, a mine shaft was revealed below. Safe. There is no radiation here. The researchers on the side spoke. They held radiation detection instruments in their hands and determined that there was no radiation as well as toxic gases. The old man at the head nodded, and then had the cover of the mine shaft opened, accompanied by a dull sound. The tunnel that was more than 12,000 meters deep appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The bottom was so deep that it looked dark and cold. Standing at the edge of the shaft, one could feel a gust of gloomy wind overflowing. Moreover, the bottom was accompanied by an indescribable tearing wind sound, which was very bizarre. It should be known that back then, due to the backwardness of technology, this sound was even rumored to be a sigh from hell. And nowadays, the researchers speculated that this should be the normal sound emitted by the mine's vertical distance being too deep, resulting in air pressure squeezing the walls. For the Federation. For the future. Ola. The group of scientific research squads, consisting mainly of the Federation of White Bear Fighting Nation, prayed, and then entered the shaft to begin the restart program. Of course, this was all done in top secret, and the outside world knew nothing about it. Dragon Country. North City. Lin Wan's parents came over early in the morning, saying that they had something to do this weekend, so they asked Tang Feng to take care of Lin Wan. And old sister Xia Shiro didn't have time because she had to prepare for the exams. So in the end, they directly gave Tang Feng a large amount of pocket money and let him bring Lin Wan to make his own arrangements. Hope Kingdom Playground. Wan I'll take you to a fun place. Tang Feng looked at Lin Wan and suddenly smiled. Only how did this smile look like it was going to be bad? Girls were all more timid, so it would be fun to take her to a haunted house. So Tang Feng could also take the opportunity to help the little girl measure her body. Cough. I don't want to go. If you want to go, you go yourself. When Lin Wan looked at the haunted house adventure in front of her, she was so scared that her little face turned white, and then she kept shaking her head. Allowing Tang Feng to persuade her was useless. Tang Feng shook his head and gave up on this plan. Then, maze adventure is always fine. A moment later, Tang Feng pointed to the maze in front of him and said, this thing wouldn't be scary, but it was a test of intelligence. Lin Wan looked at the maze and thought about it before finally agreeing. The maze didn't cover a large area, and it was filled with haha mirrors and whatnot. It can make a person look bigger and smaller in one moment. It's very weird. At one point, it caused Lin Wan to laugh heartily. Tang Feng, you, where? Lin Wan froze violently, because she suddenly realized that Tang Feng wasn't talking anymore, and since she was surrounded by harpies, she couldn't be sure exactly where he was. This made her get a little scared. I'll tell you if you give me a kiss. He. Tang Feng laughed badly. Lin Wan shook her head after hearing this. She didn't want it, but Tang Feng not showing up all the time wasn't a solution. She became a little anxious. Then she kept touching the silhouettes in front of her with her hands, wanting to see which one was really him. Ouch. So stupid. You go and kiss the silhouette in front of you, then you'll know which one is real. Don't worry. That's a mirror. Looking at Lin Wan, who was on the verge of crying, Tang Feng finally spoke up. You, don't lie to me? Lin Wan hurriedly pursued. The little nymph's eyes were a little red, only to see her walk towards the front, thinking that the front should also be a mirror projection, so a kiss wouldn't be much. But the next second she was confused, because it seemed like she had kissed on soft skin. It wasn't a mirror at all. Rather, it was the real Tang Feng. You lied to me. Lin Wan instantly became angry, and was about to turn away at that moment, but she turned around and bumped into the haha mirror again. This made her even more aggravated. Seeing this, Tang Feng also knew that he had gone a bit overboard, and hurriedly ran over to comfort her. I'm scared, because mommy said that a kiss would conceive a baby. Lin Wan reddened her eyes and complained. Looking at her appearance, Tang Feng was speechless for a while. Your mama really knows how to teach. It's fine. Don't be afraid. I'll be responsible. When the time comes, we'll have a bunch of babies and let them play king with you. 10 rows. These words instantly made Lin Wan break into laughter. At the same time, she couldn't help but give Tang Feng a blank look, just knowing how to bully herself. But such a Tang Feng, Lin Wan was not disgusted. She even felt sweet in her heart. This made Lin Wan feel as if she had changed for the worse. Chapter 42, Appreciation from the Beautiful President. After playing with Lin Wan for several days, the emotions between the two of them had clearly taken a qualitative leap. Tang Feng felt that his goddess raising program was halfway done. On this day, Lin father and mother picked Lin Wan up and greeted Tang Feng with a smile as they said goodbye. Lin Wan left reluctantly. Afterward, Tang Feng did unexpectedly receive a call from Zhang Feifei. Little Wind, I have a friend who wants to get to know you. Is it convenient for you to come out and play? Sister treats you to a delicious meal. Oh, Zhang Feifei had a friend? The time she went to Zhang Feifei's house before, Zhang Feifei had said that she had very few friends. Can't it be that it's a new boyfriend? Thinking of this, Tang Feng suddenly felt a bit jealous for some reason. Oh well, I'm free, just send me the address where it is. Tang Feng thought about it and decided to go help Zhang Feifei keep an eye on her. This silly girl shouldn't sell herself short. North City, Star Bar Krypton. Zhang Feifei sat flush with another person on the inside of the bar. It attracted the eyes of countless gentlemen and LSBs. Tang Feng deliberately wore the sunglasses that Lin Guodong had given him in order to keep a low profile and look dazzling. When he pushed the door into the store, Zhang Feifei warmly greeted him. Little Feng, you're here, Zhang Feifei said while warmly holding Tang Feng's arm. The nice scent and soft touch made Tang Feng's heart flutter. Good fellow. Sister Feifei had grown up again. Ahem. Don't ask him how he knew. Zhang Feifei led Tang Feng to the seat and sat down. Tang Feng froze, because the one Zhang Feifei brought with her, her friend, was actually wearing sunglasses as well. And at a glance, It was clear that it was a big beauty with a huge face value. The young lady had snow-white skin and long hair like satin on her shoulders. Her figure was only stronger than Zhang Fei. Wearing crystal sandals, she revealed her white and tender feet, her pink nails extraordinarily beautiful. Noticing Tang Feng's line of sight, Su Ziqing couldn't help but smile. This little guy was quite interesting. Your little Tang Feng? Su Ziqing's sunglasses were removed, instantly revealing her overwhelmingly beautiful face. The half of her face that was covered by the sunglasses was as beautiful as a woeful demoness. Tang Feng had to admit that this was the most beautiful number one he had seen since he was reborn. Her temperament seemed to be easygoing, but in reality, she was 1,000 miles away. In looking at the extraordinary jewelry on her body, and the latest model of ultra-thin laptop on the desktop, either she was a female CEO or a rich girl. But Tang Feng didn't have any dreams of a domineering president falling in love with me like this. He quickly calmed his mind, started to ponder the meaning of Zhang Fei bringing him to know this one. Little Feng, this is my best friend. Her name is Su Ziqing. Su Ziqing? What a guy! Tang Feng was just shocked when he heard this. This sister's origin wasn't big, it was huge. She was the daughter of the Su family, the largest conglomerate in North City, the future successor of the group. Even if she had such an extraordinary status, the key was that her face value was also very high. This caused countless second generation to rush towards her, but unfortunately no one was able to pick this blue demoness. Ha, the little guy knows me? Su Ziqing suddenly reached out and removed Tang Feng's sunglasses. Tang Feng frowned. Boys have to protect themselves outside. This girl is pretty, but she won't have any bad thoughts about me, right? Tang Feng thought to himself. If Su Ziqing knew what Tang Feng was thinking in his heart, she would probably vomit blood in anger. Are you quite cute looking? Much more adorable than on TV. Tang Feng hated it when people said he was cute, and depressedly said, "Humph, that's called Ingwu handsome." At this time, Tang Feng casually glanced at Su Ziqing's computer. Dully, he pointed at the screen. You're going to cooperate with this company? Su Ziqing hadn't expected Tang Feng to have such good eyesight. Generously handing him the computer, she laughed. What? What does our little genius have to say? In and out of the words, there was a snarky meaning to Tang Feng. It seemed like they wanted to see what he had to say. Tang Feng gave Su Ziqing a blank look. How dare you underestimate me? This cooperation plan of yours? I have seen it on the internet. I personally think there are a lot of loopholes. This kind of large-scale cooperation plan, how could there be any online? But Tang Feng Encryption Bureau had hacked into it, let alone this tiny company. When Tang Feng played with stocks for a while, he had turned over the secrets of these major companies. Ahem. This short video collaboration of yours is the future trend. The direction is good. And that company you're acquiring, the thought process is also good. There's nothing contradictory within their team. This shows that their team's internal unity is at least not too much of a hidden danger, so it won't fall apart after the acquisition. But, when Tang Feng said this, Su Ziqing's expression as she looked at Tang Feng had changed. How could she not expect that this little guy really did have a couple of tricks up his sleeve? Seeing Su Ziqing's surprised expression, Tang Feng continued. However, their team has 3 problems. First, the investment direction isn't clear enough. You guys gave them $100 million for promotion, so which videos are they going to promote? What kind of pig casting is worth recommending? They don't have specific criteria. Saying this, Su Ziqing had squared her shoulders, squaring up to Tang Feng. Zhang Fei covered her mouth and snickered when she saw the scene. Looking at Tang Feng, her gaze was filled with fondness, proud of him. It had to be said that Tang Feng's aura instantly rose when he spoke of business. He was at least the brand name of the Federation's talented youngsters, wasn't he? Secondly, the fact that they are all acquaintances within their team means that the supervision won't be too effective. And in the future, if they make false accounts, how will you be? I really didn't think about it. How did your brain grow? Su Ziqing touched Tang Feng's head. Shocked, Tang Feng breathlessly opened her hand and continued. Finally, the most important point is the issue of their earnings. According to my calculations, their earnings calculation model is obviously flawed, incomplete, and the market is just this big point. How many advertisements do they want to put in? Where will there be advertisement spots? After finishing all this in one breath, Tang Feng was thirsty, so he gulped down the coffee in front of Su Ziqing. Su Ziqing was still digesting what Tang Feng had said, and even forgot to stop him from drinking her half-drunk coffee. What kind of monster was this brat? His thoughts were also too clear, analyzing so many things just by taking a brief look at the files on his computer. The analysts in their company couldn't do such a detailed, thorough job. Well, having said that much, this project can still be invested in. Tang Feng stroked his chin and said with a bad smile. How? Su Ziqing looked forward to hearing Tang Feng's post, laying out these issues in front of the other team and using them to press the price. I estimate that I can save you $30 million. Su Ziqing, oh, you, Fifi, you and your little boyfriend got something. I agree. Zhang Feifei didn't know anything about finance, but she also knew that Tang Feng had done Su Ziqing a big favor. Red-faced, she jostled with Su Ziqing. The two beauties fooling around was naturally a beautiful sight, but Tang Feng suddenly remembered something and asked, alright, so what's the main reason you guys are looking for me to come over today? Zhang Feifei stayed for a moment before she was embarrassed. We are trying to ask for your help to see what cell phone is appropriate to buy. We both want to change our cell phones. Tang Feng. Chapter 43, International Rescue Operation. The first meeting with the genius girl. Originally, Tang Feng was the one who brought the duo to buy a cell phone. But in the end, it turned into the two of them carrying Tang Feng around to look at clothes. Along the way, the two beauties naturally attracted the eyes of countless male compatriots. Thus, Tang Feng spent the morning in pain and happiness. When he returned home, Tang Feng vowed never to go shopping with them again. As a result, before Tang Feng even entered the neighborhood, he saw Lin Guodong, who was standing guard at the entrance to the neighborhood. Lin Guodong looked nervous and hurriedly jogged over. Tang Feng, international emergency. Elder Du said you can definitely come and take a look. Lin Guodong's face was serious. The upper echelons wouldn't order him to come over to seek help from Tang Feng until it was absolutely necessary. Buzzing. On the way to Magic City, Tang Feng also probably knew some news about the incident. About half a month ago, the satellites of the numerous federations had captured some anomalies on the ground. At the border between the Lafayette Federation and the White Bear Federation, there were several unexplained large vibrations. However, according to the tests, the vibrations were not natural disasters such as earthquakes. It was most likely artificially caused, and the exact location of the fluctuations was in the White Bear Federation's Gobi Beach. This instantly drew the attention of the various federations, which then launched a series of investigations into it. In the end, it was discovered that someone was actually restarting the Blue Star Telescope program. Hearing the name of this program, Tang Feng straight frowned. This program was older than him. Who was so brain-dead to restart this thing? Lin Guodong didn't know much about the incident. The specific details still had to wait until he got to Mordor before he knew. For the Blue Star Telescope program, Tang Feng more or less knew a little. This program was a scientific research program carried out by the White Bear Federation in the last century in order to uncover and investigate underground resources, but it was shelved for a certain reason. At that time, there were rumors that the White Bear country's funds were not enough, or there were strange phenomena in the ground that led to the failure of the plan. As of today, there was no concrete evidence of what was going on. They couldn't have really dug into the Earth's core, right? Tang Feng could not help but speculate. After all, today's technology is also considered to be more developed. They may not be without a chance. Magic City, Dragon Science Academy. When Tang Feng came over, Du Lao and the others had already been waiting in the conference room. Immediately, Du Lao explained the cause of this incident. It turned out that the White Bear Federation had restarted the Blue Star Telescope program. After the super drill had dug down thousands of meters further on the original plan, many scarce resources that could be used were found on the way. However, when the plan was on its final step, an accident occurred. This was something Tang Feng knew very well, because depending on the depth of the Earth, the composition of the substances inside varied. It wasn't as if you drilled towards the center of the Earth and it was all dirt once you got to the bottom. And coupled with the fact that the blue star was spherical, so the inside of the planet would automatically form a closed loop. That is to say, it is impossible for you to casually dig into the core of the Earth. At most, it is just stuck in the middle layer of the mantle. The gang encountered difficulties, presumably because during the digging process, the natural gas deep in the Earth came into contact with an open flame, resulting in a big explosion, or a magma gush covered the drilling hole. According to the Rafi Federation's help report, it is now known that a team of researchers are trapped. The location they are trapped in is in a tunnel more than 2,000 meters near the ground. Elder Du continued to speak, his tone grave. Although this kind of matter was none of the Dragon Federation's business, but it was, after all, about the lives of a team of researchers. And since the Rafi Federation had also asked for help from the International Conference, as one of the superpowers, the Dragon Country Federation naturally couldn't just stand by and do nothing. Currently, the Eagle Federation side had already promised. It said that it would immediately send a Navy SEAL rescue unit. Wait. Tang Feng's expression was uncertain as he suddenly interrupted. As far as he understood, the Blue Star Telescope plan was nothing more than drilling. Since there was a machine to extract the soil for testing, what was that group of researchers going down for again? As the saying goes, if you don't make a mistake, you won't die. Hey! Their federal researchers detected a lot of rare substances on their way to digging, which made them very excited. So in order to study them more accurately, they went down in a narrow-type catapult. But they were also unlucky. They didn't know who brought a lighter down there, and it accidentally fell out and shattered, causing an explosion, leading to the drilling hole being sealed. Du Lao smiled and glanced at Tang Feng. Inwardly, he was incomparably appreciative of him. Although this kid was only 10 years old, he was always able to find the crux of the problem. Hearing the explanation, this made Tang Feng instantly somewhat speechless, but he couldn't say anything either. After all, for a group of researchers, sometimes research was more important than even their own lives. However, which Ruiji would carry a lighter with him? Wasn't this a fucking mole? Ding! Side mission initiated. Choice 1. Participate in this cross-country rescue operation and receive the reward, Steel Mecha Technology. Choice 2. Refuse to participate in this rescue operation. Receive reward 100 million in cash. Tang Feng originally didn't intend to participate in this rescue. After all, even the Navy SEALs of the Eagle Federation had stepped in, so it shouldn't be too difficult for them to rescue a group of sealed and trapped researchers at their level. But now it was different. For that Steel Mecha Technology, Tang Feng attached great importance to it. Moreover, the system hadn't told him that he had to rescue the researchers. So as long as he chose to mix experience with the group, even if he completed the mission, he was basically in no danger. Can I accompany this rescue? Suddenly, Tang Feng looked at Du Lao and asked. Tang Feng's attitude made Du Lao feel a bit shocked. After all, this time, he was looking for him because he wanted him to figure out what the solution would be, but it hadn't occurred to him that he would take the initiative to follow the team. If you can go, that's the luck of the Lafayette Federation and the White Bear Federation, as well as the entire international community. In response, Du Lao smiled and lamented. At the same time, he gave a deadly order that this rescue operation should put Tang Feng's safety first. Other than that, what the heck? Lafayette Federation and White Bear Federation, the temporary conference room in the capital city. Because of the ghosts in their hearts, the two federations did not notify too many federations to come to the rescue. This was because they had many secrets within their federation and didn't quite want to be discovered by outsiders. In the end, they just agreed to the support of the Eagle Federation as well as the Dragon Kingdom Federation. Inside the conference room. Yo, you're Tang Feng? The representative of the Male Eagle Federation. Genius girl Kate. Lena immediately walked over when she saw Tang Feng. This genius girl, who was on par with Tang Feng, was fluent in 7 languages and had a tall and mature figure that didn't fit the age group of 11 at all. Tang Feng nodded at her, similarly sizing her up. This girl was quite extraordinary. After all, he had only invented various black technologies with the help of a system, whereas people were actually created with their personal abilities. And through Du Lao's introduction, Tang Feng also knew some secret stories. This girl had actually become the chief CEO of the International Tech Bowl Ouroboros. Chapter 44, Change of Plans. A time bomb in the center of the earth. Arod Corporation was the world's largest arms dealer, specializing in producing all kinds of super weapons to be sold globally, and possessing many world-class patents. Some time ago, there were rumors that Ouroboros was planning to join the Eagle Federation's Ministry of Defense, which was not good news. Once this matter came true, then the super technological weapons produced by the Ulod Company would be massively put into the domestic ministry of the Eagle. This was bad for the current Blue Star's pattern. Clang! Just at this moment, the door of the conference room was suddenly pushed open heavily. Elder Du and the representative of the Eagle Federation walked in with angry faces. Damn Rafi Federation! Damn White Bear fools! They had just spoken with the people in charge of the Rafi Federation and the White Bear Federation. Hopefully, they would be able to get enough complete information about the incident so that they could facilitate the rescue plan. At first the Rafi Federation and the White Bear Federation were stumped. It was only after some questioning that the representatives of the Eagle Kingdom and Du Lao realized that the matter was far from being as simple as they had imagined. They then held an emergency meeting. On the screen above the wall, the projector began to run. A 3D tunnel slowly appeared on the screen, and the catapult was the one that was stuck about 2,000 meters underground. But that wasn't all. Only to see that there was still a black shadow at a depth of over 10,000 meters from the ground. This instantly attracted the attention of many people, and for a while the conference room was abuzz with discussion. After all, they did not mention this black shadow in the information they obtained. It was a big black mass, and it was still in a sensitive location close to the center of the Earth. What is this thing? Thus, at that moment, someone opened their mouths to inquire. As you can see, in a tunnel more than 10,000 meters deep from the Earth's core, this black shadow was a large-yield nuclear explosive bomb. And now, it's stuck in the middle layer of the Earth's mantle. Elder Du opened his mouth with a serious face and replied, "What? Oh, my God. They're crazy. They must be crazy." With these words, the entire conference room was in an uproar, and everyone was dumbfounded. Wasn't this rescue just to free the sealed and trapped researchers? When did another nuclear bomb suddenly appear? Tang Feng and Katerina on the side also frowned at the words, their little faces looking a little shocked. The middle layer of the Earth's mantle. Further down could be the Earth's core. If that large-yield nuclear explosion bomb exploded at this location, the consequences would be unimaginable. This Rafi Federation and White Bear Federation have bags in their heads? Are they looking for death? My God, wasn't it a deal about resource exploration? What the hell is a nuclear bomb? Shiba. Once this thing explodes, the Earth's core will definitely be affected, and it might cause a super earthquake. For a while, the crowd was talking, all of them showing incomparable anger. This was simply irresponsible behavior on the part of the White Bear Federation and the Rafi Federation. They had absolutely no regard for the lives of humans all over the world. We need to rework the rescue plan, Du Lao said in a deep voice. He had discussed with the representative of the Eagle Federation, and this matter definitely needed to be reported to the higher-ups. After all, the things involved in this matter were too huge, especially since it was more than 10,000 meters deep from the ground. In that case, it seemed that the difficulty of this rescue was quite great, not in the slightest bit easier than blowing up the previous Rangers 2333. What do you think about this matter? Tang Feng. Katerina walked over and looked at Tang Feng with a smile as she asked. In her eyes, those rescuers were all trash, and only Tang Feng could make her take it seriously. Tang Feng shook his head. Rescuing the sealed and trapped researchers all still had hope. After all, it was only over 2,000 meters deep from the ground, but that large-yield nuclear explosive bomb would be troublesome. After all, as one went deeper into the ground, the greater the distance, the greater the air pressure and danger created within. Moreover, the midway point of these people's excavation had triggered many explosions generated by unknown factors, which had led to the creation of many holes and intervals within the underground caves. With the current human technology, even if you used a titanium alloy casting catapult to launch it down, the enormous air pressure would crush the people inside into mush. You guys should have a way, right? Tang Feng looked towards Katerina and suddenly snapped, putting aside her intelligence. Just this Urabaro's company alone wasn't simple. In response, Katerina just smiled mysteriously and didn't say anything. The matter was of great importance, so this matter had not been spread. However, the Dragon Kingdom Federation, the magic capital. After the top management of the Dragon Kingdom learned of the details, they acted with incomparable anger. They could not have imagined at all that a simple transnational rescue would turn into a global disaster. Did this Lafayette Federation and White Bear Federation have a brain fart? But as angry as they were, the rescue operation still had to be carried out. Therefore, the Dragon Science Academy held an emergency meeting and began discussing the next step. That's more than 10,000 meters deep. How are the rescuers going to get down there? An academician was the first to ask the question. As the distance from the surface increased, the oxygen, atmospheric pressure, magma, and other factors below had to be considered. This led to the fact that trying to dismantle that nuclear explosion bomb was no less than a pipe dream. The rest of them were silent for a while as they heard the words. According to their understanding, the middle of that dugout tunnel had created many voids, if they disposed of it improperly, causing even a small piece of debris to fall down. After the acceleration effect of gravity, the impulse brought about by a distance of 7,000 to 8,000 meters was no less than the sword of Damocles. That is, the power of a high-altitude physical strike weapon like the Staff of God. The power it generated slightly came into contact with a nuclear explosive bomb, and it was estimated that it would detonate it. How about if we just seal it? Another academician spoke up. They proposed sacrificing that team of researchers and directly sealing the mine. After all, that nuclear explosive bomb was still safe for now. However, this proposal was quickly rejected. They couldn't possibly sacrifice that many fresh lives, not to mention, with the air pressure enhanced, you suddenly cover the shaft. The protective device on the surface of that nuclear explosive bomb will definitely be squeezed as a result. It wouldn't be easy to tell then. Besides, even if the nuclear bomb is sealed. With the movement of the Earth's crust, someday if there is a small crustal movement, then this thing will be transformed into a time bomb. In the end, the top brass gave the order. Let the researchers calculate the approximate destructive power caused by a nuclear explosion, to prepare for the worst in advance. Eagle Federation. Inside the conference room. That's all we're asking for. The founder of the Ouroboros group looked at the Federation's top brass and said, they could do their best to solve this rescue operation, but the price was for them to join the Defense Ministry, and to authorize the weapons researched by the group to be available to the whole world. The Eagle Nation's federal executive sniffed for a while, scornful of this. After all, if they agreed to it, then a part of the Xiongning Federation's safety and security would be in the hands of the Ouroboros group. Chapter 45 Two Old Silver Coins. You're shady and I'm even more shady. You don't need to be concerned because I am also a patriot of the Eagle Federation. I will only turn my sharp edge against outsiders, and I, the Ulode group, will definitely make the globe realize anew who the true superpower is. The founder of the Ouroboros group continued to speak, looking confident. He even used the Last Rangers 2333 as an example. If they had agreed to the Ouroboros group's entry into the Ministry of Defense in the first place, would they have let the Dragon Kingdom Federation take the limelight? This caused the group of Xiongnu Kingdom executives to fall silent, which indeed spoke to their sore spot. Just because of the last incident, it directly led to the weakness of the Xiongning Federation in diplomacy. For this rescue incident, if you can revitalize the Federation instead, we will consider it. In the end, many of the top brass spoke up after discussing the matter. Good deal. You won't regret your decision today, ha 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 ha. The founder of the Ouroboros group heard the desired answer and immediately spat with laughter. Clunk, clunk, Gobi Beach, sand and dust everywhere. After a series of discussions, the rescue team finally set off to arrive. After humanitarian considerations, the current occasion plan choice is still to first rescue the researchers who are trapped more than 2,000 meters deep in the ground. Phew woo hoo hoo. Standing at the edge of the mine, one could clearly feel the gloomy wind pouring out from the ground, accompanied by some inexplicable tearing wind sounds. It was truly like the lamentation of hell. Looking at the blackened wellhead, Tang Feng couldn't help but smack his lips. One had to admire the White Bear Federation of the last century. They hadn't even fully researched on the surface before they started putting their attention underground. One word, bull. Just at this moment, the representative heads of the Rafi Federation and the White Bear Federation walked over. Suddenly, he looked at Du Lao Dao with an apologetic face. I'm sorry, this rescue plan has been taken over by the Eagle Federation in its entirety. You guys can leave now. Du Lao was dumbfounded when he heard these words. Then his old face turned red with anger. The people from the Dragon Kingdom who accompanied him were also shocked and furious. Good fellow. They came all the way here to rescue them, only to be kicked out by you guys? What do you guys mean by this? Elder Du also pursued, his pale body shivering with anger. If you said that you didn't intend for them to rescue them in the first place, why would you agree to them coming over? You guys are making fun of this kind of thing? It's very simple. This rescue doesn't require your Dragon Kingdom Federation. At this moment, a voice with a teasing tone came out, and it was clearly that genius girl Katarina. She slowly stepped forward and scanned everyone and said, you don't need it when you say you don't need it? Who can you represent? Her words and attitude were too arrogant, causing the crowd to be upset. Could it be that I'm wrong? He, Katarina sneered. The only person present who could make her fearful was Tang Feng, and the rest of the people, including Du Lao, the father of nuclear bombs. She didn't put in her eyes. Just as the crowd wanted to continue to refute her, Du Lao waved his hand. He looked deeply at Katarina and then led the Dragon Kingdom's rescue team to withdraw. Although they were furious, since the person had given the word that they didn't need their help, they wouldn't put a hot face on a cold egg either. Rescuing the scientific researchers Dragon Country could contribute, but if they wanted to take care of the nuclear explosion bomb stuck more than 10,000 meters deep in the ground, they really didn't have the means to do so at the moment. Elder Du, don't we still have Tang Feng? The crowd felt puzzled. The Eagle Kingdom was so arrogant, and it wasn't because they had Katarina, but they had trump cards too. In response, Tang Feng shook his head. He couldn't think of a good idea right now. Rafi Federation, the capital city. At this moment, the leaders of Rafi were incomparably angry. The Eagle Federation had actually secretly publicized the matter. This instantly caused a huge sensation around the globe. For a time, not only did they have to face the condemnation from the outside world, they also had to face the chaos within the Federation. In response, The person in charge of the Eagle Confederation didn't recognize it at all, claiming that it wasn't them who leaked it at all. They also dumped the pot on the Dragon Kingdom, and then it was even more of a backhanded attack. At the same time, the Eagle Kingdom also passed the order down, letting many media reporters loudly release the news that the Dragon Kingdom had taken the initiative to launch a rescue operation. Finally, when the atmosphere reached its peak, they then came forward, announcing to the Rafi Federation, White Bear Federation and the world that this disaster was taken over by them, the Eagle Federation, and promising that they would definitely solve this crisis perfectly. Gobi Beach. Their country is really hypocritical. Elder Du and the others despised it when they heard about it. The Eagle Confederation had always been like this, using others to reflect on themselves as a way to achieve the glorification of personal heroism and the influence of the Confederation's great power. In the last Rover 2333 incident, it was fortunate that the Sun God ship failed, otherwise there was no telling how they would have lionized it. At the same time, the crowd understood the cause. No wonder they're kicking us out of this rescue operation. The Eagle Confederation was trying to use this to turn around and reshape their influence. As expected, with the technological support of the Ouroboros group, they had successfully rescued the researchers who were sealed off more than 2,000 meters deep underground. For a while, the people who were concerned about this event cheered. In this way, the Eagle Kingdom had perfectly dealt with the unfavorable effects of the last Sun God incident. At the same time, it consolidated their position and strength in the international arena. In response to this, the Dragon Kingdom Federation also remained silent. After all, their purpose was to rescue the trapped people. But the next scene made the crowd furious, because when the Eagle Confederation declared to the outside world, they went so far as to say that the rescue forces sent by the Dragon Country Confederation this time, instead of playing the slightest role, they were also causing all sorts of disruptions. This rhythm brought, Tang Feng was speechless. The unknown overseas netizens, on the other hand, began to condemn this immoral behavior. How despicable! The Longhua crowd was enraged when they learned of this, and were eager to go and confront the Eagle Federation's rescue squad, but the exasperated members were blocked by Du Lao. The Eagle Confederation fought with poor information, and it was useless even if they went over there to theorize. Overall, they did suffer a dark loss this time. It was imperative that they learned a lesson in the future. Eagle Federation. Conference room. How about it? How do you all think we did this time? The founder of the Ouroboros group asked with a smile as he looked at the several heads of the Federation. This incident was completely led by them. Not only did they salvage the Federation's weak influence in the outside world, but they also dealt a blow to the Dragon Kingdom Federation. It was simply killing two birds with one stone. The top brass were also very satisfied with this, but they were still very cautious about their request to move into the national defense. The president of the Eagle Kingdom side meant to stabilize Ouroboros first. When it's over, then think of a way to delay it. It really wasn't a family. Not a family. The approach and style are all proper old silver coins. And when two old silver coins come across each other, it's unknown who will lose and who will win. Chapter 46. You can always trust the system. Clunk clunk clunk. In the Gobi Beach at night, the cold winds were even more violent, mixed with sandstorms spreading across the horizon. Inside the temporary command post, Katerina received a message from the group that their plan would be complete once they finished solving the nuclear explosion bomb stuck more than 10,000 meters deep underground. This made her excited. Once she was in the Ministry of Defense, it would be her time to shine. Her goal was simple: to dominate the globe with technology and toughness. Get moving. With that, she waved her hand and prepared to activate the latest technology researched by the Ouroboros group for an underground rescue. A few moments later, a Hercules fighter jet passed through the Rafi Federation's permission and flew directly into the territory, heading towards the Gobi Beach. Rumble dash. Then, a huge container was slowly lowered onto the ground, the heavy box shaking the ground with its pressure. And printed on top of the box were a few large words. It was clearly Ouroboros Technology Corporation. What's that? The huge commotion naturally attracted the attention of Elder Du and the others, and at that moment, they all ran out to watch. And when the crowd saw the scene in front of them, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air, because with the container was opened, inside revealed a dark and incomparable transmitter. Its material belongs to an extremely hard rare metal. Then the titanium alloy diamond are also hard. This kind of rare metal was found in all major federal territories, but it was difficult to develop. It was unthinkable that this Ouroboros group had managed to develop it and even made it into a product. It was simply terrifying. No wonder they had such a huge backbone to say that they could go more than 10,000 meters deep into the ground for rescue. Tang Feng couldn't help but be staggered at this. This Ouroboros still had a couple of tricks up its sleeve. Ding! Side quest initiated. Choice 1, go more than 10,000 meters deeper into the ground, resolve the nuclear bomb crisis, and receive the reward arc reactor. Choice 2, continue to round up and be a qualified mixed score behemoth, obtaining the reward 500 million in cash. Another side mission. Tang Feng, this was also the first time he had encountered a set of circumstances, and there was actually a side mission in the side mission. And once the mission was out, that meant that if Tang Feng didn't make a move, the Eagle Kingdom's rescue operation would fail? This made him fall into deep thought. Next to the mine shaft, the people from the Eagle Federation were building a launcher, preparing to go 10,000 meters deep into the ground and bring out that nuclear explosion bomb. The Ouroboros group was indeed terrifying, living up to its name as a company with many world-class technology patents. They had long been ahead of the world, pioneering the use of rare metals. This rare metal created a launcher that could effectively resist the strong air pressure and high temperatures, maximizing the safety of the humans inside. In the distance, Katarina looked towards Tang Feng, a smile appearing on her face. It was the smile of a victor. This made the Dragon Federation's rescue team very upset, and they immediately wanted to stand up for Tang Feng, but they were stopped by Du Lao. They definitely won't succeed. At this time, Tang Feng, who had been silent, spoke up. The system had come to the mission, know it all. Tang Feng just wanted to see how cool they would be. As soon as Tang Feng said this, Du Lao and the others all froze, and then looked at Tang Feng. In their opinion, the Ouroboros group was well prepared. After all, they were all able to use rare metals, and had a high chance of success. Could it be that Tang Feng was furious? In response, Tang Feng didn't give them an explanation, only saying that they should just watch. Preparations are complete. Ready to go. After half an hour of placement, the transmitter had been equipped. A staff member of the Ulod group took a deep breath before lying flat into the transmitter. In order to highlight the strength of the Ulod group, as well as to reshape the influence of the Eagle Federation, this plan was also reported to the public in real time. Snap! The launcher was continuously falling deeper and deeper into the tunnel under the pull of the rope. The launcher was worthy of being made of rare metal, both its defense and stability were excellent enough. The rescuers inside were unharmed after several violent collisions. After this scene was broadcasted, the eyes of countless researchers were wide open. They could see how advanced the technology used by the Ouroboros group was, and compared to it, their technology was simply too far behind. When Elder Du saw this, he also felt pressure for the Dragon Federation. The head of the Eagle Kingdom was excited to see this. So far, it seemed that the Ouroboros group was really performing well, not only helping the Federation regain its influence, but also slapping the face of their old rival, the Dragon Kingdom. Perhaps it was really possible to consider letting them enter within the Eagle's security system. Gobi Beach, mine shaft. According to the instrumentation, the launcher was nearing the middle layer of the mantle, and the camera showed that the nuclear explosion bomb not far below could even be faintly seen. Jack, how are you feeling? Katarina asked over the comms system to the crew member named Jasting Jack. At the same time, she had someone monitoring his body in all directions. So far, it seemed that the shield made of rare metals did work. I'm not too bad. After a while, came Jack's response. He was about to disengage the launcher and then manually immobilize that nuclear blast. When it came to the moment of truth, everyone stared, including Katarina as well. Although they had used rare metals on the suits as well, that was just the first stage of use. They weren't too sure if the toughness of the suits could resist the immense air pressure 10,000 meters underground. Especially near the middle layer of the Earth's mantle, the temperature in this part of the region was extremely terrifying. The crowd outside unanimously held their breath, not daring to look at the display. Once the plan failed, if they accidentally detonated that nuclear explosion bomb, the consequences would be unimaginable. Click! More than 10,000 meters deep into the tunnel, the launcher slowly opened. Jack performed a prayer with God before preparing to step out of the launcher. He moved his body carefully, forcing back the fear in his heart. Finally, he managed to walk out of the transmitter and slowly gave a yay sign to the camera. The first step was successful. The reporters in front of the camera broadcasting in real time immediately patted the Eagle country's ass when they saw this. The head of the Eagle Kingdom and the founder of Ouroboros also shook hands and both sides were excited. But, inside the temporary command room outside the mine, drip, 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 drip. The instruments monitoring the values suddenly beeped incessantly, and Katarina frowned at this. Although Jack had managed to get out, the protective suit on his body surface had endured tremendous pressure and heat. Although the protective suit did not rupture, the force was slowly penetrating. The most obvious thing that could be seen was that Jack's body functions were developing problems. Why don't you hurry and let him up? Seeing this from afar, Tang Feng immediately reacted and yelled at once. It was obvious. The plan had failed. Although it was fine that the shield was made of rare metals, the human body inside simply couldn't withstand this kind of pressure. If it stayed any longer, then Jack would definitely die. Chapter 47, Crisis Under the Mine. Charge. Jack's human vital signs detector was ringing non-stop, as if it was a death wish. Everyone was sweating for the lad in the mine shaft below. The people on the side also looked at Katerina, waiting for her decision. But Katerina, who was the main commander, was silent. She thought of what the founder of Ouroboros had told her before she left. This time, the plan should only succeed and not fail. Once the plan failed, it wasn't just the reputation of the Ouroboros Corporation that would be lost. There was also the Eagle Kingdom's lining in face. Especially for a federation that cared about face like the Eagle Kingdom, if it slapped him in the face, the consequences could be imagined. The future days of the Ouroboros Corporation would definitely not be easy. Thinking of this, Katerina instantly made a decision. The hope of the Rafi Federation and the White Bear Federation lies in you. Blue Star's hope also lies in you. You must insist on completing the mission. She ordered in a deep voice, ignoring the surprised gazes of those around her. The offer to fish Jack out from underneath was rejected. This instantly made the crowd very annoyed. Are you trying to let him die? Tang Feng coldly glanced at Katerina, unable to suppress his anger within. Even though that staff member belongs to the Eagle Federation, but that's a fresh life after all. And it's not like you guys couldn't save him. Choosing to let him continue to risk his life and work when he could be rescued was too cruel. Katerina ignored the anger of the crowd and turned her back. Seeing this, Tang Feng was furious and ran to the machine before trying to fish him back out. But it was already too late by this time. On the physical characteristics tester, only Jack's bodily functions turned completely red. On the electrocardiogram, the heart rate was even faster than 250. On the screen, only the protective suit of rare metal he was wearing was being deformed. Jack only had time to let out a cry of pain, and the person inside was instantly crushed into a ball of mush. Rumble. This wasn't even the worst. Jack's protective suit fell off the stone wall after being squeezed and deformed. Not knowing what it had smashed into, that layer of mantle suddenly underwent a mutation, and a stream of magma suddenly overflowed from all around the ground. It was soon going to cover that nuclear explosion bomb at the center of the Earth. Under the enormous heat, the protective layer on the exterior of the nuclear bomb could not last long. According to Du Lao's estimation, I'm afraid that in another half an hour, that nuclear bomb will explode. At that time, this place might instantly turn into a sea of fire. Thunder. As the magma erupted, the cameras in the depths of the tunnel instantly went out. The nuclear explosion bomb was covered by high temperature, and the situation became more and more critical. You stupid woman did this. It's really X-large and brainless. Tang Feng scolded Katerina, and the latter's small face turned white. For a moment, the entire research station was dead silent. Fear was on the faces of the people, and seeing the situation below the mine, even the soldiers who had received rigorous training were softening their legs at this moment. Quickly go! This can't stay. We have to appeal. This commander is a pile of shite. Screams came out from the crowd, instantly causing a huge chaos. Du Lao, we have to get out of here now. The Dragon Federation's rescue team was also anxious. Elder Du just slowly shook his head. How swift was the shockwave created by the nuclear bomb explosion? It would be too late for you to escape even if you were to fly an airplane, not to mention the radiation it would generate in a few miles around. And that nuclear bomb is still in the middle layer of the Earth's mantle. Once the explosion, the chain generated by the fear will detonate the Earth's core magma. At that time, the entire Rafi Federation and the White Bear Federation will be affected. Where would they run? How to escape? At this moment, Du Lao was incomparably regretful. He was not worried about his own safety, but worried about Tang Feng. He was only 10 years old and was already a genius in every field. It could be imagined that in the future, he would definitely be a pillar of the Dragon Kingdom. If he fell here, Du Lao might regret it for the rest of his life. At the mine, Tang Feng and Katerina were the only ones who were more calm. Seeing Katerina's expression, Tang Feng suddenly thought of something. So you did it on purpose. Katerina's face, which had always been calm, finally revealed an expression of surprise. Not bad. Aren't I creating an opportunity for you to save the world? Katerina smiled. She did do it on purpose. This was something that she and the Ouroboros founder had calculated beforehand. This was because the Ouroboros founder knew that even if he managed to solve the nuclear bomb crisis this time, the Federation's top brass would not agree to his unreasonable demands. Are you so sure I can do it? Although Tang Feng didn't know what she was playing at, it certainly wasn't good. You'll be able to do it. After all, you'll turn into light. Katerina laughed and shook her head. Then she directly left the mine. The back way she had prepared long ago. At this moment the Thor fighter was coming here. But she didn't intend to evacuate right away, because she really wanted to see how Tang Feng would deal with the crisis at hand. Meanwhile, the outside world had long since exploded. All the people in front of the TV broadcasts were in a state of cursing, and the one who cursed the hardest was the Lafayette Federation. They believed that this was planned by the Eagle Kingdom from a long time ago, claiming that it had intentionally let the plan fail so that it could detonate the nuclear explosion bomb and use it to strike the Rafi Federation. As a result, the rhetoric on the internet instantly changed drastically, and the reporter who had been frantically releasing rainbow farts to praise the Eagle Nation changed from his previous state of furious licking to cursing. And the Eagle Federation? What's going on here? I need an explanation. The executives of the Xiongning Nation were about to pop champagne to celebrate. Who would have thought that it would come out of nowhere? Caught them off guard. This doesn't seem to be the same as what your company promised. The person in charge was very angry about this and directly questioned the founder of the Ulud Group. The founder of Oluwade Group was calm and spoke with an innocent face. Who could have predicted that an unexpected situation would occur? He then claimed, "Isn't it good to be like this now?" Once the nuclear bomb exploded, it directly solved the Federation's major hidden danger in the future, the Rafi state. If he could take Tang Feng, by the way, it couldn't be better. After all, Tang Feng was too demonic. He was only 10 years old and he was performing so dazzlingly. Once he was allowed to grow up smoothly, the Dragon Kingdom was afraid that it would dominate the Blue Star in the future. What nonsense are you talking about? These words from the founder of Ouroboros made the top Eagle Kingdom executives tremble with rage. They didn't care about Tang Feng or not, they cared about the Federation's foreign influence. If there was no influence, how else could their president play the accordion? How else can they consolidate their superpower status internationally? Dragon Kingdom, Magic City. The head of the Dragon Country Federation was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Both Tang Feng and Du Lao were the treasures of the Federation, and they must not be allowed to slip up in any way. They had long since pressured Rafi and the White Bear Federation to send helicopters to rescue them immediately, but they just didn't know if they could make it in time. Chapter 48, Ice Rock. Oh, near the mine. There's less than half an hour to go. Katarina slowly walked over, looking at Tang Feng and smiling. Tang Feng furrowed his brows furiously. What made him upset was being counted out. It seemed that this blonde chick was truly extraordinary, and for the first time, she made him feel tricky. Borrow your transmitters for a while. Then Tang Feng opened his mouth. This time it was about the safety and security of hundreds of millions of people in the Rafi Federation. It was impossible for him to sit back and do nothing. Besides, he had also chosen the rescue mission. A mission reward he didn't want to miss out on. Tang Feng, what are you doing? Tang Feng's actions scared the hell out of Elder Du and the others on the side, and they hurriedly surrounded him to persuade him. After all, the tunnels were deep, lava was now spewing out, and even the protective suits made of rare metals were useless, so what could he do? Difficult. Could it be you, Tang Kid? In the next second, Du Lao seemed to have thought of something, and immediately opened his mouth in shock. Tang Feng nodded. As Du Lao guessed, he was preparing to use the nano-biochemical protective suit. Can you lend me a set of protective suits? With that, Tang Feng walked towards Katarina, nanotechnology he didn't want to expose. Katarina didn't refuse, and directly ordered a set to be sent, but her small face looked surprised. After all, the protective clothing made of rare metals had already proven to be ineffective, and it was useless for him to wear it down. Wasn't this clearly going to send death? She then glanced at Du Lao in the distance and realized that he was indifferent, which made her even more stunned. But without waiting for her to pursue the matter, Tang Feng had already entered the launcher in his protective suit. Before setting off, Tang Feng casually threw his cell phone to Du Lao. He asked him to take the time to play one of the recordings inside. Katarina did look at that cell phone curiously, and didn't care too much about it. Tightening his seatbelt, Tang Feng sat down sharply in the cabin. Tang Kid, don't be a hero if you have problems, Du Lao commanded seriously. Tang Feng knew that Du Lao was worried about him and waved his hand with a smile. Whoosh! The launcher fired. Katarina watched Tang Feng go down like this, her heart couldn't tell what it felt like. This guy was so smart, there was no way he was going to die. Clang! Clang! The shield kept smashing on top of the rocky walls of the mine. Tang Feng was expressionless as he descended thousands of meters along the way. This was simply a free bungee jump. Only, the height of this bungee jump was really a bit terrifying. The performance of the protective suit wasn't bad. Tang Feng pinched the time and calculated the angle of landing. Because there was lava coming out of the center of the earth from time to time, he no longer had a landing spot. The people above were even more nervous than Tang Feng himself, always watching the situation below. 1,000 meters from the center of the earth. 500 meters. 300 meters. 50 meters. Detach. Tang Feng immediately detached from the transmitter's hull at 50 meters from the lava and, borrowing the protective rope wrapped around his waist, he climbed onto the rock wall. At this moment, due to the influence of the underground magma, the surrounding temperature had begun to change drastically, and the protective layer on the surface of that nuclear explosive bomb also began to melt. Tang Feng held the special pliers with long rods in his hands, and once again descended 30 meters, finally approaching that nuclear bomb. Just one step away. Tang kid, go for it. Go for it. Little hero. The people of Lafayette will treat you to an 82-year-old Lafayette after this is accomplished. At this moment, the many reporters from the Lafayette Federation held their breath, nervously watching Tang Feng's every move, only to see Tang Feng nimbly extend the tool clamp, open the front end, and clamp the nuclear explosive bomb. The action was done in one fluid motion. Oh my god. He's an angel sent by God. The Eagle Federation is far worse than the Dragon Kingdom. A 10-year-old child from another country has such courage. And they, the Eagle Kingdom, only know how to watch the show. The damnable Xiongning Kingdom actually created a rumor before that the Dragon Kingdom wasn't cooperating with the rescue. How is that possible? For a while, public opinion instantly reversed. Katarina didn't feel much when she heard these harsh remarks. But what she was curious about was how Tang Feng managed to go deep into the well and yet remain unharmed. One must know that Jack was a senior technician trained by the Federation, and his physical fitness was many times stronger than Tang Feng's as a child. But just like that, he couldn't even survive the pressure of this environment. And how did Tang Feng hold out? Below. Although the clip had caught the nuclear bomb, Tang Feng felt a hint of bad luck. The temperature here was too high, and the part of the clip that was in contact with the nuclear bomb was melting rapidly. The people above also realized that something was wrong, because Tang Feng suddenly stopped moving. Du Lao hurriedly brought the tablet and zoomed in to look at the situation below. His face changed instantly. Tang kid, quickly come up and get out of there. The surface layer of the nuclear bomb has already been melted. You'll be blown to pieces if you stay any longer. Katarina was also stunned when she heard this. Had the temperature below reached this point already? The metal tongs they had built were extremely heat resistant. Now it was melting along with it. The situation was not good. At the same time, following the melting was the protective outer shield on Tang Feng's body. On the outer surface of the metal, part of it had turned into liquid metal, dripping down into the magma below. Tang Feng calmly looked at the continuously melting pincers, and his heart fluttered. Throttle. Right at this moment, the magma below underwent a mutation. A huge wave of rock liquid gushed up like a fountain water column. Tang Feng and the nuclear bomb were instantly submerged by it. No! Elder Du and the Dragon Federation's rescuers were in a rage. At this moment, they were incomparably angry. It was all because the Eagle Federation was headstrong and didn't listen to advice. It caused the situation to deteriorate to the current state. If it wasn't for that, Tang Feng wouldn't have risked going 10,000 meters deep underground. It's a pity. Katarina regretfully glanced at the bottom of the mine, slightly lost in thought. Then, she immediately left with big strides and ordered to the people around her. Have the Thunder God fighters land immediately. We'll evacuate immediately. Yes. Du Lao's old face turned red with anger as he watched Katarina trying to run away. Not even caring about his identity, he was about to go forward to teach this female doll a lesson. However, a dragon rescue personnel suddenly pulled Du Lao back and shouted excitedly. Du Lao! Du Lao! Quickly look down. Tang Feng isn't dead. What? Du Lao hurriedly turned back at the words and looked down into the mine. This time, even Katarina stopped and frowned. The magma below had erupted. How could Tang Feng have survived? However, when she looked back, her entire body froze. Below the mine, only Tang Feng's shield was broken. However, beneath his feet, a huge ice shell had actually been generated at some point. This layer of ice shell was like a protective shield, wrapping Tang Feng and the nuclear bomb in a ball. Blocked the magma from the outside world. And those magma, attached to the ice shell, actually turned into ice rock. An ice and a fire, appearing together at the same time. Giving the crowd a huge visual impact. Making Tang Feng, who was in the middle of it, as if he was a god descending from the heavens. Just like an elemental ambassador of nature. Chapter 49, Small Island Cozy. Quick! What are you waiting for? Quickly bring Tang Feng up. Du Lao was the first to come back to his senses from the shock and yelled. As a result, a bunch of staff members maneuvered the machine with their hands and pulled Tang Feng up. Seeing Tang Feng unharmed, a group of people greeted him with cheers. Even the head of the Lafayette Federation went forward and shook Tang Feng's hand. Kid, well done you're the pride of our Dragon Kingdom. Elder Du excitedly helped Tang Feng untie the rope, while the others rushed forward to take away the nuclear bomb and pliers. But I still don't know how you did it, Tang boy. Tang Feng smiled at his words and casually took out a crystal ball. Elder Du was surprised to see this familiar thing. Kid Tang, you've upgraded this crystal ball? Tang Feng nodded. Just now in the center of the earth, Tang Feng had long since detected the change in temperature. So in advance, he took out the crystal ball used for fire extinguishing, and incidentally used his black tech fingers to perform an upgrade. In this way, the crystal ball instantly formed a frozen gas into an ice shell when the magma erupted, blocking it, unloading the burnt and tattered shield. The nanoprotective suit on Tang Feng's surface leaked out with it. Katerina discovered the extraordinary nature of the nanoprotective suit at a glance. She asked, "What are you wearing? Also, what is this thing in your hand?" Tang Feng glanced at Katerina and ignored the chick. "Right, Elder Du, the recording I gave you, did you send it to the media?" Du Lao sniffed and touched his head. "You old fool, I forgot about it. But Tang boy, what is this recording for?" Tang Feng didn't explain, he just signaled Du Lao to play the audio he had just recently recorded. Du Lao did as he was told, and after listening to the recording, the entire person instantly became enraged. It wasn't just Du Lao who was enraged, everyone around him, including the head of the Lafayette Federation, was enraged. Because this recording was clearly the conversation between Tang Feng and Katerina just now. Katerina hadn't expected that her words admitting to intentionally messing up this event would be recorded by Tang Feng. Although Katerina still wanted to pursue Tang Feng's nanoprotective suit, she saw the gazes of the crowd that wanted to eat her and knew that the timing wasn't right now. Hurriedly, she grayed out and got on the plane and ran away. The Rafi Federation was originally very angry, but as soon as they saw Tang Feng they instantly changed into a pleasing expression. "Little hero, you must accept our thanks." In response, Tang Feng smiled happily and accepted his goodwill. With this, the Blue Star Telescope plan was completely shelved. The mine was sealed. Meanwhile, the international community unanimously praised the Dragon Kingdom for this action. The shameless behavior of the Eagle Kingdom, especially the Ouroboros Company, was strongly condemned. Although the Ulod Company came out to explain afterward, saying that it was a joke and that the recording was a forgery, not many people believed it. In this way, Ulod Company's reputation was in tatters. Dragon Kingdom, North City. Tang Feng had long since returned to his normal life, but before he left, he had told Du Lao to keep a close eye on Oluwada Group. Because of the Jack incident back then, he felt that there should be a big secret hidden in there. Your guess is correct. On this day, Du Lao suddenly called and told Tang Feng to watch the international news. Tang Feng hurriedly turned on the TV after hearing this, and immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. This was because in the news, the Ouroboros Group had held a conference, declaring to the outside world that they would be joining the Ministry of Defense from today onwards, and would be responsible for the safety and security of the Eagle Federation's national defense. At the same time, they even launched a series of newly researched weapons. For a time, it caused a global sensation. "This is a bureau." Tang Feng was shocked, completely confused by the Eagle Federation's approach. "You actually let an arms dealer enter the Ministry of Defense? Aren't you afraid of playing with fire?" All in all, the sky is about to change. Elder Du lamented, saying that the top management was already holding a meeting to discuss coping strategies. In the end, he consoled that no matter how the landscape changed in the future, the Federation would guarantee the safety of the people, that was for sure. "Have you packed up yet, Tang Feng?" Just then, Xia Shiro in the room shouted. Tang Feng hung up the phone and hurriedly responded, his small face filled with smiles. Because today was a small holiday, they had agreed with Lin Wan's parents that they would be going on a seaside vacation together. The place chosen for sightseeing was the South China Sea. This place had the longest coastline in the Federation, with golden sandy beaches stretching out, and the climate was warm all year round. Tang Feng and his group directly rented a yacht and set off in order to be comfortable along the way. Wow! The blue waves of the sea were rippling, and the waves were bright and colorful under the sunlight. At this moment, the yacht docked near a small sightseeing island. Lin Wan's parents were busy with lunch, while Tang Feng and Lin Wan were frolicking in the shallow waters. The scenery here is truly unique. Tang Feng sighed as he sat on the edge of the yacht, and ahead of him, Xia Shiro was teaching Lin Wan how to swim. Both of them were wearing sensual bikini, very eye-catching. Especially Lin Wan, recently the little ninny had eaten well, was in a good mood, and had developed even better. It was all about the same compared to Xia Shiro. "You kid, don't be lazy. Come over and teach Wan air, I'm going to go sunbathe." Xia Shiro glared at Tang Feng who was sunbathing on the yacht, then slowly walked towards the beach. "Ah, Sister Shiro." When Lin Wan saw this, she immediately beamed. She didn't want this bad guy to teach. Pouncing. Unfortunately, it was too late. Tang Feng had been waiting for this opportunity, how could he miss it? He jumped into the water with a jerk, splashing up countless water splashes. Hee, Wan air, I'm coming." Tang Feng laughed evilly and swam straight over to ring Lin Wan and sneak her to the other side. It just so happened that the yacht was able to block Xia Shiro and the other's line of sight. After such a long time, Lin Wan wasn't as resistant to him as before. Blue sky and white clouds, blue waves. The two of them lay on their backs on the air cushion, squinting at the sky. "Will you marry me when you grow up?" At this time, Lin Wan suddenly opened her mouth and asked. Although she was still young, she knew that good things would be grabbed by many people. Just like right now, there were many girls surrounding Tang Feng in school. This made her feel uncomfortable in her heart. That's for sure. Tang Feng directly rolled over and was right next to Lin Wan Dao. This was the future goddess that he had picked out thousands of times, so he definitely couldn't fertilize someone else's field. Under the sunlight, Lin Wan's little face was fair and lovely, and there was a bit of queenliness in her tenderness. Under the four eyes, the two of them had a mutual understanding. Lin Wan was a bit shy and finally couldn't help but turn her head away. Seeing this, Tang Feng smiled gently and slowly leaned over. At night, the sea breeze blew, and the temperature was a bit low. A group of people gathered around the bonfire, eating the various seafood grilled by Lin Wan's parents. During this time, Lin Wan looked at Tang Feng from time to time, with a grudge in her eyes, because this bad guy was bullying herself again. At this time, footsteps came from not far away. Chapter 50, Little White Shark. A research facility on a remote island. I'm coming. Kata. Right at this moment, light suddenly lit up on the sea in front of them, followed by a yacht slowly driving towards the island. You are Tang Feng, right? A moment later, an extremely beautiful woman in a black trench coat walked over and looked at Tang Feng and asked respectfully, you are? Lin Dad, who was on the side, saw the beauty's eyes glaze over and was pinched in the belly by Lin Mom before he remembered to open his mouth and ask. The trench coat beauty smiled and hugged an apology. Then she slowly opened her mouth to introduce herself. It turned out that she was an employee of a scientific research institution in the nearby sea, and happened to inquire that Tang Feng was vacationing nearby, so she came to pay a visit. Although Tang Feng was only 10 years old, his name in the field of scientific research was even louder than some academicians. Plus, he wasn't bound by any organization and was a free agent, so many scientific research companies were eager to have him as a guest within the curtain. This time, Li Ran's purpose was to invite Tang Feng to visit their scientific research organization. It would be best if Tang Feng could give them some advice. Tang Feng wanted to refuse after hearing this, but Lin Wan and Xia Shiro became interested when they heard that there were many dolphins, seals, and other sea creatures there. Tang Feng was worn down by the two girls and thought about agreeing to Li Ran's invitation. Duck 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 duck. The yacht slowly moved forward towards the open sea. On deck. Through chatting, Tang Feng learned that this extremely beautiful woman was named Li Ran, a marine biologist who had returned from studying abroad. Their scientific research organization was built on an abandoned deep-sea oil field. According to her, they were an institution that specialized in researching marine life, and their most famous technology was the extraction of various biological pituitary hormones that could cure Heimer's syndrome. Tang Feng froze when he heard this. Heimer's syndrome? Wasn't that Alzheimer's disease? We're here. Approaching the beach, Li Ran smiled as the yacht had slowly docked. This scientific research organization was truly built on top of a deep-sea mine, surrounded by deserted people, and very few ships passed through. This odd environment made Tang Feng a little puzzled. What kind of experiments did this organization want to do that they needed to choose such a remote place? However, this time, he was invited by others to visit. Tang Feng was suspicious in his heart, but did not pursue the question. The crowd walked and viewed the surroundings, and Li Ran also acted as a tour guide. This deep-sea mine had obviously been remodeled, with many high-rise buildings constructed above it, while the surrounding area was a fenced-off area for biological activities. The group stepped on the walkway compiled of iron mesh. What kind of animals are kept in here? Xia Shiro was a bit curious and asked as she pointed to the area next to her. You'll know soon enough. Li Ran turned around and smiled, looking mysterious. Wow. Right at this moment, the water suddenly trembled violently. Then a blackened fin back pierced through the water. Ah! Shark! Shark! Where had Xia Shiro and the others seen a shark so close, they were directly stunned, a look of fear on their little faces. Lin father and mother also rushed to protect Lin Wan, equally terrified. What was even more surprising was that there was a diver under the water. Only to see that he was actually unafraid of the shark's horror and directly straddled its back, actually maneuvering it. Don't worry guys, this is Little White. Li Ran smiled and comforted. This shark was one of the objects of their research, and it had already been tamed to be very docile, no accidents would happen. At the same time, she admired that of all the people in here, Tang Feng was the only one who was the most calm, worthy of being a little hero. Hello guys. After the shark stopped, the handler rode the shark and waved at the crowd. Even though they knew that the shark was tamed, Xia Shiro and the others were still scared, and immediately urged Tang Feng to hurry up and leave the area. After entering the institution's building, the group took the elevator and went deeper into the seabed. High-strength glass was used in here, which could effectively resist the atmospheric pressure of seawater. And this place was divided into a total of 9 regions, each of which held many different marine creatures in captivity. From small arthropods and microorganisms to large blue whales and the Loch Ness Monster. Hearing Li Ran's introduction, Tang Feng was impressed. It seemed like the boss behind this organization was very rich. When the crowd descended to the 8th floor, Li Ran suddenly stopped in her tracks and, smiling, she explained that the last floor of the city, which was the 9th floor, was not open to the public, so they could understand. Tang Feng looked through the glass. The ninth floor was dark, mysterious, and daunting. Tang Feng, who had excellent eyesight, could vaguely see the steel and glass walkway that stretched all the way down there, which filled him with curiosity. Little hero Tang Feng, can I talk to you? At this moment, Li Ran slowly stepped over and reached out to Tang Feng. Don't worry about them, I'll have someone treat your friends well. Li Ran could see Tang Feng's mind, and at that moment, she continued to speak. Thus, Tang Feng nodded. A research room. There were bottles and jars placed everywhere, with many researchers doing their own research. And when the crowd saw Tang Feng, they were all nonplussed. Tang Feng is you. Idol, little hero, can you give me an autograph? Facing the enthusiasm of the crowd, Tang Feng laughed bitterly. Luckily, with Li Ran as the supervisor present, those staff members were able to restrain themselves a bit. Spare me, they still kept peeking at Tang Feng. It was like a large star-chasing scene. Clang! As they walked, the open space in front of the ground suddenly cracked, and then a lot of seawater came up. The crowd was not surprised, only to see the figure of the previous trainer slowly emerged, and behind him was the great white shark called Little White. Seeing this, the surrounding researchers rushed into action, stepping forward to directly immobilize that great white shark, and then injected it with something similar to an anesthetic. What are you guys doing? Tang Feng was curious, and at that moment turned to look at Li Ran and asked. After research, we found that the pituitary gland of the great white shark can secrete a hormone. This hormone can effectively treat Hammer's syndrome. Once the experiment is successful, this will be a boon for all mankind. Li Ran also put away her smile and responded with a serious face. She then continued to explain that their research was currently in a bottleneck state, but the final step was just a delayed breakthrough, so they didn't dare to conduct human trials yet. Thus, she wanted to ask Tang Feng for help. After hearing this, Tang Feng admired the cause they were engaged in, but Tang Feng had a heart and soul and did not directly agree, because he realized that this Li Ran seemed to be hiding something from him. So, Li Ran acted regretful after hearing Tang Feng's answer and had no choice but to send Tang Feng out. At the same time, she told him that she hoped he wouldn't tell anyone about today's events. In response, Tang Feng also knew that this was someone's business secret, so he painfully agreed. Before leaving, Tang Feng used his black tech fingers to casually deduce the situation here, and his face instantly changed. Chapter 51, This Milk Tea Tastes Really Good. LSP Collection. It was really like his premonition that this Li Ran had concealed the most important secret. They had secretly injected that great white shark with a genetic agent. This was a violation of international law. You guys go back first, I still have some things to do. Tang Feng looked at Lin Wan's parents, then directly jumped onto the steel walkway. Lin Wan's few people had long been familiar with Tang Feng's style, and although they were a little worried, they still obediently left. Come back early. Xia Shiro and the others waved at Tang Feng, then left in the research organization's yacht. After the crowd had completely left, Tang Feng continued to use his black technology fingers. He was predicting the future of this here organization. And when he predicted the 7th day, he really did make a major discovery. Due to the fact that the people from the scientific research institution had violated international law and kept genetically injecting great white sharks, their pituitary glands have mutated and their IQs have increased by leaps and bounds. And that's what caused all the trouble. The great white shark will lead the rest of the sea creatures to explode, then this place will become a hell on earth. Deducing this, Tang Feng hurriedly ran towards the hall. Why are you back again? Li Ran was a bit stunned and surprised when she saw Tang Feng. She thought Tang Feng had thought of some way to help them overcome the current difficulty. Tell me truthfully, what kind of dangerous experiments are you guys doing? Tang Feng questioned Li Ran with a grave face. No, nothing. Tang Feng's eyes were sharp, as if he could see through everything. Making Li Ran breathe a little sharply, she forced herself to lie calmly. They had indeed done some bad things in secret, dark experiments that couldn't be known by the outside world. Nothing yet? You have violated international law by privately genetically modifying marine life. You're all a bunch of senior oceanographers. Do you know what consequences this will lead to? Seeing that she actually wanted to hide it, Tang Feng coldly broke everything. You! Li Ran's pretty face went white, as if she had seen a living ghost. Although she had heard before that this 10-year-old genius had an arcane sixth sense and had successfully predicted the great earthquake of Light City, she hadn't expected Tang Feng's ability to be terrifying to such an extent. He actually knew the secrets of the organization. Not bad, we did carry out the genetic program, but everything is under our control, you're worrying too much. At this point, Li Ran no longer hid anything and directly revealed the secrets of their agency, claiming that they had genetically injected the 3 great white sharks, just to fully stimulate their pituitary glands. In this way, they would stimulate the organs to produce more and stronger hormones. Simply ridiculous. Tang Feng chortled at the words. All living things in nature ran on a specific track, irreversible. It could not be violated. Once the biological network was subjected to outside intervention, the results it produced could not be predicted by anyone. They were playing with fire. If you believe me, stop the experiments on those 3 great white sharks immediately. Tang Feng looked at Li Ran with a serious face. His black technology fingers would never fool him, and in a few more days, those 3 great white sharks would inevitably go into a berserk rage. Li Ran just wanted to refute him. Just at this moment, the alarms around the area suddenly sounded. Drip drip drip. With that, the elevator opened and several black-clothed security guards walked out from inside, each of them very serious. He is my friend. You guys don't mess around. Seeing this, Li Ran hurriedly blocked Tang Feng's side and looked at the several security guards. Little hero Tang Feng, our boss has an invitation. The several security shook their heads. They definitely wouldn't move a hair on Tang Feng's head. This was a genius that everyone in the Dragon Federation admired. They wouldn't be foolish. It was just that their conversation had been made known to their boss and wanted to invite Tang Feng over for a chat. Inside a luxurious office. You are Tang Feng? Ah, I've heard a lot about you. Inside the desk sat an old man with white hair and a nuclear face. He was from the Eagle Federation and his name was Luke, the biggest investor and CEO of this organization. Tang Feng didn't respond to his words. If he didn't have a good impression of that Li Ran, he wouldn't care about these people. Of course, the most important point was that if the white shark mutation happened, and they couldn't kill those 3 great white sharks when the time came, this would create a huge hidden danger for the creatures and humans in the surrounding waters. You're worrying too much, little genius. I trust my research team and security personnel. They can handle this, Luke explained with a smile. Luke looked excited to see Tang Feng, and was ready to pour red wine to drink with him, but gave up the idea when he thought Tang Feng was only 10 years old. Alright my little genius, I'm so hospitable, I just want to keep you for a few days. When the team has conquered the last step of the experiment, we'll take care of those 3 great white sharks ourselves. Luke then waved his hand, signaling security to bring Tang Feng down. It was also true that they didn't make things difficult for Tang Feng, promising him free movement, but confiscating his cell phone to prevent him from calling the police to the outside world. Inside the room. I'm sorry, I didn't expect this. Li Ran walked in with a cup of milk tea, looking at Tang Feng with a guilty gaze. Had I known, I wouldn't have invited him over. Tang Feng didn't say anything about this. He felt that the pitiful would have something to hate. He did admire the spirit of these scientists, but nature was irreversible. For their boss Luke, Tang Feng also just sneered a few times. This kind of person wouldn't grow a memory until they experienced some lessons. He was also too lazy to admonish them, to slowly wait for the great white shark to mutate into a shark man. Besides, do they really think that this kind of place plus a few security can trap him Tang Feng? Ha! We'll finish handling the experiment as soon as possible, then restore your freedom. Li Ran glanced deeply at Tang Feng and was about to turn around and leave. She was very confident. Huge funds, developed instruments, and a large number of highly qualified researchers. Even if the sharks appeared to be dissimilar, the handlers would be able to take care of it all, and then again, they still had a security team. Wait! At this time, Tang Feng suddenly stopped Li Ran. What's wrong? Li Ran's pretty face looked puzzled. Since you're apologizing to me, why don't you make it up to me? Tang Feng said with an air of entitlement. How do you want to compensate? Li Ran looked at Tang Feng, her pretty face flushed. Feed me milk. Tang Feng looked at the milk tea, wanting to torture Li Ran. But who knew that Li Ran would get the wrong idea, and a blush flew onto her cheeks. You. Rustling. In Tang Feng's shocked gaze. She actually. Really fragrant. Didn't come for nothing. Early the next morning, Tang Feng had just woken up and realized that the atmosphere of the research institution was very gloomy. It was only through inquiries that he learned that they were preparing to take the final step. Has the death dealing begun? Tang Feng sneered and began to watch the show. Since they were determined to die, there was no reason for him to stop them. He wouldn't be a saintly mother. Chapter 52, Furious Sea Shark. 7th layer of the seabed. Inside the laboratory. According to the plan, this was the last time the great white shark would be injected with a genetic agent, when its pituitary gland would be fully matured. Li Ran, as the initiator of this research, the last injection was naturally operated by her. Put. With a crunching sound, with the help of the microscope, the needle slowly pierced into the shark's pituitary gland. There's a reaction. The researchers in the distance said excitedly. The instrument showed that the pituitary gland had fully matured, and the hormones secreted were also the most complete. For a while, everyone was excited. They had been drilling hard for so long, and they could finally see hope. The next step was to conduct human clinical trials, and once they succeeded, they would make history. Luke on the side also smiled. In his eyes, the so-called scientific honor was nothing. What he valued was money. As long as the clinical trials were successful, he would use this to become the richest man in the world. Hurry up and extract the hormones. Finally, a group of researchers urged, the time to witness history was coming. Li Ran nodded, and then signaled the handler to calm down the white shark first, so that it would completely calm down. Because extracting the hormones was very painful, even if enough anesthetic agents were injected, they were not always effective. The handler nodded and walked over at that moment. Ka-ching! But at that moment, a strange change occurred, only to see the originally well-behaved and silent great white shark suddenly shaking violently. It violently opened its bloody mouth and instantly bit the right hand of the trainer, and blood directly sprayed out in all directions. Clunk! Clunk! Immediately afterward, it directly broke free of the various shackles binding the surface of its skin, then violently sank to the bottom of the sea. This all happened too quickly and abruptly, leaving the crowd completely unresponsive. For a while, only the miserable screams of that handler remained in the laboratory. Drip, drip, drip. At the same time, the alarm sounded even louder, coming from the 9th floor. No, it's not good. A researcher broke in and froze in place after seeing this scene inside. But what was even more deadly was yet to come. The 9th floor. Outside the tempered glass, it was dark and deep. A huge black shadow could be vaguely seen in the water, and it was clearly a shark that had also been injected with genetic agents. Only to see it make a dive and crash directly towards the tempered glass. Thud! Under the huge impact, the tempered glass began to change, spreading from a single point to the surroundings, and soon ruptured. Run! In an instant, the faces of the many staff members changed drastically. But it was already too late. With a crunching sound, the tempered glass ruptured completely, followed by countless seawater pouring in. The entire laboratory shook violently. When, inside the 7th floor laboratory, Li Ran and the others were stunned, the mutation happened again, the power system collapsed. And the situation outside the island was not optimistic. Outside, the wind and rain were drifting, and according to the weather station, thunderstorms were coming at sea. For a while, the wind and rain were mixed, and the violent sea winds were mixed with huge waves that kept lapping at the building area, directly churning the iron fences of the living area to pieces. The sound of alarms rose and fell, incomparably ear-piercing. Outside the room, the guarding security had also left long ago. Obviously, those 3 great white sharks had completely entered a state of frenzy. After being injected with genetic agents, their IQ coupled with their destructive power posed a complete threat to this research building. Tang Feng reached out and grabbed the railing, preventing the shaking of the distance from throwing him into the seawater. There was no way for him to leave even if he wanted to now. Plus, with the current thunderstorm, it would take time to call for help. Ding! Side quest initiated. Choice 1, dispose of the 3 mutated great white sharks and receive a reward, a top-class research room. Choice 2, find a way to escape, obtain a reward, neutron bomb technology. Faced with these 2 choices, Tang Feng, did he have a choice? After all, if he wanted to escape, the only way was to exterminate those 3 great white sharks. With that, Tang Feng fiercely gritted his teeth and directly ran towards the distant hall. Rumble! The wind and rain were accompanied by raging thunder and lightning. Water was starting to pour into the hall. The elevator had definitely been scrapped, and he could only walk the stairs down. Luckily, the seawater was currently only pouring into the 5th floor. What Tang Feng had to do now was to find Li Ran and ask about those 3 great white sharks, and then find a way to kill them. No matter what, these mutated species could not be allowed to leave the research building, or else they would pose a huge hidden danger. 7th floor, inside the laboratory. The seawater was constantly pouring in along the crevices, and it was soon going to submerge it. Quickly catch it for me! Luke roared as he stood on the railing and looked towards the great white shark in the water. He had invested most of his family's belongings here in order to obtain the potion for dementia, and there was no way he was going to give up on it. The surrounding security looked at each other in disbelief at the words. They gathered forward helplessly amidst Luke's curses. They still didn't know that the great white shark in front of them was no longer an ordinary sea creature because of the injection of the genetic agent. It was extremely intelligent, with an IQ comparable to that of a human, and instantly perceived the danger and sank directly to the bottom of the sea. It must be killed. Li Ran, who was on the side, turned pale as she realized that she had made a grave mistake. She found bite marks on top of the power unit's cables. It was obviously damaged by a great white shark, and it was impossible for an ordinary shark to act with this kind of intelligence. Plus, the great white shark was already an ocean bully, and now that it was out of trouble, there was no way to tame it again. Who dares to kill it? I am letting you all capture it alive. Whoever dares to touch a hair on my shark's head, I'm going to fire him. Luke's expression twisted. He was now completely insane and didn't care about people at all. He had to get the hormones secreted by its pituitary gland. Boss. We were wrong. We shouldn't have violated the laws of nature. Those sharks are dangerous nowadays. Definitely can't let them survive or it will cause a huge disaster. Li Ran angrily looked at Luke and said. Now that several of their security force had died, did Luke still want to be obsessed? Besides, Once these guys were allowed to get out of the trap and escape into the vast ocean, the marine life would suffer greatly, and there were dangers in the nearby waters. And with time, if the gene potion in them were to complete their fusion, who knows what kind of horrible monsters they would mutate into. Just some brutes. Are your guts smaller than rats? Luke turned a deaf ear to the words of exhortation. He laughed coldly and walked straight down the stairs. He was very confident that humans were the creatures that stood at the top of the food chain. He then looked at the remaining security personnel once again, promising hundreds of thousands of dollars for their heavy reward for capturing that great white shark alive. You idiot! I think you're just demented. Li Ran's pretty face was chilled. Knowing that it was useless to say anything further, she immediately ran towards the outside. Chapter 53, Singling Out Jaws. The corridor was filled with cold seawater, and with the thunder and lightning outside, the entire building was in a precarious situation. Moreover, besides that great white shark codenamed Little White, there were 2 sharks hidden in the dark. Maybe they had already dived into the building. At the same time, Tang Feng was also descending down the stairs. The seawater in the corridor in front of him was already over his waist, and he even saw bloodstains and injured personnel. His face sank and his body tensed up. Tang Feng. Finally, Li Ran and Tang Feng met on the 8th floor. Li Ran shouted at once. She wanted to remind Tang Feng that those 3 great white sharks should be inside the lab now. Tang Feng also saw Li Ran in the distance, and was then about to walk over, but the next second his back went cold. Wow! Only to see the water in front of him suddenly surge up, and then a black thin back sprang out. It was clearly a great white shark. It had surprisingly been hiding in this walkway. Now it was rapidly tearing towards Tang Feng. No! Tang Feng, run! Seeing this, Li Ran immediately yelled. But, the shark was extremely fast. Li Ran could only end up watching Tang Feng get slammed into the seabed by that great white shark. Gulp! Tang Feng was brought to the bottom of the sea by the great white shark, and the first thing he did was turn on his nano-biochemical protective suit, so that this great white shark's sharp teeth couldn't hurt him in the slightest, and then he took out the explosives that had been prepared long ago. This was something he had made with the help of gasoline and other items, and although its power was limited, putting it into its bloody mouth was enough to kill it. Bang! Accompanied by a dull thud, countless water splashes surged up, and that great white shark instantly burst open, blood mixed with gore flying across the sky. This caused Li Ran above to freeze, and then she sat paralyzed on the ground. She thought Tang Feng was dead. However, she soon realized something was wrong, only to see the water in front of her suddenly crack, followed by a figure emerging. Don't go yet! After Tang Feng came out of the water, he looked at the stupefied Li Ran and immediately yelled. Such a strong smell of blood would definitely attract the remaining 2 great white sharks. Then, what about you? Li Ran asked, looking at Tang Feng in shock after reacting. Me? Naturally, I'm going to kill the other 2, Tang Feng said in a deep voice. Of these few sharks, the other 2 were fine. The most dangerous one was the maniacal shark codenamed Little White. The amount of genes injected into it was too large, and its size had changed, more than 2 times the size of a normal great white shark. It must not be allowed to escape, or else it would be troublesome when it evolved down again. Are you crazy? When Li Ran heard Tang Feng's words, naturally, she was dissuaded for a while. She had just managed to escape from the lab with great difficulty. That great white shark had gone completely berserk, and the only reason it was still here was for revenge, and many security guards had already died now. This situation Tang Feng still wanted to go over now? But Tang Feng didn't pay any attention to this at all. Watching Li Ran was very anxious, and finally clenched her teeth and could only follow her over. Inside the laboratory, the seawater had already spread over most of the ground, and many of the remaining security guards were almost finished being killed by that great white shark. After all, Luke had given a death order that it should never be harmed and be captured alive. By the time the security tried to resist, it was too late. Stupid pig. After Tang Feng swam in, he took a look at Luke who was swimming leisurely above and directly cursed angrily. The seawater inside the lab was bloody, and many corpses were floating in the water, mutilated and miserable. They are taking revenge. Behind him, Li Ran saw such a tragic situation and explained with a pale face. The gene potion had mutated the pituitary glands of the sharks, possessing a certain level of intelligence. It was difficult to kill them with ordinary methods. Tang Feng naturally knew this, and he had long had a calculation in his heart. That was to use the Luke as bait to attract the sharks out, and then find a chance to kill it. With this in mind, Tang Feng directly rushed towards Luke. This Luke, an old man in his 70s who usually drank heavily, had long been emptied of his body. And Tang Feng had learned some fighting techniques from Lin Guodong, so he was no match for Tang Feng and was instantly subdued. Immediately afterward, with the help of Li Ran, the 2 of them directly brought him out. As expected, that great white shark saw this and instantly sank to the bottom of the sea to follow him. Rumble! Outside the building, thunderstorms and storms swept over the waves. The iron fence of the living area had long been torn apart by the wild waves. Tang Feng directly bound Luke to one of the railings in the water in 3 or 2 strokes, then cut his thigh with a knife, letting the blood splatter everywhere. What are you doing? Luke finally sensed that something was wrong and said with a horrified expression. What for? Naturally, I'm using you as bait. Tang Feng sneered. It was because of this sand sculpture that caused this disaster to happen, because he had died too many people. Now letting him exert his last remaining heat to attract the sharks was already considered right for him. Using a living person as bait. This made even Li Ran on the side feel chills. But she also knew Tang Feng's purpose for doing this, the only way to attract that great white shark out. Clattering. As the storm kept blowing, Tang Feng swept his gaze around and came to the station in front of him, only to see that a high-powered harpoon machine was being set up on it. Come on, come out. Tang Feng aimed the machine at Luke in the distance and mouthed silently. Now it was just waiting for that great white shark to show up. Although it had been injected with a genetic agent and had become incredibly cunning and intelligent, it was ultimately just a sea creature, and it was impossible for it not to show up in the face of food. And the lead of the experiment, Luke, was its enemy, so Tang Feng was certain that it would definitely come to take revenge. It appeared. Just then, Li Ran suddenly shouted. She had already seen the shark fins exposed in the sea. And still, both of them were attracted to it. The 2 sharks were furious, straightening up and tearing towards Luke in front of them. Tang Feng naturally also noticed the situation in the sea and instantly pulled the trigger. Shoo! Plop! The harpoon accurately hit the target, but Tang Feng and Li Ran didn't show an expression of relief. That great white shark named Little White was really powerful. It actually recognized the danger in advance and pushed another great white shark against the harpoon, allowing it to die instead. In this way, that shark hung up, but it also gave Little White a chance to fight for its escape, only to see it directly sink to the bottom of the sea, not giving Tang Feng a chance to aim. Damn it! How many gene potions have you guys injected into it? Tang Feng reamed and looked at Li Ran breathlessly. There was only one chance. If that great white shark gave up its revenge and turned around to run towards the deep sea, then no one could do anything about it. Li Ran was also counted as one of the leaders of the experiment, and could only hang his head in silence. Tang Feng glanced at Luke, who was scared half to death. Now was no longer the time to dwell on this. He walked over and untied Luke, then kicked him into the sea. Chapter 54, The mech will arrive. Thud. The great white shark had to be made to reappear. Help! Save me! Don't! Luke, who had fallen into the sea, panicked and flailed at the water, his face filled with fear. For the first time, he felt that humans were even more terrifying than great white sharks. Tang Feng didn't have the slightest bit of sympathy for this evil man. If sacrificing him alone could exchange for the safety of the surrounding sea, 100 times over Tang Feng would choose to do so. As Luke kept struggling in the sea, it really attracted that great white shark. Seeing its enemy, its eyes all turned scarlet, its eyes locked onto Luke to death. You go to the launching pad, and aim at the shark as soon as you get the chance. Tang Feng shouted as he ran towards the sea while looking towards Li Ran. With that, he jumped directly into the sea. This was the last chance. If the shark couldn't be killed even after Luke's death, it would definitely find a way to destroy the fence on the bottom of the sea to escape. Lightning flashed, only to see the surface of the sea suddenly split open, and the great white shark, which was more than 10 meters long, violently sprang out and bit Luke's waist in one bite. Shoo! At the same time, Li Ran's harpoon also shot quickly, but unfortunately, this harpoon did not hit the shark's vitals. That great white shark looked viciously at Li Ran in the distance and sank to the bottom of the sea with Luke. Seeing this, Tang Feng also hurriedly followed. The seabed was cold and bone-chilling, and the vision was extremely blurry. Luckily, Luke was juicy and liquid, and there was a steady stream of ketchup overflowing in front of him, which would allow Tang Feng to not lose him. Help! Save me! Luke wasn't dead yet. The great white shark didn't directly end his life, it seemed to want to torture a bit. Luke was miserable as he kept shouting at the bottom of the sea, and the bubbles kept overflowing. But, all of this was what he deserved. Play your last role, Tang Feng secretly said in his heart. Quickly paddling the water to follow him, he then stuffed the prepared special gasoline bomb into Luke's clothes. Boom! The great white shark bit down violently, swallowing half of Luke's body into its stomach, accompanied by a dull thud. The bomb also detonated instantly. In an instant, the huge body of the great white shark was directly blown open with an opening, and blood mixed with internal organs overflowed. Tang Feng looked deeply at the bottom of the sea and swam out of the water. In order to kill the 3 white sharks, the price was also heavy. The entire research station, except for Li Ran, the remaining researchers were mostly dead or injured. The storm lasted until the early hours of the next day. The entire scientific research building was in shambles, and there was a body floating on the surface of the sea, and the smell of blood was very strong and pungent. Buzzing. In the sky, there were helicopters circling, and soon a SWAT team slid down. It was Li Ran who later called the police with a satellite phone. Sorry. Li Ran bowed deeply towards Tang Feng. if she had been able to listen to him, this wouldn't have happened here. In the end, she was taken away for violating international law. Tang Feng. Moments later, Xia Shiro and the others also rushed over, and she cried when she saw Tang Feng. After all, the scene around them was too bloody. Had I known this, I shouldn't have let him stay in the first place. I'm fine. Tang Feng smiled and shook his head. It was a good thing that he had been carrying the nanobiochemical protective suit with him all along, and when he encountered the great white shark for the first time, this baby had played a big role. Because of this matter, the crowd wasn't in the mood to continue their vacation, and they directly took a plane back to North City. Lin Guodong and the others were also the first to rush to offer their condolences, fearing that Tang Feng had suffered some harm. After all, he was a pillar of the Dragon Kingdom, and mustn't have the slightest misstep. North City, night. Tang Feng secretly got up after Xia Shiro fell asleep and left the house. He walked out through the side door of the neighborhood. This time, the reward the system gave him was a super lab. It was an ultra-high technology stored by a capsule that could be used anywhere, anytime. North City was an industrialized metropolis, and it wasn't hard to find factory buildings in the suburbs. Tang Feng finally found a more remote place after circling around twice. Boom! With a muffled sound, the capsule cracked directly on the ground into a top-notch research room. Its appearance was similar to a small villa with a sea view, integrating research and living. Walking into the lab, equipment and machines for experiments were placed everywhere. Then, Tang Feng summoned the artificial brain. Let's call you Tiny One Air. The think brain then instantly presented a three-dimensional image and transformed into Lin Wan's appearance. Master, may I ask if I need any help? Tiny One Air blinked her eyes and her voice was all the same as Lin Wan's. Help me collect mech-related materials, as well as literature. Okay, Master. Oh yeah, by the way, inquire about farm-related materials again. Okay. Only after getting this done did Tang Feng walk out of the lab. Mecha technology was something he'd been longing for, and now that he had the thinking brain as a second-in-command, he could finally try to assemble one as well. However, the process of searching for information and materials was very troublesome, so he would need to wait a while next. School. On this day, the class was Ideological Character class. The teacher of the class was Gao Su, the school's famous shredding master. This teacher always loved to educate the students and also liked to interact with them. Tang Feng was bored and flipped through the college textbook in his hands. He had spent a week basically reading through the basic college courses. At this time, class, that's all for today's class. Next, it's time for another You Ask Me Answer session. Whichever student is troubled by something in his or her recent study life can bring it up, and the teacher can clear up your confusion. As soon as it came to this session, the students cheered. As long as there was no lecture, anything was fine. Teacher, what if my pocket money is 50 less? A boy raised his hand and asked. Go to your father and tell him you need to make up for it. I see. Thank you, teacher. Next, another student raised his hand and said, Teacher, I have a question. Gao Su sipped his tea and nodded, go ahead. Only to see that student stood up and said, Teacher, why is it that every time I take an exam I work very hard and even study until 11 or 12 o'clock at night, but the teacher only sees the top few in the class? I've worked very hard too. Gao Su originally wanted to say, IQ is hard, kid, you're hopeless. But just as he was about to open his mouth, he realized that Tang Feng was actually listening to the class in an unprecedented manner, so he cleared his throat. Wanted to show off his learning. It had to be said that this student's question was really well asked. It caused countless students in the class to resonate. Even Tang Feng subconsciously raised his head, wanting to see how he would answer this question. After all, there were only those few people in the world who could get the top spots. Below the top of the list, all of them would be reduced to green leaves, and this was truly the biggest nuisance for the students. Only to see Gao Su smile mysteriously and say, Let's put it this way, classmates, your problem is very well explained. I'll ask you all a question first. I believe that after you answer this question, you will get the answer since. Chapter 55, Fighting People's Tang Feng. Obtaining mecha materials. What question? You ask, teacher. Gao Su smiled faintly and slowly said, Students should have studied geography, so let me ask you the simplest question. Which is the highest mountain in the world? This question is very simple, almost common sense. So many students enthusiastically said, It's Mount Everest. Gao Su nodded and continued to ask, What about the second highest peak in the world? This question was a bit cold, but a few students in the class who loved to delve into geography still gave an answer. It's Chogori Peak. Gao Su looked at those few students approvingly and slowly continued to ask, Then which is the third highest peak in the world? This time the students were dumbfounded. Many of them looked at me and I looked at you. There was just one geography general left, who spoke uncertainly. Is it Dry City Zhangjia Peak? Teacher? Seeing that fewer and fewer people knew the answer, Gao Su nodded with satisfaction. At this time, he glanced at Tang Feng suspiciously, thinking to himself why this brat hadn't made a sound to answer the question. In theory, this kind of question should be a piece of cake for him. Could it be that he didn't like the subject of geography too much? In fact, Gao Su guessed half right. Tang Feng wasn't disliking geography either, he just simply had little interest in it. So class, here comes the question, do you know which is the fourth highest peak in the world? Everyone froze at the words, originally thinking that Gao Su's question would end at the third. Who knew that he was still continuing to ask? The fourth peak, who would have nothing to do to memorize that thing? This time, finally no one could answer. Tang Feng looked at the silent students and understood Gao Su's intentions. As long as someone could answer his questions, he would keep asking until you couldn't. At that time, he would then talk to you about some great reasoning. It had to be said that this Gao Su's teaching method still had two tricks up his sleeve, but it was a pity that he had met Tang Feng. The student who had asked the question bowed his head in silence for a moment, then suddenly realized, stood up and said, "Teacher, I understand what you mean. You're saying that people's memories always prioritize remembering the top-ranked part and forgetting the latter part. So instead of blaming anyone, we should keep working hard until we become the top ones? That way, the teacher will remember us." Many of the students below seemed to understand Gao Su's meaning as well, pondering. And Gao Su felt that he had completed a very successful question and answer lesson, and was also very self-satisfied. But at this time, Tang Feng spoke up. The fourth highest peak, Himalayan Teeth Mountain Range, Luozi Peak, elevation 8,516 meters. Snap. I don't know who spun the pen, all flung away. The classmates turned back to look at Tang Feng in unison. Lin Wan also covered her small mouth. Seeing Tang Feng finally step in, Gao Su coughed lightly. Ahem. Aha, classmate Tang Feng knows a lot. So let's continue. The fifth peak? The middle half of the Himalayan mountains, Mukalu Peak, 8,463 meters above sea level. Gao Su's face instantly turned purple. Searching for you kid is here to smash the scene? I still don't believe it. The sixth peak? Zhuaiyao Peak, elevation 8,201 meters. Oh yes, this peak is also called Kyoyuya Peak, it Tibetan meaning I have to explain? No need. The seventh highest peak, Dhaulagiri Peak, 8,172 meters above sea level. Eighth. I don't know how long it took, even after class was over the two were still asking and answering each other. Some of the students who passed by the entrance of their class stopped and secretly took out their cell phones to record, but most of the time they were recording Tang Feng. The two of them had asked about the world's 39th peak, but Tang Feng still answered fluently. Teacher, I think it's weirdly troublesome for you to keep asking. I'll just give you the names of the top 100 peaks directly. Gao Su sniffed people silly. This is the rhythm of reporting the name of the dish. At this moment, Gao Su's face was white. Heart, these you know? You have nothing to do with memorizing things? Gao Su finally deeply comprehended. What is called high IQ humans cannot afford to mess with. Why do you think he couldn't think to show off in front of Tang Feng? Cough. You're good Tang Feng. That's it for this question, class dismissed. After saying that, Gao Su was about to leave the classroom in a gray slip. As soon as they heard class dismissed, all the students gathered towards Tang Feng. Especially Lin Wan ran the fastest. Her pretty face was slightly red, and she looked at Tang Feng with stars in her eyes and asked, "You also specialized in memorizing the world's top 100 peaks?" Tang Feng lightly laughed and shook his head, casually explaining, "No, I saw a glance on the internet before, so I memorized it." Oh, Gao Su, who hadn't even left the room yet, spewed out a mouthful of old blood when he heard Tang Feng's glib words and almost couldn't walk out of the classroom. The rest of the classmates also looked at Tang Feng with envy and jealousy or admiration. The ability to never forget was something only this genius could do in the entire school. At the same time, this sentence was also recorded into the video. Soon, this video was pushed to the #1 online hot search. For a time, the entire internet was buzzing. It's so awesome. If my family had a child like Tang Feng, I guess I would wake up from my sleep laughing every day. This is the mama fan. Little Tang Feng is so dominant when he answers questions. Looking forward to him catching up and growing up. This was the Masatoya controller. Even the height, the mountain range it belongs to, and even the meaning of the origin of the name, what else doesn't he know? This is a certain geographer. Also because of this video, the trend of memorizing mountain peaks became popular online. Many people have recorded videos to imitate it. It set off a craze for all people to learn geography. When the top management of the Dragon Kingdom as well as Du Lao at home flipped to see this video, they couldn't help but sigh. This was the star that the Dragon Kingdom really needed. Thousands of times better than those who could only eat a peach human high-quality male, this kind of meaningless netizens. While everyone was searching for Tang Feng, hoping to find him as a product spokesperson, Tang Feng, however, was sitting gracefully in his lab, studying the mecha. Wan Air, help me find out which country has the rare metals used by Ouroboros before. Yes, master. Answer master, that rare metal Rafi country, white bear country, and eagle country all have large quantities of it. The dragon kingdom also has a portion that hasn't been mined. Tang Feng nodded. Casually, he fished out his cell phone and called Lin Guodong. A few days later, a large truck stopped in front of Tang Feng's laboratory plant. Accompanying it, besides the staff, was Lin Guodong himself. He had been sent by his superiors to spy on the news. In the face of Lin Guodong's probing, Tang Feng just smiled mysteriously and didn't tell him. Seeing that Tang Feng didn't say anything, Lin Guodong naturally wouldn't pursue deeper. Putting the box away for Tang Feng, he left with his men. Tang Feng looked at the glowing metal lying in the large box, his eyes shining brightly. Mecha! I'm coming! Chapter 56, Mecha Molding. The Zero and the Plowman. The summer vacation had arrived. Inside a factory building in the hinterland of Mountain City, a teenager was sitting in front of a table, his slender hands pounding on the keyboard, as fluent as playing the piano. His eyes were fixed on the lines of code flashing across the screen. It was none other than Tang Feng. One air, take out all the parts and prepare to install them. Yes, master. As Tang Feng wrote out the code to run, the thinking brain also manipulated the different parts of the mech to start assembling. Initially, it was the skeleton that began to change as a burst of purple light flashed through. With the help of the robotic hands, a humanoid skeleton 2 meters out was assembled. Next to be built was a spherical combat silo with a diameter of 10 centimeters, flying first into the left chest cavity of the skeleton. The polygonal body's engine, following closely behind, was placed in the abdomen of the skeleton. After that came the armor. Starting from the feet, the armor spread up the skeleton like mercury. By the time the armor had covered all of the head and all the parts were in place, it was like the birth of Iron Man from Marvel. With the standard modules assembled, it was the turn of the external modules to begin. This time it was the shields that flew out first, jamming into the junction of the thoracic and spinal vertebrae. The cylindrical main cannon was loaded into the center of the chest, and the sniper cannon was magnetically attached to the back. In the end, a 2.5-meter tall mech with a purple body took shape. The purple luminescence emitted by the rare metal highlighted it as exceptionally powerful, and people standing in front of it could feel a strong impact. This was not a lookalike created by a toy manufacturer. It was a real war machine. Tang Feng's mech, codename Zero. Meaning the first mech, the Zero mech had modules such as the main gun, secondary gun, shield, radar, etc. and already had full combat power. Tang Feng circled around the mech twice, looking at the 1.5-meter-long sniper cannon on the back of the mech, his brows stretched in satisfaction. His heart silently sighed. It's not easy to build a mech. Then he began to communicate with the arc reactor to formally attach the armor. Commanded, the left chest of the mech combat warehouse there, a hatch appeared. Tang Feng whole person was sucked in by a suction. The mech Tang Feng made wasn't a real Iron Man, directly putting armor on his body. He performed the armor attachment, and what he entered was actually the combat compartment. The mecha's combat silo used some spacefolding technology. Don't look at it as only 10 centimeters in diameter, but inside it was a sphere with a diameter of 8 meters. After the operator entered, he also needed to choose the working mode of the mech. The Zero mech had 3 modes. They were combat mode, standby mode, and shutdown mode. Let's start with combat. In this mode, the manipulator becomes a gravity-free floating state and connects to the mech through neurons. Any movement the controller makes in the combat compartment will be synchronized to the mech, as if the person has become the mech. Next was standby mode, when the mech's engines were at their lowest power output. The images of the front taken by the mech's 2-eye camera will be transmitted to the spherical inner wall of the combat silo in real time. The operator is inside and can switch to combat mode at any time. The last is the shutdown mode. This mode engine off. There is no monitoring screen transmission. Want to enter the combat mode? There must be a process of engine start. After Tang Feng attached his armor, he directly activated the battle mode. When he opened his eyes, he found that he was already in the perspective of the mech, and the sudden change to a small half-a-meter higher vision still made him a little uncomfortable. Moving his hands and feet, the mech had a sense of lag even though it was moving alone. He didn't panic at all about this. He knew that this was an inevitable phenomenon of new mechs, and that it could naturally be slowly eliminated through scientific exercise. This armed mech's main cannon attack distance could cover 2,000 meters. It did not use gunpowder ammunition, but instead used energy mixed with electrical and kinetic energy. Strictly speaking, it could be described as a laser cannon. This Zero mech cost Tang Feng a month and a half, using more than 20,000 small parts and several hundred large parts. It was a good thing that he had signed an agreement with multiple countries before, and those countries were cooperative enough to send in all sorts of materials. Only they still didn't know what exactly Tang Feng was doing. It was Du Lao who came here once during the period, and after knowing Tang Feng's goal, his cloudy eyes erupted with splendor. He told Tang Feng to tell him whatever he needed, and that the special department would give him full support. Tang Feng gladly accepted. The hinterland of the mountain city is good in that it is sparsely populated and very remote. After Jiang Fei brought Tang Feng here once last time, he remembered this place. Here, Tang Feng could not only experiment openly and honestly, but he could also test the cannons in the wilderness. Getting off Zero, Tang Feng walked towards the corner of the plant, looking towards the other one that was completed at almost the same time as Zero. At the corner, all sorts of machinery and cables were placed. At the very center lay Tang Feng's second achievement, a giant humanoid mecha that was 5 meters tall. Although its surface wasn't as smooth and gorgeous as Zero's, the whole thing was a bit more unruly, like stepping out of something in Cyberpunk 2077. Caressing the shell of the mech, a satisfied look appeared in Tang Feng's eyes. This machine wasn't for combat. Tang Feng named it the Cultivator. The machine was as its name, yes. This mech was used for farming. Last time, Tang Feng was in Mountain City and realized that the soil here was fertile, but the population was sparse and the efficiency of planting crops was not high. Therefore, Tang Feng decided to develop a farming mech to carry out the integrated tasks of sowing, harvesting, watering, pest removal, and so on and so forth. The root of a country was agriculture. Afterward, Tang Feng was also going to build some hover cars and robot dogs here as test points for his future company. Drip. At this time, Tang Feng received a message from Lin Guodong on his cell phone. Ha! There's a fly flying in outside? Tang Feng clicked on the picture captured by the satellite. A black and white picture with only the outline of lines transmitted over. This airplane is very similar to the retired Blackbird reconnaissance aircraft of the Eagle Kingdom, but the wings are much larger. The aerodynamic layout is also slightly different, and there are 2 more engines, never seen the model before. While Tang Feng observed the pictures, an airplane with a flat and strange shape, with 4 engines. It was at a height of tens of thousands of meters, flying towards Mountain City from west to east at 5 times supersonic speed. At the same time, the command center of the special department in Mountain City was also ringing with alarms. The Air Force Department that controlled this place, the Director Ma Lei, the Deputy Director Wang Yu and the Secretary General were all gathered here. The 3 of them looked at the red dots on the big screen radar map, all with somber expressions. Ma Lei looked at it for a while and asked without looking back. This latest model of the Eagle country's reconnaissance aircraft, its intentions are unknown. Has your department researched a plan to deal with it? The Secretary General shook his head helplessly. I'm sorry, Supervisor. The enemy plane's flight speed has exceeded Mach 5, far exceeding our fighters. Moreover, its flying altitude has reached 50,000 meters. We just don't even have the qualifications to surround it. Chapter 57 Destruction Beam. War Chestnut of the Eagle Kingdom. Deputy Supervisor Wang Yu's fire also came. Is it hard for us, the Air Force, to just watch it waltz into Mountain City like this? The Secretary General laughed bitterly. We can only contact the anti-missile forces above and have them use anti-aircraft missiles to focus their strikes. We really can't do anything about it. Now all 3 were helpless. The enemy invaded from the airspace and their own Air Force couldn't do anything about it. They could only rely on missiles to fight it. As Air Force leaders, how could they not be depressed? After Ma Lei gritted his teeth and reported to the military department, saying that there was nothing he could do, soon the air defense missile units all along the coast began to move. A missile vehicle was driven out of the camp. Each hidden air defense position entered the first level of readiness. All missiles were directed straight towards that new type of reconnaissance aircraft. At 10:15, after the ineffective warnings from the Dragon military, the scout plane was officially listed as a strike target. At 10:16, the military department gave the order to attack directly. In the first wave, 30 road-based air defense missiles rose into the air. At this moment, Tang Feng's radar detected these 30 missiles in synchronization. The radar system also, in the first instance, gave the results. Calculated, the missile hit rate is 0. Tang Feng frowned slightly as he listened. As an air combat fan, he was of course clear that the probability of an enemy aircraft to be shot down at this altitude was just too low. What's more, the enemy plane's flying speed had already reached 5 times supersonic speed, and at this speed, it was already faster than the vast majority of missiles. Besides, enemy planes will not fly straight. You want to hit the advance is not very realistic. As expected, the first wave of missiles quickly fell short, and then the Dragon Air Defense Force launched 3 more waves of missile rain. However, none of the missiles hit, and the enemy planes were even approaching the coastline. After 4 waves of missiles, the Air Defense Force was at its wit's end. Missile forces in charge of the gas teacups are smashed, the military department of the big men, but also a burst of gnashing of teeth. The great country cannot help a reconnaissance aircraft. This is simply the shame of the 3 armies of the Dragon country. Some people worry about natural people rejoice. At this time the Eagle country military base is a piece of glee. Their newly developed reconnaissance aircraft, like entering no one's land, even the Dragon Kingdom can't take it, which naturally means that it can be used in all countries around the world. At that time, they could check whoever they wanted, and fly as much as they wanted. The line of sight once again returned to the seaside of Mountain City. Tang Feng looked at the radar. There were no more anti-aircraft missiles continuing to rise, and the enemy planes had already flown into the Continental Line. He naturally guessed that this air defense battle, the Dragon Kingdom military had already conceded defeat. Phew! It's time to swat a fly that's been hopping around for so long. At this time, Tang Feng cleared his breath and unloaded the cannon that had previously prevented him from traveling on his back, inserting it once again. Activating the mech's combat mode. The cannon instantly stretched out from the inside of the mech, its total length reaching a proud 8 meters, the barrel alone exceeding 4 meters, and the caliber reaching 10 centimeters. With this shape, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it was a main artillery. Tang Feng from the back of the sniper cannon, lifting the cannon on the shoulder, back trip in the mountainside of the mountain city. The muzzle of the cannon is erected along the way to point to the dome of the sky. At this time, under the sniper cannon's purple shimmering light, the mech's dark figure became more and more magnificent. After lifting the gun on his shoulder, he had already issued a command to the radar to synchronize the trajectory of the sniper cannon. In less than a breath, the sniper cannon's center of gravity appeared on the radar map. As Tang Feng moved the muzzle, the sniper cannon's center of gravity moved with him. This was the reason why Tang Feng had put the radar on in the first place when he had the mech. Without radar, the mech can only fight within visual range. Even if the mech's camera is high definition, when there is an obstruction in front of it, it's useless. Just like now, the enemy aircraft is in the high altitude, thick cloud cover, the mech's own camera, night vision function cannot see through. With radar is not the same, especially the cannon alignment synchronization function, is definitely a godsend for over-the-horizon combat. Tang Feng's rusty hands fine-tuned with familiarity, slowly moving the cannon. When the radar map, the sniper cannon's center of gravity hit the enemy aircraft, he decisively pulled the trigger. Boom! The laser railgun built by Tang Feng had a lower sound than ordinary artillery. A figurative analogy would be an enlarged version of banging your head against a big wall. The sniper cannon was built by Tang Feng, and with the addition of the black tech fingers, its discharging speed surged again. The fist-sized super-density energy warhead was like a meteor that cut through the sky. 0.15 seconds, this was the time it took for the laser sniper cannon to cross 45 kilometers. The extreme speed, not to mention seeing with the eyes, even the ground radar failed to keep up. A high-energy warhead without actual mass was that fast. The enemy planes that were still swinging high in the air, flying forward, had no idea that the Grim Reaper was coming. At the moment of being hit by the sniper cannon, a high-energy rays erupted, and all the materials of the enemy plane instantly reached the boiling point. At a height of 40,000 meters, a dazzling huge fireball instantly appeared. The brightness of the fireball even penetrated through the clouds and could be seen by half of the coastal provinces. Mountain City Air Force Command Center. The red dot on the radar projection screen suddenly grew larger, and shortly afterward, it rapidly shrunk until it disappeared without a trace again. The three official bigwigs turned their heads almost simultaneously, locking their eyes on the radar station chief. Being stared at by the three bigwigs, the radar station chief's cold sweat swished out. "What's going on?" Supervisor Mayer asked with a frown. The first thought in the station chief's mind was that the radar had malfunctioned and failed. But when he did some intense troubleshooting, there was no problem. He could only report stiffly, reporting to the supervisor, "The radar is showing normal." Malay continued to question with a stern face, "Then why is the enemy plane gone? Our air defense forces have stopped firing. Is it possible that it could still explode on its own?" This. The radar station commander was speechless for a while. It was at this moment that a communications soldier flew in and reported loudly. Reporting to the supervisor, each observation point reports that in the airspace where the enemy aircraft is located, a violent explosion has occurred, and the intensity of the explosion is no less than 500 tons of TNT. The radar station chief immediately looked at Malay with an aggrieved look, as if to say, "Look at it. It really exploded." Malay's old face immediately turned red. He also didn't expect that the slap in the face would come so quickly. Fortunately, a communications staff officer got up and interrupted his embarrassment. "Report! The Ministry of the Army's Trans-Space Agency has sent a message that the Skybase 4 remote sensing satellite has observed a cloud of super-energy rays, penetrating through the atmosphere from the ground at 1,000 times the speed of sound. Below the observation point is exactly the direction where the enemy aircraft is located. The General Staff analyzed that the enemy aircraft is likely to be extinguished as a result." After the communications staff reported, the hall was silent. Everyone was wondering, where exactly did this mass of super-energy rays come from? And how did it take out a hypersonic reconnaissance plane? Did they have this kind of weapon in the Dragon Kingdom? And at the same time, together with the dumbfounded, there was also the Eagle Kingdom. And the special commander of the military base, Katerina. Chapter 58, Laboratory. Opening. This silent scene, at the same time, also happened in the Xiongning Kingdom's military base. From the top of the Eagle Kingdom to the generals, down to the orderlies, all of them were stony-faced. Obviously, they had also received the satellite monitoring data. Their doubts were accompanied by fear, and they were afraid that this super weapon of the Dragon Kingdom would develop into a conventional weapon in the future. The Eagle Kingdom's military intelligence organization, for the first time, was in full operation. Katarina's face was grave, pacing back and forth on the ground. This time, the plan was obviously aimed at Tang Feng. Because she had been undermined by Tang Feng in the last telescope plan, Katarina hadn't dared to appear in the media's field of vision until now. But that didn't stop her from being curious about Tang Feng. The nanoprotective suits, as well as the freezing crystals that could hinder magma, made Katarina crave for them and keep her up at night. That's how this scouting plan came about. Reporting, sir. The Dragon Kingdom has issued a proclamation against us, claiming that if there is any more provocation against the majesty of its land, it will break off diplomatic relations with us. Katarina nodded her head in disbelief at the communicator's message. She thought to herself, sooner or later, I'll get my hands on the technology you're holding, Tang Feng. The Dragon Kingdom harshly condemned the behavior of the Eagle Kingdom. The representative of the Eagle Kingdom, on the other hand, issued a statement claiming that the test flight of the new airplane had gone out of control and accidentally flew into the Dragon Kingdom. It stated that a similar situation would not occur afterward. In this way, there was no need to worry about being harassed again for a short period of time. At the same time, Tang Feng's laboratory was set up in a flurry of wind and fire. His reputation was still very loud in the Dragon Kingdom. So when Tang Feng asked for people from Elder Du, the young interns under Elder Du grabbed their heads, hoping to join Tang Feng's lab. In the end, Tang Feng didn't ask for too many people. After all, he had the smart brain, which was already equivalent to the work capacity of dozens of people. Arranging the company's operations, Tang Feng contacted Lin Guodong to help him go to the bank to handle the capital payments. Tang Feng smoothly got the $300 million from the sale of the Magic City Villa. This gave him $300 million of liquidity initially, enough to purchase the institute and research equipment. In response to Ouroboros' black technology, Tang Feng planned to establish corresponding labs accordingly. Artificial intelligence, quantum computers, human brain splicing, materials, engines, semiconductor technology. Master's degree students start at $400,000 a year, doctoral students at $500,000 a year. An additional $150,000 for those with relevant research experience. In the industry, this salary is already at the head level. After Tang Feng told the recruited employees about this salary, they worked even harder. A total of more than 30 people signed a confidentiality agreement and non-compete agreement together, and officially joined the company. Tang Feng took the contract and paid half a year's salary in advance on the spot. A check was sent to the group of graduate students, causing their eyes to go straight. Sending money directly? Coming up with $200,000? The boss is also too generous. The graduate students used to work for their professors for nothing, and for the first time, they encountered such a refreshingly unassuming way of motivating them. They were instantly energized and wanted to get to work. Boss, should we start working now? Dr. Chen Kong, the leader of the artificial intelligence team, asked. There's no rush, let's all register for an internal communication number first and familiarize ourselves with the confidentiality regulations. Tang Feng shook his head with a smile and brought them to their respective offices. The offices were equipped with special computers that were physically disconnected from the network and did not support USB flash drives or other physical transfers, but they could rely on the LAN to query thesis data stored locally. Of course, the most meaningful thing to Tang Feng was the special chat system, which allowed for instant messaging as well as file transfer functions within the LAN. That internal communications software on the desktop is the lab's special chat software. You guys register first, and then security will give you confidentiality training afterward. Seeing the researchers each find a desk to open their computers, Tang Feng moved to leave and came upstairs to his own office. Opening the display, one could see new contacts logging in one after another. Tang Feng took a deep breath and opened his own computer. Here was a large number of documents that he had spent a month and a half organizing and writing together. With the help of Little One Air, Tang Feng often only needed to put forward the central argument, the core arithmetic formula, and the brain would automatically help him complete it. The brain would automatically help him complete the subsequent arithmetic and typesetting. After waiting for 2 minutes, a 100+ G compressed file was transmitted to the platform. It was set to share mode. The information from several research groups had all arrived. The crowd's eyes glowed as they flipped through the information. Artificial Intelligence Group. Convolutional Neural Network Character Recognition Translation Application. Multiple image recognition techniques based on sparse coding. Man-machine connections. Reflex blocks of the human brain, experimental results of optic nerve linking in mice, several ideas for linking image recognition blocks of the human brain. Quantum Computing Group. Entanglement of quantum bits in superconducting quantum land, Study of quantum bit decoherence, experiments on semiconductor quantum dot roots. Materials team. Novel brainwave sensing materials, exploration of high-temperature superconducting materials. While the crowd was still in a state of extreme confusion, Tang Feng spoke. Dr. Chen Kong, your lab will verify this algorithm first. In the artificial intelligence group, the researchers looked at the plan and the computer and looked at each other. Group leader. Is this the plan you wrote? Chen Kong shook his head. No. That means this was written by someone else? But who else in the AI field besides you could make something like this? Is this thing reliable? The researcher was skeptical and flipped through the plan to read it. The theoretical foundation, formula reasoning, and verification direction all had a good look. It seems somewhat feasible. Dr. Chen Kong nodded. Well, this neural network organization model seems a little more ingenious than the one we used before. Let's try it according to the planner. The artificial intelligence group began to follow the planner arrangement. The results surprised them exceptionally. After data mining and deep learning, their text recognition intelligent program, the character recognition level quickly reached 65% accuracy, and the image recognition program was able to roughly distinguish between human faces. It was important to realize that it had only been more than half a month, and the AI had not learned a lot of data. For this result, the people in the lab were both excited and shocked. However, they soon learned that it wasn't just the AI that had gotten a breakthrough. After the cafeteria was put into use, when they ate with people from other labs, the people from the quantum computing lab said that 6 quantum bit entanglement had been successfully verified on computer theory simulations. The brain-computer interface lab got brainwave graphs of several mouse functional regions. The materials lab got a new experimental material that is very sensitive to electric waves. The technological breakthroughs seem to have become easy in an instant. Crap, this data mining accuracy is bursting at the seams. Do you know what it's like to have 10 successful material tests? In the past, we had to test a new material at least a few hundred times to successfully validate it. The quantum error correction algorithm we tested out is too awesome. When the quantum computer is built, you guys must come and use it. The experimenter was pleasantly surprised. However, this wasn't the end. Chapter 59 Expansion. 10 Bowls of Coffee Sugar Technology Company. When they had just finished understanding and digesting the theoretical ideas, Tang Feng sent a new experimental material. Superconducting quantum root 33-bit error correction algorithm. Once verified, the model was completely feasible. This time, everyone came back to their senses. Who exactly made these inspirations and experimental models? It was provided by the boss. Where did the boss get it from? Didn't see anyone else. You're not going to tell me that the boss got this himself, are you? How could he? Although he's a genius, he's only 10 years old. There's no need to discuss it. It's our little genius Boss Tang who messed it up. I asked Boss Tang about the problems on the plan before, and Boss Tang sent it to me immediately after revising it. Li Yunlong, the head of the quantum computing laboratory, spoke with a face full of sighs, terminating the discussion. Soon, the news spread throughout the entire institute. The name of Tang Feng's genius was realized. The graduate students looked at Tang Feng with more admiration in their eyes, in addition to their enthusiasm for the gold master. In response, Tang Feng smiled faintly. 188's IQ wasn't joking with you. Tang Feng asked his assistant to arrange the bonuses and called for a meeting in the conference room. The researchers arrived one after another. Still thought there was something going on. Didn't expect Tang Feng to sit on the stage and start writing checks. What's this meeting going to be about? Mr. Tang seems to be writing something. Kind of like the check on the day he joined. Ha! Tang Feng didn't let them wait long. After writing the check, without saying a word, he started handing out the money. In order to congratulate the institute for the results they've achieved, let's hand out money today, 100,000 bonus per person. The person in charge will give out an additional 100,000. I hope you all will continue to work hard and dive into your research. It's only been less than a month since they arrived and they're giving out bonuses. The researchers were shaken, froze to receive the check, and watched as Tang Feng simply adjourned the meeting and left after handing out the money. Mr. Tang is too trenchant. It's so dashing to leave after handing out money. Does this kind of company really exist? I'm not dreaming, am I? The fellows were touched inwardly and resolved to work hard and dive into their work. Without realizing that Tang Feng had actually left so dryly to avoid being pestered to discuss academic issues. After the celebration, Tang Feng methodically distributed the scientific and technological information at a certain rate. On the other hand, the company continued to expand. The 4 original laboratories such as artificial intelligence were expanded to over 100 people. Several other types of labs were also established one after another. Under his influence, domestic doctoral and master's degree holders who would have inevitably chosen to change careers due to the lack of high-end industries had the opportunity to enter the research work. Especially in biology majors such as this, a discipline that quickly fell to the sewer in the new millennium. Even if they were from top-tier institutions, 90% of them changed careers. Tang Feng directly sent people to the top few universities in the country, packing away all the masters and doctoral graduates with high salaries, causing the Dragon Kingdom to exclaim that the biology century had truly arrived. Unfortunately, soon they will find that large-scale enrollment of graduate students in biology is the only one. In order to get into the 10 bowls of coffee sugar technology company, the competition will be quite fierce in the future. As for the name of the company, it was named according to Lin Wan, Zhang Feifei, Tang Feng, and Xia Shiro, each taking a word. To Tang Feng, the prosperity of biology was just an insignificant bit of butterfly effect. Didn't pay much attention to it. At the same time as the original lab expanded, the new semiconductor lab was also up and running. Tang Feng saved all his time to study mechs, and farming robots were progressing at a fiery pace. At the same time, the artificial intelligence speech recognition, image recognition field got better algorithms, and voice input under standard pronunciation was able to be 100% correct. The human-machine connection laboratory has achieved partial success in monitoring brainwave activity in the brains of mice and pigs. The semiconductor laboratory develops 2 organic semiconductor materials to make flexible photovoltaic panels. Superconducting quantum progressed to the 56-bit level, 8-qubit algorithms were introduced in the ion trap route, and 5-qubit experiments were realized in the semiconductor quantum dot route. Materials Laboratory obtained a new heat dissipation material, breakthrough of special photoresist applicable to organic semiconductors. Drone Power Laboratory was established and developed the first jet turbofan engine. With the information given by Tang Feng, the researchers continued to make breakthroughs based on the previous foundation, and another new condensed matter laboratory was opened, taking more than a minute more for each link. Artificial intelligence continued to make breakthroughs in the field of image recognition, being able to differentiate between photos and real people based on light sources. Successful prediction of the next activities of mice and pigs through brainwave monitoring. Superconducting quantum progresses to the 208-bit level, and semiconductor quantum dots surpass 6 quantum bits. The Semiconductor Laboratory obtains a new organic semiconductor material with a photovoltaic efficiency approaching 33. The Condensed Matter Lab and the Materials Lab jointly developed a new superconducting material with a temperature 5K higher than the previously used superconducting material. And with the previous experiments going well, the lab continued to expand, but the results were not as good as expected. Artificial intelligence deep learning algorithms run out of potential, research returns to basic neural network construction. Brainwave detection stalls on action prediction in primate monkeys. Semiconductor quantum dots stalled as superconducting quantum progressed to the 269-bit level and error correction algorithms became increasingly difficult. But decoherence is extended and fidelity improved by ultra-vacuum packaging and isotope enrichment. The Materials Laboratory fabricated 2 new low-coefficient of expansion high-temperature resistant materials. The Precision Instrumentation Laboratory was established and began work to break through the ultra-vacuum encapsulation and isotope enrichment processes. Based on the new low-expansion high-temperature resistant materials, the performance of turbofan aircraft engine was significantly improved, and the supercombustion ram engine ignited for more than 20 seconds after entering the ultra-high speed of sound wind tunnel test. In 3 months, the technology was updated at a dizzying speed. Each test, under Tang Feng's theoretical deduction, was able to successfully achieve its purpose. Up to this point, the entire institute had settled on Tang Feng's name as a theoretical genius, and respected him more and more. However, Tang Feng was still quite calm, and even felt that it was far from enough. On the one hand, this was because he was self-aware and knew that the researchers had contributed to these results. On the other hand, the lab's technology was constantly advancing, but the level of technology was still far from Tang Feng's mental goals. For example, the current AI was not intelligent at all, only able to mine data, learn, and act according to a set structure. Tang Feng sighed as he watched. What was the use of just recognizing language and images? What he wanted was the kind of true intelligence that could improve itself, make autonomous judgments, and repair faults. Relying on a single brain, the amount of computing power was ultimately limited. If he wanted to turn this into an assembly line product, he was still far from it. Artificial intelligence plus unmanned factories, absolutely comparable to the Industrial Revolution. If the country cannot keep up with even the low-end OEMs do not have to do, in the end can only be cruel with the machine than the efficiency. In addition, quantum computers are also increasingly bottlenecked. Quantum hegemony do not know when to realize. Brain-computer interfaces can only use brainwaves to predict the general behavior of animals, but can't do anything about the complexity of human thinking, let alone inserting a tube into the back of the head to input knowledge. It's true, with my current small laboratory alone, it's simply unrealistic to compare it to the black technology accumulated by the world's dominant power for decades by combining the world's brightest talents. Even with the help of a smart brain, it's still the same. Tang Feng was rambling, but he didn't know that he had already surpassed the real technological level of countries around the world in the field of artificial intelligence and quantum computing. Chapter 60 Patent Application. Alarming the Magic City. When Tang Feng sighed, he actually didn't know that even the Eagle Kingdom's own so-called artificial intelligence AI was actually more of an artificial retard. Widely publicized artificial intelligence driving where a car can drive crooked to things, unmanned factories because of flexible production cannot be widely used. The quantum hegemony is just blowing cowhide, mature root or not, 56 quantum bits on blowing hegemony. Hegemony is also too easy. In terms of aerospace, the Eagle state does not have a real sense of the air in space aircraft. On the contrary, a large country, the combination of power airspace engine is close to practical. Brain-computer interface, not to mention the classic storytelling to pull investment. The propaganda department is more than other companies can also blow. Do not know thought that the immediate memory implantation, education revolution it. If you let the top management of the Eagle Kingdom know that it is the two fools under the influence of blind bragging about Tang Feng, as well as the monster technology that will be faced next, must hate to tear those people's mouths. Patent Registration Office. The clerk received a strange group of registrants. 10 or so young men wearing masks and large sunglasses came together in the office. Sir, did you bring the application for registration and the physical invention? Brought them. Tang Feng beckoned, and security took out several suitcases. Opening the suitcases, he took out a thick stack of documents from inside. When the clerk saw this situation, his heart was a little drummed. Taking a look at the documents, he only saw 10 or so applications, each of which had the words National Defense Patent Application written on them. You want to apply for a national defense patent? The clerk looked up and asked. Yes. Which designated unit are you from? Not any designated unit. The company name is 10 Bowls Coffee Sugar Technology. A private company? The clerk revealed a puzzled expression. Tang Feng nodded. Right. The clerk was surprised. National defense patents are restricted by the relevant departments from entering the private sector. Are you sure you want to register this instead of a confidential patent? Said the clerk, fearing that he didn't understand. He also explained, you don't have a national defense mission. Registering a national defense patent will affect profitability. Tang Feng nodded. There's no mistake. This is what I want. Since the registrant chose to do so, the clerk also stopped persuading them and directed them to a specialized registry to submit their application. After a set of processes, the stuff quickly entered the expert review stage. At the Magic City Materials Institute, the technician measured Tang Feng's heat insulating coating. Measurement results: heat reflectivity 90%, thermal conductivity 0.03 W/m. K, so strong. I reckon this invention won't pass the audit. How can that be? This coating is better than all the previous tests. It's because it's too strong that it won't pass. It must be kept as a technical secret. Kind of makes sense. Mention it to the director and let the director decide. The technician's guess was exactly right. Not only did the paint not pass the audit, but the others, the quantum computer and the superfuel ram engine, even more so. At the Aviation Military Institute, the supercombustion ram engine shocked all the experts. The supercombustion ram engine has been working continuously in the wind tunnel for 100 seconds. All indicators showed that this was an engine entity that could be put into practice. What is the record of the hypercombustion ram at the XX Institute? On the spot, the director asked. 30 seconds. It's actually more than 3 times worse. The director glared and waved his hand. Find the inventor unit of this engine as soon as possible, and take good measures to keep it secret. This is a first-class order. Heaven's Eye Intelligence Data Center. The 256-bit superconducting quantum chip with intelligent image recognition blinded a group of people. In multi-threaded parallel math problems, this quantum chip ran at an efficiency of 1,000,000 times that of a traditional supercomputer. A satellite map of 100 square kilometers, all military vehicles, flying objects identified in 10 seconds. The operator stared straight in amazement. This, quickly go and invite General Wei. General Wei Jianzhang of the data center was reading documents in his office when suddenly the confidential phone on his desk rang. As soon as it was connected, the voice of an anxious guard came from inside. Report, General. There is an urgent intelligence report from the data center. What's the situation? Wei Jianzhang asked with a solemn expression as he put down his pen. The military research team tested an invention that calls itself a quantum computing chip and intelligent image recognition. It was found that this invention has capabilities far beyond those of the data center system. Major Ling requests you to come here immediately. Okay, I'll be right there. Wei Jianzhang arrived at the data center building, and the technicians inside had already played out new tricks with image recognition. From satellite maps recognizing specific objects, to clear restoration of surveillance maps, face recognition, exploring to the general function of the image system. Wei Jianzhang approached the control hall, only to see that Major Ling was changing clothes, shooting angles, etc., to test the accuracy of face recognition. Looking at the expressions of the bystanders, they all carried shock. General Wei is here. General Wei. Wei Jianzhang raised his hand to return a military salute to his saluting subordinates, pointing at the closet-sized sealed cooling box next to him and asked, "This is the machine that you guys said can recognize intelligently?" Yes, this machine uses liquid nitrogen for cooling. Not only can it intelligently recognize, after we circle certain things it doesn't recognize and give them to it, it can learn to recognize them. It can finish recognizing an area of 100 square kilometers in 10 seconds, which is better than the previous effect of 100 or 80 people in a day and a night. Major Ling's eyes were filled with excitement as he explained. Wei Jianzhang raised his eyebrows as he listened. As a technical soldier, he was well aware of just how important what Major Ling was talking about was. With this technology, in the future, the efficiency of satellite usage would increase by 100 times. It would have a revolutionary impact on the intelligence system. Wei Jianzhang couldn't wait to test it out himself and see the amazing effect of the intelligent recognition and gave the order. This can't be registered as a patent for people to see. Immediately dismissed. Notify the Black Dragon Brigade and protect all those who know about this patent. Listen, this matter is related to national information security, and must not leak a single bit of information. I'll personally go to the invention unit. With an order, the data center was transferred to the Black Dragon Brigade. The Black Dragon Brigade is a military information security ace unit. Captain Zhang Yuan received the order and immediately flew to the Defense Patent Registry by helicopter to investigate the patent registrant's information. Meanwhile, inside the Defense Patent Office, everyone was working methodically when suddenly a group of black-clothed people barged in. "You guys are?" The guard at the entrance sensed the competent aura of the black-clothed people, secretly gripped his baton, and went forward to inquire. Only to see the tall woman in the lead tossing her ponytail and taking off her glasses. Underneath the mirror was a delicate but not too sharp face. She took out a wallet from her jacket and showed it to the guard. The guard was stunned and uttered in surprise, "Are you Shu?" The woman put her onion finger to her lips, signaling him to keep quiet. The guard understood what she meant and very naturally moved out of the way. The woman then gave her assistant a look, and the group followed, heading to the third floor, the director's office. Seeing the director, the woman finally revealed her identity. "Hello, I'm Long Xian, head of the operations section of the Magic City Confidentiality Bureau. There's an invention you've handled that needs your cooperation to investigate. May I ask where is the data room of the invention that's awaiting trial?" Chapter 61, Two Major Organizations. The villainous young man wimped out. Once the director heard that it was from a confidential unit, how could he not cooperate, and hurriedly arranged for his subordinates to pull out the information. Lang Xian quickly obtained the source of the supercombustion ram engine, Mountain City 10 bowls of coffee sugar technology. Lang Xian immediately went to the open space and went to the leader of the research system that commissioned the investigation. "Minister Ruan, the investigation you asked me to investigate has yielded results. It's a company called 10 Bowls Coffee Sugar Technology. The location is in the hinterland of Mountain City." "Alright, I'll move over immediately." Putting down the phone, Lang Xian immediately greeted her subordinates and left, taking away all the information related to 10 Bowls Coffee Sugar Technology in the process. "I'm taking away this information, Director Zhang. You're sure there's no backup, right?" "No, for pending documents like this, we will only keep the originals." "Alright then, thank you for cooperating with us vigorously, goodbye." Seeing off the operations section of the Bureau of Secrecy, Director Zhang wiped off the sweat on his forehead. He was about to utilize his lunch break to take a rest. The sound of a helicopter suddenly rang out outside, the sound coming from far away and finally stopping at the building. "Director, someone from the Military Region Information Security is looking for you." First the Secret Service, then the Military Region Information Security. It couldn't all be for the same thing. Director Sang's hunch was immediately confirmed. The people from the State Security Bureau searched the database repeatedly, and none of them found what they were looking for. Captain Zhang Yuan turned his head, his eyes narrowing slightly as he gazed at him. "The Defense Patent Registry hid the records of the submission for examination. Is it because they can't trust us, the Black Dragon Brigade?" "There really isn't. All the documents are here, unless..." "Unless what?" "Unless you and the Secret Service are looking for the same thing." Zhang Yuan frowned and said, "Can you call out the handlers of the relevant documents?" "Aha." Director Zhang nodded and called the clerk who had handled the application for Tang Feng in the first place. The clerk was surrounded by a few big men in the center, a nervous look on his face. "You come and look at the applications for the days from the 9th to the 12th. Which ones are missing?" Since Tang Feng's non-military enterprise application for defense patents was too conspicuous, the clerk remembered it at once. What? Their invention actually made the Secret Service and the military region so concerned? The clerk, shaken and dizzy, stumbled through his answer to the question. The applicant is from Mountain City, his name is Tang Feng? Tang Feng? Why does it sound so familiar? And the company name also has the word sugar. Zhang Yuan ordered his subordinates to investigate while turning his head and slapping the clerk on the shoulder. You have such a good memory, you should still remember what the project applied for is. For the sake of confidentiality, I can only have you switch jobs. What? For the sake of confidentiality, actually even changed my job? The clerk who was kept secret, his expression became even more confused. Do you believe me when I say I don't remember? Zhang Yuan hemmed and hawed, sending the message back to the military region's Heaven's Eye data center, leaving 5 people to deal with the issue of personnel secrecy, and all the rest heading to Mountain City. 3 hours later. Mountain City, Hinterland 10 Bowls of Coffee Sugar Limited Technology Company. The manager in charge of a company in Mountain City was begging Chen Kong in front of the door. Mr. Chen, give me face, you guys aren't using the whole building anyway, it's no problem to vacate a few floors. Young Mr. Han's company represents the products of the top 300 foreign companies. It has huge energy. It has been listed as a key introduction project by the development committee, so it will be good for you to be introduced to it when the time comes. Chen Kong frowned at the young man next to the supervisor who was dressed in foreign luxuries. The bad side of choosing the location in the Mountain City showed up. At first, because it was suitable to put large experimental equipment and the area was wide, Tang Feng had chosen the hinterland of Mountain City. But in this place, there were especially many second-generation men, plus Tang Feng's experimental building looked as gorgeous as a villa. When the second generation found such a fat sheep, they all wanted to come and get a piece of the pie. Tang Feng usually goes to school, the company matters are handed over to Chen Kong in charge, he naturally cannot take matters into his own hands. Besides, our own company's territory, why should we vacate it to him? Not to mention the expansion, how can we maintain the secrecy? Thinking of this, Chen Kong refused, sorry, our company does not allow outsiders to move in to ensure confidentiality. Contracts are dead, people are alive. The supervisor wanted to persuade again, next to Hong Deshao raised his hand to interrupt him, laughing. What confidentiality, like who rare, I do not have time to spend with you here, directly to his contract to him to destroy the contract. This place belongs to the Mountain City, this plant also belongs to the Mountain City, let them directly get out. He's still gasping for face. As he spoke, the sound of helicopter propellers came from the sky. Hong Deshao glanced at Chen Kong, the supervisor's face was full of smiles, nodded his head in response and exclaimed, Mr. Chen, I'll send you the notice of contract termination later, so pack up and find another place. After speaking, the two turned around and were about to leave, however, before stepping out of the corridor, they were stopped by the helicopter outside. What's going on here? Only to see more than a dozen armed helicopters hovering in the sky, throwing down ropes, and plural special forces soldiers rappelling down from above. The first action group has arrived at the designated location, please instruct. The second action group has arrived at the designated location, please instruct. Team 1 immediately proceed to the main building and protect 10 bowls of coffee sugar technology and all its contacts. Team 2 control the nearby MC, don't let the secret leak out. Yes. The special forces split up. It attracted the attention of all passers-by. What is this doing? Making a movie? In the midst of everyone's gazes, they only saw a group of armed-to-the-teeth elite soldiers surround the fast building. How had Major Hong and the Mountain City subdivision supervisor ever seen this battle before? They were busy dodging to the side, their aura disappearing into thin air. However, it was not that easy for them to hide. The special forces pounced over like wolves and tigers, directly treating them as if they were related to the target and blocking their retreat. Supervisor Yamashiro was sandwiched in the middle by 2 big men, left and right for the men, trembling, even his voice changed. You guys. There. What's the matter? The Special Forces soldier glanced at him, the Black Dragon Brigade has been instructed by their superiors to come for defense, don't worry, we're here to protect the safety of the people involved in 10 bowls of coffee sugar technology. Hearing him say that, Hong Deshao and the Mountain City sub-district supervisor shook their heads in a hurry. We have no relationship with 10 bowls coffee sugar technology. No relationship, then why are you guys lingering in the 10 bowls coffee candy technology hall? This. Hong Deshao and the Mountain City subdivision supervisor were stuck. How should they answer this? Could they say that they were here to bully 10 bowls coffee candy technology? The two stammered for words. It was at this time that a smart security next to them came forward and told the cause and effect. They're here to get our company to give him half of the building space, but my company's confidentiality doesn't allow for communal office space with other organizations, so there's really no way around it. Is that so? Captain Zhang Yuan happened to arrive, and once he heard that, he instantly became serious. This is our company's general manager Chen, you can ask Mr. Chen. Chen Kong nodded. Zhang Yuan turned back and smiled morosely. Take the two of them away for a proper investigation, and find out the purpose behind all of them. The Mountain City sub-district supervisor's face turned pale as he listened, but it was the Hong Dishao next to him who shouted in panic. You can't arrest me, do you know who my father is? The general president of the Tang Snake Chamber of Commerce in northern Zhejiang province. I brought tens of millions of dollars of business to Mountain City. The delayed investment loss is huge, it's simply not comparable to this small company. Chapter 62 This Tang Feng is actually that Tang Feng? Oh, since he's asked for it, then by the way, let's investigate his father, just in case there's a problem. Hong Dishao instantly wilted at his words, and almost collapsed to the ground if it wasn't for Supervisor Shan Cheng supporting him. After Zhang Yuan finished speaking, without even looking at him, he turned his head and saluted Chen Kong, saying softly, Mr. Chen, we are the Black Dragon Brigade of the Information Security Center, specially here to protect your company's research results. Where had Chen Kong seen this kind of stance, a captain of the Information Security Brigade saluting him? Hastily waving his hand, he spoke, You're too polite, and I'm just a steward, the one who really calls the shots is still our general manager Tang. General manager Tang? Tang Feng, right. Same name as our country's little genius Your patents are very good, it's not quite appropriate to say here, can you let us go in first? Yes. Hearing this, the security guards converging at the company's entrance looked at Zhang Yuan in surprise. They thought, don't you know that our company's general manager Tang is the little genius Tang Feng? But still, they got out of the way. Just about to pass through the security checkpoint, 10 or so black cars drove outside and stopped at the entrance. The one who came down from the car was none other than Lang Xiyan, the head of the operations section of the Secrecy Bureau. Seeing the Special Forces warriors in front of her, Lang Xiyan pressed her lips. Late? Saying that, she still led the people to quickly run towards the first floor hall. The Black Dragon Brigade warriors stepped forward to stop them. This is a military secret area, unrelated personnel are not allowed to trespass. Lang Xiyan took out her work permit. We are officers of the operations section of the Secrecy Bureau, ordered to carry out a classified mission. This is a civilian facility, it is not designated as a military area. Our bureau has the right to carry out official duties. The local and military areas of the Dragon Kingdom were two parallel lines that had no connection with each other. Lang Xiyan's words were completely correct according to the rules, leaving the warrior at a loss for words for a moment. Zhang Yuan's eyes rolled and told his subordinates to withdraw their block. Section Chiefling has a point, since we all have the same purpose, let's cooperate. The information you took away earlier should also be given to us for joint custody. I'm afraid this will have to be decided after the above has been negotiated. Lang Xiyan smiled and went around, coming straight to Chen Kong and handing out her credentials. Sir, my name is Lang Xiyan, you can directly call me Xiao Lang. This time I'm here to do confidentiality measures for the patent your company applied for. After speaking, Lang Xiyan looked around again with a smile. It's not very convenient here, can you let me go in to speak privately alone? With such a big commotion, Tang Feng happened to come down from upstairs. Zhang Yuan and Lang Xiyan just froze when they saw Tang Feng. In unison, they said, It's you? Tang Feng looked the two up and down and nodded. Why, do you have any questions for me? Saying that, he reached out and handed Lang Xiyan's documents to the security for verification. While doing so, he brought Lang Xiyan and Zhang Yuan to the parlor. What's the matter, say it? Tang Feng inquired. Lang Xiyan sat on the chair, not forgetting to measure Tang Feng twice, then handed out a stack of official documents from her pocket. We're here this time, commissioned by the Military Scientific Research System. Because your company's application for a national defense patent is too advanced to display, the application is rejected and treated as a technical secret for confidentiality. Zhang Yuan also handed over the authorization documents on the side. Your company's computer-related inventions have been tested by the Military Information Center, and the results are too advanced to be published as instructed by the higher peaks. Tang Feng nodded, thinking that it was true. I'll follow up with Elder Du and the Dragon Science Academy on this matter, you may leave. It was also the first time that Zhang Yuan and Lang Xiyan were given an expulsion order. It was reasonable to say that in the past, other companies would have to tremble when they saw the two of them, no matter how big the leader was. But this one in front of them was different. The two of them looked at each other. Little genius. Seeing that we came all the way here, can you take us on a brief tour of your lab? Lang Xiyan simply went out on a limb and brazenly said. Tang Feng had wanted to refuse, but thought that these two people were also strangely unforgiving. They had also helped themselves get rid of Hong Dishao, the sand sculpture second generation, and nodded. Anyway, they were also people from the regular departments of the Dragon Kingdom, so there was no need to worry about leaking information. Come with me, I can give you a brief demonstration. Tang Feng simply let the two people visit the lab together, bringing the two to the Artificial Intelligence Lab. The complicated quantum chips that were like golden chandeliers dazzled the two. Dr. Chen Kong, who was in charge of artificial intelligence, introduced. This is the 128 quantum-bit superconducting computer we made earlier. Although it's a generation earlier than the one we sent for patent registration, it's still quite functional. We initially combined it with a classical electronic computer to realize artificial voice input, which allows the AI to recognize the entry of 13 languages. You guys try it. Then I'll go first? Lang Xian pointed at herself. Zhang Yuan agreed. Well, that's fine. Lang Xian stood in front of the microphone and uttered a jingle. The bench is wide and the lentil is long. The bench doesn't let the lentil rest on the bench. Eating grapes doesn't spit out the skin of grapes. Not eating grapes spits out the skin of grapes instead. The artificial intelligence accurately displayed the words on the screen. It's really lost in. Lang Xian's eyes erupted with luster, and she tried inputting in other languages, Zimbabwean, Kyrgyz, and the words were entered without a hitch. By the time Zhang Yuan tried at the back, even the words with local accents didn't go wrong. Can this machine even enter dialects? Lang Xian was shocked. Yes. Theoretically, as long as it is included in the database, the entry can be completed. Dr. Chen Kong proudly said. Currently image recognition, speech recognition have all reached over 90% correct, and on this basis intelligent translation tools are also being developed. After looking at intelligent speech, Tang Feng took the two to the human-machine interface lab next door. If image recognition and voice recognition made Lang Xian and Zhang Yuan just surprised, then the mice's behavior prediction was too sci-fi. In the biology lab, a pet mouse with a sensing device on its head was moving around in the middle of a maze, eating, drinking, going to the toilet, lying on the floor. Every activity of the mouse was predicted 2 seconds in advance. After watching the experiment, Lang Xian couldn't help but doubt reality. Could it be that the post-brain intubation from the movie was coming? How far is this from post-brain intubation? Zhang Yuan asked. Tang Feng shook his head. It's still a long way from this kind of technology. As of now, we don't know the exact neurological effects of and what methods are used to poke the electrodes into the biological nerve center and the nerves to safely connect them. Hearing these words, Lang Xian and Zhang Yuan simultaneously had a jolt. Wait, you mean, knowing this information is enough to make a post-brain intubation? Tang Feng nodded casually. We don't lack theories now, we just lack a lot of experimental data. The two felt like their hearts were being clenched by a hand, their foreheads sweating. Their hearts said, the technology that the Dragon Science Academy has been studying for 20 to 30 years without a breakthrough, how did it come to be so glib with you? What kind of monster is this guy in the end? Chapter 63, Rejecting Big Brother. Let me fly by myself. Seeing the expressions of Leng and Zhang, the doctors thought that the two did not believe in it. Dr. Chen Kong, who accompanied them at the side, said in a loud voice, all of these technologies you've seen were made under the theoretical guidance of Mr. Tang, so please believe in Mr. Tang's judgment. So all of these techniques were all done by you alone? Hearing another explosive news, Lang Xian couldn't help but voice out in surprise. Dr. Li of the Quantum Arithmetic Laboratory said. Of course, including the 256-bit quantum computer that was sent to register for patents, and the 1000-bit quantum computer under development. The core algorithms were all independently designed by Mr. Tang. Dr. Chen Kong added right after, the neural network model of artificial intelligence also came from Chief Tang. If we say who knows the most about cutting-edge technology in China, it must be Chief Tang. Unless you know more than Chief Tang, what are you going to do to negate Chief Tang's judgment? Lang Xian and Zhang Yuan's thorough eyes changed. Previously, the two had only known that there was such a small genius in the Dragon Kingdom. But they completely didn't expect that he had become so powerful to such an extent. Over the past few months, Tang Feng had been as if he had disappeared. Everyone thought that he had dived in and started studying for his exams. As a result, in a few months' time, he had actually created a technology company, and it had also achieved a major breakthrough, and now the Magic City was in an uproar. Tang. Chief, excuse me for a moment, I'll immediately report this news upwards. Lang Xian took a deep breath and went to the side to make a call. Black Dragon Brigade Captain Zhang Yuan then saluted with a military salute. Mr. Tang, the leaders of our military region attach great importance to your invention, and are already on their way here, so please discuss it in detail when the time comes. Tang Feng nodded after a little thought. Magic City's military, this was the first time Tang Feng had dealt with it. In the past, it had been with the Dragon Science Academy, or the local secrecy bureau. This time, it was still a very necessary matchmaking. The Eagle Kingdom had recently been very active on the military front due to Ouroboros' entry into national defense. It even sent out reconnaissance planes a few months ago. There was no guarantee that there wouldn't be big moves afterward. Tang Feng knew that the probability was that Olod Corporation's target was the black technology that he had exposed during the mine rescue. nanotechnology and raw ice technology. It seemed that it was time to fight the Eagle Kingdom. However, Tang Feng wasn't afraid even if the sky was falling, his own mechs were already molded, and if they really had to fight, the opposite side would probably cry. That night, General Wei Jianjiang of the Dragon Capital Intelligence Center, and Director Wan, the Director of Secrecy of the Magic City, arrived. Tang Feng led them on an overnight tour. The advanced technology they saw moved both of them. Minister Wan touched the quantum chip and said several unbelievable things in a row, looking at Tang Feng with eyes that revealed respect. General Wei Jianjiang heard about the effects of face recognition and sighed that he could actually use the technology from the movie one day. The two looked at the intelligent mini-car, both happy and heavy. Although it was just a toy, there was no doubt about the toy car's demonstrated ability to automatically recognize and bypass obstacles. What if they pressed him into an airplane? What if it was mounted on a stealthy supersonic bomber? A hero is a young man. Little hero Tang, no, Mr. Tang. Thank you, your invention is very important to the country. Your deduction was simply a wake-up call at the edge of the cliff, signaling the potential danger for us. If it wasn't for you, we'd still be kept in the dark by the Eagle Kingdom. Minister Wan clasped his hand tightly and said excitedly, "That's right, it's important to realize that the Eagle Kingdom has never seen us as an object of suppression. The recent military re-entry policy is even more blatant. If we wait until the Xiongnu state's technology matures and surpasses ours by 2 generations before we realize it, then it will all be too late." General Wei Jianjiang finished in a deep voice and saluted. "I thank you on behalf of the military." Overpraise, overpraise. Tang Feng waved his hand. "You're too modest, little genius. Whichever name you like, I'll nominate it for you when we get back." Minister Wan held his hand and wouldn't let go, saying, "Ha? Can this still be chosen at random?" Tang Feng hurriedly refused. No need, this is fine for now." The two dignified figures of the Magic City glanced at each other. Their hearts said, "This is what a national scholar is. To actually not want anything and willingly do research for the country." However, Tang Feng's words in the next second thundered the two into a frenzy. If the two leaders don't have anything to do, please return." Minister Wan was about to say more when General Wei beside him said, "Ahem. Then may I first ask when the young hero is going to hand over the technology pair to us?" Tang Feng looked at the two men suspiciously, as if he was looking at a fool. I didn't say I was going to hand over the pair to you guys." Wei Jianjiang and Minister Wan sniffed in panic. "Isn't the little hero going to pair these technologies with us for research? We can provide you with the best resources and talents." Minister Wan hurriedly said. Wei Jianjiang also added, "Mr. Tang, even though you're young, you have to know that this is something that has 100 benefits and no harm, not to mention." Halfway through their words, Tang Feng waved his hand. "No need, the two of you go well." A few minutes later, the two Magic City bigwigs exited the door in frustration. Before leaving they both still hadn't recovered from their shock. When was it their turn to beg a child? The other child hadn't agreed to their request. If this matter spreads out, how will they still be able to mix in Magic City? Sending the two old men away, Tang Feng bristled. How could he casually hand over his hard-earned technology to the upper echelons? The beautiful name is docking, joint research. By the time the research is almost done, all the technology goes to the Dragon Kingdom. Tang Feng estimates that he can harvest a truckload of 5-3 test papers, plus a so-and-so title. Ghosts would agree to this kind of money-losing deal. Besides, his technology has nearly matured and can be put into use in half a year. Why would he want outsiders to come in and get a piece of the action for nothing? It's not like he had a brain that had a wattage. Ding ding. At this time, Tang Feng's cell phone rang. It was Zhang Fei Fei calling. Zhang Fei Fei spoke softly, saying that she had an extremely close schoolmate who had just joined the company and wanted an interview. Zhang Fei Fei had been begging for a few days, and in the end, Zhang Fei Fei had no choice but to come to Tang Feng. As soon as he mentioned the interview, Tang Feng's eyes lit up. This free advertisement, don't want it for nothing. His own agricultural robot, the cultivator, can just be used to open the market. Thinking of this, Tang Feng promised Zhang Fei Fei. The latter was naturally very happy. She said that she would invite Tang Feng to her home to eat delicious food after a while when she wasn't busy. Thinking of the scene of Zhang Fei Fei's cooking, Tang Feng's old face blushed. The picture was too beautiful. The next day, the hinterland of Mountain City. Agricultural robot test base. Yi Xiaochan's face showed anticipation. One must know that today, she was going to interview a big shot. Although Zhang Fei Fei didn't tell her who she was interviewing, the person Zhang Fei Fei recommended definitely wouldn't be a simple character. Chapter 64 Yi Xiaochan's interview, confused keyboard warriors. Hello everyone, I'm Yi Xiaochan. My current location is the beautiful Mountain City hinterland. Today we're interviewing a very mysterious figure. Their company, rumored to have launched an agricultural robot. Let's take a look. Yi Xiaochan's sweet appearance, coupled with the company's good publicity in advance. The live broadcast had just opened and had accumulated hundreds of thousands of popularity. The girl is quite good looking, but an agricultural robot? Don't joke about it. It's probably a very low-grade product. That's right, I haven't heard of any agricultural robots in the country. It couldn't be that it's called a robot by tying a plow to the back of a cart, right? Looking at the sea of pop-ups, Yi Xiaochan smiled slightly. Alright, we're here. Coming outside the plant, there were 2 security guards standing at the entrance. The security had received Tang Feng's instructions in advance and quickly called out Chen Kong. Miss Yi, right? Yi Xiaochan looked at Chen Kang's appearance and nodded in her heart. This Chen Kong was only in his early 30s and was so successful, very promising. Hello, are you Mr. Tang? Yi Xiaochan said tentatively. Chen Kong lost his smile and shook his head. Our Mr. Tang is inside, go ahead and follow me. The 2 quickly arrived inside the factory building. On the empty ground, an unusually young square man stood in front of a crop, muttering something under his breath. Mr. Tang, the people have been brought to you. Hard work. I'll leave then, Mr. Tang. Chen Kong left. Only now did Yi Xiaochan perk up and look at Tang Feng, who was almost as tall as herself. Because it was outdoors, the sun was full. Tang Feng was wearing a pair of large sunglasses that covered most of his face. Yi Xiaochan always felt an indescribable sense of familiarity when she looked at Tang Feng's face. In the live broadcast room, there were also quite a few people who had the same feeling. This is the boss of this company? Too young. It couldn't be the second generation. What about the promised agricultural robot? Where is it? This company's environment is very general. It doesn't feel good. There were still a lot of keyboard warriors. Yi Xiaochan looked at Tang Feng's young handsome face and greeted him. Tang. Hello Mr. Tang, I'm Yi Xiaochan from New Entertainment Media. Tang Feng nodded at her and pointed to the camera boy at the back, asking, You guys are broadcasting live here? Yi Xiaochan nodded, then was a little apprehensive. Can these images be broadcasted? It won't leak your trade secrets, right? Tang Feng smiled and shook his head. Even if I show them the model, they won't be able to read it. This sentence was the truth. The mecha model Tang Feng had only come up with by cooperating with the thinking brain. They wouldn't be able to understand it even if they showed it to the keyboard warriors for a few hundred years. Good boy, very mad. I'd like to see what the hell your company's agricultural robot is. Not too old, not too small mouth. I'd like to see what you have. Oh, I graduated from the Magic City University of Science and Technology Mechanical Engineering. All dare not be so Versailles. Upstairs, a moment will point to you to evaluate. +1+1. Tang Feng didn't know that he had stirred up a hornet's nest with a casual remark. Yi Xiaochan looked at the rapidly rising popularity and struck the iron while it was hot. Mr. Tang, I heard Sister Fei Fei say that you're inventing new agricultural machinery products. Can you give us a little insight? Mentioning this, a dazzling light flashed in Tang Feng's eyes. My product is called the Cultivator. It's an agricultural mech. The specialized name is Agricultural All-Field Multifunctional Alpha-Powered Mechanical Arm-Type Armor. Yi Xiaochan's smile instantly froze at the words. Countless Chao Nima flew past in her heart. Mentioning mecha, anyone would associate it with Transformers Atlantic Rim Iron Man and such high technology. But you're using a mecha to farm? You? Not kidding, right? Yi Xiaochan thought Tang Feng was joking with her. In her inherent knowledge, mechs were something that didn't exist. Although the Eagle Kingdom had proposed a conceptual machine some years ago and had sensationalized the entire blue planet, it had ultimately stayed at the conceptual stage. And you, in such a remote and small shabby place, actually said that you developed a mecha? Or an agricultural mecha? What international joke? But who knows, Tang Feng said with a straight face. Miss Yi, I hope you can respect my product. I'm not joking. Looking at Tang Feng's serious expression, Yi Xiaochan's heartbeat missed a beat. She felt Tang Feng's seriousness. Could it be? He was really building a mech? But did such a whimsical thing really exist in reality? This kid is quite humorous. The effect of the show was pulled full circle. You're shelving it to make a movie? Oh, postdocs don't dare to blow like this, Nobel Prize winners don't dare to blow like this. Why don't you go to heaven? I hope that the product he will show in a while is not a mecha toy, 5 centimeters high kind. A toy? I can do that too. Really, just chapter and verse? Have you graduated from kindergarten yet? What is the concept of a mecha? Eagle Country can't make it in more than 10 years. Can you make it in a broken factory? Sit and wait to hit this kid's face. If he makes a mech, I live swallowed all the dung in the live room. One person a caddy. Upstairs, I took a screenshot. Because of the mecha, people who were not keyboard warriors in the live broadcast room all came out to argue. Looking at Yi Xiaochan's skeptical expression, Tang Feng didn't explain much. You guys come with me to take a look. It just so happens that the cultivator has just finished painting. Yi Xiaochan froze at his words, followed by ecstasy. This was a big hotspot. No matter if this young man could build a mech or not, she was the first one to interview him. If he couldn't build it, then tomorrow's news hotspot would be: a certain enterprise's black-hearted boss made up his mind and claimed that he could build a mecha? Is this a loss of humanity or? If he can build a mecha, then the headline can be changed to: Dragon Kingdom's mysterious technology company actually built an agricultural mecha. The Dragon Kingdom is full of talents and has caught up with the Eagle Kingdom in terms of technology. We walked into the factory building with Yi Xiaochan and the photographer boy. Yi Xiaochan froze as she saw a bunch of coils and specially colored metals on the ground, and the surrounding experimental environment was beautiful. There were all kinds of instruments and equipment that Yi Xiaochan couldn't even name. This situation couldn't really be building a mecha, could it? Why do I feel like watching a sci-fi movie again? This lab, this equipment, this atmosphere. The labs of our Magic City Science and Technology University can't compare. That gray instrument seems to be an electrical winding machine costing 8 million dragon coins. What grass? It's so luxurious. This guy isn't really building a mecha, is he? Ming people don't say dark words. Where is this company? Can I go to work after graduation? Not to climb high, sweep the floor on the line. Quite a few know-it-alls among the keyboard warriors, popularizing the live broadcast. This time the crowd was even more curious about the so-called mech in Tang Feng's mouth. Chapter 65, The Debut of the Cultivator. Oh, votes. Looking at the stunned Yi Xiaochan and camera boy, Tang Feng pointed to the front. The mech is over here, follow me. The few security guards at the door immediately saluted when they saw Tang Feng, then opened the metal door. I'll go. These few guards seem to be professionals. Hiring guards of this level isn't cheap for a year. Good lord, this Mr. Tang is rich without saying anything else. So expensive instruments have been bought, and there's more than one. It's truly a tycoon behavior. Entering the door, Yi Xiaochan and photography little brother looked left and right, shocked speechless by the surrounding scene. They only saw a huge crane hanging overhead, and neatly arranged machine tools on the ground. There was also a huge CNC electrical equipment in front of them. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, everyone wouldn't have believed that there were actually so many things in the small iron gate. Come on, show you my masterpiece, the cultivator. Saying that, Tang Feng casually pressed the button on the remote control. The ground instantly cracked, and a huge overall gold and red mechanically painted mech slowly rose from the ground. The cold steel surface reflected a dazzling luster under the light. The complex and complicated mechanical structures on the surface of the mech mesmerized people, a violent aesthetic in cold steel. Seeing the mech, all the people were confused. For a while, the pop-ups all subsided. Until 2 seconds later. I rubbed my Nima. Am I blind? What's that on the ground? Yet I am uneducated. A line of nesting grass lined the world. This is really a mecha. Mom, Dad, grandparents asked me why I was kneeling down to watch the live broadcast, and after I showed them, they knelt down too. By the way, there was a big brother who wanted to swallow feces just now. Are you still there? This company is divine. I'm going to apply for a job tomorrow. Stop fooling around. It's clearly a large model, probably plastic. What a fuss. What's wrong with a model? You can make one. The pop-ups after the outburst instantly swept the screen, one after another discussing this mech. But most of the audience still thought that this mech was a toy model. Quite a few people even shouted that they would buy it. There were even keyboard warriors who cursed, saying that it was a waste of time and that they were going to report the live broadcast. You guys have the patience to make a model this realistic too. Sprayers don't want money for spraying people, do they? This model looks like it's 5 meters. If it can move, then it really fulfills my mecha dream. What do you want upstairs? Such a big mechanical structure. If you really want to move it, it is extremely complicated, not only including dynamics, physics but also fluid science. Yi Xiaochan took her phone and couldn't help but take a picture of the mech. Looking at Tang Feng, her eyes glowed as she asked, Mr. Tang, do you sell this mech model? It was reasonable to say that the product was definitely produced to be made into an assembly line for sale, right? Tang Feng thought about it and nodded. It can be sold in the future, not for now. Hearing that there was a show, Yi Xiaochan hurriedly pursued, Mr. Tang, can I take the liberty of asking, roughly how much? At this moment, Yi Xiaochan still regarded this mech as a model toy. In her heart, she estimated that this model would sell for a few tens of thousands of dollars to hold her over. The crowd in the live broadcast room also looked at Tang Feng expectantly. Tang Feng smiled and stretched out 5 fingers. 50,000? That's pretty cheap. I'll tighten my fucking pants and eat instant noodles for a year to buy one. Save it upstairs. I reckon it's 500,000. 500,000? You're kidding. This thing is too expensive for me even at 10,000. Immediately afterward, Tang Feng was heard saying, preliminary pricing is $5 billion. It's considered a friendly price. Ha ha ha, you really know how to joke. Yi Xiaochan thought Tang Feng was joking, and the audience in the live broadcast room thought the same. At this moment, Tang Feng suddenly pressed the button of the remote control in his hand. Then, the crowd heard a sound of steel rubbing together, only to see the mecha on the ground glowing all over. Then, under the crowd's horrified gazes, it slowly stood upright. It stood up. Tian ah. This thing really moved? What the hell? A live broadcast effect? Why does it feel like it's real? Holy shit. Miracle. A miracle. The first human mecha has actually been born, and it's still used for farming. The Eagle Kingdom is going to be furious, ha ha ha. Yi Xiaochan, who was on the scene, watched face to face as the mech shook from the indicator lights lighting up to the body standing up. Originally, she only thought that this was a well-made model. Such a huge size and refined production was already rare. Who knew that it could actually move? Plowman, startup successful. Pressure normal, power normal. About to enter the torso test session. The voice that came out was still a nice girlish tone. Of course it was Tang Feng who had used his brain to record Lin Wan's voice. As soon as the voice fell, he saw the mech start doing radio gymnastics. Left rotation, right side squat. Very agile and flexible, all kinds of complex movements were actually completed perfectly. Robots are not something we have not seen before. But such a large mecha, structure so complex, can also move freely, the group is really never seen. It's really the first person in the country. I didn't expect the surname Tang to be so perverted. We're going to have 2 perverts in the Dragon Kingdom. Who says otherwise? This time, the live broadcast room was completely quiet, except for those who brushed the nesting grass or those who brushed the nesting grass. At the same time, the Eagle Country, which was thousands of miles away, also saw this live broadcast through the intelligence organization. A group of scientists from the Eagle Kingdom gathered together. The big guys together issued Fark and Wang DFA. If it's a small machine, doing simple movements like rotating and standing upright is still achievable. But how can such a large machine be so coordinated? We've been researching for more than 10 years, but we just can't break through this difficult barrier. It's impossible for anyone in the world to be the first to make this kind of machinery besides us. The words had not yet fallen. The foreigners saw the mech walk out of the back door with big steps. Then, it extended its mechanical arm and gripped a large transplanted tree on the ground. It picked it up, found the right position, and then buried it into the ground. Foreigner. Mountain City Outdoor Experimental Ground. Ignoring the expressions on Yi Xiaochan's and photography little brother's faces, Tang Feng proudly introduced. The cultivator, also known as the alpha mechanical arm, is strong in that it can rely on its arm to perform various complex operations, such as planting and digging up plants. When I designed its arm, it was modeled after the human body's musculature, so there's no need to worry about using too much force or not enough force. And no matter what kind of terrain, it can be constructed and operated, rain or shine. Standby time, there is still to be improved. Using my newly developed beta battery, it can support the mech to work for a week. Finding Yi Xiaochan looking straight at herself, Tang Feng wondered, "What's wrong with you?" Yi Xiaochan asked dully, "How old are you, Mr. Tang? Also, can you tell me your full name?" Tang Feng took off his sunglasses upon hearing this and frowned. "Sister Fei Fei didn't tell you who I am?" Chapter 66 Admission, Flag-Raising Speech. Because of the cultivator, Tang Feng once again appeared on the search list. In the year that followed, Tang Feng, who had been studying quantum entanglement as well as robot dogs, didn't appear in front of the public again. At the same time, some people seem to smell a business opportunity. They have funded a bunch of prodigies and little geniuses, hoping to replace Tang Feng's popularity. Of course, it was hard to say how much gold it contained. So much so that they were later criticized by the top brass of the Dragon Kingdom. Yutsai Middle School. After a year of baptism, the thing Tang Feng did the most besides researching was exercising and, in his spare time, he went shopping and played games with a few fairies, and had a very fulfilling time. Lin Wan and Tang Feng were also successfully promoted to Yutsai Middle School. "Little Wind, have you packed everything?" Coming. Xia Shiro urged. Tang Feng casually ruffled the broken hair on his forehead twice, looking even more handsome and sunny. This year, he hadn't grown much in height, because the readers didn't allow it. Carrying his school bag downstairs, he saw Lin Wan's family. Lin father drove a small car and came to send Tang Feng and Lin Wan to school together. Little Feng hasn't seen you for a vacation, he's even more handsome. If you enter middle school, you'll have a bunch of little girls surrounding you. Lin mother sat in the passenger seat, looking at Tang Feng who got into the car. The more she looked at him, the more rare she became. Just like looking at her future son-in-law. Tang Feng snorted and sat still, then smelled a gardenia-like fragrance. Lin Wan's eyebrows were like distant mountains, her arched nose was jade and high, her lips were red and full, and she was beautiful. Tang Feng hemmed and hawed, "Wan air, good morning." In front of her parents, Lin Wan's nature was definitely embarrassed to be too close to Tang Feng. It just greeted Tang Feng. But if one looked closely, one could find a faint blush coloring her face. Send the two to the school near, because the traffic jam is too serious. Tang Fong Lin want two people get off still have to walk for a while. Lin father had wanted to send the two to the school entrance, but was stopped by Lin mother's fierce eyes. The meaning was clearly to create space for the two of them to be alone. Time is still early. Tang Fong and Lin Wan passed by a park. Tang Fong took Lin Wan in to sit for a while. On the swing, the two sat side by side. School has started, don't always go looking for other girls. Seeing that Tang Fong didn't say anything and kept surveying her side face, Lin Wan said shyly. Oh, but what if I don't look for them to look for me? Tang Fong suddenly moved closer. That's not allowed either. Lin Wan's voice trailed off. Because Tang Feng's forward-leaning body occupied a large space next to the swing, she had to involuntarily shrink towards the wire next to her lower body still sitting on the swing, but her upper body had already retreated to lean against the wire. Red lips slightly opened, although slightly pouting, but it allowed Tang Fong to see the shyness that permeated up in her eyes bit by bit. Lin Wan sensed Tang Fong getting closer and closer, closed her eyes, a look of letting people pick her up. Looking at Tang Fong tickled his heart. However, the touch that Lin Wan had imagined didn't come. Tang Feng's breathing suddenly became distant. Alright, not teasing you, let's go to school. Lin Wan's gesture satisfied Tang Fong. It seemed that the little ninny also knew to swear her sovereignty. This is a good thing. The two arrived at the school. The campus was already full of people. Many people recognized Tang Fong and surreptitiously sized him up. Lin Wan was as beautiful as a heavenly fairy, and Tang Fong was handsome. The two were like golden children, envying others. The only thing that was lacking was that the two of them actually didn't get assigned to the same class, which made Tang Fong a little upset. A few days later, in the office of the first-year grade group, Tang Fong was standing in front of class teacher Ding Quan. There were quite a few grade-level class teachers around, but many of them were staring their way with an envious expression. Want me to prepare a speech? Tang Fong felt that this was the most shocking event since the start of this school year. Well, the new students have started school, and the school is going to select 3 outstanding students to give speeches above the flag-raising ceremony, to inspire the whole school above the opening of the school. The other 2 places are for junior high school students. Junior high school students, our grade, the principal named you, this is the principal's handpicked. Don't know out of what psychology, Ding Quan invariably aggravated the tone of voice, causing the entire office of other homeroom teachers or tsk flatten mouth. Principal, you're playing with me. Tang Fong gaped. What are you muttering about? Class teacher Ding Quan frowned. You have to realize that you're representing our entire first-year grade, and the theme is about happiness. It's important to make the students cherish the happy time they have now, and it's important to make those who will be graduating and leaving in the 3rd year cherish the happiness and cherishing in their hearts to prepare for the midterm exams. You can choose some moving stories of how the revolutionary martyrs threw their heads and spilled their blood to embody happiness, so that the effect of the speech should be better. My requirement for you is to do it in a way that will impress the whole school, and since your entrance grade in language is very good, I won't guide you in any specific way. You prepare a speech of about 1,000 words as soon as possible, something formal. Not only do I have to read it, the director of instruction and the vice principal will also have to offer guidance. Ding Quan shook his head as he said so. To be able to represent the entire class to speak at the flag-raising ceremony, this wasn't just Tang Feng's honor alone, it was the honor of their first-year class 4. When the news was released, it was tightly packed. And the reason why it had to be made so formal was because the leaders of the Provincial Education Bureau also came down to inspect the occasion of the midterm examination, disguised to the National Key High School Youth Sai Middle School cheer. So this flag-raising ceremony speech is not compared to other speeches. The candidates are careful and cautious. Must show the National Key High School students the most first-class level. One of the 2 selected students has participated in the province's secondary school debating competition and returned with the gold, a fierce man. One has been made a teenage writer, published a book in the 2nd year of junior high school, literary talent. Tang Fong, the principal seems to be unable to forget that he was once known as the first prodigy of the Dragon Kingdom, so he was admired. Thus, Tang Fong ushered in the first time in his life in the flag-raising ceremony of the whole school speech. It seems that the opponent is still very tough. After class, everyone was talking about it. Tang Fong returned to the classroom somewhat helplessly. After all, in the school there are some things that spread quite quickly. The key thing was, Tang Fong wasn't a fan of this stuff. But it was important to realize that for a freshman who had just entered the school, going to the flag-raising ceremony as a grade representative was still very dignified. So, Tang Fong, there's a girl calling for you. Out of the classroom, it was indeed Lin Wan who was standing in the doorway. Lin Wan was in class 6, not on the same floor as Tang Fong. What's wrong, miss me? Ha ha ha. Tang Fong smiled and went downstairs side by side with Lin Wan. Lin Wan glared at him. Are you going to do the flag-raising speech? Tang Fong nodded, showing off. How about it, am I good? Lin Wan's showy fist gently punched Tang Feng, no proper form. Then she said with a straight face, I came here to talk to you about something. Chapter 67, A Ventriloquist's Draft is also a draft. Monday. The weather is sunny, it seems to be the reason that it rained only last night. The early morning still seems a bit wet, the ground is all wet. Only those tree leaves are very tender green, the air is quite fresh, the school gate at the neat 2 rows of red scarves plus white shirts. A group of people checked the school uniform documents with great care. Needless to say, is in the usual can never have this kind of style. A bit of experience at a glance to see today is definitely an unusual day. This kind of face-saving thing's school to do enough, then must be done to some big shots. Tang Feng is even more secretly thought. Friday was asked by Ding Quan his speech or not, he was given the answer is not. As a result, the class teacher Ding Quan immediately said, you can't possibly not have it, give you some more time, Monday is the deadline, I'll read it and modify it temporarily, you'll have to speak when you go up. Tang Feng naturally cannot have nothing to do with their own classroom teacher on top of the dry, after all, teaching is not easy. Wanted to use this way to force Ding Quan to choose another person, who knew that he would recognize that Tang Feng could not possibly not take out. This is really rushing the duck on the shelf. To say that Tang Feng this kind of shirking only fear or the first person. Everyone knows that the flag-raising ceremony speech must be the school those who think they are talented, a stomach of ink to play some of the occasion. Many junior high school students have a head of ideas, but no developed limbs and art cells. Sports cannot stand out on the head, the cultural evening cannot take the program to attract the interest of the girls. Therefore, the speech on such occasions has become the best means to improve the popularity. Some of those who swung freely on the stage, ignoring the goosebumps that fell all over the ground below, were also a large number of people. Then again, remembering last week, Lin Wan told Tang Feng that many people were eager to be the representative for the flag-raising speech. So there was quite a bit of dissatisfaction amongst the students in the same grade regarding the fact that Tang Feng had gained the qualification to give the speech without much effort. At this Tang Feng shook his head helplessly, these kids, they were still too full. When the bell rang outside, Ding Quan waved his hand, flag-raising ceremony, gather in the playground. Then he looked at Tang Feng with an expressionless face, Tang Feng, you stay. The class went out one by one, the girls in the class snickering. Hey, Tang Feng is going to give a speech today, I'll tell you, after knowing that it's him who's going to speak on behalf of our first year, at least 6 classes in the whole grade are looking forward to it. That's right, he was at least a genius before, he's not a mere mortal, but he's really handsome, it's just a pity that he seems to have an owner. Humph. We still have a chance if he didn't cave in. After the people left, the class was left with Tang Feng and class teacher Ding Quan. Tang Feng, is your script ready? Ding Quan was probably most concerned about this. Tang Feng's speech, to a degree, also represented the spirit of this class and the first-year grade. Tang Feng shook his head slightly, I didn't write a script. When Ding Quan heard this, his face darkened in a flash, his face on the verge of exploding with anger. Are you not going to go up and give a speech you? No, I didn't write it out, but I've already made a good belated speech. What's going on here? It was probably the first time that Ding Quan had encountered such an arrogant student who didn't even make a draft, but had to make a draft with the intention of dealing with a speech? He couldn't help but sink his tone. Today, the principal, the leaders of the provincial education department are also present. You just want to go up and speak like this? It is not too long, so I will not write, and, this speech, improvisation instead can achieve the best effect. Ding Quan looked at Tang Feng with an uncertain expression, although this explanation could make him feel slightly better. It was also in line with Tang Feng's no-nonsense personality, but could he also say this to the principal? Then you go. Ding Quan was honestly in an extremely bad mood at this time, and could only nod his head. One of the speakers who was speaking at the same time as Tang Feng today was a debate elite, and the other was a teenage writer. He was expecting to see how Tang Feng could write words that would make people shake, but he didn't expect this. Looking at the empty classroom after Tang Feng left, only then did Ding Quan return somewhat disillusioned. In front of the student square in the flag-raising ceremony playground, the leaders who had come to North City were chatting. The provincial education director and the principal were saying something. Your work deserves to be recognized, as one of the province's 2 national key middle schools. Your ranking, compared to the province's 4th middle school is still some distance away, but it's already very good. The principal smiled, the speeches at today's flag-raising ceremony, these 3 students are considered to be models of quality education for our Yutsai Middle School. One is the champion of the provincial middle school debate competition, one is a teenage writer who's been getting a lot of hype in the media lately. The other is a very famous genius boy from a few years ago, Tang Feng. At this moment, the director of instruction came over from behind the teachers and said something to the principal. The principal just stuttered at the words and sighed, AI. This little guy. Seeing the director of education's puzzled gaze, the principal explained. I was going to look at the script that this Tang Feng was going to give a speech but it turns out that this little guy didn't write it, saying that it was some kind of impromptu speech. Really? Oh, that should be somewhat interesting. The director of education, who originally wasn't particularly interested in this invited flag-raising ceremony speech, on the contrary, felt that it was somewhat interesting. This teenager who had made a name for himself in the Dragon Kingdom, what kind of amazing work was he planning to do now? At this end of the student square, the crowd had already been bustling and talking. In class 5, which was next to Tang Feng's class 4, someone had secretly analyzed to the girls in the class that this definition of happiness is good to talk about, but it's hard to talk about. A lot of things have been said and done. Plus, different people have different definitions of happiness. If I were Tang Feng, it would be easy for me to make a speech, but it would be difficult to make it resonate with people. Some of the girls from class 4, who were next to class 5's square, sniffed and got angry. Tang Feng is at least our class grass, who are you to criticize? The two sides disliked each other across the air and almost fought. After all, the entire student body of class 4 embraced Tang Feng to a degree that no other class could have imagined. Not long after, the first speaker stood on the stage. This one was from the winner of the provincial secondary school debate competition, and opened with an impassioned speech. In my opinion, happiness is pain and pleasure. Such as our tireless teachers, such as the spirit of, the belt is wider than ever. If you want to climb higher mountains, you have to suffer the loss of going down. A group of students started spitting below. Here we go again, can't we finish faster? I still want to take a nap. Full of poisonous chicken soup, I have goosebumps. Someone gave a thumbs up below, this guy can really blow. Ending with, happiness is pain and pleasure. My speech is over. Because of the supervision of the teachers of each class, the applause was quite warm, but the expression on each person's face was as hard as constipation. Chapter 68, Tang Feng's speech. The principal glanced at the director of education sitting at his side. The latter's face was calm, no expression could be seen. It was thought that he had long since gotten tired of hearing this kind of magnificent writing. The second teenage writer took the stage and spoke eloquently. Rita Mae Bronowski said that a bad memory is a treasure for becoming happy. But I'm afraid that all the students who are in middle school right now, right into their junior year, don't want to have a bad memory. His comment caused some laughter. It was mostly an awkward and impolite laugh, but it did at least ease the stiff atmosphere from earlier. And what is happiness then, is blah blah blah. Happiness is peace of mind. This peace of mind is a spirit of life, a pursuit, a blah blah blah. It always comes and goes suddenly, comes and goes without a trace. The ancient sage Confucius once had a definition of happiness. The wise man enjoys the water, the benevolent man enjoys the mountains, the wise man moves, the benevolent man stays still, the wise man is happy, the benevolent man lives. This is happiness. Thank you all. My speech is over. Another round of applause, but the crowd spat along. This teenage writer was really a writer, a speech actually quoted so many illusions. This guy was even a master in Tai Chi. Anyway, after half a day of talking, he seemed to have said everything, and seemed to have said nothing. This time, it was finally Tang Feng's turn. The crowd below immediately quieted down. Everyone was watching Tang Feng's upright stance. Tang Feng stepped onto the stage, stretched out his hand, and tapped the microphone. The sound of poof and poof came out. There was some laughter in the front row. Of course, some people recognized that this guy was the man of the year, and he was even in a relationship with the great flower, Lin Lin. Tang Feng, who was even closer to Lin Wan, the great flower. The boys were very hostile towards him. The first two spoke very well, and then, Tang Feng laughed dryly. Then he lifted his head towards one side, a pose that paused for several seconds. There was no opening of a long speech, no opening of any great theory. This drew a low burst of laughter from below, picking up, and then you go down. Class teacher Ding Quan's fists were clenched when he saw this. Seeing Tang Feng's this situation, wouldn't he have encountered the legendary forgetfulness of words, right? The principal swept a glance towards Ding Quan, a very stern glance. Ding Quan's heart was cold. You have to play the draft to play the draft, you write it down and memorize it to die. But at this time, Tang Feng spoke up. I don't have any opening aphorisms or beautiful verses to dedicate to you, I just want to tell you a story. There was a boy in an orphanage who pessimistically asked the dean, what's the point of living as a child like me who no one wants? The dean smiled without answering and handed the boy a stone. He said, take this stone and sell it in the market. Remember, no matter how much money someone offers, you must never sell it. The next day, the boy squatted in the corner of the market. Unexpectedly, there are a lot of people want to buy the stone from him. The price is higher and higher. Returning to the courtyard, the boy excitedly reported to the dean, who asked him to take it to the precious market to sell it. At the market, the price of the stone was 10 times higher than that of yesterday. Finally, the dean told the boy to take the stone to the jewelry market to show it. As a result, the price of the stone increased tenfold, and because the boy refused to sell it, a piece of broken stone was actually blown up into a secret treasure. The boy returned to the orphanage. The dean looked at the boy and said, "See, the value of life is like this stone, in different circumstances will have a different meaning. An insignificant stone is said to be a rare treasure because you cherish it and enhance its value. Aren't you like this stone? As long as you value yourself and self-cherish, life has meaning and value." Now all the students who are about to take the midterm and all the students who are finally running towards the midterm, don't have to look down on yourself, believe in yourself. As long as one cherishes oneself, one can create a fortress of one's own. It's time to spank those who have realized their self-worth and still can't experience happiness. Tired of long speeches, suddenly hearing Tang Feng's refreshingly offbeat stories, everyone felt a wave of refreshment. Interesting. However, the gold medal debater and the teenage writer who had just walked down after the speech saw this and were secretly unconvinced. Thinking, you only said that you experience happiness, and you didn't say what you think about happiness? Looking down at most of the people below who were still doubtful and unconvinced, Tang Feng laughed. Of course, there will be people who will ask me, you told such a story, so how exactly do you come to recognize happiness again? Some people then assumed a posture of listening with all ears, but in their hearts, they were thinking, it wouldn't be another long speech with some quotes from the classics, would it? I'm hungry. Tang Feng gave a beat. You're happier than me if you're holding a leak box in your hand. The entire playground stuttered at the words, then heard that last sentence. Tang Feng, just now that snarky story was still light-hearted, suddenly transformed into a throwback to this kind of stance. Speaking a slightly vulgar truth, but making many tricky girls couldn't help but to laugh. It's summer, the weather is hot, we both went to the kiosk at the same time, but only had the last piece of ice cream. Tang Feng added. You came a few seconds earlier than me, and you ate this popsicle, so you're happier than me. This time, more people below couldn't help themselves. Some covered their mouths with one hand and also covered their stomachs with the other hand, rubbing them constantly as they laughed and hurt. I want to go up to withdraw Shua. Tang Feng said again, there's just one pit left, you squat there, you're happier than me. This time, more people laughed so hard that snot came out of their noses. The whole school, and even some of the school's leaders were tumbling over each other. Regardless of gender, regardless of teachers and students, some of them simply sat on their asses on the ground and directly fell down laughing. In the crowd, Lin Wan laughed even more happily. Watching the object of her desire stand on the podium and give a speech that triggered the resonance of 1,000 people made her proud beyond measure. Of those present, who could compare to her family's Tang Feng? High above, the principal couldn't help but laugh lightly when he heard this as well. He hadn't really laughed like this in how many years? This kid still has some level, he said appreciatively. Then he looked at the director beside him, only to see that the director of the provincial education department was also grinning greatly as well as, great courage is like cowardice. Great wisdom is like foolishness. This kid is excellent. The word excellent represented complete recognition. It's not just any comment. Just like this, amidst the roaring laughter of the entire school, Tang Feng looked at the white clouds in the sky and drew a perfect conclusion to the opening ceremony. The first flag-raising speech of this school year ended just like this. In addition to his daily homework, Tang Feng occasionally had to have a video conference with the company. It was a very fulfilling life. Just like this, time flew by. After class, Tang Feng would also enhance his relationship with Wan Er. And the midterm exams, which were so abhorrent and frightening to countless students, also arrived on schedule. Chapter 69 I Want to Eat Jelly. The first year's curriculum was very varied. In addition to the three main subjects of language, mathematics, and foreign languages, it also included secondary subjects such as physics, chemistry, and biology and geography. For students who had just stepped into middle school, with so many subjects added to be tested at one time, most students are not too comfortable. Except for a small number of them. What should I do? I haven't done much revision for history and geography. On the path, Lin Wan pouted her lips. One could clearly feel the little ninny's nervousness. Tang Feng patted her head affectionately and pulled Lin Wan to find a bench in the roadside park to sit down. Taking out his book bag, he flipped through the history and geography books. Come on, I'll highlight the key points for you. Before the exam you just need to memorize these a few and you'll be good to talk. Only then did Lin Wan purse her lips and gently leaned on Tang Feng, looking at the way he was seriously explaining to himself. This 80% will come up with a big question. We've only been studying for half a semester. The key knowledge points are just those few, remember? Tang Feng realized that Lin Wan didn't reply and was just about to turn back. He felt that the side of his face was covered by a burst of coldness and softness. The sensation was fleeting, and when Tang Feng reacted that he was being sneak attacked, Lin Wan had long since stood up with a red face. This is a reward for you, it won't happen again. Looking at Tang Feng's dumbfounded appearance, Lin Wan burst into laughter. Alright, I'll go first if you don't. Saying this, the little ninny walked away with a cheerful pace. Tang Feng touched the side of his face in retrospect and, seeing that the people had gone far away, he hurriedly packed up a few books and chased after them. In the examination room, There were 2 invigilating teachers in each classroom. One sits on the podium in front, and the other patrols back and forth. Seeing this situation, the hearts of many of the students who were cheating sank to the bottom. The first door was math. The test papers were handed out. Tang Feng habitually looked at the test paper from beginning to end. Brushing and brushing began to answer the questions. After 10 minutes, Tang Feng handed in his paper. There were those in the same exam room who recognized Tang Feng, looking enviously at Tang Feng's figure. There were also those who didn't recognize Tang Feng. After all, having grown a year, Tang Feng's features had matured a bit. So some people still thought that this was a school slag who had given up on therapy. The invigilator was dumbfounded as he took Tang Feng's test paper and looked at it on the spot. It turned out that not only did this kid get it all right, but the test paper was extremely neat, without a single scribble. What does this mean? It means that this kid got it right from start to finish. Simply a monster. The invigilator sked and called another invigilator over to admire Tang Feng's paper. The other teacher was the one who taught math, and when he saw the big question section that Tang Feng answered, his eyes went straight. This question, he actually used 3 solutions? But this is only first-year knowledge. Is it possible that he still wants us to give him extra points? Another invigilator shook his head. Let's see, he did it in 7 or 8 minutes, and then used another 2 minutes to go back and check it, and fill in those practices in the meantime. That's really impressive. Thanks to Tang Feng's test paper, the students taking the exam below had a chance to mingle. Tang Feng also didn't realize that the chain reaction of handing in his paper early had caused so many people to be very grateful to him. The tense and exciting exams lasted for 2 days, and Tang Feng handed in his papers within 15 minutes on average for each of them. Once this matter spread out, it actually caused a following trend. Some students intentionally handed in their papers early just to imitate grade god Tang Feng. Afterwards, these people were beaten up by their parents. What caught Tang Feng's attention was that there was a girl in the same grade, the kind of hardworking bully. She actually handed in her papers early. This broke Tang Feng's perception of this kind of good student. At the student stage, there are always those who work very hard and take every test very seriously. They are often in the process of the examination as also points to fight for, after doing a good paper, but also check a few dozen times before giving up. This girl, on the other hand, has a very different style. It was said that it was also a very beautiful person. But that was all. Tang Feng didn't pay too much attention to it. How was the exam? Back in the classroom, Tang Feng's deskmate and frenemy Wu Hao leaned over and asked. Tang Feng raised his eyebrows, putting down the foreign literature in his hand, and snickered. Want to match the answers with me? Wu Hao was bitter on the spot. You can spare me. I can't even eat after matching answers with you. Tang Feng laughed. Wu Hao leaned over again and whispered. Say, have you heard? Chen Ziang from class 8 and Ran from class 6 confessed their love. Chen Ziang? This person Tang Feng had a bit of an impression. It seemed like he was rated one of the 3 grasses of the grade alongside him. His family was rich, and he also liked to play basketball, and his popularity was said to be very high. And Rant's words were that school bully type of girl. It's not enough that you're good at studying, the key is that you're also beautiful and bubbly. It's really a good thing that you're the only one who can take advantage of it. Anrun agreed? Tang Feng asked casually while flipping through the information. Only now did Wu Hao get excited and said to Tang Feng. How could I possibly promise? Anran is a goddess-level character as popular as your family's Lin Wan, her heart is high. Why don't you guess, how did Anran reject Chen Ziang? Tang Feng helplessly glanced at Wu Hao. What does this have to do with me? Don't disturb me from reading the information. Wu Hao, however, didn't care about Tang Feng's indifferent attitude and said excitedly, Big brother, this matter really does have something to do with you. Tang Feng was stunned at his words before he answered. What does it have to do with me? I'm not familiar with these 2. Right. But the other person, Anran, said, if you can pass Tang Feng in this exam, then I'll promise you. Tang Feng. Ha? Why do you want to compare yourself to me? Wu Hao shrugged. It must be because I know you're bound to be close to a perfect score and no one can break your record. But other people's Anran has long been secretly in love with you, too. The latter sentence was automatically ignored by Tang Feng. He didn't want to be involved in something that didn't have a single thing to do with him. Just these few days, the company's new agricultural mecca had already taken shape. He also had to make a trip to Mountain City when he had time. Classes were over, and not surprisingly, Lin Wan was standing outside the back door. Tang Feng skillfully walked over and held Lin Wan's cold and slippery little hand. The latter's small face flushed. Someone is watching. Tang Feng was not afraid of boiling water. What are you afraid of? We're legal. Lin Wan's face turned even redder now. Only after walking outside the school building did Lin Wan relax. Spitting out her tongue, she happily said, the knowledge points you gave me to review before the exam were all covered. That's great. Tang Feng hemmed and hawed, climbing up the pole. Then how are you going to reward me? Staring at the pretty face close at hand, Lin Wan's eyes seemed to have a clear pool swirling in them. I'll treat you to a delicious meal. Tang Feng thought for a moment, looked at Lin Wan's lips, and said, that's fine, then I'll have jelly. Lin Wan didn't expect Tang Feng to be so easy to get rid of, and was puzzled, will jelly do? Tang Feng nodded seriously, but it has to let me eat 2 more bites. Chapter 70 Fame. All subject Grand Slam. Lin Wan knew what Tang Feng meant by eating jelly, so she naturally didn't let him have his way. Just that, she also gave him an appropriate reward. The next day, inside the class teacher's office, a group of homeroom teachers were sitting in their seats grading test papers, talking from time to time. Tang Feng's homeroom teacher, Ding Quan, was a bit excited while a bit worried. The excitement was that the midterm exam results would be coming out soon. Worried because the teachers of the whole grade could see that the principal was really serious this year. Among the 8 classes in the first year, more than 5 of the class teachers are veterans of hundreds of battles. Each of them has brought no less than 3 classes of junior high school freshmen in their hands, and all of them are veteran teachers. In comparison, Ding Quan's experience was much less. Even some of the subcourse teachers, who were directly after him in terms of qualifications, were privately very unconvinced, and he was under a lot of pressure. This time, although the midterm exams were conducted school-wide, they were still counted separately for each grade. The competition in the grades speaks for itself. Middle school and elementary school are 2 very different stages. Students who are good in elementary school are not necessarily good in middle school. Therefore, this midterm examination is tantamount to a brand new screening and redistribution of strength. This was related to the bonus issue of all the staff in the first year, so someone noticed this piece early on. At the moment, Ding Quan was also secretly paying attention to a few students in his class who usually performed outstandingly, and had long since designated them as the objects of key cultivation and observation. Occasionally, he would also filter out things from the various types of news he heard from the teachers of various subjects. This was a necessary skill for a classroom teacher. Sometimes there were some questions that were certainly not good enough to ask the classroom teachers directly. Grading the paper in his hand, Ding Quan frowned slightly. Why is this writing the same as a dog's crawl? At this time, some private whispering voices could be heard over in the office. I've taught so many classes, and Lin Wan is the smartest student I've ever seen. TSK. The key is that she's quite pretty. It really looks like one of my classmates back when I was in school. The one who spoke was an English teacher who had just been recruited into the school, quite youthful and passionate about his work, which worked well in Ding Quan's hands. Oh, Xiaobai, you haven't gotten a girlfriend yet, right? You're not secretly in love with that deskmate you went to school with, right? The one who spoke was the biology teacher, in his 30s, had already started a family, but still had a baby face, and the young teachers in the office were hitting it off. Also love in these young people to open some not too small jokes, sometimes say some dirty jokes, often tease a few young men and women teachers' face red. Seems to have evoked the mind of the English teacher called Xiaobai, he sighed. Hey, it's just that my deskmate, after graduating from college, went to the airline as a stewardess. Now people's husbands are captains. On her wedding day, he even gave her a Ferrari sports car. It's not comparable to us poor teachers. The biology teacher seemed to have been stirred up by his thoughts on life, and with a sigh, he changed the topic. By the way, recently there's often some small gossip within these students. It's said that Dol called Tang Feng and Lin Wan are quite close. The 2 of them seem to often leave school together. As a teacher of Yutsai Middle School, naturally, he wouldn't be too out of touch with the student circle. Those small circle things among the students, sometimes these teachers knew better than the students. Instead, the English teacher got interested. Why not? That Chen Ziong from class 1 not long ago often frequented class 6. It seems like he's just interested in Lin Wan, right? There was a bit of acidity in that tone. Instead, the biology teacher let out a snort. You're behind on the news. Chen Ziong is clearly interested in and ran from class 6. Not to Lin Wan. How do you know so much? Seeing that a few people had no end in sight, Ding Quan immediately coughed dryly twice, which caused a few people to stop talking. By the way, that said, Mr. Ding's class's Tang Feng made a big splash this exam. Kiki handed in his papers early. I'd like to see how many points he can score. Heard Zhongyang, heard of it or not, I think it's also possible that he's making a strong splash. At this time, a spectacled teacher in the corner weakly raised his hand. I have Tang Feng's math paper here. The teachers hurriedly gathered around at the words. Well, how many points did he score? The questions on this midterm exam aren't easy. We're on a provincial joint exam, and it seems like the highest score in provincial for middle school was only 98 points, right? Yes, the one who scored 98 was wrong on a fill in the blank, as if he miscalculated a bit. The spectacled teacher pushed his glasses indifferently and held up Tang Feng's test paper. The crowd stared, only to see a large 1 and 2 zeros written in the middle of the test paper. 100 points? Really? Did you guys review the paper properly? Mr. Glasses smiled bitterly. We were the three of us who looked at it 3 times and froze, unable to find a single fault. So it can only be given full marks. The remaining few teachers then nodded. I remember that his entry math score was a perfect score, so it's not surprising that he got a perfect score this time. Aha, it's the other subjects that I don't know how well he did. At this time, a second-year teacher came in at the office door. In order to ensure fairness in grading papers, some subjects were divided into different grade teachers. This teacher, holding a few test papers in his hands, was out of breath. Your grades Tang Feng is famous. Under the astonished gazes of the teachers, that second-year teacher slowly spread out the several test papers in his hands. Biology, 100 points, Geography, 100 points, Language, 100 points, English, 100 points. So, he scored 100 points in all subjects? All the teachers looked at me and I looked at you. Finally, they looked at the demented Ding Quan again in unison. Ding Quan hurriedly put on a "I taught a great student, didn't I?" the stance. AI, Mr. Ding is so lucky. If I had a student like Tang Feng, I guess my year-end bonus would have arrived. Who says otherwise? Right, aren't Tang Feng and Lin Wan quite close? Why don't we let him transfer to class 6? What do you guys mean? Feng Miao Shui in our class is pretty and good at studying. She just needs a partner. Let Tang Feng come to our class. Seeing this, Ding Quan became irritated and left the office with a grunt. Just by looking at his posture as he walked away while humming, one could tell that his anger was fake, and that he was in a very good mood was real. On the other side, this day between classes, because Yutsai Middle School's basketball court had limited space, and there was a situation of seizing the basketball court during every recess. Unluckily today, when Tang Feng's class was seizing the basketball court, they clashed with some of the people present. Tang Feng's best friend Wu Hao and another boy looked a bit indignant because of the other party's bad attitude. They even slapped one of the other party's junior students on the head, relying on the fact that there were more people. Now, this angered the crowd of junior students. Chapter 71 Going to the military area. That junior student who was punched clearly had a ruthless person he knew. As he was whisked away, he said fiercely, "You guys wait for me." Then, he fled in ashes, causing Wu Hao and the others to burst into laughter. By the time Tang Feng arrived at the basketball court, the land grab was already finished, so Tang Feng didn't even know there was such a thing. After playing basketball for a few minutes, a dozen people came over to the playground. One look at their height and they knew that they were seniors, junior high school students. Among them, there was also the figure of Chen Xiang from the first class in the team. It was thought that it was also the outside help that the junior student had just called out. What? Chen Xiang, you want to help the third years teach our first years a lesson? The boy alongside Wu Hao looked at Chen Xiang angrily. Chen Xiang directly ignored the boy's angry gaze and shrugged his shoulders. It's none of your business if people. Chen Xiang came to help me? The boy at the head of the junior year was an extremely burly person who asked rhetorically. Visually, he had to weigh 150-60 pounds. His school uniform wasn't buttoned up, but draped behind him, making it look like a cape. Tang Feng frowned slightly, not expecting a ballgame to cause trouble. At this time, Wu Hao took a big step out and walked up to the gang of boys and slapped his chest. The matter is my doing. What comes at me? Don't hurt the innocent. The ferocious boys of the junior year laughed out loud at his words, as if they had heard something very funny. Then, just as the crowd thought he would say something, they saw him make a move at once. Put. Wu Hao also didn't expect the other party to make a move when he said he would. Being stomped on the waist by this foot of the junior man, his body bent down immediately. Seeing this, the people behind the beating man swarmed up, and more people's fists and feet greeted them. In the blink of an eye, Wu Hao was knocked to the ground. Smoke and dust rose around him, and footprints surfaced on his face and body. His nose probably took a punch, and a smothering fishy odor came out, and a nosebleed ran down it. Stop! Wu Hao supported himself on the ground with both hands. Hearing Tang Feng's yell, the people around him did stop attacking. The man at the head froze for a moment when he saw Tang Feng's face, then reached out to stop the few people behind him. Who are you, kid? The junior man was probably a bit myopic, but still felt that Tang Feng looked familiar. Chen Xiang stood out at this time, and attached his ear to the junior male for a burst of whispering. The junior male's face turned green and white for a while. After a moment, he glared at Tang Feng. Let's go! With that, he led a group of junior boys away. A few girls stood in the distance witnessing the whole thing, covering their mouths. Just now, they saw Wu Hao still talking to the other party in the company of his friends around him, who knew that the other party would suddenly make a move. Even if the people around them wanted to stop, but were too scared to speak out, some had even cried at the sight. Tang Feng picked up Wu Hao as soon as he could, his face sank. What's going on here, Haozi? Harm. Don't mention it, thank you Feng Zi. Helping Wu Hao to the infirmary, Tang Feng also learned what happened from him. The gang of seemingly vicious junior students were just smelly younger brothers, so Tang Feng wasn't worried. What made him more concerned was why Chen Xiang would cross paths with that kind of delinquent student. Hasn't he been building up an image of Prince Charming and a humble gentleman? Wasn't he afraid that this would get out and ruin his reputation? After this incident, that group of people didn't come looking for trouble again. I don't know if it was because of Tang Feng or because of what Chen Xiong said. Weekend. Tang Feng came to the North City Company branch. The new research building was ready to be relocated at any time. The company's accounts had also arrived at $10 billion in funds. Basic research facilities across the country, such as wind tunnels, airports, engine test sites, and materials research institutes, were also open to the company's access. Laboratory equipment is ready for a round of updating. There was also a big expansion of researchers that could at least fill the building. The magnitude of this change is very large. It can definitely break through the bottleneck. The resources in Tang Feng's hands had expanded almost 100-fold, and he was instantly a little itchy to check out the future changes. He returned to his office and opened the internal communication program. All the technical heads, their titles changed from Director of So-and-so Lab to Director of So-and-so Institute. Although it was said that Tang Feng had previously rejected the Magic Capital Confidentiality Bureau and the Research Department, but they still expressed their unconditional support for Tang Feng's research. Thus, the lab was boosted tremendously after the injection of national power. Take a look at the specific progress. Tang Feng asked one by one. The technical results of this half semester were taken. Overall, the technical bottleneck was broken through a lot this time. The 1100-bit superconducting quantum chip was put into practice. Topological material science gained breakthrough progress. Through new testing methods, it can be determined that 1/6 of known materials belong to topological materials, and topological quantum computers are expected to be turned into reality on this basis. The first flight of the combined turbofan hypercombustion ramjet engine was completed. The turbofan ultra-combustion rocket combination power engine completed high-altitude verification. The first 14T-vector engine developed in cooperation with the aerospace industry was successfully developed. The Brain-Computer Interface Laboratory began experiments on microelectrode implantation and neural connectivity in the master brain. A breakthrough in nanomaterial technology was made on the basis of the boron nitride superflat atomic manipulator provided by the research division. The technical information that was full of information almost caused the computer to crash. Tang Feng hurriedly dispersed the information onto a removable hard disk before sifting out the key information one by one. Several engines relied on material science enhancements. Lighter and stronger skeletal materials, more heat-resistant fan blades and inner walls, and the subtle design of placing the rocket engine in a supercombustion powerhouse as a preheat. Tang Feng transcribed the detailed principles and ideas into a new document, ready to take it to the lab and partner organizations. Tang Feng double-checked it and called Lang Xiyan after confirming it was correct. Section Chief Lang, come to my office. In the middle of the day, a knock came from outside. Mr. Tang, can I come in? Tang Feng returned to his senses, turned off the hidden files, and replied, come in. Outside the door, Lang Xiyan walked slowly into the office wearing an OL outfit. Ever since the injection of dragon power, Lang Xiyan had been arranged to be the representative of the Secrecy Bureau to the 100,000 coffee sugar technology. On the bright side, she was his assistant, conveniently handling confidential information. Don't say, her body is quite suitable for OL attire, always making people look over without thinking. Tang Feng withdrew his gaze and said, I have several material ideas here that I want to practice with the help of the Military Materials Research Institute. What should I do? Lang Xiyan gathered the tips of her hair and flipped open her notepad. The Military Materials Institute, is it? The strongest materials institute in the country is in Han Province, Linchang, Institute 137, and the closest is in Yuan City, Institute 166. Tang Feng of course wanted the strongest and clapped his hands. Go to Lin City. Alright, I'll contact the airport now to prepare the airplane. Lang Xiyan recorded on her notebook for a moment, and instead of leaving, she asked. Right, there's just been a message here that the Secret Service side asked if they needed to send additional funds. Tang Feng looked at the 7 billion or so on his account balance and thought about it. Without changing his face, he nodded. Indeed we need it, we're burning money too fast, how about another 10 billion? Lang Xiyan. Chapter 72, Highest Order Material. Building a 7th-generation fighter. Lang Xiyan was silent for a long time before nodding. That's good, I'll go ahead and contact the airplane, and we'll leave downstairs in 10 minutes, is that okay? Okay, I'll take a vacation by the way. Anyway, the textbook knowledge Tang Feng had long since finished learning. This time the matter was important. Tang Feng simply called in sick. Going to the Military Research Institute for the first time, Tang Feng was still a bit excited. Once he arrived at the military region, the knowledge in Tang Feng's head came in handy. He spent about 5 days at the Materials Institute, and the whole thing moved forward quickly. And more than half a month later, the Materials Institute then feedback made a heat-resistant material, and submitted it to the Confidentiality Bureau to deal with. The Confidentiality Bureau consulted Tang Feng on the use of the new material, and Tang Feng followed the information, rightfully pointing to aircraft engines. You first give the aircraft manufacturing unit to take it. In addition, I have a few new material model ideas here, you call people to pick up. After Tang Feng had traveled through a few important research institutes, he had the Secrecy Bureau set up a technology transfer mechanism. No longer running personally, instead staying in the office to brush up on technology at ease. At the Aircraft Manufacturing Bureau, the new generation of fighter jets had already been developed for the most part. Suddenly, the Bureau received new material from a cooperative research institute. Director, there's help. A designer ran into the office in a panic. Zhao Lei, the director of the Manufacturing Bureau, who was looking at the experimental parameters, looked up. What's saved? The young designer ran out of breath and said intermittently, the hair. The engine. Our engine is saved. What do you mean? Just now, the Secrecy Bureau sent 2 new materials. That material, it's even better than the demand we mentioned. Director Zhao stood up at that and busied himself with the manufacturing workshop. Not long after, he saw the 2 new materials. According to the data provided by the Secrecy Bureau, it was more than good. That was simply more than twice as good. Xiaolu, inform that overtime work will start tonight, and build the test prototype as soon as possible. Yes. Director Zhao rolled up his sleeves as if he was 20 years younger. The entire engine manufacturing group got busy and took half a month to rush out the first test engine. Through the center test, the engine was a complete success in the ground experiment. The inner wall, the fan blade did not have a trace of ablation, the whole engine acceleration process is very smooth, safety availability upgraded a few notches. The domestic turbojet has finally stood up. The entire workshop hugged each other and cried for joy. However, right at this moment, the guards notified that the Secret Service had come, and brought a truckload of new materials with them. Director Zhao, this is the new material sent to your institute, please sign for it. We haven't used much of the last shipment yet, it's being restocked so quickly. No, this is the updated material. Director Zhao was confused and signed for it, finding the explanatory material and taking a look. This time, it was a more advanced heat-insulating, ablation-resistant material, which was very effective in protecting the flow tubes and combustion chambers. Comrades, let's drum up some energy and get him the improved model as well, okay? Good. The production house joined a new round of alterations without stopping. After 2 weeks of working day and night, the improved model was about to come out, when the car from the Secret Service pulled up outside again. Director Zhao, the new material has arrived. Director Zhao, with a head full of questions, took the material and looked around, since we've all rushed here, we must persevere until the end. Secret Service, a truck, Director Zhao, new material. Secrecy Bureau, second truck, Director take the material yo. Secret Service, materials. Vomit. Director Zhao took the material with a twitchy face and turned his head. The crowd in the workshop had never fought such a rich battle, and the machine ate the material parameters to the point of vomiting. We can't put it in our warehouse anymore. You guys haul it away first. Haul it away quickly. Despite being forced to stop trying new technologies, but the new technology that had been applied still increased the turbofan engine thrust to 12T for a short period of time, reaching the design limit. The next step to increase could only be to redesign a new engine, change the culvert ratio, and change the turbofan output. The Engine Institute sent the localized prototype to the top. After testing, the localized engine had clearly exceeded the original expectations, and was perhaps a little better than the ones bought from outside. Since the tests are fine, let's just go ahead with the domestically produced engine. The situation now has to be done in small steps. In the end, the director of the Aircraft Manufacturing Bureau gave the go-ahead, and the test engine was mounted on the 7th generation engine that was about to be test flown. The 7th generation engine was very important to the Dragon Kingdom. It was important to know that the minions of the Eagle Kingdom had almost surrounded the Dragon Kingdom's periphery. There were military bases of the Eagle Kingdom everywhere. Not only was the quantity crushing, but the quality was also better. Dragon Country didn't have 7th generation machines, and with only machines that were 1 generation behind, they couldn't defend themselves against them. Therefore, the military is extremely important to the 7th generation machine. In the stealth coding technology, immediately put the 7th generation machine development work on the agenda. Although it was delayed a lot due to the use of new technology, it finally bore fruit. And the performance is very much better than predicted. Not only the structure because of the use of new material strength, resistance to strain higher, the engine has even reached the theoretical extreme. After installing the twin engines, it was able to realize stable supersonic cruise. Of course, all of this is due to the development of material technology. I do not know which unit is providing the technology is surprisingly so strong. The director of the Aircraft Manufacturing Bureau thought freely and proceeded to prepare for the test flight. The Eagle Kingdom knew nothing about this. At this moment, it is methodically implementing the rim of the Ocean Trade Agreement, pulling a group of its own minions to isolate the Dragon Kingdom from trade. Back then, he also ate a lot of benefits by including the Dragon Kingdom in the industrial chain. The most intuitive one is that the prices of daily necessities have not increased but decreased for 20 years, and the standard of living has soared. In order for prices not to explode, he had to foster a replacement first. Just when he was getting trade agreements while launching a verbal offensive all over the world to vilify manhwa for copying his technology, the suspected new generation of fighters was exposed by the sleepers and 1 million. Grass sleepers generalized to military enthusiasts who lay on the grass next to airports and photographed airplanes. 1 million on the other hand, originated from the notice that rewarded $1 million for catching a spy, and was used to tease those who released intelligence. Despite the blurriness of the pictures taken by the grass sleepers, it can still be seen that the body of the new fighter plane is more smooth and full of sci-fi than that of the Jin 10 fighter plane. For a while the internet was full of blurry pictures. Forums, chat groups launched heated discussions. Crap, it's really a new fighter, side intake, not Sword 10. The nozzle seems to be slanted? I only saw it when you said that. Is this a vector engine? I can't believe the new fighter isn't earthy anymore. The combat power must be 10. Bullshit, don't you know that pretty is strong? I just don't know if it can be stealthy. If it's stealthy, it's NB. Didn't you see the duck wings? Definitely not stealthy. Have you measured it with radar? We all know whether the duck wing is stealthy or not. Grandfather generation of warplanes can finally retire. Tears. Ha, it would be awesome if it was a stealth plane. The Dragon Kingdom has stood up. Chapter 73. Strategic plotting from the other side of the blue planet. Looking at these netizens who were discussing feverishly, Tangfeng was heartily pleased and itching to get involved. This was indeed a 7th-generation aircraft capable of crushing 6th-generation fighters, and the engine wasn't any worse than that of the Xiongnu Kingdom. Tangfeng finished typing a paragraph and undid it again. The Xiongnu Kingdom still had 6th-generation variable cycle fighters there, as well as air and space fighters that they hadn't pulled out, so now wasn't the time to be happy. Thinking of this, Tangfeng closed his laptop and prepared to go to bed. While he was resting, it was daytime on the other side of the blue planet. The Eagle Kingdom's Strategic Threat Research Laboratory. The intelligence about the Sword 20 had been studied over and over again and a conclusion had been reached. It was a high-performance fighter with all design indicators towards the level of a 6th-generation aircraft. The belly loading and integrated fuselage were obviously prepared for the application of stealth coatings. The assessment of the Dragon's equipment manufacturing should be taken up another notch. The director of the Strategic Threat Research Laboratory, Etchers, suggested in the report presented to the parties. In light of this judgment, it is necessary to limit the technology exports of the junior allies to the Dragon Nation and to investigate the source of their technology. It is also necessary to stifle the self-confidence of the Dragon Nation's people due to technological upgrades, increasing internal and external pressure. Accompanying the Echo's report was an important tip from CIA. CIA spies had discovered that the Dragon Kingdom's scientific research system was undergoing some sort of unusual consolidation. According to the bought and paid for traders, the scientific research system had gotten information from somewhere about the exaggerated technological underpinnings hidden in the Eagle Kingdom. It became extremely nervous, even reaching a state of panic. All resources were mobilized, and some scientific research systems even entered a state of 3 shifts, just to dispel the fear. 2 reports arrived at the Senate at the same time. The senators who saw the reports were confused. One report said to be wary of the Dragon country's technological advances. One report also said that the Dragon Kingdom was afraid of them to the point of fear. Then the Dragon country technology in the end is good or not? The Senate convened a special committee for this purpose. Summoning the director of the Central Intelligence Agency, CIA, May Dandan, and the director of the Strategic Threat Research Office, STRO, Etchers, to the Senate's council chamber. Who's going to tell me how the hell these 2 completely opposite reports were written? Which one should we trust? Senate giant Gario asked as he sat in the main seat, document in hand, as a burst of laughter erupted from below. The Director of Intelligence, May Dandan, waved the microphone in front of him. Mr. Gario, the information we provided was bought at a huge cost and has a very high level of credibility. Hearing May Dandan say that, H's also insisted on his point of view. There is no mistake in my analysis. After all, the pictures of the other party's new generation of fighters are right there. Alright, so is the Dragon Kingdom a big threat? Gario leaned back in a chair. This time, my Dandan and Etcher's opinions remained the same. Not much of a threat, not up to the level of the competitors back then. Okay. You guys keep talking. What exactly is the situation? Gario spread both hands and waited for them to explain. The CIA was only the executive branch. The Strategic Threat Research Office was the insider in this regard. Echo said loudly, Gentlemen, the reason I'm writing this report is to show that the Dragon Kingdom is making some key advances in the field of military technology. Although the Generation 6 is a weapon we made 20 years ago, it doesn't mean it's backward. To this day, the Generation 6 is still the most powerful air superiority fighter. Manufacturing the Generation 6 proves that their technological level has reached the threshold of industrial upgrading, and that part of the manufacturing industry is about to be upgraded to the middle of the industry chain. According to our research history of the 6th generation aircraft, it was the radar stealth technology that came first before the technical route was chosen, as well as the final formation of the crushing generation difference of the 6th generation aircraft over the 5th generation aircraft. So I can conclude 80% that the Dragon Kingdom's type of airplane is a 6th generation plane. However, the Dragon Kingdom's military level is still not a match for us with just a single 6th generation airplane. With our Air Force system, we can use a network of early warning aircraft, unmanned reconnaissance aircraft, and Aegis ships to form a system of anti-stealth fighters that shine from multiple directions to spot enemy aircraft. This flanking radar detection makes it easy to spot stealth fighters. For air defense, we have the Aegis system, GPS satellite positioning system, and Patriot interceptor missiles. The island chain defense is also far away from our mainland, so as long as we engage in conventional friction, we won't have a problem. What's more, the other side's planes have only been test flown, and it'll be at least another 5 years before they're fielded. All things considered, a single 6 won't change our dominance on the front, as long as we complete the trade merge as planned. At most, we can drive the dogleg to provoke a little more, so that the other side will naturally collapse economically and not be able to sustain itself. The senators had a notion of what to do when Etchers finished speaking, and Etchers struck while the iron was hot with his own countermeasure. My suggestion is to try to interrupt the other party's process of upgrading their industrial chain to the middle level. The technological aspect should be squeezed across the board, especially our old continent allies, who export the majority of the technology that the Dragon Kingdom introduces. We must stop their short-sighted behavior, investigate the specific technology transfer paths, warn the relevant companies and countries that there are also precision instruments that can't be sold, suppressing its scientific development from research tools. There is also the issue of military technology transfer to civilian use. Military technology transfer to civilian use will also provide industrial upgrading impetus. Use long-arm jurisdiction to govern the relevant companies when necessary. The specific catalog of technological clampdowns I have detailed in my report. Echoes had been immersed in great power confrontation for more than 30 years, and the countermeasures formulated sounded very fine and ruthless. It strikes from every angle that can be manipulated. The Senate Lords basically affirmed Etchers' ideas and measures. Galileo looked at the technologies that needed to be clamped down in the catalog. Semiconductor technology, high-precision laser equipment, active and passive phased array radar, steel for aircraft carriers, aero engines, rocket engines, is that all? Yes, these are basically the cutting-edge technologies we have at our disposal. Alright, we'll adopt this plan as soon as possible. Thank you for taking my advice. Gario smiled and flipped to another report. When it was the turn of the Director of Intelligence, the problem was more complicated. First of all, Director Maydandan admitted that he wasn't sure what was going on with the Dragon Kingdom's military research system, and why he was suddenly so fearful of the Eagle Kingdom's technology. It was clearly quite normal before. So that informant isn't clear either? Yes, the exact reason is still being investigated. Then let's continue the investigation. Gario waved his hand carelessly. How's the intelligence bureau's work on the fishing wheels going, and can it be coordinated with the trade huddle strategy? It's going well so far. There's a general admiration for us on the Dragon Kingdom network. Gario sniffed and nodded in satisfaction, a bit of inspiration suddenly popping up. Is it possible that they bought into our tactical fraud and that's why they're fearful of our technology? Sir, scientific research is rational. Haha, I'm kidding. Being reminded by Etchers, Galileo laughed dryly and addressed Director Maydandan again. Well, Mr. Etchers' countermeasures, you should also cooperate to increase the pressure within the Dragon Nation. Yes, we've already arranged accordingly for the new fighters. By the way, what's going on over at Ouroboros? The room fell silent at these words. Chapter 74, The Eagle Kingdom's Fishing Wheel means. Ouroboros Company? The country has given them a large amount of money, but I don't know what kind of tricks they're up to, humph. When it came to the Ouroboros Company that had entered the country strongly, not many of the patriarchs who were doing it had good feelings. It's been over a year. What can we expect them to research? By the way, what about that young girl named Katerina? Someone quickly answered, not really sure, maybe she's furthering her education? Alright, let's not talk about them. Next move according to our plan. Yes. That night, certain media outlets and the bribed Smelly brothers received the hit piece. Demean the Dragon Kingdom's exposed 6th generation fighters and reduce their influence. At the same time, tout the Eagle Kingdom's new 6th generation fighter. With dog food in sight, these unscrupulous media outlets drooled and sprang into action. Under the page of the new fighter plane, someone opened several numbers at once, bringing up the tempo and questioning the feasibility of the plane. With our technology, can we really make a 6th-generation airplane? Don't mess up and end up making a 4th-gen out of it. The first number said. I'm also a bit skeptical, White Bear and Sun Country don't have it, can we make it? The second number said. Yeah, by all rights, White Bear and Sun Country should be much more advanced than us. The first number added. And there's the engine problem, if the outside doesn't provide engines, the plane is going to just plop down. The third number also began to play picky. Several numbers of Rhythm Dog analyzed it in a fervent manner, and one after the other it really looked like that. Through the water army suppression, soon the military fans post to the bottom. Clearing the ground, it is the turn of other things to occupy the field. All sorts of touted manuscripts on Eagle Nation's technology were freshly released, and the bespectacled publicist bloggers boasted about Eagle Sauce's weaponry in an almost mealy-mouthed tone. A new generation of skycycling 6th-generation aircraft with direct vertical takeoff. The world's most advanced vertical takeoff and landing 6th-generation fighter jet has just completed vertical takeoff and landing on an aircraft carrier. So handsome, worthy of being the strongest in Blue Star. I wonder what our new airplane paint job is like. Don't think about it, do you still want combat power without dirt? Single-engine vertical takeoff and landing, Eagle Jam's engine technology is so awesome, my mouth is watering just looking at it. At this glance, it can also be installed on helicopter carriers. According to you, the helicopter carrier is directly upgraded to a standard aircraft carrier. It's really possible, I just don't know if vertical takeoff and landing has a high overtime requirement. If the requirement is high, then thicken it. At least it can park drones. I read the news not too long ago that the Eagle Kingdom's supersonic drones have already been equipped with troops. Can you imagine how much psychological pressure your pilot is under to fight against a drone? You're fighting for your life, the enemy is just a bunch of parts. My God! What can we do then? Pilots are much more expensive than airplanes. Bro, why does it feel like there's something weird about the way you're talking? Although the inference is true, why do you want my God? My God, translated is not my God. Well, friends, nothing, do not peep at our military altar, downstairs, beware of 1 million. This reply has been deleted by the administrator. Someone recognized the wrong way of speaking and warned to beware of spies, then that number disappeared, but the other grammar passes were still there. And those planes can take off from amphibious ships. Doesn't that mean there are several more carriers at once? That's so awesome. Who says it isn't? Hawk Jam's new Jumwalt is also awesome. Is that the Jumwalt that's called the next generation sci-fi battleship? Jumwalt. JPG, this styling, this aesthetics, it's not even in the same class as other warships. It's really beautiful, the hull is actually wedge-shaped. What about the one who said pretty is strong? Is this strong? Perhaps it was because the publicists milked it too hard that these weapons ended up being unsatisfactory. The Skycycle 6th generation wasn't really a suitable fighter for air combat, because of its design flaws. Combined with the small short legs, it was only a 5.5 generation. Drones were the first to be developed by the Rabbits, who were the first to come up with swarm drones. The so-called supersonic stealth drones boasted by the Eagle Kingdom are still operated by humans in real time, and cannot be truly unmanned. The sci-fi battleship Jumwalt is even more exaggerated, and even directly in the harbor lying down, unable to go to sea. Of course, the Eagle Kingdom didn't know any of this after they had given the mission. Their mission was to just blow it big and fool people. The 6th generation stealth fighter, the world's most advanced 6th generation aircraft, and the only fixed-wing fighter that can take off and land vertically on an aircraft carrier, with an unrivaled level of manufacturing. The skies of the future belong to supersonic stealth drones, and the lack of personnel consumption alone could have a serious psychological impact on local. Weapons will be completely fleshless killing machines. Jumwalt, the newest and most advanced Aegis ship, all-electric propulsion, built in one piece. Stealthy, equipped with heaven and earth coordinated combat systems, anti-satellite missiles, once in service will be the strongest maritime arsenal. Tang Feng read the report and let out a breath. Because time was reserved for other technologies, he didn't know about the problems with these weapons. In his opinion, this was just the tip of the iceberg for the Eagle Kingdom. Although the Jumwalt showed some high-end tech, it was far from the true level of the Eagle Kingdom. The most threatening thing was that drone, which already had the beginnings of a future machine intelligence war. Thinking of this, Tang Feng turned off the military forum and opened the military technology catalog on his desktop. Based on the information received, Tang Feng speculated. In the future, it was very likely that the Eagle Kingdom would have orbital bombers, air and space fighters, intelligent mechanical legions, drone swarms, in the military field, space-based electromagnetic railguns, quantum anti-electromagnetic suppression systems, space-based quantum combat data chains, and even high-energy lasers, as well as next-generation weapons such as particle cannons. Among them, orbital bombers and air-to-air fighters can dock at the space station during normal times and, in wartime, they can detach from the space station and fly at a high speed of more than Mach 20 to drop re-entry missiles into the orbit above the mission site, so that the ground anti-missile system will not be able to react in time. In addition, it can also flexibly enter and exit the atmosphere, approaching enemy satellites in space orbit, cutting off the solar panels, or simply taking away the satellite as a whole. Space-based electromagnetic railguns are also similar to orbital bombardment, relying on high-speed performance that cannot be intercepted by missiles. Only as a directed energy weapon, the electromagnetic railgun is more often used for precision strikes on conventional targets. The mechanical intelligence core in drone swarms are much better understood, giving war weapons artificial intelligence and letting them act on their own based on battle planning. Without regard to operator hygiene systems, robot legions and drone swarms could drop emergency braking, the maximum output and other shackles to become outright killing machines. Their only weakness was their resistance to electromagnetic interference. Chapter 75, Targeting by the Eagle Kingdom. The only weak point is the ability to resist electromagnetic interference. Speaking of anti-electromagnetic interference, quantum computers can come in handy. Utilizing quantum computers and quantum communication technology made anti-electromagnetic suppression systems possible. Mechanical intelligence legions and drone swarms that were augmented with quantum anti-electromagnetic suppression systems would be able to make up for that last shortcoming. However, war robots attacking each other would probably only occur in wars involving small countries. In a great power struggle, it is the first wave of missile strikes and air superiority fighter warchecks that matter. In the first hour of war, missiles and supersonic stealth fighters will be deployed to destroy the other side's command system, anti-missile system, missile system and other targets. At this time, who can make the other side's missiles and airplanes cannot hit over who will be invincible. High-energy lasers and high-energy particle beams are the key. Only lightspeed lasers and sublightspeed particle beams can hit ballistic missile warheads moving at Mach 20. So, both are key to the defense system. Among other things, lasers are affected by magnetic fields and other factors, while electrically neutral particle beams are not, so particle beams are the most optimal choice. And the only device capable of generating so much energy and high-energy particles in a short period of time is controlled nuclear fusion. Therefore, to have high-energy lasers and high-energy particle beams, the prerequisite was to build controlled nuclear fusion. Controllable nuclear fusion, then again, I haven't seen any technology on nuclear fusion in the brain database until now. This thing should be really hard. If the Eagle Kingdom knew about this side's goal, I wonder how it would feel if it would cry foul. However, just as Tangphone was bored reading documents, browsing forums, and chatting groups. Meanwhile, the Eagle Kingdom. After the Intelligence Bureau's inter-disc investigation, technical intelligence about the Dragon Kingdom was passed on to the Xianu Kingdom. The Intelligence Bureau of the Eagle Kingdom's Joint Strategic Research Office conducted a study, determined the means of applying pressure. It is necessary to curb the industrial upgrading of the Dragon Country as soon as possible, and must prohibit the disobedient little brothers from selling their technology to the Dragon Country people. But those little brother people have a big appetite. Then there will be no negotiations, just announce sanctions. Under the threat of sanctions from the Eagle Kingdom, the technology ban was finally passed in Euroland. Prohibit exporting member countries, third-party sales, and transferring technology to the Dragon Kingdom. Restrict the export of scientific research precision instruments. The news came, a worried voice on the internet. The Eagle Kingdom is really a dog with a rat meddling in its own business, and did not buy its family's technology, he called a fardaw. Not only technology, precision instruments used for scientific research should also be affected. Does this mean that our scientific research will be hit? That goes without saying, our precision instruments aren't good enough. Seeing that the spearhead was aimed outside, the publicists and water armies began to act, frenziedly bringing up the tempo, labeling the restriction as a scourge caused by cottage products. The entire market should be liberalized, subsidies should be abandoned, and enterprises should be allowed to fully compete in order to produce their own technology. Fart. Let's not support the development of industry. Why doesn't the Eagle State stop its own financial inputs to enterprises? It not only subsidizes but also directly gives NASA's technology for nothing. Isn't it much more than we give? Some people who could see clearly cursed, but they were quickly reported by the water army and disappeared. There was a flurry of disturbances. Tangphone was invited to a meeting to discuss the impact of the restrictions on precision instruments. Due to the need for secrecy, the meeting was held at a summer resort on the far outskirts of North City. The entire mountain resort was tightly sealed off. In the conference room, Minister Ruan appeared quite calm after listening to Tang Feng's narration compared to his initial fire and fury. So, our scientific research won't be overly dragged down by the lack of precision instruments? Tangphone nodded his head to confirm. Yes, their cutting-edge instruments were originally hidden and not sold to us, and the ones they bought were some very general goods. Therefore, my company has developed a variety of mainstream scientific equipment according to its own needs, and now it's a little better than what they're willing to sell. As for the other ones that are more on the cold side, it's not too late to make them. The agenda that was prepared for a day-long meeting turned out to be solved by Tang Feng's sentence. Minister Wan surprisingly felt a bit tasteless. It was clearly something that he was very happy about, but now he had no fluctuations. Maybe this was the feeling of having a genius scientist on your side. Thinking about it like this seemed to be refreshing again. Since Tang Feng had risen like a comet, the entire scientific research system had shared a large amount of technology from Tang Feng, and the progress of research and development had risen by a step. At the moment, facing the Eagle Kingdom's out-of-hand research and development, it was surprising that it was so easily neutralized. Thinking of this, Minister Wan made up his mind, skipped over the matter of precision instruments and said, "Actually, there is another important agenda for this meeting. Tang Feng, we want to burden you." Tang Feng listened in uncertainty and blinked. "What do you mean?" Minister Wan cleared his throat. "Over the past few months, your achievements have been obvious to all. Because of your cooperation, our top-secret projects have gotten an unexpected boost. For example, the Sword 10 that just flew on a test flight exceeded its design goals because you switched to a reliable domestic engine. We feel that such cooperation is a bit condescending, and we want to let you play a bigger role. Are you willing to directly lead the research direction of the nation's scientific research units, including top-secret military units?" Upon hearing these words, the several military science academicians present all stared blankly. To be so young and directly lead the entire scientific research system. It was truly a great event that had never been seen before. The academicians' first reaction was of course surprise, but once they thought of Tang Feng's scientific research capabilities and the difficulties he would face in the future, they didn't feel it was wrong. On the contrary, they should strongly support it. An academician clapped his hands and said, "I support this decision. If you want to defeat the enemy's hidden technology, you should not limit your talent. Right, when the time comes, just assign any tasks. I'm both a technician and a soldier. A soldier's vocation is to listen to the command to complete the task, not to talk about seniority." Before Tang Feng could agree, a group of old academicians had already made military orders, making Tang Feng unusually moved. Although he had once rejected the joining of the Dragon State Research Institute and the Magic City Supreme Encryption Bureau, they had still spared no effort in providing scientific research assistance for himself. Nowadays, in order to resist the various plans of the Eagle Kingdom against the Dragon Kingdom, Tang Feng decided to cooperate with the Dragon Kingdom's top management for a handful of years. He couldn't let outsiders look down on his own family. "Thank you all, I will definitely live up to the expectations and utilize my abilities to lead you all to overachieve the mission." Minister Wan nodded fiercely. "Good, I'll immediately gather the national research units to announce this news." 3 days later, under the name of discussing countermeasures after the blockade of precision instruments, the entire scientific research chain of command gathered here. The conference hall was built from a temporary opening of an oval-shaped theater, low in the middle and high on all sides, with the sound circling back and forth, a hubbub of noise. The heads of the various research organizations were all inquiring about each other's unused equipment, looking for a way back for the research work for some time afterward. Chapter 76, Dragon Country's largest precision instrument supplier, appointed as the chief master. Among them, Pei Jigang, who had just assumed the presidency of Linchang University of Technology, was the most hesitant. Linchang University of Technology's current best discipline was physics, and all the university physics did was basic field research. Due to the results of the transformation is not obvious, some of the grandma and uncle do not love the meaning. However, the basic research is the one that needs the most sensitive and effective precision instruments. Therefore, he was very worried that Linchang University of Technology had become an outcast, prioritizing the needs of other systems. "Hello, I'm from Linchang University of Technology. Our university mainly researches condensed matter physics and graphene superconductivity physics. May I ask if you still have 1 nanometer SEM in stock there?" Pei Jigang hurriedly asked when he saw the two people who looked less nervous. "I'm sorry, I'm a military unit. It might not be very convenient to lend out equipment." The man shook his head and made an apologetic expression. After saying that, the other person also said, "Me too, sorry about that." It was in the uneasy atmosphere that Pei Jigang ended up only reaching a verbal commitment of equipment sharing with a few universities and civilian research organizations, barely counting as a bit of a gain. And that's when the meeting was announced and took their seats. The bigwigs who decided on the allocation of resources stepped into the meeting from the small backstage door. The Minister of the Ministry of Scientific Research, the Minister of the Academy of Military Sciences, the National Defense Science Commission, and other heavyweights all took the stage. However, at the very back, a young face that Pei Jigang seemed to have déjà vu with appeared. This person is at most in his teens. What is the origin? Why sit in the middle of the conference hall? Pei Jigang only heard someone off to the side and turned his head. He wanted to see who it was, but he stumbled upon a look of relief on the faces of the heads of those few military research units, and there was no more gruffness at all. "Why? Pei Jigang was puzzled in the bottom of his heart and couldn't help but ask in a low voice, "How come you guys have a relaxed look on your faces? Is there some kind of turnaround?" The heads of those military units glanced at him and paused before saying, "Since Chief Engineer Tang appeared here, it means that things won't turn for the worse. More than that I can't say. You'll know when the meeting starts. It should be about the same as what I said." Chief Master Tang? I don't think there's anyone down there with the surname Tang who's also known as Chief Master. Nope. Not true. Chief Master could only possibly be that young man's position. Pei Jigang became even more curious as he thought of this. He couldn't help but watch intently. In the center of the conference hall, Tang Feng had wanted to sit down at the end, but he didn't expect to be forced by Minister Wan to sit on the first right-hand seat of the main seat. "You are the protagonist of today's meeting. It's easier to sit here, everyone can hear you speak." Tang Feng couldn't shrug it off and had to comply. All right. Minister Rawan's action made those who saw this scene even more curious. They inquired about Tang Feng's identity. Who on earth is that young man that Minister Wan personally invited him to a seat? It's clear that he's still a kid. Doesn't look like much. I don't recognize him either. People in the military-industrial system seem to know him. Ask them to try. However, the people in the military-industrial field refused to say anything about it, so the others had to wait for the meeting to find out. After waiting for a moment, the meeting officially began. Minister Wan spoke first. "The main reason for today's meeting is known to everyone. It's because of the interruption in the supply of precision instruments, so I won't rehash it too much. What I want to say is that the domestic substitution of precision instruments is ready, and there's actually another topic today." As soon as the words fell, the scene was silent. Worried for so long about the problem of precision instruments, has been solved? Is the domestic substitution reliable? Will the precision be much worse? Many institute heads were skeptical in their hearts. It's not like there hasn't been a domestic alternative before, but almost every time it can't reach the stable precision of foreign products, which is disappointing. This is not to blame for the failure of domestic products. All present are insiders. Understand the domestic industrialization then outside the start of dozens of hundreds of years late, there is a gap as normal. What's more, foreign countries have also formed a hidden price alliance. Every time a domestic alternative to a domestic product, foreign countries will jointly reduce the price, the profits all knocked out, resulting in a lot of things thankless, no one wants to do. Can this time? Concerns in some people's minds, at this point, and then heard Minister Wan continue. The provider of the domestically produced alternative is Chief Master Tang Feng, on my right. When you guys go back and bring up your needs, Chief Master Tang will provide a solution. This brings us to today's topic. Speaking here, he scanned the room and dropped a big bomb. This embargo incident shows that the external environment is tightening rapidly, exposing our heavy reliance on the outside world. In order to cope with the upcoming more difficult situation, after a resolution from the higher-ups, the military scientific research system and the civilian scientific research system are to be fully integrated and optimized. A unified command center was set up to arrange scientific research tasks. The director and chief engineer of this command center will be Chief Master Tang Feng. Wait, hasn't the precision instrument crisis been lifted? Why do we need to coordinate all scientific projects? And who is Chief Engineer Tang Feng? Holy shit! Have you lost your memory? Little genius Tang Feng. Ha! That's Tang Feng on stage? He's changed too much. Everyone fixed their eyes on him. At this moment, Tang Feng's figure was erect, sitting straight on the chair. His face was angular and still boyish, but there was a hint more sternness than before. On the latter seats, the heads of the civilian research organizations were in an uproar. On the contrary, the people from the military research organizations were all glowing, as if they foresaw a bright future. If Chief Master Tang is deeply involved, he will definitely be able to realize the next generation rocket development faster. Great, the next generation variable cycle airframe has an eye on it. The two very different views formed a strong contrast. At this time, on the center stage, President Tong of the Academy of Sciences stood out. Quiet, I know what you're thinking, this decision is the optimal solution for now, and my colleagues in the Academy of Sciences and I firmly support it. Dean Lan of the Academy of Military Sciences, and Dean Wang of the Academy of Engineering also took a stand. With Chief Master Tang as the person in charge, we'll have a good idea in our hearts. It's a critical time now, there shouldn't be any gateway views, instead, we should appoint excellence. For this decision, I firmly support it. Seeing this scene, the conference hall was quiet, and the people underneath suddenly stopped making noise. The leaders of the domestic scientific community had all come forward to support this decision, and trusted Tang Feng very much. Even though everyone knew that he was awesome. But to have someone so young as the chief engineer was too crazy. Tang Feng watched the bigwigs around him stand up for themselves, and a sense of responsibility was born in his heart. He stood up with a solemn face and swore, I thank the country for trusting me and empowering me at this time of crisis, and I will definitely do my best to help the country narrow the technological gap. Perhaps the amount of information was too much. The non-military scientific researchers on stage couldn't react for a moment. When they came back to their senses, Tang Feng was already announcing the organizational form of the future research department. Chapter 77, Plans All Overturned? The bigwigs were confused. For this coordination, the command center will directly arrange confidential personnel in each unit and assign research tasks. The research units should prioritize the development of relevant technologies by focusing on scientific research tasks, and the heads of each unit should be prepared as soon as possible after returning to their units in accordance with the secrecy regulations. Units that receive scientific research missions will have relevant resources tilted, supplies, and personnel salaries will be raised. Units need to submit their superior technologies to the command center. The flow of personnel from each unit will be completely opened up. As long as they meet the confidentiality regulations and have sufficient abilities, they can apply for reassignment. Amidst the confused faces of the people in charge, the meeting closed. Tang Feng had finally gained full control of the research system. In the future, his orders would be more than just 10 bowls of coffee sugar technology. The entire research system would have to listen to him. He could research whatever he wanted, including the areas of nuclear energy and ships that had been lacking. He could also take control. Tang Feng took out the Eagle Kingdom's weapons catalog that he had analyzed. On the other hand, he had his assistant, Lang Xian, collect the active and in-progress projects in the field of military industry, and drew a checkmark and a fork in comparison. Shield ship program, missile frigate design, missile launchers, shipboard missile design, shipboard active phased array radar, missile program. Hypervelocity Surge Ballistic Missile, HSBM, Development Program, Atmospheric Water Drift Bomb, AWB, Development Program, Anti-Missile Missile, AMM, Development Program. Air Force Programs. Large Transport Aircraft Development Program, Large Early Warning Aircraft Program, Shipboard Early Warning Aircraft Development Program. Next Generation Air Superiority Combat Aircraft Pre-Development, Jian-10 Electronic Modification Program, New Armed Helicopters, Unmanned Aircraft Pre-Development. Army Programs. Multi-Purpose Missile Launcher, Extended Range Rockets, Anti-Material Sniper Rifle Development, Small Unmanned All-Terrain Vehicle. Separate list, Nuclear-Powered Ships at Sea, Domestically Produced Aircraft Carriers, Next-Generation Nuclear Fish, Satellite Guidance Systems. No way, this plan will have to be completely redone. Tang Feng looked at the intelligent war machines, laser cannons, and air and space planes in his hands, and then looked at this document, shaking his head straight. Except for the army, which had added a small unmanned all-terrain fighting vehicle, everything else was still the same old path of manned operations. How can this work? Tang Feng drew forks on all of them, writing his own planning on the side. The most important task of the Air Force should be to integrate with aerospace technology and develop air and space fighters as soon as possible. A small amount of resources should then be invested in intelligent unmanned combat aircraft. The Army's development step is not big enough. Your goal should be to unmanned combat vehicles. Be firm on this path. The robot core is the direction of development for the Army. Even if there is a small amount of infantry that must be wrapped within a single mech. The anti-missile system design is too conservative. Laser cannons, particle cannons are the mainstream of anti-missile systems. The same problem is also in the Navy, missile frigate as the carrier's escort. How can there be no laser cannon, particle cannon as a defense weapon? I suggest designing a professional nuclear-powered laser frigate, each carrier battle group accompanying 4 of them to defend against enemy missile attacks from 4 directions. Also, the design of the carrier is a bit flawed. How can we not take into account the landing and taking off of airplanes? The deck should be built wider, 100,000 tons to start, and give the drones to the amphibious ships. All departments redesign weapons according to this goal. Tang Feng finished writing and asked the command center to distribute this alteration to the following. The command center immediately used military aircraft to transport it around. When the various development units saw the mission requirements, they were dumbfounded. What the hell is all this writing? Magic City Naval Shipyard. Yuan factory director held Tang Feng's opinion, his expression resembling that of an old man looking at a cell phone picture in the subway in the latter days. Are you guys mistaken? Sending out armed helicopters to bring in a piece of this paper? Factory director Yuan sucked in a breath of cool air and asked skeptically. The Secrecy Bureau's transportation captain innocently said, "No, we got the paper and shipped it here without stopping." So, this thing is real? Are you sure? Factory director Yuan very much hoped to hear a negative answer from the other party. However, the captain of the Secret Service was very certain, it's 1000% true. Factory director Yuan covered his face, not knowing what to say. Although he could understand the urgency of catching up with the black technology of the Eagle Kingdom. But manufacturing weapons was obviously not something that could be rushed. Other people's Eagle Kingdom were experimenting step by step, but we've directly thrown away all the ships we're making now. Turned to the design of nuclear-powered laser frigate, spaceplane carrier, really feasible? We don't even know what a nuclear-powered laser or spaceplane looks like. Yuan shook his head. Maybe this is the flaw of genius, suitable for technology, not necessarily suitable for master planning. Plant director Yuan couldn't think of a way out, so he had to get in touch with his superiors just like before. Hello, President Wang, hello, I'm having a bit of a problem here. It's the task given by Chief Master Tang. I really don't know what to do. No, I'm definitely not posturing. Chief Master Tang solved so many problems with our carrier's special steel and missile vertical launchers, I can't thank him enough. It's just that the plan was written too. Hey, don't know how to describe it. Well, I'll bring something to you immediately. Factory Director Yuan finished the call, exhaled, and prepared to meet his old superiors. At the same time, similar things were happening at the Aerospace Institute, Missile Manufacturing Institute, Army Equipment R&D Center, and other research and development institutions. Tang Feng's sci-fi weapons catalog had left those who saw it bewildered and puzzled. In the end, most of them followed inertia and chose to react to their original superiors. A small number of them went to the command center to find Tang Feng to ask for clarification. Military Academy of Sciences, President Wang met the Naval Shipyard. The Army Equipment Center reacted to the research and development tasks. A drop of cold sweat ran down his forehead. This step is indeed a bit big. Hearing the dean affirm their statement, a few of the people in charge immediately chimed in. Right, this kind of thing can't be rushed. So many basic researches are nowhere to be seen right now. Directly designing the final product doesn't serve much purpose. Dean Wang sighed. This kind of mood is understandable, but Tang Feng is still too young and too anxious. Like this, I'll take you guys along to talk to him. The group headed to the command center. Hearing someone coming, Tang Feng turned off the document and invited the person in. Dean Wang, what brings you here? There's a bit of a problem to discuss with you. Dean Wang paused, first introducing a few people around him to him. Director Yuan of the Naval Shipyard, Director Li of the Army Equipment Center. Tang Feng shook his hand and shook it over. Pleased to meet you, only contacted through the Secrets Bureau system before, first time meeting, just call me Tang Feng. Plant Director Yuan and Director Li put their hands over. Nice to meet you, nice to meet you. After greeting them, Director Wang was about to explain his intentions, but he didn't expect that at this time. Lung Xian informed that someone else had arrived. Chapter 78, Tang Feng's Reset Program. Dean Wang, you're here too? Minister Wan entered and saw Dean Wang unexpectedly. Then, the bigwigs from the land, sea, air, and sky equipment departments together fixed their gazes on Tang Feng. It seemed like they were all aiming for the same thing. Ahem. Minister Wan dryly coughed twice and said, Tang, I'm here today because the units gave me a reaction that the research program you gave is too radical. I hope that you can give it some thought and progress it step by step, so that the researchers and designers can have the opportunity to continuously improve themselves. Minister Wan spoke more politely, and Tang Feng blinked, not feeling that way. Very radical? Dean Wang picked up the conversation from the side. Indeed a bit, think about it, we haven't even figured out conventional powered carriers. Directly embarking on carriers that can take off and land airplanes is really a bit overwhelming for the designers. Factory Director Yuan was there to scream his head off as well. And the laser frigate. We can't imagine how to do it, even if we put nuclear power on board. We haven't seen laser anti-missile, we can't design it. After he said that, a few others responded. Our Army Equipment Center is the one that builds guns and vehicles. Robot soldiers are really inexperienced, and mechs are even less so. Our aviation group is also. One by one, the units reflected their problems. Minister Wan looked at the situation and sighed a little in his heart. It seems that Xiao Tang's genius is focused on research and development, not very suitable for scientific management. The reason why the company is doing well is mostly due to the small organization. It is better to arrange a few more sophisticated management talent to share a bit, really can't and then politely persuade a bit. I believe that with Tang Feng's temperament, we'll agree. Minister Wan was thinking in his mind about ways to get things done without hurting Tang Feng's face. Just then, the situation feedback was finished. Tang Feng listened absent-mindedly, but in his heart, he thought, if I don't let you guys do what you're planning to do with all your might, how can I make full use of the resources and get more advanced technology? The Eagle Kingdom won't just sit back and wait for you to develop. I guess that side is already going to start all sorts of actions. Thinking of this, Tang Feng said, I see, you guys wait. Tang Feng told them to wait a moment, turned around and rummaged through the documents he had already organized, then sorted and printed them out and handed them a copy. This is the technical direction I prepared, you guys read it first. Laser cannon, considering the mobility and precision, as well as the superconducting line power supply, the approximate model of its firing power and volume and mass is shown in the figure. Wasn't the rocket-based combined power engine our company made earlier tested on the ground? According to the design specifications of that one, the first generation of air-to-air fighters should be a large aircraft of over 100 tons, carrying 69 tons of rocket fuel. The landing mass is around 30 tons, and the mass can be lowered a bit more with new materials. In terms of artificial intelligence, human-level intelligence is still far away, but general judgment can still be accomplished, and high-energy density hydrogen fuel cells that can be used in man-portable mechs are also on the horizon. The model of quantum anti-stealth radar, using the light quantum reflection time nature conversion properties, to discover stealth fighter aircraft. Laser quantum communication technology, which has very good resistance to electromagnetic suppression, can be used for data chain transmission for drone swarms, carrier fleets, and missile relays. Why don't we decide after verifying these technologies on a supercomputer? How about that? The group followed along to the Quantum Supercomputing Center. The Quantum Supercomputing Center was integrated by 51,000 quantum-bit superconducting quantum computers. The computing power was a world away from the previous supercomputers. It had currently become the strongest hidden computing center in the country. Tang Feng input the technical data into it, and a report came out in half a day. The computer simulation check is passed. What does everyone think? The heads of the various research organizations had even more mixed feelings. Originally thought it was difficult to need decades of gradual progress. How did it come to you as if it was very simple? Is it because we are too rigid in our thinking? Minister Wan Hong looked at the technical text and silently withdrew the words brewing in his heart. It is true that Xiao Tang does not have much planning ability. But what management skills do people need when they have directly mangled through the technical barriers? It was a pity that there was only one little Tang. The Eagle Kingdom loves to collect global geniuses. I wonder how many they have. Thinking of this, Minister Ruan shook his head to throw away the superfluous thoughts. According to this report, the feasibility is great, it's worth a try. Dean Wang also raised his glasses and said, even if there are problems with the actual process, the probability is that it's a material problem. The crowd compromised. However, there was still disagreement on the allocation of resources. Factory Director Yuan was still fighting to keep some of the existing plans. No, even if we want to experiment with future technologies, we don't necessarily have to completely give up the current mature program, right? If we really don't engage in mature technologies, the accumulation of practice may not be enough. The director of the Aeronautics Institute also said, I'm not thinking that it won't work, but if we do it this way, most of the work done and costs invested previously will be nullified, and it's not economical. At this, Tang Feng strongly disagreed. How could work be done in two minds, without full commitment? The efficiency of developing technology would not reach perfection. Tang Feng stating the pros and cons, even the Eagle Kingdom is trying new technologies, what's the point of being behind when it's built? For example, the Jumwalt that's trying all-electric propulsion, when its power system matures, it'll be able to put laser modules on it. By that time he can hit you, you can't hit him. What about ordinary missile ships that have absolutely no power to fight back? Airplanes are also, there is a generation gap in spaceflight. If we still bury ourselves in the development of rockets, at most, we can only catch up with the level of the Eagle Kingdom. If the Eagle Kingdom utilizes the airplanes, we can only catch up with the level of the Eagle Kingdom. In case the Eagle Kingdom utilizes the air and spaceplane to establish an advantage, the Moon and Mars can belong to them. Under the threat of the Eagle Kingdom described by Tang Feng, the crowd was finally speechless. Alright, you guys take the information back with you, and stop the projects that are currently underway as requested. Go all out to study the stipulated tasks, and contact me directly if you need any talents, or technical support. The heads of the military units returned to their units and immediately stopped the existing programs. Naval Shipyard. All the designer engineers were called to a meeting. The technicians were very surprised that the program had stopped, and came to the meeting room, murmuring, "What do you guys think is going on? Why did the factory director stop all the projects? Weren't they pushed pretty hard before?" "I don't know. But looking at this, it seems like there's going to be a big announcement. Cell phones are not allowed. Wouldn't be to more transform the ship program, right? Should not these years male split growth rate is not back well, should have the money is right." Tang Feng spread the information that only a few personnel knew. The technicians could only guess based on their normal thinking. Then, they saw Factory Director Yuan's new ship development plan. Chapter 79, Campus Debate. Air and Space Airplane Carrier? Nuclear-powered laser frigate? Drone swarm flank launch carrier? An airborne data ship? I'm not awake, am I? What is all this? I've never heard of it. Quiet. Quiet. Factory Director Yuan spoke out on the stage to maintain order. This is the Navy's building direction for the next 10 years. Starting today, everyone should be mentally prepared that the level of secrecy will be raised to a higher level. Below, the distribution of technical notes will begin. The technical note materials were handed out from the stage down, each one numbered, and sat until they were read and recycled. Getting the technical notes. The engineers' looks gradually went from puzzled to surprised and then shocked. The frigate is going to be designed so sci-fi. a specialized drone carrier that launches drones from the side and recovers them from the deck. This airborne aircraft has to have a takeoff mass of 120 tons and a landing mass of 30 tons, how high the deck strength has to be, and the electromagnetic catapults have to be built as much as they can. Won't something go wrong with such an over-the-top design? The designers were confused by the sci-fi design. For a moment, they didn't know where to start, even though there were parts of the underlying technology that could provide reference. But some of them also felt excited. I never thought that I would have the opportunity to participate in such a sci-fi program in this life. The anti-missile base, the Army Equipment Center, the Aerospace Group, the Aviation Academy, a similar scene was happening. Regardless of whether the researchers were excited or confused, the work still pushed forward under the concern of their superiors. With the work carried out, the engineers and technicians first tested the techniques provided by their superiors. Then based on those technologies, goals were set, rough models traced, and the technology, personnel, and funding needed brainstormed. Soon, the technology development plan was summarized by the Secret Service to Tang Feng. In the office, Tang Feng turned off the torturous English, math and physics literature, and answered the call for Liang Xiyan to come in. After Liang Xiyan entered, she noticed him rubbing his eyes frequently, and thought he was too tired from being plagued by the research, so she offered to put the forms on the projector. Trouble you. I should, you're welcome. Liang Xiyan said softly, moved in, turned off the lights, and turned on the projection. A pair of forms fell onto the curtain. The first thing that came up was the Naval Shipyard's demand table. In order to build an airborne aircraft carrier, they comprehensively considered the need to be able to support the 120-ton behemoth to take off and land more impact-resistant, higher yield, and higher toughness. Higher yield, higher toughness carrier deck materials. Fighter electromagnetic ejection systems, higher strength arresting cables. Next, there are nuclear fission reactors for ships, superconducting power systems for laser cannons, and ultrasensitive hemispherical mechanical rotating carriers with automatic calibration. Then there are highly efficient corrosion-resistant heat sinks, a fully integrated island for drone command, quantum communications, phased array radar, and an all-electric ship's power system parallel to and readily convertible to the superconducting system. Need Materials Institute, Superconductivity Institute to provide support. Army Equipment Center is very dry. Directly said that they would only build combat vehicles, artillery, rockets and other conventional weapons. Highly intelligent precision machinery, they are completely inexperienced. There is no one who understands. So they directly wrote an existing artillery, armor units for intelligent upgrades and modifications. The robot and man-portable power armor section is full of fait accompli. Bionic skin humanoid robots, dog-shaped robots. One of the humanoid robots can be built in small arms, but also to be able to use a variety of light weapons. The outer skin resists bullets up to 7.62 mm and 5.56 mm caliber and is capable of simple communication with humans. The man-portable power armor, on the other hand, is a full-body covered armor, with the face armor providing information guidance, face recognition, infrared scanning, thermal imaging, and other functions. The power unit should be able to allow a person to carry 100 kilograms and run at normal speed. It required laboratories in artificial intelligence and precision mechanics to join them to get it out. Tang Feng took a look and understood. This was trying to directly swallow 2 laboratories in. Looking further down, the aviation group's drones also needed support from the intelligence labs. The aerospace group's building of an air and space aircraft would require a strong material development capability, pursuing the goals of radiation resistance, ablation resistance, strong structure, and lightweight. Other than that, since the combined power engine is already available, it just needs to step up the repair of the ultra-high-speed wind tunnel to blow out the shape of the airspace plane in the wind tunnel. The needs of the missile department were simpler. The critical space wind tunnel just need to be built quickly. The others had not encountered any bottlenecks yet, although he had built the Plowman as well as the Zero mech. But the raw materials for these 2 mechs are rare metals. Domestic cannot be a large number of mining. On the last time to ask for a little or long Kuyu on stingy search tangled half a day before giving Tang Feng. Although before in many countries signed an agreement, but can be a large number of rare metal mining countries is only the Eagle country. With the current form, it was impossible to go and open up with them. Tang Feng confirmed the R&D program and began to deploy resources to the various research units. At the same time, the tasks that required external assistance were assigned to the appropriate places. Artificial intelligence was of course the 10 strongest bowls of coffee sugar technology in the country at the moment. Materials Research was a new materials company built as a joint venture between coffee sugar technology and several military materials institutes. Superconducting circuits, handed over to Linchang University of Technology, the country's premier in this area. Precision machines, it is estimated that a research lab will have to be tapped from the top universities in Magic City. There is also the hydrogen fuel cell. This is not really understood, I do not know which chemical companies do a good job. Writing here, Tang Feng stopped writing. After Tang Feng took office, although the military research program was arranged, the plan for the university, the enterprise laboratory has not been done. But since he was going to make a trip across the country, let's go ahead and finalize the tasks for the universities and enterprise labs. Moreover, it would be better to contact them when they were all done. Only, Tang Feng had now taken a 2-month vacation. Even though the school side didn't say anything, it was almost the end of the semester, and the exams couldn't be missed. So, Tang Feng temporarily left the company and returned to the school. When Tang Feng arrived at the school, he realized that the school was actually having an event. A school-wide debate competition. Each grade level would put up someone, and then a proposition would be randomly selected. Then the judges from our school and other middle schools below would score it fairly. Did you hear? This time, the debater sent by our junior group has Lin won. Aha! She's so beautiful. Even if she doesn't say anything, she's still a pleasure to look at when she stands there. What's the topic of the debate this time? I think the draw just now said wealth and freedom, right? Wealth and freedom? What's there to debate about? Suggesting a direct equalization. Humph. Shallow. Are rich people necessarily happy? Ha! You can't imagine the happiness of the rich. Following behind the two, listening to the entire program. Tang Feng stroked his chin. This debate topic was very interesting. Since Lin Wan was also going to be on the stage, Tang Feng decided to go backstage and meet her. Chapter 80, forced onto the stage. The debate began. QAQ. As a result, when he arrived at the backstage, Lin Wan was nowhere to be seen. Instead, she was stopped by a fat man. Hey, brother, do me a favor. You're shouting at me? Tang Feng looked at Ma Fei and pointed at himself suspiciously. Ma Fei hurriedly nodded his head, not seeing who Tang Feng was, speaking extremely fast. I have a bad stomach, brother, help me with this. Said a brain to put the documents in his hand, as well as the defender card stuffed into Tang Feng's hand. Then like a rabbit, drilled into the direction of the toilet. The whole time watching Tang Feng dumbfounded, speechless, looking at the business card in his hand. Ma Fei? The representative debater of the first group? 5 minutes later, Ma Fei ran out of the toilet with his pants in his hand. Tang Feng had already gotten a little impatient long ago. Not knowing if he would be able to see Lin Wan if he went in afterward, he was about to shove the object in his hand towards his hand. As a result, Ma Fei palmed his hands right on his shoulders, and with a sincere face said, Brother, I'm holding back to come out, just so you won't have to wait long. Buddy, I can't, eat bad stomach, you have to help me go over to the student council side to say, I really can't hard on. Let them first find a topic, I'm really sorry, please help you pass the message, if I can survive today how to also have to compete for the school law. Ma Fei's mouth quickly and fluently finished, turned around and lifted his pants and ran to the toilet in a stern manner. Tang Feng froze in place. What the hell is this? Also, which one of the student council I'm looking for? Who's in charge? The blue seats in the multifunctional hall were lined up in several large sections. The deep multifunctional hall is often used as a standard place for speeches or to hold evening events, and it was bustling with people. Most of the judges, contestants, and student union organizers in the front row were making preparations to negotiate. The crowd in the audience, the first row of chairs in the multi-purpose hall is reserved for the judges. The second row is a group of guests from both sides, the student council, the school committee, and teachers from different schools. The numerous seats in the back were essentially at full capacity, standing on both sides of the aisle. In front of them, there was a sudden surge of what they knew would not be unusual, and when they looked over, it was the other school's debater. It was the opposing school's debaters who came in under the guidance of the instructor and the organizers of the 4th Provincial High School. At the head of the group was a girl with long hair, beautiful looks, and a slim figure. The first place winner of the first year of Provincial 4th Middle School, Sun Miao. Slim and tall figure, a plain one-piece dress, dressed somewhat maturely. Lips with a smile arc that cannot be caught, but cannot hide a quiet. And her quiet look, but cannot hide the eyes revealed in the bones of the restless heart. Just see her, a pair of put eyes on the whole field of light and natural expression, out of thin air to create a point of temperament. Look at this appearance, can be good at war, but also really right. Even if it's an away game, she still puts up an awe-inspiring stance. Many people in Yutsai Middle School have said that this Sun Miao is not ordinary, her language performance is quite good, and she has won the first prize in the national language competition. A student council member came by his side and carefully surveyed Tang Feng for a moment, a little confused. Then looked at Tang Feng's hand on behalf of the logo of the sign, surprised to see him. Tang Feng, when you came back? You're still a debater? Why are you still dumbfounded? Get on it. It's almost time. You must win honor for our school. Then this officer hurriedly moved the table that was blocking the edge of the crowd away, dragging Tang Feng to the activity area. The surrounding group of people sized up Tang Feng, who was known as the debater, and their brains went a little bit down. Tang Feng had taken a vacation and disappeared for 2 months. Why did he suddenly appear here? As the president of the student council and moderator of the debate, Hao Jian returned to the school side and whispered to the people around him. What, Ma Fei hasn't arrived yet? Where did this person go? Didn't get it, this kid gave off the chain at the critical moment. Hao Jian, wearing a white shirt, although not have to wear a suit so formal, at the moment there are some undershirt sweat seepage around the eyes of the weak, said. It's almost time, I'll go up first, in a moment, when our defender arrives, let him quickly take his place. Hao Jian went up to the stage, immediately attracted attention, originally also some noisy scene, a moment slightly quiet down. At this moment in the tournament area, the officer dragging Tang Feng arrived, and said to the girl in charge of the scene wearing the student union's hang tag, "Quick, our last debater has arrived." Tang Feng hurriedly took out Ma Fei's debater's card and explained, "This debater of yours went to the restroom, and he asked me to give you a word. Letting you take over, is it? It's already started and you're still not quick enough to go in." The girl briefly looked at Tang Feng's license and said with resentment, then immediately stepped aside. Tang Feng so pushed and jostled and appeared in Yutsai Middle School's debaters' table area that was put together with 2 large back solid wood tables. Tang Feng immediately reacted, "This is a real sword on the battlefield, this trip misunderstanding big." Turning around, he saw a hastily rushed over to the head of the student council and said, "I'm not a defender, your defender Ma Fei can't come in an emergency, let me come over to bring a message, you quickly find other replacements to top." The students of the 2 student councils were dumbfounded and wiped their cold sweat. Holy shit, he didn't take a vacation earlier. Where am I going to find someone when it's all about to start? The man froze and looked at Tang Feng again. "You're Tang Feng, right? Have you ever participated in a debate tournament before?" Tang Feng froze and nodded. In 2 lifetimes, he had still had such experiences. "Do you know what the topic is today? Does wealth equal freedom?" "Wait, you don't want me to be on it, do you?" That student council saw the data book of Ma Fei cupped in Tang Feng's hands, and with a clap, pointed at Tang Feng, and, "It's fine Tang Feng, we believe in you. If you're sure, say so, but if you're not, don't talk nonsense, we have 3 other debaters. We still have 3 other debaters, so we have to hold out even if we have to make peace. Yutsai's honor depends on you." "It's okay, I arranged it, I'm responsible. Go ahead and play." This student council cadre said this. Tang Feng was speechless, all urgent to this point. There is nothing more to say, nodded and turned around. He came to the table where the 3 major debaters of Yutsai Middle School were, and joined the ranks of the end of the defense. Once on stage, Tang Feng naturally saw Lin Wan. Gently stepping forward, Lin Wan let out a "ya," and then looked surprised. "Tang Feng? Why are you here? When did you come back?" As Lin Wan did so, the several debaters in front of her also turned back, looking at Tang Feng with a face like they had seen a ghost. "Where's that kid Ma Fei?" "I'm going, Tang Feng, you're on?" Tang Feng nodded helplessly and explained the cause. Now, that debater was shocked. "In other words, Tang Feng, you didn't prepare at all beforehand, did you?" Looking at the gazes cast by the remaining few debaters and Lin Wan, Tang Feng nodded honestly. Chapter 81, Sun Miao Miao's Provocation. Oh. First of all, thank you very much to all the leaders, guests, as well as teachers and students who are here. Today is the site of the Yutsai Middle School Guest Invitation Debate Tournament organized by the School League Committee and the School Student Committee. Today's debate tournament we've invited the strong school debate team of the 4th Middle School, as well as our Yutsai star debate duo. Let's give a round of applause. Hao Jian looked around, and a cold sweat swished out of his undershirt. Why was Tang Feng here? At the same time, Tang Feng secretly crossed his heart, afraid of hair. This time is solidly forced up the mountain, up not to come down, in addition to go all out. There is no other way. So standing in front of the debate table, he can no longer care so much, a big deal to send the expression. He didn't realize that this moment had already caused many people to be stunned and surprised, or to laugh and cry. The backstage staff member was witnessing the entire process from Tang Feng entering the tournament area to going on stage, and found it extremely unbelievable. The student council cadres had told her that this debate was carefully selected by the school's student council, and that all of these debaters had gone through a tactical seminar beforehand. But she never knew that Tang Feng would even be standing on the stage at this moment. Moreover, before this, Tang Feng had disappeared from the school for nearly 2 months. The most crucial thing was, in the crowd's impression, Tang Feng had never participated in a debate competition before. Without even going through any professional training, Tang Feng, how was he going to cope with this kind of confrontation on the field? Tang Feng's classmates sitting under the stage were pulled by the people sitting behind them, and a few of them came forward, trembling and inquiring, "That's Tang Feng from our class. Is that Tang Feng from our class?" A boy turned his head and said earnestly, "It seems to be." Then, earth-shattering applause roared like waves. No one cared who Tang Feng was up there, no one cared where the hell he came from. Right now, he was nothing more than a member of the debate team that made up the debate between Yutsai and the 4th Middle School. What everyone was concerned about was how the two sides were going to exchange words in today's debate, whether Yutsai would be the best, or whether they would be outmaneuvered by the 4th high school. More people want to hear that the school flower level school bully in the 4 middle school in the opening is how pleasing to the voice, but also surging impassioned thoughts. When that girl across the street with her plain colored skirt just stood there looking at Tang Feng across the street, Tang Feng felt a murderous ice pressing in. Meaning his eyes, Sun Miao Miao obviously had an unnatural expression on her face. Staring blankly at Tang Feng, who had appeared from the other side of the table, his gaze instantly froze. Knowing that he was recognized, Tang Feng turned his head slightly. Sun Miao Miao was feeling the puzzled gazes of the classmates next to her, and hurriedly responded. The girl stared at Tang Feng strangely, then looked at Sun Miao Miao, and said, "Is everything alright?"
Nothing. That girl obviously didn't recognize Tang Feng.
Moreover, Tang Feng wasn't written on the list of debaters this time. Sun Miao Miao resumed that very sweet smile, looking over towards Tang Feng, smiling meaningfully, and gently shaking her head. It seemed that she hadn't expected to be on a hostile stage with Tang Feng. Sun Miao Miao stretched out her white lotus root hand to the Yutsai crowd in the midst of the uproar, her pretty lip line raised in contempt. Then she gave a thumbs up, and then turned her thumb 180 degrees, facing downwards. "This sister. There's a last name." The students of Yutsai were in an uproar, some of them were tickled by such a mischievous Sun Miao Miao. The countless innocent young boys who thought that Sun Miao Miao belonged to the image of those vegetative and icy princesses were somewhat completely subdued by her performance of turning by Jing at this moment. This woman dares to provoke. Really think we Yutsai no one, to let her know the power, know we Yutsai men's power. Sooner or later, we'll have to subdue her into submission. Someone else said in a conspiratorial manner. Tang Feng secretly sweated, this little nymph named Sun Miao Miao really dared to do it. Fighting on the road, deep in the battlefield of Yutsai. Still daring to provoke so recklessly, this little ninny was really a wild and untamed master. And this thumbs down is clearly directed at himself, signaling that since you're standing across from me, then you can only be stomped down. It really gave one the urge to spank her ass hard. For the debates, Tang Feng's memories of his later life were all less than glowing. Now recalled when he was in junior high school debate, completely failed miserably, not well prepared, the debaters with the coordination is not coordinated. Especially when those opponents in the hands of a few quite raw, disliked himself to the core, losing gray. Before he stood on the edge of the debate, he recalled this memory, still a lingering shadow. Having once ended up in a fiasco, and now once again facing a counter-current of time and returning to the campus debate tournament arena, Tang Feng felt that it was time to make some changes. A debate is the most important thing is to fully prepared, collect all kinds of information, used to face the other side is very likely to be tricky to strike bite the dead aspect. There is also a saying in the debate that whoever accumulates and prepares more fully, then the closer to the threshold of victory. Tang Feng hadn't had any surprise training on this debate, nor had he engaged in a lot of behind-the-scenes data collection. Even if Ma Fei's handbook had all sorts of well-prepared information, Tang Feng couldn't memorize it and use it in a short period of time. But he still had the biggest weapon, the experience brought by rebirth, life experience, and his own sharp reaction speed. These were all things that came from his brain, at his fingertips. After all, than other people more golden fingers, to race to fool people, then come on. Hao Jian as the host, in this moment quickly calmed his mind, against this girl in the 4th middle school provocation after the whole field some boiling breath. Continued, then let's welcome the judges, they are, the province's 4th middle school, XXX teacher, XXXX teacher. Welcome to the judges. Welcome to support this event. Hao Jian paused tactfully, giving the crowd time to applaud. So let's get to know both debaters, please introduce yourselves. The whole room was silent, one by one, the atmosphere was immediately urgent. Provincial 4th middle school, first year, Sun Miao Miao, thank you. Sun Miao Miao's voice was nice and clear, carrying quite a bit of confidence. Provincial 4th middle school, first year, Zhang San, thank you. Introducing one by one from the 4th middle school, one by one with a bland demeanor, it was Tang Feng's turn. Yutsai Middle School, first year, Tang Feng, thank you. The crowd was in an uproar, this debate was unusual. Two of the most famous students from their respective schools had actually joined in, it was truly a battle of the gods now. Both sides finished their introductions. The scene all went into a burst of urgency, all felt a mountainous aura, everyone was not an oil lamp. Chapter 82, almost revealed. Okay, thank you to both sides debaters. Our thesis today is, does wealth represent freedom? Do you become more free the more wealth you have, or do you become less and less free? Let's start the argumentation phase and how both sides are going to start. The crowd listened to Hao Jian talk about the rules and time, and for a while the scene was quiet, waiting for the opening. In fact, in Hao Jian's heart, he was secretly grumbling, he couldn't figure out how Tang Feng got on the line. His appearance in disguise disrupted the Yutsai formation, and now naturally can only listen to God's will. Both sides of the argument, Yutsai First Defense generously stood up some argument. He talked about the material growth of wealth and the spiritual growth of realizing one's dreams, expanding the range of choices available to each individual, concluding that one is given more freedom. Zhang San of the fourth form smiled faintly and countered strongly. The other side is obsessed with the benefits of wealth, using sensationalized examples as proof, using polarized thinking to lead us to look at the real-life despondency of those who lack wealth, and the beautiful vision of acquiring wealth to realize our dreams. Yet, we all get caught up in the misconceptions, but never mention the process of chasing these money and wealth, and how many dreams we have lost and how much we have been bound after acquiring wealth. If the red side only dwells on this level of debate today, we will be very disappointed and look forward to a higher level of exciting arguments. This Zhang San temperament took it all. The next Tang Feng second defense interface, he was next in Sun Miao Miao hard knock, thought about it, off the top of his head. The other party's first defense has been elaborating on our polarized thinking, but also asked the other party not to be so limited petty. What? Zhang San's eyebrows jumped, and the people around him drew a breath of cold air. This Tang Feng's words were very harsh, and he dared to directly point out Zhang San's pettiness as soon as he came up. He heard Tang Feng continue, let's look farther. Wealth is a prerequisite for freedom, even the foundation. The so-called thick and thin wealth provides the material conditions and guarantee for our survival and development. Without this, then the current human society would basically be in a state where we are eating blood, not even enough to eat. How can we talk about freedom if we live in caves and the wind and cold can kill us? Human beings have developed from the acquisition of fire to the present use of nuclear energy. The first industrial revolution to the moon. Penicillin saved tons of lives. To organ transplantation and reconstruction, and even genetic repair, mankind has mastered the freedom to prolong life. The accumulation of the computer wealth base, mankind also has the same freedom to enter the virtual world. Dragon's first rocket, to the space shuttle to Mars, the success of manned spaceflight makes us have the freedom to move towards outer space. And so the history of human civilization is the history of wealth creation and the pursuit of freedom. Thank you. The whole room was stunned, and the students of Yutsai Middle School gave each other high fives. Very beautiful comebacks. Tang Feng is worthy of being a hegemon of our school, he's really at the level of a heavenly pride. Lin Wan's expression was first one of surprise, not expecting Tang Feng to respond appropriately like this. With a point of small-minded laughter, she then frowned again, falling into doubt. Tang Feng was immersed in his own such as King Pesticide Luna Infinite even so smooth gap, the scene's calm was suddenly broken. Sun Miao Miao's nice voice said, "This student, can I ask about the record of successful manned spaceflight to Mars and the Dragon Kingdom? As far as I know, it was only in January this year that the Airspace One spacecraft successfully flew into the sky." A large crowd of people looked at him with bated breath. Tang Feng's eyes went black, shit. Forgetting that the current stage of Dragon Kingdom's airspace airplane was only the conceptual stage. Sun Miao Miao's rhetorical question forced Tang Feng to be at a loss for words for a moment. After all, it was sudden, and talking had actually trapped him. In Tang Feng's company, these familiar things could simply be said to be at hand. However, at this stage of the limitations, there were still a lot of things that he simply couldn't say, involving confidentiality. Seeing that the entire room was quiet, waiting for Sun Miao Miao's query, Tang Feng was stunned, then asked rhetorically. I don't know if the other apologist feels that after the Eagle Country and White Bear Country, our country's manned spaceflight project is out of reach? Our pursuit of this aspect has never been a breakthrough? The third defense oil-headed man from the other side sniffed eloquently, of course not. Then, he continued. The Air and Space One spaceship lifted off this year, and although it is said to be an unmanned spaceship, the technical state is basically the same as that of a manned spaceship. Experiments in the fields of space life sciences, space materials, and space astrophysics in a microgravity environment were conducted on the spacecraft, and the heart cells of a turtle were extracted. Observe the effect of space environment on heart cells, and even carry a variety of algae such as fish star algae, spirulina, and other bacteria such as Escherichia coli. This just shows that our country's manned space program has entered the intensive preparatory stage, can be expected in the next 10 years, will change radically. The fact that the other side's defense can even get this kind of information wrong only proves that the information they usually collect is not up to par. To be impractical and not exhaustive with information that you can't even grasp yourself, isn't that a laughing matter, treating this debate as a child's play? Tang Feng smiled faintly, seeming to have a plan. Whether or not I'm a laughingstock is not an issue for now. I just know that even the opposing debaters are so proudly expounding on our country's breakthrough in manned spaceflight technology. One can know how much the nation will be uplifted if there is a day in the future when our manned spaceflight technology succeeds. It's an inspiring move to bring the Dragon Kingdom out of the Blue Star Circle, representing our dream of pursuing freedom. As for from Airspace 1 to Airspace 2, or the future Airspace 7, 15, and 20. Leaving aside whether this naming method is correct or not, at least this progression shows that the accumulation and breakthrough of our aerospace wealth will certainly be in the future, with the hopes of the people of the Dragon Kingdom, breaking through the atmosphere, exploring the freedom of space dreams. This is a thing that makes our spirit how proud and free. At these words, the whole audience was in an uproar. It turned out to be a deliberate trap to dig a pit to attract the other party to disprove their theory. Tang Feng finished speaking in one breath, secretly in a false alarm, so close, thanks to give rounded back. As a matter of fact, when his family's third defender opened his mouth, Sun Miao Miao, who had quite a bit of experience, realized that it wasn't good. As expected, Tang Feng counterattacked next, causing her to frown. Tang Feng really is something. Tang Feng's Yucai debaters' side have cast a glance at him, nodding their heads, feeling that this pit dug skillfully, so that the other side cannot help but fall in. It was just that this student didn't seem to be a green freshman, but instead resembled a character who had been through hundreds of battles and had a talent for debating, and was able to speak well. Now even the host student body president Hao Jian are relieved. This time just sent Tang Feng up the person, also feel fortunate that they did not see the wrong person to come. Chapter 83 Versailles Oilhead Man. The next team of various debaters each word exchanged words, all cannot give way. Entering the free debate session, Zhang San of the 4th middle school's eyes narrowed. At this time he had to look Tang Feng in the eye. He even felt that if he wasn't at the top of his game today, he might not be able to make the promise of the 4th high school to fail miserably. Zhang San was originally a powerful character, and between the short pause, he immediately had an answer, unhurriedly targeting Tang Feng. Just now the apologist said that human society from the hair and blood to information technology developed, the concept of the blue star more and more on the agenda, to the development of our national air and space aircraft. Then I would like to ask, what pushes human society forward? What human society pursues, is it technology, or is it something called wealth? Does the fact that you have invested heavily in wealth necessarily lead to technological advancement and development? So wasn't the scientific research funding that Einstein, Tesla, Franklin, etc. received the greatest wealth of their time? Also, what we're discussing today is just the premise that wealth gives freedom on the one hand. It also creates unfreedom on the other side, and I hope that the opposing defense will make this criterion clear. A quiet murmur of enthusiasm passed through the crowd. This Zhang San was really quite strong. Every sentence hit the mark. This argument was thrown out, but I didn't know how Tang Feng would defuse it. Tang Feng resolutely countered. I heard for the first time, science and technology cannot be counted as part of the wealth of human society. Wealth should be generalized to mean everything of useful value to oneself, including spirituality and materiality, while freedom is the right to make one's own choices. Please ask the other party to be discerning. The people watching the scene were greatly feeling unable to resist. This Tang Feng provoked Zhang San this number of strong man, causing the other party to frequently target attacks against him, yet he also defended without a drop of water. The two people fought each other, and were really able to pick up the conversation. It was important to know that this Zhang San was the first defense of the 4th middle school, and the first defense was usually the strongest existence among the debaters. Surprisingly, he met a deep hidden expert here. The saying of Yucai's crouching tiger hidden dragon was not unfounded. It was a wonderful debate. Sun Miao Miao stood up and gently knocked on the table. I think the opposing debater has fallen into a misunderstanding, which is to attribute spiritual wealth, to the meaning of wealth that we are discussing today. If morality, pride, self-confidence, and technology are all collectively referred to as wealth, then can I say that freedom is also a spiritual wealth? Our argument then becomes, the more wealth you have, the more wealth you have. Such a dead-end circular argument, does it make sense? Besides, the other side of the debate utilizes the spirit to reach a high level, and can get rid of all the bonds of unfreedom. So are we arguing today that the relationship between the amount of wealth and freedom is proportional, or are we arguing that the relationship between the level of your spirituality and freedom is proportional? This hand really hit the nail on the head, causing the judges and teachers to nod frequently. Once Sun Miao Miao had said that, she smiled at Tang Feng with the corners of her mouth curled up. She then sat down gracefully, with an expression that looked at how you would respond. Tang Feng was simply tickled by Sun Miao Miao, but could not show it. He also had to show that he was not discouraged by the momentum, and he was calmly handling the situation. Slightly headache-ridden Tang Feng thought for a moment. Where is this considered a circular argument, such as I said here? Sun Miao Miao, you are a very pretty girl. Then what I'm going to expound on is that you're pretty, not that you're a circular argument for a girl. This sentence drew a chorus of laughter, and even the judges couldn't help but laugh. The boys from Yucai were even more energized, and there was no shortage of good buddies whistling in support of the debate, only feeling that this debate was making people breathless. Zhang San and Sun Miao Miao in the 4th middle school opened their mouths and were sharp as hell, comparing to countless swordsmen. Now seeing Tang Feng take advantage of the situation to get a verbal cheap shot, the crowd's hearts were greatly comforted. Sun Miao Miao's face quietly reddened a little. Next to him, Zhang San was also gnashing his teeth at Tang Feng. This kid dared to molest a girl from our 4th middle school in public. He does not know that Sun Miao Miao and the 4 middle school supporters a lot of it, once really want to pursue up to find him trouble. He is 10 can talk the mouth are useless. Tang Feng's classmates looked at each other in dismay, but because the teacher was next to them, they did not dare to communicate too much. Can only secretly sneak a thumbs up, who all know that this debate teen girl in the 4th middle school tops a piece of heaven. Tang Feng this kind of demeanor. Today's debate no matter who loses or wins, I'm sure that after this, the MMs of the 4th middle school, I'm afraid that they will all verbally attack Tang Feng's frivolity. The Yutsei junior grade language teacher who served as a judge, this time Jack made a statement. At the same time to ease the enthusiasm and excitement of the scene because of Tang Feng's sentence. Everyone relax a little, you can humor, wit and witty, all is a magic weapon to win. You don't have to be so tense. I think the second defender of Yutsei, although he is a bit sophomoric, he is able to be witty and humorous. Right, relax, just kidding. Tang Feng wiped his sweat and faced Sun Miao Miao's piercing gaze. The other side of the third defense oil-head man obviously feel the pressure, in front of Tang Feng was compared to down. The offense could only be handed over to Zhang San and Sun Miao Miao to dominate, which made him feel a great loss of face, organized his thoughts, stood up and said in oil. Ever since I was a child, I've loved traveling. From the initial South China Sea around, to the Sujiang River, northern Zhejiang, and then I went to Songshan to enjoy the maple, climbed the majestic Yu Mountain. Bara. Later, in the domestic travel can no longer satisfy me, I went abroad. To the land of the eagle, to the land of the white bear, to the land of the Rafi, to the land of the cherry blossom. Every time I went to these places, I wished I wasn't alone. I wished that I was accompanied by my father. But unfortunately, my father is the CEO of a multinational company. Because of his job, he is only able to provide me with tens of millions of dollars in cash, but not to accompany me. So even more wealth doesn't really make one feel free. The crowd's perception of the greasy-headed man changed instantly after hearing his words. Good lord, is this guy here to debate or to show off and come to Versailles? If others had such good conditions to be able to travel, they definitely wouldn't be as depressed as him. It would be too late to be happy. Only, the oil-head man's words were rough. The oil-headed man's offense was very grounded and simple. After all, his family owned such a large amount of wealth, so he was more than qualified to discuss whether wealth brought freedom or not. Let's put aside whether he is consciously or unconsciously displaying a sense of superiority. Just looking at the fact that there were data and examples, he was very much in a position to speak So it's a male son being in a blessed state and not knowing the blessings, it's no wonder, it's a luxury for ordinary people to be able to take a trip. As a result, he took his dad's money and squandered it, and he still dares to say he's depressed, his greed is endless. Countless students said sourly. Tang Feng took a deep breath, searched from his mind for information that had value at this stage, thought for a moment, and opened his mouth. Chapter 84, A Great Victory. Only to hear Tang Feng retort. Since the other party has taken out wealth as an example, then I also have a corresponding example. In this year's Serving or Not Serving ranking, Chairman Li Si, who resides at the top of the Dragon Kingdom's rich and powerful list, said, in the past, his family was poor and didn't dare to think about it. It is this kind of wealth that has brought him the freedom to accomplish more than 40 scientific research achievements. Freedom is the watch on our hands, you take it off, your wrist will have the freedom of not being constrained. When you put him on, you have the freedom to control time. The so-called freedom is a higher level of pursuit instead of a lower level of pursuit. For example, let's say your father is creating value for this society, and you are depressed and whining simply because he is not with you. Talking about freedom and not freedom, if the other apologist really only cares about this small freedom, then I have nothing to say. The crowd was quiet, it had come to the very crucial free debate session. Above this session both sides were going back and forth, you attacking and I defending, completely to the point of a short fight. Tang Feng became the main character to cope with, a person against the other side of the pressure of the attack of several debaters, when the skill is not small. The Yutsai debaters around him were all providing him with the maximum amount of circumstantial evidence to assist and shout. Lin Wan couldn't say anything for a while, so she stood by the side and watched Tang Feng's spirited behavior. Zhang San suddenly got up, his eyes bringing their own red flash and said, look at our country's top-ranked tycoons. Sometimes I want to worship the wealth and status they gained, I'm going to have a few lifetimes to spend. I would pile up donkey brand bags, Adidas shoes, anime fashions all over my entire villa. But what about the fact that these people are not as free-spirited as we think they are? The Dragon Entrepreneur Growth and Development Report tells us that the average entrepreneur works 14 hours a day. Some of them even overspend their lives dying suddenly as a result. Does the other side's defense think this is freedom? Do you have any more comparisons? I'm sorry, this apologist, can I take your words to mean that having pressure means not being free? It was, after all, his own choice. Then is it possible to say that the beggars on the roadside are the freest? Because they have nothing, no pressure except begging. Sun Myeomyo rose to her defense. Autonomous choice? Then everyone who has been married, marriage is an autonomous choice. But is everyone who gets married necessarily free? If it's free, then why say that marriage is a shackle of love? At this point Lin Won stood up and refuted. Marriage is the yoke of sweetness. I want to say, Sun Myeomyo, you and I are both girls, and in the future, women will get married. Won't you one day willingly choose to hold hands for the sake of this sweetness and enjoy the freedom of two people? Sun Myeomyo was stunned, then smiled sweetly. Yes, that is a shackle, but I yearn for freedom. This seemingly autonomous choice is in fact a kind of unfreedom. If one day, I also have the right to choose not to get married, that should be true freedom. What a scourge it would be for such a girl to choose not to get married. This society already has too many monks and not enough porridge, so wouldn't the monks' temple be crowded out? When these words came out, a sensation immediately erupted in the small crowd of Yutsai. Let us receive you. Such and such words. Tang Feng stood up and stared at Sun Myeomyo without hesitation, frowning. Is this statement from the other side's defender a free-for-all, or are they deliberate words to refute our point of view? The overlord of the wild area, Li Bai, had a poem, 5-flower horse, 1,000 gold furs, caller will come out to change the wine, with you to cancel all the sorrows of the past. With 5-flower horse, 1,000 gold fur, exchanged for fine wine, used to dispel the sorrows, this is the portrayal of life's magnificent one-point pursuit of freedom. The first defense of the other side cited an example, the pursuit of wealth, we will accordingly consume a lot of time as the price. However, if time cannot be consumed on this, where do we let it flow to? Do we waste it? A certain big brother said, where there are people, there are rivers and lakes, life in this world, you have to face these, you have no place to escape. Zhang San's defiant mouth pouted. Anyone could see now that Tang Feng had used an almost holistic height to powerfully carry several of their fourth middle school's top debaters in a thought-provoking manner. It was hard to imagine how he pondered these issues in such depth. Although Zhang San slightly retorted, anyone could see that Zhang San's defense was far less sharp. Most of the people in the debate tournament were students who had good logical thinking in languages. Even if they didn't make sense, they could still confuse concepts and get away with sophistry. There was also never a situation where one could be blocked into a dead end and be rendered speechless. However, he was able to make Zhang San unable to pursue and fight like a shark, but instead had to dodge left and right to avoid being bitten in the vitals. The fact that there were several speech errors in his words emphasized Tang Feng's ability. Associated with Tang Feng's identity, Zhang San also had to be convinced. Playing IQ with geniuses, they were still almost interesting. Having arrived early at this moment, sitting in the last row and solving the stomach problem, Ma Fei, the original debater in Tang Feng's replacement position, lowered his head and pondered over the debate between the two sides just now, pushing to the pithy point, clapping his hands. If it was him, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to withstand Zhang San's repeated bombardment. I didn't realize that I had casually pulled a person, but actually drew out a underwater dragon. The next debate was also the time for the respective fourth defender to make a summary statement. Zhang San sat in his original position, his eyes in high spirits. Although he was provoked by Tang Feng several times this trip, but at this stage of the situation, and then how grudges, it is not possible to argue back with the power of words. Instead, he stared at Tang Feng with eyes as sharp as knives, making Tang Feng helpless. Zhang San was also a bit depressed. Who would have thought that Tang Feng would suddenly come on stage, and hadn't even considered him in his tactics beforehand. If he had known he was there, he simply wouldn't have come. Sun Myeomyo was expressionless, sitting opposite Tang Feng. With a look as calm as smoke, she listened to the summarizing speech of the four defenders around her. After the two-side summary statements were elaborated, Hao Jian, who was responsible for hosting, nodded, organized the cheat sheet on hand, and did a general review. He also let the chief judges of Yutsai in the fourth high school make their concluding remarks, scoring the debate, judging the winning team according to the judges' opinions, and selecting the most outstanding debaters. The chief judge walked up to the stage, took the sheet in his hand, and said, "Today's competition, strictly speaking, the topic was set up wisely and very exciting. Unfortunately, the height of the discussion between the two sides did not rise above the metrics of philosophy. Not philosophical enough. However, it is worth mentioning here that I was very impressed by Yutsai's Tang Feng, who deserved to win Best Debater. The final score was 16-12, Yutsai Middle School won." Tang Feng thought to himself, that's for sure, even though it was the fourth middle school that had the pride of heaven. But compared to himself, the gap was still huge. The crowd cheered as Yutsai won the game. Before Sun Myeomyo left, she passed by Tang Feng, but leisurely threw down a sentence. "Don't worry, no matter how many times you stand against me, I'll let you win." Tang Feng was confused by this sentence at the same time that Lin Wan's cool eyes drifted over. Chapter 85, Sister and Mu of the Waves. On the final exam, Tang Feng once again wrote out with a perfect score in all subjects. coupled with his heroic performance in the debate. Nowadays, the entire school year had been divided into 2 grades for students. One stall was called the Tangfeng exclusive stall, one called the ordinary student stall. After that, Tangfeng met up with Lang Xian and headed to the Linchang University of Technology for his mission. Linchang University of Technology. Plainclothes security entered. The dormitory and teaching building were placed under manpower control. The school's entry and exit was more than 10 times stricter. Regarding this situation, the students speculated if there was some important person who was coming to inspect the school. Is it the school department that's coming to inspect? No, it might be a higher level. The last time the minister came there wasn't such a big show. What do you mean? The students asked around but didn't hear much useful information. All that was known was that the teacher in class today was uncharacteristically frantic with his roll call, setting off a bloodbath. It's still important to attend class. If you fail because of watching the fun, then it's not worth it. At 2:30 p.m., a fleet of 10 or so trucks and commercial vehicles drove into the campus in a low-profile manner, heading straight to the experimental teaching base of Linchang University of Technology. The principal had already led a group of professors waiting at the entrance of the building for a long time. Seeing Tangfeng get out of the car, he immediately led people to welcome him. Chief Master Tang, welcome to our university for an inspection. You're welcome. It's hard for the principal and all of you to greet me here. Where, Chief Master Tang is giving us something, of course we should be so. I wonder where the instruments are unloaded. Tangfeng stopped the pleasantries and asked. The principal sniffed and immediately pointed to a certain building behind him. The rooms on the first and second floors of Building B have been vacated, so just go there. Good. Tangfeng asked the Secret Service to cooperate with the principal's arrangements to unload the goods. Then at the invitation of the principal, a group of people went to visit the various experimental buildings within the base. Halfway there, Lang Xian walked to the side and said softly, "Excuse me for a moment, I'm going to the restroom." Hearing Lang Xian's words, Tangfeng was also a bit pissed. Wait for me, I'll go for a bit too. The two went to the restroom. There were students on the road who were taking a break between classes. Tangfeng came out after going to the restroom and didn't see Lang Xian, so he stood outside and waited. He didn't expect to wait for unexpected people. 2 cute-looking girls came up to him, talking and laughing. One of the girls saw Tangfeng and tilted her head hesitantly. After a long while, it stopped in its tracks and said in surprise, "Tangfeng?" Tangfeng looked over and recognized the girl. Sister Enmu? Enmu was Tangfeng's neighbor in elementary school, and Xia Shiro was on good terms with him. From memory, this woman was very gentle and choppy like a big sister. Meeting his late friend unexpectedly, Tangfeng was quite happy as he smiled and waved his hand in greeting. "Sister En, long time no see, how does it feel to be in graduate school?" Enmu confirmed Tangfeng's identity and smiled back. "It's fine, why are you here too? Are you coming to be my schoolmate?" Tangfeng shook his head. "It's still early, I have something to come and visit." "So come to visit? Well, right." Enmu nodded. The girl next to her had been observing Tangfeng's clothing and temperament, and associating it with the strictness of today's security check. She felt that Tangfeng wasn't simple. At this thought, the girl pinched Enmu's arm. "Hey, Mumu, aren't you going to introduce me?" Sorry, I forgot." Being reminded by her roommate, Enmu confessed and was about to introduce, but she didn't notice Lang Xian silently approaching behind her. "He's Tangfeng, the little genius who was so hot a few years ago. My neighbor. And this one is my roommate who charmed thousands of young men. Xin, how is it? She is pretty, right? She's also a school bully. How about you let her be your girlfriend when you grow up?" "Sister En, what the hell are you introducing?" Tangfeng spat helplessly. This Enmu was still as elfin and eccentric as before. Lang Xian came behind them, her expression very subtle. Especially when she saw the smirk on Tangfeng's face, a hint of fire grew in her heart for no reason. "Sorry to keep you waiting, let's go over there now, don't let them wait impatiently." And Mu and Yi, she turned around at the sound of the voice and saw a lady's suit with a Lang Xian, who had a diminutive and beautifully sprightly figure, instantly had a feeling of being stunned. "This is?" Thinking that it wasn't appropriate to keep the principal waiting for so many people, Tangfeng replied, "Well, she's my friend, I still have some things to do, let's talk online later." "Good." And Mu answered, looking at the two's backs and stroking her chin. It seemed that Tang Xiaofeng's life was going well, and he had such a beautiful woman with him. Just thinking this way, next to her roommate Yixia put her in a hug to control the cackle nest. "Darn it, I blame you for saying that. Make me lose face." Sorry. And Mu twisted her waist, hastily begged for forgiveness. Yi Hitomi, however, refused to let her go. "No, you have to compensate me. I really didn't mean it. Let me go, yikes." And Mu laughed so hard that she had to agree. "Okay, I'll compensate you for eating spicy hot pot and drinking milk tea, okay?" I don't want to eat spicy hot. Quickly stop, what you want, I meet you." And mu, which can block the daily fitness Yi Hitomi, soon all over the body to get rid of strength, sign a defeat treaty. Hearing her say this, Yi Hitomi was coy. I want Tang Xiaofeng's contact information.
Ah, he's still a kid.
Humph. What child? In ancient times, boys of that age were all in charge. Halfway through her sentence, Yi Hitomi moved her fingers, and Anmu didn't dare to export the last sentence. Besides, a woman's eldest holds a golden brick. Tang Feng is so handsome now, there's no telling how many people he'll charm in the future.
If that's the case, why can't it be cheaper for me?
Seeing that Yi Xian's words were getting more and more shameless, Mu hurriedly told her to stop.
Alright, it's time to go back to class.
And Mu hurriedly changed the topic. However, the professor wasn't in this class, but instead called a doctor to lead the class for him.
Sorry, I just met an acquaintance and chatted for a while, delaying everyone.
Returning to the group visiting the exchange, Tang Feng explained.
No.
The crowd waved their hands. The vice principal in charge of academic affairs' eyes lit up, realizing that this was a good opportunity to get closer, so he made a curious face and said,
Acquaintances? Chief Master Tang's friend works in our school?
Well, no, I have a sister who is in graduate school at your school.
Studying in graduate school.
The principal professor was puzzled. Tang Feng nodded, so don't be too formal, we are all developing scientific research for the country, just treat me as an ordinary person. This sentence came from Tang Feng's sincere heart, but none of the principal academician professors would take it seriously.
I wonder what that sister of yours is called, the vice principal asked.
Hearing him keep asking, Tang Feng probably understood what the other party meant. After thinking about it, it wouldn't be impossible if the other party gave An's sister a bit of attention in passing, so he said, Mu, Electronic Information Class.
Chapter 86, Lun Xian's Little Mind.
Mu's tutor heard, would like to find an angle to praise, but for people honest, brain back a moment, finally hard to find an angle to praise.
Mu's student well, she.
More cheerful and lively. To the teacher, the subtext of complimenting a student's vivaciousness is playfulness. Tang Feng didn't hear it, remembering the funny stories of the past, the corners of his mouth raised in a smile.
It made Long Xian on the side frown.
The heart was very uncomfortable. Luckily, at this time, the vice principal patted his ass and gagged. But coming back, Chief Master Tang is truly marvelous. Sister is still in graduate school, Chief Master Tang is already in charge of the National Scientific Research Program development, truly a heaven-sent wizard, a blessing for the country.
True words, let's continue our tour. Tang Feng was slapped with some blush and hurriedly changed the topic.
The principal and principal secretly gave a nod to the vice-chancellor and walked ahead to start guiding Tang Feng to the various laboratories. Its focus was placed on the strong disciplines of Lincheng University of Technology, condensed matter physics and graphene superconducting physics.
Tang Feng listened to the whole thing and was slightly disappointed. In these two basic areas, Lincheng University of Technology was still very strong, but it had already been surpassed over by the several military laboratories that had been influenced by themselves. In that case, it would be better to have Lincheng University of Technology as a technician training unit. The two main laboratories strolled through. News came from the Secrecy Bureau over there. The experimental instruments had been installed and were ready to be tested. Tang Feng put down his teacup and immediately proposed, Principal, let's go take a look, so you can also inspect the goods and return anything that doesn't meet the standard immediately.
Chief Master Tang is too polite, after all, it's being embargoed, it's already considered good to have it available. Although the principal said he didn't care, he actually didn't think much in his heart. He only prayed that it wasn't too far off. With such a prayer in mind, the group arrived at Building B. The originally empty room was set up with all sorts of equipment. With an energy spectrometer, X-ray profiling, scanning probe microscope, transmission electron microscope, field ion microscope, observation equipment for testing physical properties and observing the microstructure of atoms is not lacking. High temperature, high pressure, low temperature and high magnetic extreme conditions in the laboratory. Diamond ultra-high pressure loading platform. Ultra-high temperature equipment, ultra-low temperature equipment, low temperature and high magnetization Hall device. Reflected in the eyes. The principal froze, checking the technical specifications of the equipment. The technical specifications of each device were an order of magnitude more sensitive than the original.
The manual is serious? It's even stronger than the equipment we used to buy from the Eagle Kingdom. Domestic equipment is up. Not only was the equipment complete, but the indicators were greatly out of expectation, which greatly energized them. At this time, Tang Feng added, which professor is researching crystal layer structure and graphene? Don't be busy looking over here first, there are still things waiting for your acceptance. Several professors responded and followed Tang Feng to the last few rooms. Inside the room, there were simple yet technologically beautiful transparent cabinets. laser calibrators, nanoprobes, vacuum dust-free operation boxes, as well as a boron nitride single-layer atomic operating table. When the professors saw the description, they burst into a gasp of surprise and rushed up as if they were 100-meter runners, lovingly crowding around as if they were some kind of exotic treasure. There's actually such a powerful device that directly obtains single-layer crystals. It'll save a lot of trouble with this. Chief Master Tang. Thank you. It's fine, it's all for the sake of improving scientific research strength. Tang Feng waved his hand, and seeing the professors eagerly wanting to experiment into it, he greeted them and turned his head to leave. Because the research progress of Lincheng University of Technology hadn't met expectations, Tang Feng naturally didn't have the idea of continuing to stay and plan his mission. He found the principal and excused himself. Principal, since there's no problem with the stuff, I'll leave first. Why so soon? We haven't entertained you yet. After looking at the experimental equipment, the principal brought gratitude and genuinely wanted to entertain Tang Feng. Tang Feng shook his head in appreciation. Thank you, no need, I have other tasks. Seeing that he couldn't stay, the principal could only send Tang Feng out. And at this time, Lang Xian quietly returned and found Mu's tutor. And Mu's mentor held up his glasses and said, "This lesbian, what is your business?" Lang Xian quietly said, "I'm fine, it's Chief Master Tang who told me to come find you. I hope that you can strictly teach fellow student Mu so that she learns and doesn't play around every day. So it's like this, don't worry, I'll definitely do it." And Mu's tutor made a guarantee. Lang Xian nodded and added, "Well, in addition, don't let anyone know. Chief Master Tang doesn't want to make his sister feel like she owes him a favor." "Okay, definitely." Seeing that he answered all of them, Lang Xian turned to leave. Not far away, in the classroom, Mu, who was playing with her cell phone, suddenly felt her nose itch and sneezed a big sneeze. Weird? Who is chanting about me? At this time, she didn't know that what kind of hellish training would be waiting for her, still holding her cell phone as if she was blindly happy. The first time she used her authority to do something bad, Lang Xian felt her heart thumping and almost about to pop out. No way! I can't go back like this. She stopped and organized her makeup. Taking several deep breaths before her mood calmed down, she retraced her steps back to the parking lot. At this time, Tang Feng was sitting in the car waiting for her, and when he saw her come over, he put down his cell phone. "Alright, people are here, drive." Lang Xian sat on the opposite side and fastened her seatbelt. Under the driver's skillful car skills, the vehicle slowly started, the front and back cars leaning over, leaving Lincheng University of Technology and heading to the military area. Perhaps she had done something wrong. Lang Xian paid more attention to Tang Feng than usual, only to feel that the more he looked at him, the more durable he became, especially the way he pondered over problems. I once heard someone say that boys were most handsome when they were serious, and now that I took a look, it was true. Not to mention that he's a hero who helped the country fend off a crisis. After the persecution of Anmo, she was already very sure that she greatly admired Tang Feng. Tang Feng felt the gaze and raised his head to find Lang Xian staring at him with a burning gaze. Strangely, he said, "What's wrong? What's on my face?" Lang Xian scrambled to lower her head. "Nothing. I want to ask about tomorrow's arrangement, whether it's to go to the Dragon Electronic Group or other colleges." The battery technology is already out, there's no rush, it's better to go to school first. How many other top-notch scientific research universities are there in Lincheng besides Lincheng University of Technology? Tang Feng pondered for a moment and asked. There's also Lincheng Aerospace, Lincheng Polytechnic, and Lincheng Medical University. Then tomorrow morning, go to Aerospace, and take the Medical University in the afternoon. Tang Feng set his itinerary, and his cell phone suddenly came vibrating. Once he opened it, it turned out to be a text message from Mu. "Hello? Tang Feng, are you coming out tonight? I'll treat you to shabu shabu." Tang Feng thought about it and typed a reply. "Sorry, things are urgent on my end, no way to go." Chapter 87, One Step Further. You still have things to do at night? The text message came quickly. It's something. Tang Feng explained a sentence. And Mu, alright, little Feng has grown up and looks down on ordinary people like us. Tang Feng knew that this was Sister Anne's usual agitation trick, and didn't return. Sure enough, after a few moments, Mu sent another message, coldly saying, "That big beauty today is quite good looking, you're still young, pay attention to your body." A question mark slowly floated above Tang Feng's head. "No more fooling around, Sister Anne, I'll treat you to dinner when we return to North City on vacation." That's it then, my mentor called me, I don't know what's going on, we'll play together again when we go back in the new year. Oh. Okay, you're busy. A promise is a promise. Oh. After chatting, Tang Feng smiled and stretched his back seat. He didn't notice Lang Xian blocking her lips with her notebook with a very unhappy look. In the following days, Tang Feng went to several other first-class universities in Lin City. Except for the brain science at the medical university where he found a stronger accumulation of technology than what he had mastered. All the others were no match for his company's achievements. As a result, Tang Feng had to change his plans, no longer running the country's major universities as planned. Instead, he returned to North City to prepare to utilize the smart brain to reproduce the technology. And at this time, the military region just got the feedback from various military factories and military research units. Originally prepared to be included in the production program of tanks, cruise missiles, no more. Already ready to put into the dockyard frigate segments, pulled back to the steel mill to go back to the furnace. Soon to be issued new bulletproof undershirts, also disappeared. There is also a series of weapons ready to equip the troops is gone, everything is gone. All the major military regions, all the military commanders received notifications from their superiors one after another. Among them, the Blue Sky Military Region, which covered the most complete range of military branches, encompassing the land, sea and air branches, was hit the hardest. The new list of equipment dumbfounded the commanders. Army equipment, all tanks, armored vehicles, rocket launchers, self-propelled howitzers, all stop deliveries, the relevant receiving personnel do not have to go to receive. Naval equipment, frigates, destroyers are being restructured and discontinued. Minesweeper, landing ship, service ship supply ship also have to do with. Mindful of the domestic aircraft carrier program pushed back, do not know when to start manufacturing. Air Force equipment, Sword 10 below the warplane no longer continue to produce. Missile Army, anti-missile system to be overhauled. Saying yes to new equipment and just letting us off the hook like this? Where are my tanks? Where's my rocket launcher? Can we still train happily? The new generation of frigates, 40 long-distance fire is not used quite well. Why did you suddenly stop building them? I remember that the No. 10 missile frigate has obviously been on the ship's platform, right, all on the ship's platform, can still get nothing? The carriers are all built, and you're telling me the carriers are gone? Speaking of carrier aircraft, the equipment list given by the aviation group only includes the Sword 10. What's going on? We're not going to get the Sword 10 on the carrier, are we? A certain army commander froze. If we build all Sword 10s, doesn't that mean the Air Force is making money? The Air Force commander was stared at by a group of people and quickly hid his laughter and denied it seriously. It won't do to just have the Sword 10. The Sword 10 is an air superiority fighter. It's for seizing air control. The fourth generation that does the dirty work still needs to be there. You still want a fourth generation aircraft? I think you're getting a bargain. The commanders complained continuously. Finally, the words of a certain commander resonated. Although the military region takes obeying orders as its vocation, this cancelling of the construction is obviously not an order. Strictly speaking, we are the A side of a military-industrial enterprise. Is there such a thing as treating the A side like this? Unreasonable. Right, the annual military procurement is a large portion of their funds. Just cut off the goods, at least give a reason, right? Find the military-industrial unit and ask what's going on. The commanders at all levels took action, using the military district procurement communication system to contact the military-industrial unit. Receiving the inquiry from the military region, the military-industrial unit also had a headache. On the one hand, the information about the next generation of armaments of the Eagle Kingdom could not be spread. On the other hand, the military region really needed to continuously improve its combat power, and they understood the military region's anxiety when it was directly cut off. What to do? How to explain to the military region? A certain veteran general asked. What else can we do? Without authorization, it's impossible for us to release the information to the military region. Then let's report it to the command center and look for coordination from above. Soon, the inquiry from the military region was reported to Tang Feng. Tang Feng took the report and queried, so there aren't many people in the know other than the military research unit? Yes, the true situation is only known to the top brass of the military research system. Lung Xian replied with a nod. Then isn't it best not to let them be informed? Tang Feng stroked his chin. It's best to do so. At the moment, it's already a bit of a strain for the Secrecy Bureau to cover the scientific research units, and with each additional person in the know, the loopholes will increase. Lang Xian's words described the state of the Secret Service, and Tang Feng tapped his forehead with his pen. Neither can we expose that major projects are being done, nor can we suppress the problem to damage morale, so the only way is to be clear and reasonable. Have the military-industrial unit reply that the previous equipment is being modified and upgraded due to a problem in the production process. The weapons to be delivered will be built, just to delay for a long time. I hope they understand the difficulties at this stage. This is also realistic. After all, the Eagle Kingdom has a lot of money. Advanced weapons are being built without money. We need to recognize the disadvantage and be mentally prepared to struggle hard. Lang Xian jotted down Tang Feng's words on her notebook, and then sent it to the top for her superiors to coordinate. It didn't take long. The entire army once again proposed to carry forward the spirit of hard work. It was requested to continue to study tactical interludes, fully utilize human motivation, make preparations to defend the country. The affairs of the army were put aside for the time being. Tang Feng finally finished arranging the research program, bringing efficiency to its current maximum. Because the files from the thinking brain were too large before, it squeezed the hard disk and blew it up. So this time, Tang Feng got a computer with a very large hard disk, used pragmatic storage technology to reach 10T capacity. Connecting to the brain, in an instant, the computer hard disk filled in 1 ton of technical information. This information had a lot of experimental data, pictures, and videos. Filtering out these memory-hogging things, the remaining textual information was almost around 20 or so gig. Expanding from purely military to full field, the technical information was too much. Just extracting it was a huge project. Tang Feng did a little math and consolidated his strength. This is a bit much, reading 100 m a day. It'll take a few years to finish. Must pick and choose a bit, prioritize getting the important information. This wasn't difficult, the materials were all labeled with confidentiality levels and application areas. It was enough to pick them out directly with the program. Tang Feng picked out the technology in the field of military industry. The first thing that caught his eye was the laser weapon-related technology with a top-secret level of confidentiality. Chapter 88, Bung Bu Lives. Tang Feng searched for a while, and there was indeed no sign of intelligent machines. It could be imagined that the artificial intelligence information was still too little. Tang Feng went and searched for AI technologies, and the ones he got this time were still playing around in a few high-value-added medical surgeries, finance, and unmanned vehicles. The bionic robots were only made of silicone with a similar touch and skin, and there was no substantial breakthrough in intelligence. After organizing the key military technology, Tang Feng conducted a simulation on the supercomputer, then sent some of the technology to the relevant labs. After verification, the technology was sent out and labeled with a birth certificate. Tang Feng was finally able to hand things over to the military-industrial units. The military-industrial unit had only just finished digesting the last batch of technology. Immediately the next batch of technology had come in. The head of the unit looked dumbfounded. It felt like something that was originally thought to be sci-fi, but in 2 months there was viable technical information. Is it really not as complicated as we thought? The military-industrial unit executives indirectly reasoned out the conclusion that the Eagle Kingdom must have the relevant technology, and the anxiety in their hearts became heavier. It is necessary to accelerate the speed, ensure the quality, and complete the next generation of changeover as soon as possible. The military-industrial units had hung banners and started production campaigns. Work hard and fast, dedicate yourself for the prosperity and stability of the country. For the sake of world peace, fight for 100 days. Maintain quality and quantity, fulfill the mission entrusted to us by the country. Weapons production unfolded at a rapid pace. Tang Feng was happy to learn about it, and in order to show his respect for his military colleagues, he had organized a portion of civilian technology out overnight. And while he was staying up all night to get the information, Lang Xian told him a piece of mixed news. The Secret Service had caught a spy. But so fortunately, the spy wasn't a technical position and didn't steal the technology. Didn't get the technology, so what did it get? Tang Feng froze, puzzled. This is exactly what I wanted to say. The spy was informed of our actions to increase our investment in scientific research, as well as our intelligence that we are worried about the technology of the Eagle Kingdom. Lang Xian reported with a face full of gravity. Tang Feng listened with a deep frown. They know about it? Aha! Tang Feng stood up and paced back and forth, projecting Xiongning country's possible reaction. Since they had obtained this key piece of information, the Eagle Kingdom would definitely step up their actions. Then the pressure coming to their side would undoubtedly increase many times over. What should they do in response? Tang Feng had a bit of a headache and couldn't analyze it. At the same time, the Eagle Kingdom was holding a meeting. It was reconfirmed again and again through the intelligence system. The Eagle Kingdom was basically certain. The intelligence passed on by that spy was true. The Dragon Kingdom was really worried about the threat posed by the new equipment of the Eagle Kingdom, as well as the latent technology in the lab. After the announcement of the Jumwalt on the side of the Eagle Kingdom, as well as the news of the supersonic stealth drones in service, the Dragon Kingdom made even greater adjustments. According to our intelligence system report, we found that the Dragon Kingdom has recently consolidated almost all of its scientific research institutions, and has also increased the protection of these institutions. Overturned previous weapon designs. This is an image of the shipyard taken by a spy satellite. First image, frigate segments being put into dry dock in batches, taken on October 8th. The second image, frigate segments being calibrated in dry dock, was taken on October 19th. But in the third picture, instead of continuing to be assembled, the frigate segments are missing a couple of pieces. Then the fourth picture, which disappears completely, was recorded on November 1st.
Despite not building ships anymore, the military-industrial organization worked overtime, and the vehicles for raw material procurement became more and more numerous. Even in the images taken by reconnaissance satellites at 2 a.m. It's all lit up. It was obvious that they were catching up with the progress. Some cite evidence that also illustrates this, such as increased personnel investment. We've hacked into the systems of several well-known schools. Many of their science graduates have gone to the military-industrial complex, and also poached a large number of talents away from Turtle Valley to work on AI in the military-industrial enterprises. The intelligence officer reported the intelligence collected in recent months in detail on the PowerPoint. Under the stage, strategic research expert Klein couldn't help but fall silent as he listened. The Dragon Kingdom had really been misled into succeeding by their Eagle Kingdom's fishing wheel attack? Just as he was doubting his judgment, the giant Gario on the side suddenly let out a loud laugh and said, "See, what did I say? I knew the Dragon Kingdom was misled by strategic fraud, right? Now that I've checked, it's true. Do you guys have any more disagreements?" Hearing Gario say that, Klein was even more embarrassed. He was the one who had denied Gario as a technical officer in the first place, but now he was being slapped in the face on the spot. Gario looked at his embarrassed appearance, crossed his legs, and smiled smugly. "Since the Dragon Kingdom is caught in an intelligence misdirection, what should we do to capitalize on this?" Director of Intelligence May Dandon suggested. "Since the matter is error-free, then we can drag the Dragon Kingdom into a scientific research race and drain their power. Even since we have far more funds than they do, we can even actually invest a lot of money without having to write a false check. We have a big enough advantage to be organized anyway." The military experts here who represented the interests of the arms dealers immediately came into the spirit and expressed their agreement to fight for their own interests. Strategic fraud, well, we've done it before, we're comfortable with it. The military advisor representing the Rocket Launch Alliance alluded to the previous most famous interstellar space strategic fraud scheme. "I think that since the dragons are reacting to the Jumwalt, we should build 10 or 8 more Jumwalts." Representing the warship manufacturers, on the other hand, used the intelligence to canvass for themselves, ready to throw the Navy into the Jumwalt pit. "And why not drones? The dragons are digging for AI talent, aren't they?" The competition quickly heated up to the point of refuting others. However, it reminded those present. Gario said, "The Dragon Kingdom is digging for our AI talent?" "Yes, they're all foreign students from the Dragon Kingdom to our country," May Dandon replied. Gario rolled his eyes. "Then can we use this to plant eyes? Need you say that? I already did it a long time ago." May Dandon laughed in her heart, but on the surface, she patted on the back. "You're right, we'll definitely do it." "Aha!" Gario was patted comfortably, confidently looked around the circle and asked, "Anyone else want to add?" Toward the end, Klein finally managed to speak. "I don't think this matter needs to be decided immediately. We can first gather the various companies over for a consultation and formulate a follow-up strategic misdirection plan along the way." Okay. Klein's true meaning was clearly misunderstood. He meant that although the Dragon Kingdom had reacted to the Jumwalt and the drones, it wasn't necessarily because of those two things, to begin with. There was also a need to investigate the research institutes and arms technology companies for any intelligence leaks. He said it again before explaining it clearly. The extended meeting unfolded quickly. The heads of the research institutes of the high-tech oligarchs of arms tech were each invited by the intelligence agency to investigate and hold secret talks. As if they were sharks smelling blood, the various organizations threw out their own bottom-of-the-barrel PowerPoints. Chapter 89, Conspiracy of the Eagle Kingdom's Council of Elders. The first was the arms production companies. Marvel took out their own single-soldier exoskeleton designed for vigilante warfare, and a drone remote control system. This is the single-soldier combat system we're developing, using a non-powered exoskeleton that can effectively reduce the weight of soldiers. It can withstand 5.56mm caliber machine guns after installing bulletproof inserts, and in addition, there is a man-portable drone manipulation module, which works with the drone to manipulate the drone using remote control communication. Wow! Cool! Gario looked at the information given by the other party. Are there any more, like the kind that are fully wrapped and can analyze each other's armor inside the mask? You're talking about power armor. It's not the same thing as an exoskeleton. Exoskeletons use mechanical principles to help soldiers save their strength. Power armor on the other hand carries energy and moves mechanically. There is a big difference between the two. Oh, so you guys didn't do it? Of course we have. We're doing early pre-research on the man armor, and the future is still uncertain, mainly because the battery energy density is not enough, and it will take a few more years to research the battery. When we solve the battery energy density problem, we'll be able to produce real super soldiers, and the cost of defending our overseas interests will be much lower, prying the world's strategic landscape with tactical level victories. The Marvel executive drew a pie for Gario on the spot. Hearing him paint a pie,
Gario felt it was quite reasonable and climbed a few more words with him with a light in his eyes. If it's a regular army battle, how much combat power bonus will your armor provide? Marvel executives saw that he was interested and blew smoke up his ass without a red eye. We have assessed that a super soldier equipped with exoskeleton armor will be able to be as efficient as 1 against 10, be able to carry more rockets for infiltration combat, flexible than a tank, yet requiring the heavy firepower of a tank to kill. It will definitely become a nightmare for the enemy. Very good, very good. Cheer up, I'll be looking forward to your products. Gario nodded in delight. Seeing that he wasn't getting down to business, the director of intelligence at the side, Dandan, coughed twice and asked, "Actually, there's another question. Is this man armor of yours researched in secret or what? Are there any other products researched in secret that have been leaked to the outside?" The Marvel manager flatly denied, all products are developed in secret, and only communicated with the defense purchasers when they are finished. Oh, Dandan picked up a list. Are these the products you've announced in the last year or two that are on the list? The Marvel manager checked and confirmed. That's right, these are the ones. Self-propelled artillery, tanks, and armored vehicles have always been our FIST products, and they are widely acclaimed in the military. That's good. Thank you for your cooperation. I hope you won't say anything about what happened today. Gario kept looking at Dandan inquiring, and only after the other party left did he vocalize his question to a few experts and intelligence officers. Well, is there a source of misinformation? The experts looked at each other and shook their heads. Gario added, so does this weapon work? One of the experts said, useful. Currently we are the only country in the world that has a research and development project for a single soldier exoskeleton armor that is close to actual combat. It's very useful for vigilante warfare and special operations. It's just what? Gario asked. Klein explained, although the man-portable weapon system has its sophistication, it's not strong enough to threaten the Dragon Kingdom. I'm afraid it can't hold back too much energy. Oh, then let's move on to the back. The next one was from a specialized provider of military aircraft. Most of the fighter bombers within the military were provided by this arms provider. Gario stood up and shook his hand politely. White Light, welcome as a guest. The arms dealer smiled if he had a deep meaning. I should be the one thanking for the invitation. Please have a seat. Gario laughed and invited him to take a seat. White Lantern, I invited you here today because I want to find out how your company is developing and if there are any new toys. New toys? Are you referring to the previous 7th generation machine that the military solicitation notice said last year? White Lantern raised his eyebrows. The 7th generation machine in his mouth caused Gario to be curious and said, a 7th generation machine? How are you guys done with it? We've just finished the theoretical design. Our program is a pitot-less tailless 5 times the speed of sound cruise fighter with stronger stealth performance, and we've already begun research and development on that goal now. White Lantern laughed, giving a brief introduction of his company's design. Gario compared, how does this design compare to the new airplane from the Dragons? White Light let out a loud laugh. Of course, is crushing. Fighter Generation Division standard is to be able to crush the previous generation of aircraft, 7 generations of aircraft then 6 generations of aircraft, just like 6 generations of aircraft then 5 generations of aircraft, the Dragon People's new aircraft. According to the analysis of our engineers belong to the 6 or 5 generations of fighters, the actual combat will be because of the stealth performance than the pituitary tail fighters worse than the poorer was found first, with missiles shot down. The actual combat will be because the stealth performance is worse than the non-drogue fighters to be discovered first and shot down with missiles. And ultra-high speed of sound 7th generation aircraft speed in more than Mach 5, is all air-to-air cruise missile limit speed of 1.5 times, theoretically cannot catch up. At these words, several military experts at the scene brightened up, and Klein also suddenly caught a clue. Only Gario talked to White Light like he would if it was on again and said, then when will it come out? White Lantern recalled for a moment. Obviously the definition of the 7th generation machine hadn't even been determined, but he was full of nonsense, as if it was really something like that. About 3 to 5 years for the prototype. With our accumulation in aero engines, this won't take long. Good, looking forward to your warplanes. Gario nodded heartily to White Light. It was Dandan's turn to inquire. Dandan pretended not to see the two scowling and asked, Mr. White Light, have your research and development plans leaked out? Of course not. Our company's secrecy measures are very professional. Like the one before him, White Lantern also flatly denied it. Not even the information that you're developing a 7th generation aircraft? Indeed not. Well, we hope that Mr. White Light will go back and investigate. Be careful. Sending White Lantern away, Klein and a few military experts whispered and offered speculations. I think we may have found a reasonable chain of logic. After the Dragon Kingdom produced the 6th generation aircraft, and after simulations, realized the impracticality of what we thought in the beginning. According to our test simulated battle results,
this panic was established, and coincidentally at this time they also learned about vertical takeoff and landing of skyplanes. With standard 6th-generation aircraft even taking off and landing vertically on helicopter carriers, the pressure they faced increased rapidly, forcing them to phase out their old equipment and mobilize their scientific research to catch up with our technology.
Wonderful. Gario clapped his hands after listening.
My Don Dan also decided to list this one among the skeptical options. Klein added, thinking about it this way, it's normal for them to be misled by the strategy. After all, our technology is at least a generation poorly ahead of us, and luck will surely be anxious after discovering one of the gaps. While that makes perfect sense, save the analysis for later, let's meet the people we need to meet first, don't keep anyone waiting. Next up were the two transporter and helicopter manufacturers, both of which, the threat was not strong enough to warrant much comment.
Chapter 90, I don't know what to name it. Instead, the next missile and anti-missile system manufacturer gave them a big PPT. This is a hypersonic cruise missile we're developing, capable of being launched from an Aegis destroyer and attacking the opponent's targets, both on the ground and at sea.
Once equipped with the Navy, the other side's warships will only be able to operate under the protection of offshore land-based aviation, and will play a very important role in consolidating our maritime superiority. There is also a next-generation anti-missile system, installed at overseas bases, equipped with multi-band radar, which can intercept the other side's ballistic missiles from the ascending segment, arching the homeland.
The data of the two weapons lets data in front of them, PPT put.
A crowd of military experts assessment
reached a unanimous conclusion. As long as the two were realized, the opponent would have no possibility of resistance.
Gario hummed with pleasure. I don't even think we need to engage in any strategic fraud, just by virtue of our huge number of 6th-generation planes, carrier battle groups, and anti-missile systems, it's just a matter of directly laying out the cart.
How does Flying Dragon ride face lose?
That said, the solicitation meeting was to continue.
The last big military technology contractor is United Launch Group.
Their main business was entirely supported by NASA. However, it was strangely overpriced and was a famous black store, so much so that NASA couldn't take it anymore and gave away its technology for nothing to create a competitor for it. Of course, this had nothing to do with the people in the room. They were more concerned about whether Launch Group had any new projects. Our company's main task at the moment is to experiment with modifications to destroy NEO satellites, according to the design requirements. Experimenting whether we can add trackers to the satellites and monitor their orbit changes. Followed by testing the turbofan hypercombustion ram engine, and the hypercombustion ram engine, the latter of which has just been test flown and run for 100 seconds.
Very good. Anything else? Nope, the next generation of rockets is still being validated for now. It's true that when technology is too strong, anything could be a source.
Gario shrugged and added the rockets as well.
After inquiring about a few major arms dealers,
the few people in the strategy office thought they had found the source. Only now, their main purpose became figuring out the direction of technological development and figuring out how to lull around the right direction.
The next day, the meeting featured the technical directors of NVIDIA high-tech companies. First up was a certain future 7nm++ chip company.
This is our company's 14 nanometers experimental chip, which is currently at the top level in the world, with several generations of advantage over the Dragon Kingdom. The company is currently already working on 7 nanometers, and by then the generational advantage will be even greater,
the company executive said.
Then there were the new projects quantum computer and carbon-based semiconductor. Several companies were pleased to say that their quantum had already achieved a breakthrough in the collar,
reaching the level of 5 or 6 quantum bits.
Carbon-based semiconductors, on the other hand, are working closely with universities to experiment with carbon transistor purification paths. Learning that the core semiconductor technology is a few generations ahead, all of them look as if they are in a rarefied state.
The more you count the cards in your hand, the less you know how to lose.
Next, it was the turn of artificial intelligence companies. These playing AI are basically internet giants, concentrated in Silicon Valley. The strategy office mainly asked about the prospects for AI development and the poaching of AI talent.
To answer this question, these companies of course played hard to blow.
Intelligent driving, intelligent aviation, and intelligent production areas are very versatile. Artificial intelligence is a force powerful enough to change the world. I hope the military can invest in us. Artificial intelligence is developing especially rapidly now. It's a good time to develop.
May Dandan nodded. In which areas do you guys think AI is more advantageous?
The drone field,
a certain AI developer said. Autopilot will not be applied quickly because of safety restrictions. In contrast, drones are most likely to be the first to realize intelligent applications because of the open nature of the airspace. May Dandan then said, then the current poaching actions of Dragon Country Enterprises, does it affect you guys much?
Dragon Country Enterprises are indeed poaching people, and the prices they give are still comparable to ours, causing all of our labor costs to increase quite a bit. It's very annoying.
Thank you for coming, we will think of a way.
You're welcome. Please keep the contents of today's conversation confidential.
Definitely. The AI companies left in droves. Gario took a sip of his coffee and asked, "What organization is next?" Klein replied, "It's the director of Da Vinci Labs." "What does their lab mainly research?"
"Space exploration, new energy sources, controlled fusion, life sciences, lots of stuff."
"Controlled nuclear fusion, that's the one that's 50 years away forever?" It was probably a worldwide consensus that nuclear fusion realization was 50 years away.
Gario came to a bit of spirit, thinking it was good stuff, ideal strategic fraud material. Things were exactly as he had expected. The attitude of the director of Da Vinci Labs was nothing like that of the for-profit organizations that preceded him. He bluntly told Galileo and the others that controlled nuclear fusion currently had no clear path to realization. Neither the neutron bombardment produced by fusion could be solved, nor was it difficult to achieve the duration, the output energy level, needed to generate electricity.
"Are there any other technologies that can't be realized at the moment, but are high on the list?"
Gario said excitedly.
The lab director gave them a strange look, as if wondering why he was specifically asking about unattainable technologies.
Anything as difficult as controlled nuclear fusion is probably only the life sciences, and humanity has yet to find the mystery of longevity.
Okay.
Thank you for coming today. We may look for you again afterward, and I hope you keep this a secret.
No problem, then I'll leave first.
Over the course of 3 days, Gario secretly met with dozens of people from important industries. Finally, they sat down to summarize and make plans. First, they determined that the Eagle Nation's technology still had a generational advantage over its opponents. In particular, there was a plethora of technology in the labs waiting to be converted.
Strategic misdirection is only an optional method.
But now that they've been duped, they're going to take advantage of the situation. Klein singled out available nuclear fusion, artificial intelligence, 7th-generation fighters, man-portable combat systems, the Jumwalt, and so on for sale. These were enough of a threat that they didn't come as a shock to himself, false, and a couple of them were really going to be developed. The tech advisors set about refining them, discussing initial options. Controlled fusion. We have Da Vinci Labs announce a partnership with a commercial company to announce the start of a commercial fusion program. At the same time, we have research organizations in the civilian nuclear field stop recruiting non-native personnel, and journals restrict the publication of research in the field of nuclear fusion to increase suspicion. In the field of artificial intelligence, since the Dragon Kingdom already knows the importance of the field, it's just injecting more money to increase investment.
Pull international students to prevent them from returning, and at the same time raise the other side's labor costs.
Establish a confidentiality mechanism for technology in the field of artificial intelligence, and promote cooperation in the field of artificial intelligence and the military.
You can reveal satellite maintenance, stowage capacity from the tip.
In addition to increase its emergency launch capability, claiming to the outside world that it can be launched with a 24-hour standby rocket. 7th-generation fighters, gradually releasing news of experiments, leaking incorrect 6th-generation indicators, bypassing the correct technological path of aircraft suppliers. For example, describing the Generation 6 as a suborbital vehicle, or that it would be fitted with tactical fighting lasers for strafing missiles or close-quarters dogfighting. Warfighter systems would be simple to sell to the minions. Jumwalt build 5 or 6 more to make them feel more urgent pressure. Skyplanes for sale to the public, and realistic pressure in the skies to pull full circle.
What do you think, Chief, Director, Honorable Gario? Well, Gario rubbed his chin, thinking it wasn't right. About how much money could the Dragon Kingdom put up for research on these things? Aren't there enough misleading options? The tech consultants sniffed and picked up the report again.
Gario continued, since it's a fraudulent program, of course we have to get more misleading content.
Why doesn't artificial intelligence just mislead towards unmanned factories and intelligent robots?
Also, I've heard that the best fusion materials aren't on the moon, so link nuclear fusion to the moon base and make a plan to go to the moon. Spaceflight is the most expensive. We have ready-made rockets that we can afford to burn, but Dragon Kingdom doesn't.
These are the only two I can think of for the time being. If there is anything else, you guys mention it.
A certain technology consultant pondered for a moment. If you use your imagination, you can also consider neural connections, brain-computer interfaces, mechanical prosthetics, cyberpunk and other technologies. With the difficulty of life sciences, investing money in these areas at the moment would be wasteful behavior.
Not bad. Anything else?
Gario revealed a smile and nodded approvingly. You can also consider quantum technology. Quantum technology is also very costly, but according to the principle, it is very useful for code breaking.
Electromagnetic cannons, electromagnetic catapult is also good. The advisors said one thing to each other, making the misdirection items sci-fi. Gario praised the advisors with satisfaction, then said to my Don Dan and Klein,
Do you guys have any more suggestions? Klein and Madandan looked at each other and said they had no comments. With so many misdirection options and an actual pressure effect, the opponent would definitely be overwhelmed by the pressure. Alright then, I'll report it to Liwu for approval, and after that you guys will proceed to execute the plan in batches. Gario lit his cigar, mentally calculating which tech company to take a stake in. Right at the same time when the Eagle's domestic department finalized its strategic plan, the Dragon Kingdom also held a meeting. The result of the meeting's discussion could only push forward the research and development that was currently being promoted step by step. It was at this time that several important news broke on the extranet. The Eagle Kingdom had decided to increase its procurement of the Jumwalt, increasing from the original 2 to 6 ships. Skyplanes decided they wanted to sell out to peripheral minions. Silicon Valley AI companies received massive investments and are rumored to be moving into drones, smart robots, and unmanned factories. And then, there were a series of scientific research programs such as the development of a 6th-generation aircraft. These news traveled back to the country and immediately sparked a furor on the internet. Seeing these super-age technologies, netizens were a bit anxious. Adding 4 ships in one breath, it looks like the Eagle Nation is satisfied with the Jumwalt's combat power. The next generation of shield ships are all about to drop their dumplings. Our shield ships have no shadow yet. What should we do? Someone pulled a side-by-side comparison. There's also the Skyplanes. Our new planes just came out and we have to buy them wholesale for our little brother. Our combat power is being suppressed again. The Skyplane is a single-engine medium. The new airplane is a twin-engine medium, comparable? Here we go again. People's engines are so good. It's still not clear who can supersonic cruise. The sailors began to come out. How do you know the engine is not enough for supersonic cruising? The military fan was furious and disliked back. The water army saw this and split into 2 groups. One group continued to ask him for evidence that he could supercruise, and the other group pulled out misleading indicators of the 6th-generation aircraft and spread the word. Even if it can over-patrol, so what? Is it better than a 6th-generation fighter? You're still playing with Generation V. The Eagle's 6th-generation fighter has already been designed, and it can fly in near space, aka suborbital, at speeds up to Mach 10. Residing high down, your 5 generations of aircraft simply cannot reach. Missile speed is still no 1/6 generations of aircraft 1/3 fast, will only be passive and beaten. And the 6th generation can also fire laser weapons to sweep away incoming ballistic missiles and threaten satellites. That's too sci-fi, bragging rights. Military fans suspected of being prophets encouraged everyone on the forum. The sailors taunted, "Oh, you're the only one who takes paragraphs as reality." Unfortunately, this really wasn't a paragraph. Tang Feng browsed to this comment, his gaze condensed, feeling that something wasn't right. This stance of arguing with reason, but refusing to provide evidence. Could it be a mole in one of the segments? Tang Feng's hands were a little itchy, wanting to knife this prophet. He took a screenshot of the comment and sent it to Leng Xiyan along with the URL, saying, "Check this IP and see if there's anything wrong with it." Good. Getting a reply, Tang Feng continued flipping through the news. In addition to the 6th-generation aircraft, there was also the X-37B that could create a threat right now, able to go to near-Earth orbit and shear satellite solar panels. If it was coupled with a rapid launch response, it could be used as an orbital weapon before the 6th generations came out. That's a big threat. Then there is the 4th Industrial Revolution, artificial intelligence. The Eagle State has increased its support for Silicon Valley's AI support. It makes people think, isn't artificial intelligence not working? How come it's suddenly on fire? Eagle Sauce must have had a major breakthrough. The era of artificial intelligence is coming. How many people will lose their jobs if unmanned factories are realized? There's also intelligent driving. Driving schools are going out of business. What to do? I just learned excavator. Cool, it's not just drivers who will lose their jobs. Don't be so pessimistic. Artificial intelligence allows you to get rid of repetitive labor. Isn't it enjoyable? Happy about what? Artificial intelligence is being developed by the Eagle Kingdom. If we don't use it, we'll be dumbfounded. Indeed, look at the Eagle Kingdom is lining up and restricting precision instruments. It's hard to say what the future development will be. Don't worry too much. Precision instruments domestic substitution has been done. Our school is using it. There will be a way. Instruments and artificial intelligence are a bit far from each other, right? Chapter 91, The Rise of the Dragon Kingdom. Lin City's southwest industrial base was a newly built urban area. It was originally a wasteland. In 3 months' time it had been refreshed into a brand new industrial park. The park had more than 10,000 staff members, but it was never connected to the surrounding suburban counties. No one knows what it's really for. No one had any contact with the people in the park either. Tang Feng rode in a bulletproof commercial vehicle and drove all the way to the industrial base, escorted by a group of vehicles. People from the townships next to them saw the vehicles and all poured out to see the fun. The industrial area is here again. So many bulletproof vehicles, 80% is a big shot.
That said, what is produced in that industrial zone? How come I haven't heard of anyone from the town going to work there? I don't know. People there are always secretive. Not only does no one go to work, even the vegetables and meat are shipped by the truckload from outside. The townspeople had different opinions and watched the convoy drive into the base. The research and development in the base is exactly the Computer and Intelligent Research Assistance System, an intelligent factory. The reason why it was called an intelligent system and intelligent factory, it was because it came from the future artificial intelligence theory Tang Feng had gotten his hands on. However, due to the current technology, true artificial intelligence had yet to be realized. Therefore, the intelligent factory wasn't completely unmanned yet. Inside the base, the two project leaders were already waiting outside the workshop. Seeing Tang Feng get off, they immediately greeted him. Chief Master Tang, welcome. Tang Feng shook their hands and thanked them. Chief Master Ren, Director Qian, it's been hard on you guys. I haven't taken a vacation for so long here. Chief Master Ren and Director Qian smiled with a spring in their step. Nowhere, we all feel happy to be involved in a project like this. We won't feel hard work. Let's go see the products first. Good, it's ready, let's go see it now. The two men led Tang Feng and the technical assistant into the workshop. Going to a few multifunctional transportation vehicles with mechanical arms, they introduced. This is our factory intelligent network transportation vehicle, which is able to distinguish set to materials or products through the picture recognition function and transport them to a designated location. Let's say if it's steel, he will send it to the machine that needs steel. If it's a production line to complete the production of semi-products, then it will again accurately transport the semi-products to the next process. Tens of thousands of carries so far, and his accuracy is 100%. Moreover, he will distinguish obstacles and people on his own and avoid going around. After the introduction, Chief Master Mi took them to the next category of machines. Several machines with universal wheels and four-legged pneumatic grippers. This is the intelligent welding robot we developed. It's very efficient in ship and machine building, and can achieve welding precision that is hard for humans to reach. And with its own ultrasonic flaw detection equipment, it can make immediate repairs to poorly welded areas. The welding robot was obviously more eye-catching than the previous transportation robot. Tang Feng let it give a live demonstration and analyzed it using the three-dimensional flaw detection software, and the results were quite good. Several technical assistants felt very novel, their eyes glowing. With this, construction can be done 24 hours a day without interruption. The productivity can definitely increase greatly. No wonder artificial intelligence is listed as the fourth industrial revolution. Seeing that they were so amazed, Chief Master Mi was quite happy himself, and mysteriously said, "This is only the second machine, there are many more behind it, let's keep looking." The crowd continued to walk inside. Next was the Intelligent Machining Center. Compared to the usual machining centers, he no longer needed to artificially design the machining process. The technician only needs to input the final part model into the computer, and the Intelligent Processing Center will be able to use image processing software to back-propel the part to the solid raw material or semi-finished product. The transportation vehicles to the raw materials or semi-finished products to it. It can be completed in call to the field transportation vehicles to transport away. Automated heat treating machines, which do not require human identification, are detected and operated automatically. Large 3D printers, similar to intelligent machining centers, also automatically complete all processes, including its own cleaning. Automatic assembly racks for large machines, and so on. Finally, Chief Master Mi brought everyone to the second floor of the workshop, overlooking the large first floor workshop. This is the central control room of the entire workshop, and through the workshop's wireless network, it is directly connected to the equipment in the workshop that transmitting part models, manufacturing processes, and then using the network to control the progress of the workshop processes. Tang Feng thought silently in his heart for a moment and asked, "Who are the personnel needed?" Chief Engineer Mi replied, "Mainly designers, 10% less than traditional designers due to intelligent machining processes, and maintenance personnel, on the other hand, are comparable to traditional factories. But overall, as a standard for precision equipment such as aero engine, it saves 30% of transportation, cutting, communication time and yield rate, cutting, communication time, and a 10% increase in yield." Next, let's pull through a demonstration of the entire process, with the manufacturing product being a turboprop engine. Chief Engineer Mi signaled to the staff sitting in the operator's seat, and as the staff activated the computers, As the staff activated the computer, the mechanical vehicles in the factory moved like wind-up toys, orderly and full of industrial beauty. Less than an hour, a turboprop engine from parts, raw materials to complete the assembly. After 3D flaw detection technology inspection, this engine can be categorized as a good product. The Smart Factory project was considered a success. The technical assistants exchanged system operation principles and methods with Chief Master Mi as if they had been given a treasure.
Chief Master Me modestly said, "It was mainly Director Zhou's manual image recognition that helped us. Because of the high accuracy of image recognition, we were able to hand over the processes that required human correction to the machines to perform." The assistant's gazes turned their admiration towards Tang Feng, who coughed twice to push the credit away. But this was even more admirable. "No, the main work was all done by Chief Master Me leading everyone, I was just providing an idea. Congratulations to you all, the Smart Factory has successfully completed its design targets. Let's look at the next item, the Computer and Research Intelligence Assistance System. Okay, follow me." Chief Master Ren took over the task of explaining, bringing them to the building 300 meters away from the workshop. The entire building had 20 floors. The building area was 2,300 square meters. A total of 1024 programmers worked here. Based on the initial generation quantum computer operating program, a computer language program based on the Dragon Kingdom script was produced. From then on, Dragon Kingdom's computer language no longer relied on foreign countries. Instead, it used the Dragon Kingdom script as its backbone, effectively reducing the difficulty of learning and saving time. Moreover, it could also serve as an anti-theft function in a sense. Foreign hackers will not be able to recognize the domestic computer language. The program language matured well, and industrial design software and office software based on the Dragon's program language were also on the agenda. By now, the scientific research software has also produced results. And this result also realized a certain degree of intelligence with the help of artificial intelligence. Combined with experimental instruments, the efficiency is much higher than manual labor. Realized self-processing data, quantitative analysis, intelligent operation of dangerous experiments, nanoprobe automatic operation, cell nucleus extraction, material surface painting and other abilities. It made the technical assistants drool. With this system, the lab can be mechanized as well. The efficiency is quite a bit higher than the average lab operator, right? Young people nowadays have a really good life. They don't have to do hard labor every day when they study for a doctorate. Tang Feng hammered out, industrial design program, laboratory intelligence system review and approval. Chief Master Me, Chief Master Ren, I'll immediately report it to the military research institutes and military industrial enterprises. Tell them to come and inspect the goods and negotiate the contract, and you guys get ready for the expansion of production. No problem. Through 2 technology transfers, the military-industrial units had gotten used to the idea that Tang Feng calling equals something good. After receiving the call, they didn't say a word and immediately sent people to visit the industrial zone. Seeing the intelligent factories with bursting productivity, and the intelligent research systems, the representatives who were driven mad by military production tasks immediately boiled over. "Give me 2 sets of intelligent factories. I want 5 sets. 3 sets of intelligent research systems, 1 set of intelligent factories. We're in a hurry, give it to us first." Man, talk about first come first served, we were here first. First come first, is your mission as urgent as ours? I'm an aircraft carrier builder. What's your priority? What's the use of just having an aircraft carrier? I'm the one who builds the 7th generation of air-to-air fighters. By the time someone else's air-to-air fighters fly over your carrier, you'll still be bombed. 7th generation fighters are great. The fission reactor in our institute is supplying high-energy laser beams. High-energy laser beams are strategic weapons, give them to us first. I'm sorry, you are all brothers, you are more important, you first. Looking at the crowd of people fighting up in the office, Mr. Me and Mr. Yun were happy and worried, not knowing what to do. The other side of the institution level is higher than them. This persuade also not persuade also not. Can only stand next to the pestle. In the end, it was Mr. Me who thought of a way to call Tang Feng and let him decide. Hearing Tang Feng's voice, the office crowd instantly quieted down. Tang Feng didn't know that the opposite side were all waiting for him to speak, and after thinking for a long time, the crowd didn't make a sound. Well, let's give a set to the fission pile people first, 1 institute 1 set at a time, evenly distributed. After hearing Tang Feng's words, the set of people who built the fission pile shook their fists happily, and a few others accepted in the end even though they were unwilling to do so. Mr. Me, on the other hand, secretly marveled at Tang Feng's influence in his heart. The application of smart factories made the units that were originally stretched thin and severely short of staff much more generous. Various prototypes began to be manufactured in earnest. At the Scientific Research Center, Tang Feng got a report and slightly put his heart down. Analyzing with the principle of information confidentiality, the Eagle Kingdom must have matured its technology before it would publicize its 6th-generation aircraft and artificial intelligence project. Analyzing from this perspective, his side shouldn't be too far behind. Cheer up. Tang Feng rubbed his eyes and turned back to look at the new computer. The computer was installing research assistance software. To him, the auxiliary software had a very big use. it could distill and condense the technical information in the computer. Formulas, principles, proposed to analyze, and articles with the same principles were merged together, and then finally arrange them according to different principles and different levels of importance for his convenience. With the auxiliary software, I should be able to finish processing the information each time. In Tang Feng's expectant eyes, the progress bar moved a little to the right. 99, 99%, 100%, installation complete. Tang Feng put his finger on the mouse, selecting the folder he had just gotten his hands on and setting the text parsing criteria. Start unboxing. The computer ran at a high frequency, driving the radiator to drum alone. 30 minutes passed, and more than 300 GB of technical information had already been categorized and labeled according to the principles, formulas completed. Tang Feng flipped through the latest obtained technology. The military technology category seems to have stagnated after the last wave of high-speed development. They were all technologies that tinkered with and improved the performance of airplanes and intelligent machines. Nuclear fusion was still progressing slowly, only lasting 200 seconds. The only thing that stands out is work-free propulsion technology. The power of the massless thruster was enlarged from the original 1 knot to 10,000 knots. Tang Feng read the description in detail. Work-free mass propulsion is a propulsion device suitable for slow movement in cosmic space, with a large thrust-to-weight ratio and low cost. It was suitable for use in space as a power system for large solar system scientific devices. There doesn't seem to be any big discoveries. It's good to take a look at civilian technology. Tang Feng flipped through the civilian technologies that were labeled by the auxiliary software. This time civil and military seemed to have switched. While the military had stagnated, the civilian use had begun to gain momentum. The Research Institute had found 3 materials that could make quantum topology computers from the tens of thousands of topology materials, and since these quantum topology materials could be used at room temperature, the research progress is rapidly catching up with the superconducting quantum computer to topological quantum computer high fidelity, strong anti-interference excellent properties. Superconducting quantum has lost the ability to compete with the topological quantum route. In the meantime, the semiconductor field has gained industrial preparation methods for ultra-high purity carbon transistors. However, because of the success of room temperature topological quantum computers, carbon transistor technology can be said to have been born at the wrong time and has lost its development prospects. In addition, the human-computer interface has not yet been a good breakthrough. But as the study of the brain has progressed, the AI lab has drawn on several new neural network ideas, made progress in the area of self-programming, and intelligence has increased significantly and has been able to replace professionals in high value-added industries such as medical diagnostics, minor surgery, and architectural design. In addition, there are also solid-state lithium batteries, artificial spider silk and other relatively obscure technologies, as well as a series of material technologies, and ultra-high precision processing machinery. After Tang Feng finished counting the harvest, he then used the software to sift through the information that was left unprocessed last time. Excluding the same technical information, the last organized document all put forward the principle to the following laboratory, so that the laboratory verification. After getting the verification results, then add technical details to experiment-specific materials and products. Twice intensively contact the future, time was consumed a little more, next time at least 2 months. Tang Feng then settled down to transform the technical information in hand. A month later, news came from the High Energy Laser Institute that the first prototype had completed manufacturing and melted through a half-meter thick steel plate in a ground experiment. The command steering function was also not different, so he was invited to participate in the first interception experiment. The test site was in the Gobi. It was already the dead of winter, and the weather was chilly. Tang Feng arrived in the evening, rested until the night, and couldn't see a finger, so the staff moved the cover of the laser carrier platform to start the test. Command room, control room. All the operators were nervously looking at the computer data in front of them. The director of the Laser Institute said to Tang Feng, "This experiment is divided into 2 parts. One is to test the ability of the close defense laser to intercept low-altitude fast vehicles. One is to test the combat effectiveness of the laser turret against high-altitude hypersonic vehicles. Now start the first part, the laser anti-high-altitude hypersonic vehicle experiment." At a command, the screen cut to 60 kilometers in altitude. An unmanned aircraft using a hypercombustion ram engine for power was flying at Mach 6, and the localization showed that the vehicle was entering the airspace near the test site. The operator mimicked a real-world scenario and reported, "Report, radar-detected hypersonic drone, coordinates XXX north latitude, ZZZZ east longitude, entering high-energy laser beam range. Destroy the target." Yes. Along with this order, the laser carrier rotated, like an observation device, aiming at the sky and turning rapidly. The laser, as a highly directional light, was invisible to the onlooker to the light itself, and could only be known to be working through the rapidly increasing value of the current on the meter. Locking onto the target for just a second, the drone turned into a ball of fire. At the sight of this scene, the operations command room violently erupted into a round of applause. The laser turret, on the other hand, was like a silent killer, resetting silently as if everything was worthless. We have laser weapons too. 300 kilometers a second to kill, this is too fierce. The weapons in the movie turned out to be so close to us. Thanks to Chief Master Tang, otherwise it would be bad if the enemy had one and we didn't. The first experiment was a success, and everyone's pent-up pressure was released. The drone group that provided technical support congratulated. Congratulations, when the experiments are all over, let's talk about how about airborne tactical lasers. It's not over yet, there's still an experiment. The director of the Laser Institute smiled and pulled the topic away, turning his head to look at Tang Feng. Chief Master Tang, what do you think of the results of the experiment? Tang Feng glanced at the data, it met his requirements. How is the response to stealthy targets? The director of the Laser Institute returned. The only stealth model currently available is the Sword 10, purely in terms of the anti-stealth radar given to us, the speed and accuracy of the target found is the same as that of an ordinary radar, and since this experiment was successful, the anti-stealth radar has been able to detect the target with the same speed and accuracy. Since this experiment was successful, there should be no problem with anti-stealth as well. We can just test it again when we have a stealth drone in the future. Thanks for your hard work. Let's proceed to the next item then. Seeing Tang Feng express his affirmation, the director of the Laser Institute ordered the next experiment to begin. 5 drones were used to simulate cruise missiles rating in the direction of the laser carrier. Since cruise missiles possess the ability to fly close to sea level or the ground, most of them flew at an altitude of 20 to 30 meters. Combined with the small scanning area, cruise missiles are generally more difficult to detect by shipboard radar. This is the time to use the early warning aircraft. The director contacted the airport to release the AWACS, circling in front of the laser carrier. The radar interface soon appeared on the 5 small dots of light to the near-defense laser gun carrier coming. The data was transmitted back to the laser carrier at light speed through the communications link. The laser carrier activated, using its own radar and AWACS data in tandem to spot the drones off one by one, from near to far. Steering interval 1 second, laser excitation interval 1.3 seconds, blast 1 second, target exploded. The experimenter reported the data to the test bench. The 3 of them holding the data were satisfied. Tang Feng knew that mature laser weapons were almost 0.1 to 0.2 seconds faster than this, and now it could be reproduced in kind, and the gap was not too big. Has been very pleasantly surprised. Other people didn't have the same knowledge as him, and would only be more surprised. The leader of the drone support team brought up the matter of the airborne laser again. Look, if this has airborne laser weapons, it doesn't even need the ship's big laser cannons. The fighters found cruise missiles and immediately gave them a solution. Don't worry, when I get the laser on the ship, I'll get you the airborne laser. No, how can a reporter still back out? I didn't back out, this laser weapon needs a lot of energy. Airborne lasers can't hit far, they can only be used as fighter tactical weapons. Okay, the current priority is laser weapons on board. Built the first laser frigate, technical issues later in the same argument. Tang Feng stopped the arguments between the 2 parties and finalized the task. And then the Laser Institute checked the laser weapons depletion, and with the support of the future materials, there was no problem at all, and it performed quite perfectly. Before dawn, the sheltered work shed that had been removed over was just as if nothing had happened as it had been when it arrived. News of the successful laser weapon test quickly reached the shipyard side. All the designers were called into a meeting. It was requested to come up with a definitive program. What did Chief Master Tang say? He said to try to use the new technology as much as possible and put as many laser cannons up as we can. Alright, let's do what Chief Master Tang said. Chief Master Tang can solve any problems anyway. The crowd reached a consensus on this point. The program for the nuclear-powered laser frigate was finalized. The displacement of this laser frigate was set at 25,000 tons, and according to the naming rules, the name was changed to nuclear-powered cruiser. The overall length was 143 meters, width was 28 meters, and 2 improved third-generation marine nuclear fission reactors provided by Tang Feng were installed, with a total of 80,000 horsepower. Communication setup is radio communication with hybrid quantum communication. The radar is a dual-band plus quantum anti-hiding phased array radar. Weapon setup is a main NEO anti-missile and anti-satellite laser gun on the front side near the bridge, and a medium-range laser gun on the bow. 1 medium-range laser gun and 2 close defense laser guns on the bow, 2 medium-range laser guns and 3 close defense laser guns on the back. Because the laser hit a straight line, so all the gun mounts into a straight line, in a vertical row on the warship. It was as if it was a monster that had traveled from the era of large ships and giant cannons. Getting the drawings of the nuclear-powered laser cruiser, the engineers below were puzzled.
After working for months, why did it come down to an unreadable drawing? What about the missile launchers? Why are there 10 gun positions? Chapter 92 Nuclear-Powered Cruiser Destroyer. The start of construction of the laser cruiser made those in the know breathe a long sigh of relief. Although Tang Feng had already revealed that the Eagle Kingdom had these equipment. However, it hadn't occurred to him that so soon Xiongning Kingdom would make advanced weapons such as the 6th-generation aircraft, God Staff, and airborne lasers known to the public. Those in the know experienced a period of tension over a period of time. It was finally relieved after the laser cruiser began construction. With large laser weapons, at least defense is not much of a problem. We can't be careless, our biggest security at the moment is the information gap. In case the opposite side reacts and jumps right over the Jumwalt and gets on the laser ship, it would be bad. Right, the secrecy must be good, never leak information. After the video conference, Tang Feng got up and moved around a bit. The weather had gotten colder, and there were fewer and fewer vehicles on the road. A few snowflakes even fell on the windows. Tang Feng was looking out of his mind. The cell phone suddenly rang. Tang Feng flipped it up and looked at it. It turned out to be a greeting card sent by Lin Wan. Today is the Dragon Kingdom's Mid-Autumn Festival. Lin Wan sent her mid-autumn blessings. Tang Feng, I miss you, I'm fine here, you don't have to worry. Come back early. Tang Feng was touched inwardly and edited a message to send. I miss you too, just wash up at home and wait for me obediently. Hee. Lin Wan sent another message, come back with a surprise. What surprise? You'll know when the time comes. Lin Wan's naughty. Tang Feng wasn't angry and smiled happily. With Lin Wan's text message, Tang Feng felt that his energy had recovered quite a bit. So once again, he plunged into his work. A month passed by quietly. Naval Shipyard. With the help of the smart factory, the segments of the nuclear-powered cruiser were almost complete. The factory director was busy, anxious to greet and direct the various positions, preparing to transport the segments to the dry dock, ready to be merged and built. Horizontal transportation of segments is never a big test. The slightest carelessness could adversely affect the whole ship. The plant manager repeatedly urged caution and care. After doing 3 simulations, he announced the transportation of the segments into the dock. With a loud rumbling sound, the steel gates opened. The 1,000-ton flatbed transporter, carrying the first segment, slowly drove out of the factory. Hundreds of people followed the transportation truck on foot to the dry dock, making sure that there was not a single piece of debris on the road along the way. As it nears, the flatbed truck slowly slows down, until it stopped just right next to the giant gantry crane. Position confirmed. The plant manager took the walkie-talkie and called, as a dozen or so engineers checked if the position was correct. Position is correct. Unlock the safety, start lifting. The giant gantry crane lifted the segment and put it into the dock. The news of the segment entering the shipyard was first informed by the Eagle Kingdom's satellite, and as the map was updated, it could be seen directly on the internet. In the satellite photo, the segment in the dry dock was nearly complete. The length and width are at a glance. The Intelligence Bureau's military experts predicted that the ship had a surprising 20,000 tons of displacement based on size estimates. Helicopter carrier? It doesn't look like the shape. The outline of this bridge is similar to a destroyer. Missile cruiser? What's the point of building a missile ship this big? Could it be stimulated by the Jumwalt? Possibly. With 6 Jumwalt, you're across the street, you're going to wind up with them too. The corner of intelligence director made Danden's mouth turned up, inwardly contemptuous. Sure enough, he had fallen for it. No matter how big an ordinary missile ship was built, it couldn't possibly be a match for a Jumwalt, which was a full ship stealth paint job, and its defense was not at all comparable to that of an ordinary missile ship. Just as he let out a laugh, an expert next to him suddenly said, "No, this doesn't look like a missile ship. Don't you guys see those circular reserved holes? That's not the shape of a missile launching pit. It's possible that this is another kind of weapon, and there's no chimney left at the bridge location. It seems to be nuclear powered." The other experts fixed their eyes on the ship, and it was just as he said. The ship was nuclear powered and the weapons were unknown. A new book has been opened, asking for support, because the author has to eat, and I'm not particularly well. This book is not handled well in the middle of the book, so I can only finish it in a few days. Here I apologize to my friends who have been supporting me. The next book, I had an idea for it a long time ago, but I never felt that the beginning wasn't good enough, so I didn't send it out. Now, I'm back, with a new book. This time, I will definitely try my best to write a good new book. Please support me. Thriller copy flow. Exciting and hilarious. New book title, Thriller Game, starting with the examining crybaby King Lori. Synopsis. Thriller copy flow, happy direction, with a pocket of alternative dog food. A horror app appeared strangely, and a ghostly spirit descended with it. A Ghost King level evil spirit was born in the Dragon Kingdom. The masters of the Dragon Kingdom are on standby, when they are ready to prepare their magic seals. The evil spirit that represents the Ghost King level is now in a dilapidated neighborhood. A cute little Loli's face is twitching, looking at the stacks of 5-3 in front of her. Then she looked at Lin Feng behind her with his legs crossed and eating gum. In the midst of taking on her full form and devouring Lin Feng and doing a test paper, without hesitation, he chose continue to do the test paper. Lin Feng looked at the little Loli who was obediently doing the questions and then looked at the ghost bride behind him who was giving herself a massage. He nodded with satisfaction. This little life, since there were ghosts and demons, was getting better and better. Chapter 93 Unknown weapon is actually black technology? Unknown weapon? Mei Dandan's smile came to an abrupt end. What are the possibilities of this weapon? The military expert pondered over it repeatedly and returned, I can't guess, I'll have to look at the photos in the back to be sure. Mei Dandan nodded and contacted the military to have military spy satellites keep an eye on the shipyard 24 hours a day. 2 days later, new changes came out. The first pit of the ship was filled in. A white hemispherical object filled the pit in the bow of the ship tightly. Artillery? Maidan recognized the object. They put a cannon on a nuclear-powered cruiser? No, but it really looks like a rotating turret. Is it possible it's some kind of detection device? The military experts furrowed their brows and pontificated one way or the other. In the end, they split into two factions. One faction thought that the opposite side wouldn't have made such an inexplicable design, and that it could be some kind of detection equipment. Because the opposite side's detection radar was not powerful enough, they wanted to increase the power of electromagnetic waves to burn through the stealth coating of the stealth fighters, so as to achieve the purpose of detecting the stealth fighters. Others think it could be a satellite relay device that receives and sends information. In any case, this ship cannot be a combat ship. Without a doubt, this is the most reasonable explanation, otherwise it simply doesn't explain why so many rotating stations were repaired. Listening to the military expert's opinion, Mei Dandan frowned, so this is a good design? The military experts looked at each other. If the radar doesn't work, this might be a hopeless choice. But the specific combat effectiveness is not expected to be high. In fact, our army also has a similar ship that uses the hull of an amphibious landing ship, covered with antennas and radar, as a battlefield information relay and command ship. So the opposite side left the missile ship unbuilt and got an auxiliary warship? So far, yes. Mei Dandan sniffed and began to think about how the report would be written. Just as Mei Dandan was brainstorming, imagining the new ship as a command ship with no combat power. On the Dragon Kingdom Online, the discussion about the new ship had already made a scene. Discussants took satellite pictures, and the focus was still centered on the new ship's guns. There were a lot of people questioning what exactly was the purpose of building the cannon. Am I crossing over or something? This cruiser actually didn't install missiles but got 10 guns? Convinced, it's not the era of big ships and huge cannons. What kind of artillery is it? You guys don't know, the foreign network military forums have made our new ship a laughingstock. No, see no chimney that attention I'm still happy for a while. The results of the back ran out of a group of artillery. My heart directly wow cold. Yes, nuclear power for aircraft carriers to use how good Where's the carrier? Did you build it? Sooner or later. Why don't you build a missile ship? Doesn't it smell good to play with missiles? It really doesn't smell good. The future is the world of directed energy weapons. This cruiser can create absolute air control within a radius of 300 kilometers. Missile ships couldn't do it. Tang Feng flipped to this comment, thinking in his heart as he closed the webpage and returned to reality. However, the frontline combat troops didn't know this. After understanding that the newly built cruiser was a gunship, every single one of the several major fleets wanted it. The military region's navy treasured the missile ships in their own bases to no end, afraid of damaging it a little. Lincheng military region in the past cannot wait to inquire about who belongs to. Now all of them stayed in the military harbor not moving. Even the marine police law enforcement are disgusted with this ship, difficult to serve, but also did not hit the corner, who love to take who want to go. However, as the ship takes shape on the platform day by day, the deadline for deciding where to go is getting closer and closer. The ostrich mentality always comes to an end. You can train every day at the base, but the notice to pick up the ship is bound to come. Never before had frontline commanders expected to receive a ship. Finally, the ship pickup notice was delivered to the Tsunghai Fleet Station. The other major fleets breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Hooray, it's not us. Tough luck to our fellow Tsunghai Fleet members. Cheer up, no matter what, it's the first nuclear-powered ship. Think of it as training for a nuclear-powered carrier. The Tsunghai Fleet is the only long-distance fleet. Nuclear power is just right. Even if the commander of the Tsunghai Fleet was 100 times unwilling in his heart, he could only head to the shipyard to prepare to receive the ship. Starting from laying the keel on the ship's platform, it took 5.5 months for the new cruiser to be assembled and about to be launched. The commander of the Tsunghai Fleet, Captain Dong, and his party came to the shipyard, but their faces were full of helplessness.
without half the joy of receiving the ship. Especially when they saw the 10 guns on board, they were even a bit bitter. The factory manager who came to greet them saw their expressions and smiled mysteriously. Captain Dong, not happy to receive the new ship? Not unhappy, let's hold the ceremony. Captain Dong shook his head, trying to hide his emotions. There's no rush, this ship utilizes a bit too much new technology. We need to have a briefing session first to introduce you. The factory director, knowing his reaction by heart, shook his hand and stared at the few people behind Captain Dong. Are these the ones who will be working on the ship from now on? Not knowing what the instructions would mean, Captain Dong looked back. No. Then please ask those who are not ship staff to recuse themselves for the time being. Classified matters must be prioritized by confidentiality. What's confidential about a gunship, or a nuclear reactor? Thinking of the ship's power system, Captain Dong agreed and took a few of his fellow ship's personnel into the conference room. In the conference room, there was another group of people, 20 or so, wearing 2 different uniforms. The plant manager led the way, inviting the 2 groups of people over. Captain Dong, let me introduce you. The ones in yellow uniforms over here are the leaders of the technicians for the ship's new nuclear fission reactors. They will be teaching the officers and men how to use and maintain the reactors. Although he was not a fan of the ship, Captain Dong extended his hand out of courtesy. Hello doctor, I'm Dong. Thank you for providing technical support to the fleet. The doctor gleefully shook it over. Captain Dong is polite, just call me Xiao Yao. We will definitely carry on cooperating with your side to use this battleship well. Battleship. Captain Dong smacked his lips and sighed in his heart. At this time, he also heard the plant manager say, the blue uniforms over here are the technical support team leaders of the High Energy Laser Institute. They will be instructing you on how to use the ship's next generation weapons. Oh, hello. Captain Dong was still in the middle of his sigh and didn't react for a moment. What did you just say about high energy? High energy laser, what's wrong? Captain Dong came to his senses. That thing is a laser cannon? We even have something like that. The crew behind them also came back to their senses, wide-eyed. A high-energy laser weapon? Laser cannons. I told you how it's possible to build artillery, so it's lasers. 10 laser cannons, doesn't that mean we are a laser ship? If I had said it was laser cannons, who wouldn't be happy about it? If we had known earlier, the several major fleets would have grabbed it. The factory director looked as if he had known this, and said smugly, we specialize in building warships, how can we not advance and retrogress, returning to the previous generation of technology? How about it? The new ship is exciting, right? Captain Dong looked at his smirking expression, did not want to admit, but also felt very fragrant, associated with the stinky face he put on before. Cheeks stifled red said, good, very exciting. If I want to know this, what else would I sigh for? Captain Dong's expression said it all. The factory director said, although it's a bit strict, but after all, the laser weapon is the first time it's been put into service, so the secrecy work still needs to be done. Let's not talk about that for now. How powerful is the laser weapon? Captain Dong, whose mind was now filled with laser weapons, interrupted. Most of the shipmates behind him did the same. Their original expressions of interest had completely disappeared, replaced by extreme excitement. Plant Director Zhang gestured for Laser Institute team leader Peng to explain. Peng Yu took out a note which had a hemispherical schematic drawn on it. The power can definitely satisfy you. According to our ground reality tests, the close defense laser cannon can intercept enemy low-altitude cruise missiles, airship missiles within a range of 5 kilometers to 30 kilometers. That is, the innermost defense circle. The mid-range laser cannon can attack vehicles within a range of 30 to 100 kilometers, and paired with an anti-stealth radar, it's a major threat to enemy fighters. Finally, the 300-kilometer laser main gun, which can strike near-Earth orbits, can still be used even if weather such as fog, rain, or snow dampens its range at best. Captain Dong took the manual and couldn't wait to check it out. An idea for a future strategy was already born in his mind. The Songhai fleet was sailing far out into the ocean, and as long as they followed a clear route according to the weather forecast in advance, the laser ships would be able to hold up a 100 kilometers absolute defense circle for the fleet. Under the protection of the laser cruisers, the carriers, submarines, and missile ships could start their operations with ease. The opponent intelligence was spinning around outside the defense circle, like a fish in the throat. Thinking of such a scene, Captain Dong couldn't help but yearn for it. The dream of the Dragon Kingdom Navy is finally coming true. Chapter 94, The Eagle Kingdom is playing a big game. Captain Dong and the ship's crew received a portion of the information explanation in the conference room. Then the launching ceremony was held at the invitation of the shipyard, and the cruiser entered the sea with the loud sound of the rollers. However, the launching of the new cruiser did not cause too many waves on the internet. It was probably because the netizens were very unimpressed with the cruiser. Many people chose to ignore it. Instead, they focused on the news of the Eagle Kingdom. In recent months, stimulated by the scientific research funding program, Eagle Nation's technology companies had sprung up. In addition to a slew of companies related to artificial intelligence, Other companies and universities in the tech sector also exploded the news headlines. Mechanical giant Victor decided to enter the market of intelligent robots for home use. A leading medical device company announced the successful execution of an optic nerve splicing surgery, where a blind person was fitted with a sensor capable of receiving simple graphic visuals. A pharmaceutical startup announces its entry into the frontier of brain-computer interfaces in conjunction with a prestigious West Coast medical school after a successful vision surgery. There's also the largest new energy company in the land of the Eagles, announcing plans. Preparing to launch a dark matter dark energy detection satellite for studying and utilizing the most pervasive and massive energy in the universe. Silicon Valley's top labs announced their own discovery of a nanofluidic alloy that can move on its own, based on extremely tiny electrodes. They believe it is the ideal material for nanorobotics and have decided to try their hand in this field. The signs give rise to a sense of foreboding. It just felt like humanity was just a foot away from the big time and would soon face a new round of technological explosion. Now even if someone wakes up with a start and says they have realized controlled nuclear fusion, I would believe it. Someone has been bombarded with information and hallucinated. There are also people who see the opportunity and want to catch the train. What are the stock codes of these companies, waiting online quite urgently? There are also students who are considering their future. May I ask if it's too late to start interprofessional graduate school? I've wanted to be a scientist since I was a kid. Who did not want to be a scientist again when he was a child? Downstairs followers. Owner, you don't have a chance to take the domestic graduate school. Don't you see that all these companies and universities are in the Eagle country? Go and take the Ivy League school. I suck at foreign languages. Then I advise you to give up the idea of going to graduate school before it's too late. Why? Can't I study in China? I'm sorry, the domestic requirement for foreign languages is also very high. Why do you have to take foreign languages in graduate school? Because other people's technology is leading. When domestic technology is leading, it will be the other way around. The chances are getting slimmer and slimmer at the moment. Downstairs in turn expressed concern. What if these things are realized? Will the gap between us and the Eagle Kingdom widen? Definitely. Artificial visual receivers should belong to mechanical prosthetics. Brain-computer interfaces refer to the Matrix. Is the future a cyberpunk world? Does anyone feel that the world has become magical since last year? Again, artificial intelligence and airplanes, and now there is also a cyberpunk. Normal, it's been decades since the last industrial revolution. Semiconductors were all developed more than 60 years ago. According to the time, it's time for the next one. What a rush. What if we can't catch up? Don't forget, there's also the dark matter dark energy detector. That's the real explosive news. This time, it wasn't just the internet that was talking about it, but the reality was also permeated with worry. Especially the Jumwalt that was just launched by the Eagle Kingdom. Compared to the nuclear-powered gunships perceived by the outside world, there was a world of difference. However, the netizens did not know that this situation was not only beyond their expectations. May Dandin and others were also caught off guard. They had only arranged for the brain-computer interface to be revealed outwardly, but suddenly a few more corporate universities came out of nowhere. One wanted to do dark matter and dark energy research, and the other wanted to engage in nanobots. They're also very influential, and they're reaching out to them for money, so they don't know what to do. If you give it to them, you are afraid that other people will also make up science and technology projects to get money from them. Do not give. Face is not good, after all, have given other people. It is really not good to shirk. May Dandin couldn't decide on her own, so she asked Gario. Gario smoked a cigar, full of concern, said, "It's not like they really think they can develop those things. They're just making up a reason to do the project to raise the stock price. Split it up into phases, give a little less for one phase, just satisfy their need to raise the stock price. We can also add a few more misleading projects, it doesn't matter. These people could really make money." May Dandin nodded and agreed. Thus, more scientific research programs were freshly released. For a time, the Xiongnu country's science and technology sector was like the fireworks at the Mid-Autumn Festival, with 100 flowers blossoming and 100 schools of thought competing. Those who didn't know thought that the Eagle Kingdom was entering the next century ahead of schedule. Chapter 95 Exposing Tangfeng? It all started 2 months ago. The fringe technology was transformed for civilian use. Factories rapidly expanded their production capacity, bringing parts and materials to market. Businessmen were defenseless in front of something that could make money. The first month, one after another, buyers tried new parts, new materials. In the second month, purchasers discovered the benefits of the new parts and materials. At the same time, after the scale of production capacity came up, the price continued to fall, and soon knocked out the high profits of similar foreign products. Material manufacturers in the Eagle, Sun, and White Bear countries all experienced a decline in their financial reports. The original red-hot market was dragged down by this. There is a small-scale low opening. Gario had many friends in the business world, and the first time he knew about it was through his friends' complaints. Don't worry, you send me your affected products and I'll look into the matter right away. Gario put down the phone and sent the information he got from his friend to Madandan and Klein, asking both to gather relevant information. A week later, he called a meeting with Madandan and Klein. The personnel arrived. Galio asked, "Tell me, what have you found out? What do these technologies actually mean, and why did Dragon Kingdom suddenly get hold of these technologies?" Klein handed over the report he was holding. "According to our research, the ones we found this time belong to the more mid-range technologies. They include several mid-range carbon fiber materials, battery electrode processes, cell phone screen materials, capacitor components, radiation light source stabilizers, and so on. These technologies and materials were originally the profit point of certain enterprises for the low-end market, and now they have all been suppressed by the other side of the price. Profit margins have dropped significantly, and some mid-range products such as automobile brake pads and transmissions can no longer compete with local manufacturers after deducting transportation costs and time costs. Overall, the Dragon Kingdom has caught up in a very small number of small classified mid-range products, so look at their scientific research integration is very effective." Gario frowned at that and looked at Madandan. Madandan picked up the photo and said, "The current intelligence shows that these producers and the scientific research unit are very closely connected, and the scientific research unit has sent a lot of technicians to help them with their production." Gario took a breath. "Will this affect us much?" "Short term it's not a big deal, it's just a small amount of technology in the mid-range segment, it's still far away from our high-end technology, and it only affects the profits of a small number of equipment vendors. But in the long term, the other side proved that their scientific research system works, we have to find something for them to do, we can't let them squeeze into the middle end of the industry chain completely." Klein thought for a moment and said, "I suggest exposing that young head of the scientific research system, so that they can't climb the technology without worrying. A little bit of mid-range technology with little impact, that really wasn't anything to worry about." After listening to the analysis, Gario nodded his head and laughed. "That's not good. What if there's a new one who isn't a big spender?" He couldn't bear to let go of Tang Foam, who had invested heavily. "It doesn't matter, the money they shouldn't have spent has already been spent, even if they change the person, there's no way to recover the money that was used up, and the losses from the shutdown will be even greater." Klein also smiled and said, "Besides, letting the other party's scientific research system consolidate for a period of time will have the same effect. Well, it's just a pity that this young talent can't continue to shine for us. Well, do you have any more suggestions?" Gario took a sip of his coffee, thinking of his friend, and pursued, "It would be best to scale back the losses of the merchants on our side." Klein, unaware of his true purpose, analyzed seriously. "These industries are not only being done by us, but also by countries like the Sun Country and the like, and could potentially be an important way to help us accelerate the negotiation of trade agreements." "Understood, I'll give it to His Excellency Augustus." Saying that, Gario turned to Madandan, "Then I'll leave the exposure to you, finish it well." "Understood, please don't worry, Your Excellency." Madandan sat upright and nodded his head in agreement to carry it out immediately after the meeting was adjourned. At this time, this group of people didn't even realize that this Tang Foam turned out to be stringing books up equals. Blue Star, Dragon Kingdom Magic Capital, Bureau of Secrecy. Wow! Alarm! Alarm! Unknown person has invaded the security system. Level 1 firewall activated. The staff who were originally busy were dumbfounded when they heard the alarm. In this broad daylight, someone actually invaded the system? Immediately afterward, something even more terrifying appeared. All the computers in the bureau lost their connection, locked up from their terminals, and could not be controlled at all. Primary firewall has failed, secondary firewall is being activated. Secondary firewall has been compromised, emergency alert being activated, tertiary firewall. Tertiary firewall has failed. As the firewall was destroyed layer by layer, the staff members were greatly alarmed. There was actually a hacker invasion. But this is the General Directorate of Secrecy of the Dragon Kingdom, who would be so bold as to come here and spread the wild. And this hacker's methods were extremely strong, actually able to break through 3 layers of firewalls. Quickly report this situation to the director. The impact of this matter was too great, and the phones in the hands of the staff didn't stop. While not stopping to report the situation, they also received orders from their superiors. It was important to know that there was a lot of encrypted information in their bureau's intranet that could not be disclosed to the public. Once this information was compromised, the consequences would be unimaginable. The higher-ups of the Dragon Kingdom were furious when they learned that the intranet had been hacked. Decisive orders were given. Make sure to track down the mastermind. This bastard must be found out at all costs. Target locked, in North City. Soon, the top hackers from the relevant departments found the other party's IP address according to the firewall. All at once, the sea, land, and air agents came out, in order to prevent the other party from having a pickup. North City also blocked the entire city immediately after receiving the news. The whole line cooperated with the siege. A few minutes later, heavily armed special forces descended from the sky, not far directly in front of them, within a dilapidated small building. The special forces agents are silently climbing up the stairs, finally stopping outside the door of the room of the middle household on the 4th floor. The agent who was in the lead gestured. Bang! Several people directly broke into the room and kicked the door open. Smoke! A smoke bomb was thrown in first, followed by an infrared sweep. Clear! No traps found. Prepare to enter. After detecting the environment, all the agents rushed in. This time, the higher-ups had given a death order, and absolutely could not let any of the masterminds go. Guard the surroundings. After the smoke bombs dispersed, the agents in the house were dumbfounded. Inside the living room, a 10-year-old cute little man slowly took out the alpine lollipop in his mouth. Then he raised his little hand and looked at them with an innocent face. Ahem, that. Teacher gave us homework to draw aliens, and I've never seen one before. So I just found a random website and went in to take a look. Tang Feng kaboomed with wide eyes while saying that, revealing a scared expression. It looked like this to outsiders, but at the moment he was crumbling inside. Because he was a traveler, and had traveled into a 10-year-old budding Zhangtai. But fortunately, not long ago he awakened the Golden Finger, the black technology system. Subsequently, the system gave him 2 dilemmas. Choice 1, hack into the pretty country system, find the private photos of the ship's score, and receive a reward, bullet time. Choice 2, hack into the Dragon State Secrets Bureau's intranet, obtaining the reward, human limit IQ value, and the black technology finger. Tang Feng was directly confused after seeing the 2 tasks. In the end, he had no choice but to choose the second one. After all, the first mission, it was too vile. He didn't want his young mind to be polluted. Inside the hall, the agents were frozen in place, at a loss for words. Who would have thought that the mastermind behind hacking into the intranet was actually a bare child of only 10 years old? Thus, they immediately relayed this news to their superiors. The higher-ups of the Dragon Kingdom were also shocked plus confused when they heard this news. A bare child was actually stronger than the researchers they had spent so much money on. Where could this be justified? That night was destined to be an extraordinary night. Many people learned about the closure of North City, but didn't know the inside story. The next day, the local news media reported. It said that the military was conducting a military drill. Although the people didn't quite believe it, but after all, no one had inside information, so life returned to calm. North City, Dragon Kingdom Special Department. The person in charge, Lin Guodong, frowned as he looked into the glass enclosure, nibbling on a lollipop square. Tang Feng, from North City. Male, 10 years old, currently in 5th grade. Tragic birth, parents died early. Luckily, he was adopted by his family's very close neighbor, and has an older sister who was in high school. Hey! Head big ah! The culprit who tossed the Magic City executives for a night is actually a little kid? The Secret Service gang is now disgraced. The problem is that we've caught a kid who doesn't know what to do with him. He's too young. It can't be a foreigner sent here. Indeed, it was simply a matter of wanting to see what an alien looked like. Boss, received an order from the top. At this time, a beautiful woman with an alluring figure and wearing a black secretary outfit walked over, handing the paper slip in her hand to Lin Guodong. Receiving the slip. Within a moment, Lin Guodong smiled. The instructions from the higher-ups of the Dragon Kingdom were simple. That was to take Tang Feng under their wing and hand him over to their North City Special Department to take over. After all, a teenager like Tang Feng with an IQ close to the human ceiling had extremely high potential. Moreover, he was also proficient in computers, and might become a leader in a certain field in the future, so he must be taken into the country's use. The top brass also demanded a certain amount of control over Tang Feng, preventing him from making such a tawdry maneuver of hacking into the Secret Service again. And so, a few minutes later Tang Feng was sent home. Although he was safe and sound on the surface, and the head of that special department was still smiling at himself, but he understood very well that it was impossible for the higher-ups of the Dragon Kingdom to pretend that nothing had happened. He was lucky that he wasn't sliced up and studied on the spot. At this point, he should have already been on the high-level attention list, and the special department would still send people to supervise him. Maybe once he grew up he would be recruited to work. But he was only 10 years old now, so it was still too early to say that. And as a matter of fact, what Tang Feng thought about the special department also thought about. For a talented youngster like him, shouldn't they just let him join a special training camp? In the end, the top brass dismissed the idea. After all, he was still a child, and the Dragon Kingdom wouldn't do such a thing as pulling up a child. Everything would wait until he grew into adulthood. At the same time, the top ordered to block all news about Tang Feng, marking him as a key protection object. Tang Feng's home. Feng are you alright? Seeing Tang Feng return home safe and sound, Xia Shermeet hurriedly ran over to hug him and asked,
although the community site had already sent someone to explain and apologize. But she was still very angry. Whose family military drills could still find the wrong place? Their Tang Feng was still a 10-year-old child. What if this leaves a psychological shadow? Tang Feng sought his beautiful and gentle sister, and appropriately pretended to be aggrieved. He fell into Xia Shiro's arms. A good-smelling aroma came to the face. Chapter 97, The Eve of the Clash. The Eagle Kingdom is going to have a military exercise. Showing muscles was one aspect, warning the Dragon Kingdom was the main purpose. Various media outlets reported on the news of the Eagle Kingdom's military drill. On military forums, military fans are chatting about the military drill. Which weapons is the Eagle Kingdom going to put out for this military drill? I saw what the foreign media said: Aegis, air and spaceplanes, and shipborne drones will all participate. Aegis are old faces, or air and spaceplanes and shipborne drones are more interesting. Vertical takeoff and landing. Looks like I'm drooling. Shipboard 5th-generation aircraft, but also large-scale vertical takeoff and landing. Combat power is too much. Don't be afraid, we also have a 5th-generation aircraft. It's a pity that the Jumwalt didn't come. I don't know how good it is. The Jumwalt is definitely stronger. It uses so many new technologies. While other people's airplanes are stealthy, their ships are stealthy. Speaking of the Jumwalt, sure enough, some people moved on to the laser ship. Speaking of the Jumwalt, I thought of that nuclear-powered cruiser. Getting a nuclear-powered gunship, I wonder what I was thinking. Don't talk about it, at least nuclear power got it. And the new ship is presumably a decision of the Research Integration Program. So for the sake of Generation V and Chief Tang, let's talk about something else. News of the military exercise also reached the naval system. At the Vulcan Fleet Station, the adjutant who got the news consulted the captain on whether to change the sea trial time of the laser ship Forest City. Why should we change it? We've already planned the sea trial location and sea trial time. How can we stop just because they announced a military exercise? Besides, the fighters are holding their breath right now, ready to give the Lin Chang ship its rightful name. How can you let them circumvent how they can possibly act out this? The captain grunted and gave a negative answer. When the vice officer heard this, not only was he not worried, but his eyes were glowing, revealing a look of eagerness. If anything, the vice officer was disgusted with the new ship before he took over the ship. Then when the warship arrived at the harbor, there was nothing but excitement in his heart. The weapon was indeed a cannon, but Himiao was a laser cannon. Once the laser ship arrived at the harbor, it immediately became the darling of the entire fleet. Even the military regent's command hierarchy wanted to rely on the ship as a vice captain after coming to inspect it. It's finally time for the Lin Chang to show off its power. The deputy officer's words made the captain determined that this time, he would make sure to let the Lin Chang ship make a splash. Those who are sneering at Chief Master Tang on the internet, just wait with your eyes wide open. Let me show you what it means to have a cross-generation navy, a cross-generation battleship. Thinking of this, the captain looked towards the Lin Chang ship, which was making preparations for sea trials by the military harbor, his eyes full of expectations. In order to thank Tang Feng for his contribution to the laser cruiser, the ship broke the convention of naming it after a provincial capital and was given the special name of Lin Chang. This friendship, the Fubo fleet, would never be dishonored. Just as the Vorpal fleet was preparing to go out to sea in a tight schedule, the forbidden sailing information posted on the internet by the maritime unit was finally noticed. The Fubo fleet will be conducting fleet sea trials in the Eastern Ocean. Please keep passing merchant ships and fishing boats away. Someone had posted the sea trial along with the map of the Eagle Kingdom's military exercise area online, sparking a wave of concern. This sea trial seems to be right next to the location of the Eagle Kingdom's military exercises. How can it be so close? There won't be any problems, right? Should we move it somewhere else? Some people suggested retreating, but others strongly disagreed. Why should we move? Look at the time. Who released it first? I know we were first, but it's good to take a step back. Then why don't they back off? Sea trials can be tried at any time. It's easy to cancel, and it's not easy to be approached and surrounded. Indeed, I remember that new ship was in the Vorpal fleet. Who knows what the ship's name is? Could that be the new ship that's going to be sea tested this time? Better cancel it then. A bunch of planes flying overhead taking pictures. What's there to photograph? It's not like the nuclear power is in there to photograph. Such an argument will never come to a conclusion. It will only make the topic hotter and hotter, making it known all over the internet. Every day, people start posting all over the place, reporting the dynamics of both sides. Rightfully so, neither side would cancel their plans. The international media is slowly picking up on this coincidence. As the date of the sea trial draws nearer and nearer, overseas military forums, Twitter, Reddit and other places also appeared high-rise concern. The Dragon Kingdom and the Eagle Kingdom are conducting military exercises in a neighboring region. What will happen? Nothing will happen. It's not like there's a convergence. That's right, what's there to compare? One side only has a few traditional missile frigates. The other side has aircraft carriers, missile destroyers, 5 generations of carrier aircraft, early warning aircraft system. Want to see what cannot see? Pay attention to it. It is said that this military exercise XX Society has reported on the internet. News address, http. In the midst of the global attention, the ambush fleet station, led by the Lin Chang, 2 1,700-ton guided missile frigates, 2 composite destroyers, an old missile destroyer, and a supply ship, the sea trial fleet departed with the wind and headed to the predetermined sea area. And, degree. Above the blue sea, the sea trial fleet led by the Lin Chang cut through the waves. The captain was in the laser cannon control room, watching the ship's crew review the operating procedures and maintenance specifications under the guidance of the technicians. The laser cannons were very stable during the experiments on the road, and when they were moved to the sea they were fitted with integrated speed meters in each cannon. The instruments measure the current travel speed, planar acceleration and vertical acceleration, and the data is monitored by a computer in real time. The data is monitored by a computer in real time and networked with each other so that the gun mounts near the center can pre-process the next speed change. So in theory, the center laser cannons hit more accurately than the edges. Of course, the ones on the edges aren't too bad either, calculating within 0.002 seconds of each other when making a shot. Every day the laser cannons had to be inspected as necessary, checking the operation of the circuits, capacitance, battle readiness, verify the velocity meter values and check the carrier table movement for flow. Secondly, the laser cannon is divided into 2 firing modes, semi-automatic and automatic. Semi-automatic is to manually set the target, and then shoot to destroy it, while automatic is divided into 2 modes. One prioritizes targets according to the size of the threat they've monitored. Generally speaking, the highest threat is a very fast ballistic missile that may have a warhead or nuclear warhead, followed by a direct threat to the fleet. Next are cruise missiles that directly threaten the fleet, then air and space planes, fighters, and bombers. The other type of hunt by value, the primary target would still be a ballistic missile that would cause massive damage, potentially with a nuclear warhead, followed by LEO satellites providing positioning relay services, air and space planes. If there are no extremely fast low radar reflective surface targets within the absolute defense circle for the time being, then enemy stealth units are attacked first, again AWACS. After listening to the ship's crew retrace the mechanics of how the laser cannons worked, the technician drew another fighter to recite the capabilities of each model. Laser main gun, ideal attack range 300 kilometers, destruction can be accomplished within 1 second against enemy targets carrying explosives. Longer irradiation is required for satellites or airspace planes at distances of more than 300 kilometers or more. Medium-range laser cannon, optimal combat range within 100 kilometers, purpose is to attack medium to large flying targets. Close defense laser cannon, optimal combat distance 30 kilometers, carrier station is even smaller, suitable for intercepting cruise missile swarms flying towards the fleet. Seeing that the fighters were seriously preparing for their training, the captain nodded and silently left the control room and went to the bridge. The adjutant saw him and reported to him. Captain, 30 nautical miles ahead is about to enter the predetermined sea area. The destroyer Yamashiro inquires if it's in battle-ready formation. Inform the Yamashiro, the Hokusei, to release the ASW helicopters and move forward for ASW. The supply ship Amagi transforms to the center and place carrier, frigates, one on the left and one on the right escort the Amagi. Mordor guided missile destroyer to the right side of the formation, playing the other Lake City-class cruiser. Notify the harbor airbase to release the drones to the test airspace. The captain issued a series of commands, and the fleet fluidly changed formation under his command. 6 anti-submarine helicopters took off one after another, searching for submarines in the surrounding waters. On the other side, the Eagle Kingdom was conducting maneuvers in the adjacent waters. A vast carrier battle group of 23 ships of various colors, furiously splitting the ocean. In the sky, the generals of the other countries were envious as they watched this large-scale grand fleet. The Great White Fleet is too majestic. The aircraft carriers are so beautiful. Next to him, General House of the Eagle Kingdom heard this and smiled rightfully, ordering the rotor transports to stop on the carrier's deck through the microphone. The group descended from the rotorcraft, and the thing that introduced their eyes was the skyplane on the aft elevator. The streamlined fuselage, with its nimble yet powerful single-engine vectoring engine, sucked in their attention. General House looked at it, invitingly. In a few moments we will be conducting vertical takeoffs and landings and formation flights of the aircraft, so come with me to the island of the ship and watch. Yes, yes. General House guided the military personnel of his little brother's country onto the ship's island. Below, an F-35B rose up from the hangar. Soon, one after another, the airplanes took off vertically, forming a goose-shaped formation in the air, and flew to the west. 50 nautical miles away, a target converted from a hulk was parked for attack drills. On the sea, the Dragon Country and the Eagle Country soon encountered the inevitable friction.
But, the Eagle Kingdom simply didn't expect that the Dragon Kingdom's destroyer combat power was so high. Moreover, the Dragon Kingdom actually made a 7th generation fighter. The advantage in the sky was instantly and infinitely magnified. The Eagle Kingdom was defeated. From then on, it declared its affiliation with the Dragon Kingdom. The Dragon Kingdom rises to prominence. Tang Feng became famous in one battle, and was completely crowned a god. From then on, he and Xiaoshiro, Linwan, Long Xian and other beautiful girls lived a life without shame or agitation. This book is finished. This book is finished, guys. Because I didn't grasp the rhythm in the middle of the book, the plot collapsed a bit. So, thank you for your tolerance. See you in the future.